In the 97th year of the Dayuan calendar, there was a heavy snowfall. Yongji City was entangled in the snowstorm this year, and it seemed that it could not escape. The heavy snow was like goose feathers dancing wildly, sweeping the ancient city violently. The ice on the moat, under the erosion of the wind and snow, had cracked into intricate patterns like spider webs, as if it was the vicissitudes of time left in this world. On Juke Street, the wine flags that usually fluttered in the wind had already been frozen into glass lenses by the severe cold, reflecting the empty streets in the dim sky. In this horrible weather, not to mention ordinary pedestrians, even the greedy peddler who could hold on in the cold wind for a few copper coins had already hidden in his home early. Only a series of lonely footprints, winding on the white snow, extended to the back alley of Zuixinlu. In the back alley of Zuixinlu, ice spikes were hanging upside down, just like a cold and sharp sword. However, the curling smoke from the building, with a hint of warmth, turned into tear-like snow water the moment it touched the ice ridges. As if even the ice in the city felt a little helpless in the endless snow and wind, unable to survive this long winter. Li Ergo huddled beside the dog hole. His hair was disheveled, with a thick layer of ice on it. From a distance, it looked like a crooked snow crown on his head. The boy was quite handsome, but he had been struggling on the edge of hunger for many years, making his originally round cheeks become skinny, with high protruding cheekbones, which looked particularly abrupt. A layer of white frost condensed in the deep eye sockets, adding a bit of sinister air to this face. At this moment, he was like a wounded hedgehog, curled up tightly beside the dog hole, with his back teeth clenched. In the crack of the blue brick outside the dog hole, a frozen cockroach's antennae still maintained the arc of struggle, as if telling the powerlessness of life in this severe cold. In the kitchen 3 meters away, the sweet aroma of the steamed buns mixed with jujube paste was like an invisible hand, constantly hooking his throat, making him swallow his saliva repeatedly. Li Ergo was very familiar with this feeling of hunger. At first, the stomach seemed to be burned by a raging fire, and the pain was unbearable. Then, the intestines seemed to be scraped back and forth by a sharp iron brush, and he was almost unable to breathe. In the end, even every breath was faintly bloody. Ergo. Zhao Qi's suppressed laughter came from the top of the wall. I saw the boy hanging upside down on the eaves, his worn-out straw sandals casually hooked on an icicle, and his body swayed gently in the wind. His dirty braids were tied with a wolf tooth, which was faintly wild in the wind and snow. The dagger on his waist, under the reflection of the snow, reflected a cold light, which was even brighter than the silver hairpin on the temples of the singer of Zuixinlu. "Do you think this snow looks like the mink in the fox fur of Wang, the shopkeeper?" Zhao Qi asked with a smile. His eyebrows and eyes were extremely sharp, like a sharp blade out of its sheath, and the newly scabbed scar on the bridge of his nose added a bit of unruly evil spirit to this face that originally looked slightly feminine. Li Ergo did not look up. His eyes were fixed on the 8-treasure skirt embroidered with gold thread, which gently swept across the bluestone brick surface as the cook walked, making a rustling sound. And the keychain hanging on the cook's waist made a crisp jingle every time it swung, which sounded like the soul-catching bell in Hades Hall to Li Ergo, pulling his heart again and again. A few days ago, they had been lying on the top of the West Market archway and carefully observed the cook. The woman's skill in cutting meat is unparalleled. Under her knife, half-inch thick frozen mutton can be sliced as thin as a cicada's wing, and the silhouette of a person can be seen through the light. At this moment, the bunch of keys is hanging steadily on her waist, as if it is the hope to open the door to survival. 3-2. Li Ergo curled up in the shadows, his lips trembling slightly, and began to count down silently. When the crisp sound of the keychain turned to the outer courtyard, Zhao Qi, like an agile gray shadow, instantly flipped into the window frame. The click sound of the steamer opening seemed so weak in the howling north wind, as if it would be swallowed by the wind and snow at any time. 15-year-old Zhao Qi was now clinging to the painted beams, and the hot steam from the steamer steamed a layer of fine sweat on his neck. His hands were as fast as lightning, grabbing a piece of hot steamed bread and stuffing it into his arms. However, Li Ergo, who was outside the dog hole, suddenly felt his hair stand on end, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. The familiar sound of the key actually returned. The cook hummed the unique tune of Yongji City, and her footsteps were getting closer and closer. Li Ergo didn't have time to think about it. He suddenly bent down and grabbed the frozen cockroach on the ground and threw it at the window frame with all his strength while shouting loudly, "Seventh brother, the wind is strong. Hurry up." The cook was stunned when she heard the sound. But the next second, there was a loud bang, and the carved wooden window was exploded by a powerful force. Zhao Qi broke out of the window and ran wildly towards the dog hole. There was a piece of green coriander leaf stuck on his back, which was particularly eye-catching in the white snow. "Catch the thief!" The cook shouted hoarsely, and at the same time stretched out her golden-laid jade nails and grabbed Zhao Qi's neck fiercely. But Zhao Qi flashed, slid neatly, and cleverly dodged the cook's claws, and then quickly ran out of the dog hole like a wild rabbit. The cook looked at the half-piece of clothes torn off in her hand, her face flushed with anger, and shouted at the servants who surrounded her. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and chase him." The servants woke up as if from a dream, and quickly climbed over the wall and drilled a hole, chasing in the direction of Zhao Qi's escape. Outside the wall, Li Ergu saw the pursuers coming like a tide, and a trace of determination flashed in his eyes. He kicked over the swill bucket beside him with a kick, and the filthy things in the bucket splashed out instantly, just splashing on the faces of the servants who chased him out. The pungent smell spread, making the servants cover their mouths and noses and complain bitterly. "Follow me." Zhao Qi stretched out his hand and grabbed Ergu's arm. The two of them were like two skinny wild dogs, running wildly in the maze-like alley. Zhao Qi stepped barefoot on the frozen ground, and every step left a string of light red ice flowers on the white snow, as if they were strange flowers blooming in the cold winter. Li Ergu tore off a piece of tattered banner and threw it hard at the fork in the road. The tattered banner fluttered in the wind, instantly disturbing the pursuer's vision, and only heard a burst of angry curses crashing into a ball in the alley. The two ran all the way, like hares chased by vicious dogs, and did not dare to stop at all. It was not until they ran to the dilapidated city god temple outside the city that they finally got rid of those guys who followed them like a shadow. "Ergu, guess." Zhao Qi panted, his chest heaving violently, and carefully took out an oil paper bag from his arms. With a sly smile on his face, he looked at Li Ergu and said, "Will the juju paste melt first, or will our blood freeze first?" At this moment, the heat from the steamed bread formed a layer of white frost on his eyebrows, and the bright red core of the juju paste was revealed in the cracked steamed bread skin, which was particularly dazzling in this icy and snowy world. The two of them sat slumped on the cold ground of the city god temple, looking at each other's embarrassed appearance, and couldn't help laughing at each other. The laughter echoed in this empty temple, as if to sweep away the haze of this cold winter. In the city god temple, the broken walls and ruins tell the vicissitudes of time. The half-merciful face of the Dragon King is hidden in the shadows, as if silently watching the suffering of the world. Zhao Qi used the tip of the dagger to pick up the dust on the spiderweb, and there was a piece of steamed bread on the altar. It was just that in the panic running just now, the steamed bread was pressed into a crescent shape, which looked quite funny. A faded dragon robe, the gold thread of which had long been gnawed away by wild dogs, was now spread on the dusty altar, filled with steamed breadcrumbs, which showed a bit of absurd nobility. Zhao Qi used a dagger to cut the frozen steamed bread, and the steamed breadcrumbs fell on the faded dragon robe. He deliberately broke the steamed bread to make a crackling sound, muttering, "The waist of the cook in Zuixinlu is thicker than a bucket, but this golden thread juju paste filling." As he said that, Zhao Qi took a bite, then frowned and cursed. "Damn it, the cook in Zuixinlu should be killed." He broke the steamed bread into two halves, and hot white mist rose instantly. They actually mixed guanine soil into the juju paste filling. After that, he suddenly threw the larger piece to Li Ergu and said in a pretentious and generous manner, "Eat it. It's a reward from my brother." After that, he picked up the broken piece with tooth marks and ate it in big mouthfuls. As he waved his hand, the broken jade with jiaozi patterns slipped off his clothes, and it shone with the color of blood in the weak firelight. He never took off this jade pendant, but said that he found it in the gambling house and kept it because it was rare. Li Ergu took the steamed bread, but he was not in a hurry to eat it. He stared blankly at Zhao Qi's frozen toes, and his thoughts drifted back to last month. At that time, the two of them shared the dead horse meat, and this person also stuffed the last piece of leg meat into his mouth without hesitation. While he chewed the green bones, he joked that only when the cold poison enters the bones can one have iron teeth and copper jaws. "Hey, Thinking of this, Li Ergu gently hit Zhao Qi's forehead with a steamed bread and said, "Seventh brother, I'll just eat the small one. I didn't do much anyway. Ergu, why are you being polite to me? As long as I eat, you will never starve to death. Hurry up and give me food," Zhao Qi said in a serious tone, but there was a trace of concern and warmth in his eyes. Outside the temple, the north wind carried snow particles, hitting the window frame like sharp arrows, and the candlelight crackled in the wind. Li Ergu listened to the clappers of the night watchmen getting farther away, and the pungent, bloody smell of the execution ground in the West Market 3 days ago seemed to still stick to his throat. He asked in a strange way, "Seventh brother, do you think those refugees that will really ruin the country's destiny?" The Imperial Observatory said that it can suppress the country's destiny for half a year. Zhao Qi carved words on the altar with a dagger with sarcasm, and the 3 cursive characters "dog world" gradually appeared amid the flying sawdust. His eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. Guess what excuse they'll come up with tomorrow? Say the refugees have destroyed the nobility of Zhuke Street? Or, he sank his wrist suddenly, the blade deeply embedded in the wooden table. Say our blood can put out the fire? Hearing this, Li Ergu couldn't help but recall the scenes 3 days ago. Chapter 2. Bloodstained Yongji City 3 days prior. A leaden gray haze suddenly enveloped the skies above Yongji City. As if an invisible giant hand had splashed thick ink across the heavens, the clouds hung low, nearly brushing against the city walls, shrouding the entire settlement in a suffocating silence. Even the ordinarily raucous crows fell mute, their black feathers trembling uneasily upon the gnarled branches of withered trees. Li Ergu rubbed his frostbitten hands together, crouching beside Zhao Qi at the base of the city wall, as they had done countless times before to seek a morsel to eat. "Seventh brother, today the clouds." Li Ergu suddenly shivered, noticing the white vapor of his breath crystallizing into tiny ice shards in the frigid air. Just as Zhao Qi was about to respond, a deep, resonant drumbeat echoed from the center of the city, startling a pack of wild dogs rummaging through refuse. As the two squeezed through the throng encircling the execution ground, they discovered that the onlookers had multiplied severalfold. These common folk, who typically bent their backs for a mere half-dough of rice, now seemed pinned in place by an invisible force, their breaths suspended in the air. Some clutched their garments tightly, knuckles whitening as if to rip a hole in the coarse fabric. Others turned their heads away, yet their eyes betrayed them, darting involuntarily towards the execution ground. Their throats constricted with suppressed gulps, and some, their knees buckling, found themselves drained of the strength to flee. Li Ergu stood in the third row of the crowd, the musty scent of sweat from the elder in front mingling uncomfortably with the sickly sweet aroma of inferior osmanthus oil in the hair of nearby women, a fragrance that now felt grotesquely out of place. In the center of the execution ground, the destitute were herded together like cattle awaiting slaughter. Men, women, and children huddled closely, their tattered garments long devoid of color, exposed skin beneath the rags a sickly gray, resembling the weathered bark of a withered tree. The biting wind rustled their clothing, yet could not conceal their protruding ribs or sunken bellies. Their faces were deeply hollowed, cheekbones jutting like knives, and their sunken eyes, though murky and lifeless, flickered with the dying embers of a primal yearning for life, intertwined with the most basic fear of the impending doom. Surrounding these destitute souls stood a line of white feather guardians, standing as statues, their pristine plumes quivering in the wind like the wings of death as messengers. Silver-threaded cloud patterns glimmered faintly on their garments, each fold exuding a bone-chilling cold. Beneath their dark iron masks, their gazes pierced like ice picks, and though their long blades remained sheathed, the scent of blood lingered ominously around them. When the light glinted off the insignia of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau engraved upon their sword hilts, a ghostly blue light flickered, reminiscent of a guiding lantern on the path to the underworld. They were the most lethal weapons wielded by the Emperor, feared even by the King of Hell himself. Before the ranks of the white feather guardians stood a middle-aged man clad in purple marten fur. Each bristle of his fur glimmered with an otherworldly light, as if it had captured the very essence of the city within its fibers, even amidst the stench of death saturating the execution ground. This purple cloak retained an observable sheen of opulence, woven from the soft underfur of 100 years' worth of northern snow martens, valued at the price of an entire city. The man in the purple cloak slowly raised his hands, iron fingers glinting coldly in the dim light. As he rotated his wrists, a centipede-like scar on his neck suddenly became apparent, a mark seemingly seared into his flesh, leading into the depths of his luxurious attire. Execute them, to quell the national misfortune. The blood jade atop his iron fingers suddenly erupted with a blinding red light, the sound tearing through the air like a blunt knife scraping bone. It did not merely resonate in the eardrums, it detonated within the very minds of the onlookers. Even the rats hiding in the crevices of the city walls stood paralyzed with fear. Clang, the simultaneous sound of 300 blades unsheathing coalesced into a visible pale cyclone above the execution ground. The white blades reflected the distorted faces of the destitute, A young mother pressed her child's head against her emaciated chest, while an elderly man knelt, revealing a neck so thin that the vertebrae could be counted. A youth resembling a scholar suddenly broke into a grin, his mouth splitting wide to reveal that he had already bitten through half his tongue. The foremost guardians took their first step, their iron boots crushing the frost-covered grass. They deliberately slowed their movements, allowing the backs of their blades to graze the throats of the destitute. A child suddenly broke free from his mother's embrace, stumbling towards the blade wielders, only to be frozen in place 3 steps away by the glimmer of the blood jade in the young boy's eyes. The last image reflected was the engraved inscription of the Qintian Supervisory Bureau from the year of the Gingxi. The blades of the second row of guardians were already raised at a 45-degree angle. The white-haired elder who had been pleading suddenly ceased his trembling. His clouded eyes reflected the centipede scar on the neck of the man in purple, his expression turning to one of dawning realization. As the old man opened his toothless mouth to shout, the first warm droplets of blood splattered onto his cracked lips. Li Ergo's pupils were bloodshot, and his vision sharpened unnaturally. He could see the birthmark on the back of the young mother's neck, the dirt lodged beneath the elderly man's fingernails, and even the droplets of blood suspended in midair, each moment imprinted in his mind like a slow-motion film. He realized his palm was inexplicably warm. Lowering it to discover his flesh had been torn, shards of his own nails embedded deeply within. Zhao Qi stood calmly beside him, though a slight tremor betrayed the anger coursing through his body. These people had gathered merely for a morsel of food. What sin had they committed to deserve such slaughter? Li Ergo grit his teeth, his voice low and filled with fury. As the words escaped his lips, they hissed like a snake whose vital spot had been stepped upon. At that moment, a gaunt figure suddenly sprang from the crowd. It was a boy, no older than 16 or 17, his tattered garments tearing as he sprinted, revealing a still-healing whip mark across his waist. His sprinting posture was bizarre, reminiscent of a rabbit whose tail had been singed by fire. His left leg was noticeably shorter than the right, yet he surged forward with astonishing speed. The sound that erupted from the boy's throat was not a scream, but rather a pained whimper of a cornered beast. He produced a half-sharpened shard of tile from his sleeve, its edge glistening a sinister dark hue in the waning light, as if it had been steeped in poison. The foremost, well-trained white feather guardian finally displayed a change in expression. His brows lifted slightly, as if he had witnessed an ant lifting a straw. He raised his hand, delivering a swift, decisive strike, devoid of hesitation. As the blade flashed, the boy's deformed left leg remained suspended in midair. The guardian's long knife accurately pierced between the third and fourth ribs, a fan-shaped mist of blood erupting from the wound. The youth collapsed, the tile clattering against the guardian's iron boot, shattering into fragments. This young beggar did not have time to utter a single cry of despair before he fell, like a withering leaf, lifelessly into the pool of blood. Blood splattered forth, blooming like a crimson flower upon the parched earth of the execution ground, instantly saturating the soil in a deep red hue. This scene seemed to ignite the fuse of terror that pervaded the execution ground, inciting the destitute to revolt against their oppressors. The white feather guardians, witnessing the uprising, hesitated no longer. 300 guardians transformed into a whirlwind of white, the shriek of their blades slicing through the air, drowning out the cries of the desperate. An elderly man with a limp raised his arm, only for it to be severed along with half his shoulder, the geyser of blood painting the white plumes with a splatter of crimson ink. A woman cradling her infant was pierced simultaneously by 3 long blades, the child still suckling at the blood-soaked hem of her garment. In that instant, the air was filled with intermingled cries for mercy, wails of anguish, and the sounds of suffering, echoing into the heavens, breaking hearts with their sorrow. The man in the purple marten stood silently to the side, his iron fingers lightly tapping, resembling a cold, indifferent deity of death. He clasped his hands tightly against his chest, his posture erect, and his gaze devoid of any visible emotion, as if the gruesome slaughter before him were merely a trivial performance. The blood jade on his iron finger gleamed even more vividly against the backdrop of blood. Li Ergu felt a surge of boiling blood rush to his head, and the world before him suddenly turned a vivid crimson. His rough fingers dug deeply into his palm, the nails piercing through flesh without him noticing. The cacophony of anguished cries from the execution ground struck his spine like a searing iron brand. Unable to contain the fury and grief swelling within him, his blood surged, and his tattered straw sandals crushed the dry twigs beneath him. Just as he was about to charge forward, Zhao Qi's calloused hand clamped onto his shoulder like a vice. Ergu. Zhao Qi's voice was low but resonated like thunder in his ears. Look over there. Following Zhao Qi's direction, Li Ergu saw dozens of black-clad archers poised with poisoned wolf-tooth arrows, ready to thwart anyone who dared to intrude upon the execution site. A shudder coursed through Li Ergu, as if he had been doused with cold water. Indeed, what could an ordinary man without martial prowess do? He glanced once more at the young scholar at the front of the refugees, whose dazed gaze aligned with theirs, blood congealed at the corner of his mouth, still clutching a severed tongue. Chiga. Li Ergu's voice faltered, his mouth suddenly tasting of iron. Just last month, this scholar had taught them how to write their names. He rubbed his eyes with his rough palms, but the flood of tears could not be stemmed. Zhao Qi's throat bobbed violently as he pressed the other hand firmly against the dagger at his waist. In the distance, a sickening thud echoed. Li Ergu doubled over, retching. The wild vegetable porridge he had consumed that morning mixed with bile spilled onto the carpet of dry leaves. Seizing the moment, Zhao Qi pulled him back from the crowd of onlookers. "Remember these faces," Zhao Qi whispered into his ear, his voice as soft as the wind. "Someone will seek retribution for this." As he released his grip, Li Ergu noticed the same crescent-shaped bloodstains etched into Zhao Qi's palm. Amidst the blood-soaked execution ground, Li Ergu and Zhao Qi appeared as inconsequential specks of dust, helplessly adrift in the tempest of fate. Just as Li Ergu was about to respond while recalling that day's events, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, and a flurry of snowflakes darted through the broken window, brushing swiftly past his neck. This was no snow. It was unmistakably a wolf-tooth arrow. The starry patterns on the shaft glimmered a chilling blue under the moonlight, the sharp arrowhead embedding itself in the left eye of the statue. In an instant, cracks rapidly spread across the compassionate visage of the city god. The ashes in the incense burner stirred by the gust from the arrow's flight spiraled chaotically, showering down on Zhao Qi's suddenly tense shoulders. Beneath the offering table, the blood-stained steamed bun had unknowingly shattered into 3 pieces. Chapter 3, Blood-soaked frost on the grass. The moment the wolf-fang arrow plunged like a meteor into the left eye of the statue, a piercing cold wind carried with it a pungent and slightly fishy scent that invaded Li Ergu's nostrils. The aroma resembled long stagnant rust, interlaced with an indescribable stench. At that moment, Li Ergu remained oblivious to the fact that he was already teetering on the threshold of the underworld. For this odor was no ordinary bloodiness. It was the fearsome and notorious poison known as the Northern Cold Poison. As the wolf-fang arrow embedded itself, the compassionate visage of the city god cracked like a spider's web, fissures spreading rapidly across its face. Fine ash cascaded down, settling onto Zhao Qi's suddenly tense shoulders. Upon closer inspection, one could see coriander leaves from the drunken immortal tower clinging to his shoulders, an incongruous sight amidst the tense and deadly atmosphere. "Get down," Zhao Qi, who had just been toasting a half-eaten bun over the faint campfire with a dagger, swiftly shouted as he yanked Li Ergu down. The two of them rolling beneath the altar like startled hares. Just as they concealed themselves, a second arrow whistled through the air, piercing the faded dragon robe and pinning the still-warm bun firmly into the wall crevice. The mixture of guanine earth and date paste splattered onto Li Ergu's face like shrapnel, the scalding sensation jolting him awake. Even more bizarrely, in the already chilling confines of the city god temple, the arrow emitted wisps of white mist, reminiscent of vengeful spirits from the netherworld, exuding an aura of dread. A resounding crash echoed as the temple door was violently thrust open, as if struck with immense force. A gust of frigid wind and snow swept in with 12 figures, each clad in dark armor and wielding glimmering long knives. Their spiked boots mercilessly crushed the remnants of the incense burner, producing a crisp yet disquieting sound. The eye holes of their masks, adorned with patterns resembling mythical beasts, were shrouded in waxed cloth, emanating a mysterious and sinister aura. The leader, adorned with 3 prominent white feathers atop his helmet that fluttered in the wind, bore the inscription Bing Shin Qi in vermilion on his breastplate, the crimson letters glaringly vivid against the wintry backdrop. His right pinky finger, missing half, bore the frost of death, resembling a lifeless ember. The white feather camp's death soldiers. Zhao Qi furrowed his brow, extending his tongue to slowly lick the blood that had just oozed from the corner of his mouth. His sheepskin coat bore several rips, and the indigo tattoos on his waist were partially visible. "Merely the lackeys who handle the dirty work for the lofty nobles," he muttered, his breath forming frost at his brow, enhancing the grotesqueness of the scar on his face. His boots traced arcs in the thick ash, while the yellow silk of the altar had somehow wrapped around his wrist, still clinging with unwashed ash. Li Ergu, face contorted with shock and fury, hastily picked up the bloodied remnants of the bun from the ground, desperately shrinking back to alleviate Zhao Qi's concerns. The crumbs mixed with guanine earth tumbled down his collar, sending a chill and itch down his spine. Suddenly, memories of the bloody and brutal scene 3 days prior at the West Market execution ground flooded his mind. The sight of the tongueless beggars, blood spraying forth, had been accompanied by the same eerie white mist. By order of the Inspector General, eliminate the Demon Star. The crossbows of the white feather guards clicked ominously, a sound akin to dull blades scraping against bone, sending shivers down one's spine. Remember to leave a survivor. The Inspector General intends to exact 3,600 cuts as a lesson. In the face of such dire straits, Zhao Qi suddenly laughed, a smile reminiscent of a cornered beast brimming with madness and resolve. His frost-streaked brows lifted, imbued with a young man's fierce determination. "Ergu, do you think this arrow could be exchanged for a few taels of silver?" Before his words faded, the wolf-fang at the end of Zhao Qi's dreadlocks shot out like a bolt of black lightning, deftly lodging itself in the breathing hole of the nearest white feather guard's mask. The guard instantly gasped for air, staggering backward. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Qi propelled himself off the altar, soaring into the snow-laden air like a soaring eagle. His sheepskin coat billowed, resembling wings. The dagger in his hand glinted coldly, akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky, as it penetrated the guard's neck, covering with precision. A crimson droplet trickled along the blade's surface, tracing a mysterious groove, forming a striking five-petaled red plum blossom against the pristine snow. Observe the intent. One of the white feather guards exclaimed in disbelief. The remaining guards immediately split into three, converging on Zhao Qi. Yet, Zhao Qi moved with grace, sliding onto his back. The dagger in his grasp struck like a venomous serpent, thrusting upwards into the joint of one guard's armor. With a swift twist of his wrist, the blade shredded through the guard's insides. In this fierce clash, Zhao Qi's movements flowed effortlessly, akin to a dancing butterfly, skillfully evading the brutal slashes of two guards. He then thrust his dagger quickly, the glimmer of cold steel flashing, as two guards groaned and collapsed to the ground. Only 8 left. Zhao Qi kicked the corpse aside, throwing his head back in laughter. Bits of ice flew from his tattered straw sandals, enough to trade for 2 big bowls of long fish noodles with extra scallions. Before his words could settle, Zhao Qi suddenly leaned back, as an iron arrow whizzed past his cheek, slicing through his dreadlocks, which fell into the snow like a dead black bird. In the distance, the white feather guard archer smirked disdainfully, a mocking smile typical of the noble elite of the capital. Suddenly, a hoarse and Apos' whinny reverberated like thunder within the temple, freezing the movements of all present. An invisible, yet powerful aura surged forth like a tidal wave. Li Ergu, devoid of martial prowess, was the first to be swept away, crashing violently into the wall, blood spewing from his mouth and staining the dilapidated surface. A middle-aged man, clad in a marten fur cloak and riding a Liaodong horse, emerged through the swirling snow. The golden-threaded soft armor beneath his cloak shimmered with the pattern of the Big Dipper, and the iron gauntlet on his hand bore an intricate design of a dragon holding a pearl, with blood jade embedded within its eyes. Both Li Ergu and Zhao Qi shivered at the sight, recognizing him as the purple marten-clad leader from the execution ground 3 days prior. The Big Dipper pattern? The dog noses of the Astronomical Bureau are indeed sharp. Zhao Qi spat out blood-tinged ice shards, his boots tracing half of a Tai Chi symbol in the snow, as even the rat hole of the city god temple could smell it. As he spoke, he discreetly gestured for Li Ergu to escape with his left hand behind his back. Simultaneously, the yellow silk on his wrist tightened like a drawn sword, his grip on the dagger firming. The purple marten-clad man caressed the iron gauntlet, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, he waved his hand, and 3 penetrating arrows shot forth like black lightning. Zhao Qi suddenly grunted, and as Li Ergu turned to look, he saw 3 iron arrows pierce his left shoulder. The crimson blood barely had time to flow before the icy air instantly froze it into shards. The inscriptions on the arrow shafts were unmistakably the same soul-piercing nails that had been driven into the hands of those beggars at the West Market execution ground 3 days earlier. In the next instant, Li Ergu, struggling to rise from the ground, heard a sharp whoosh as an arrow, akin to a shooting star, hurtled towards him. Dodge, Ergu! Zhao Qi shouted with all his might, his voice mingled with the sound of ice shards, laced with unending urgency. In an instant, he sprang forth like a wounded yet fiercely determined leopard, wielding a dagger to deflect the deadly arrow aimed at Ergu. With a swift motion, he drew out the arrow lodged in his shoulder and shot it back, the arrow slicing through the air with lethal precision, piercing the eye sockets of 3 Su-In-Wi guards. Immediately after, he spun around, discarding his sheepskin coat, and 7 willow leaf daggers erupted from the hidden folds of his garment like a constellation of brilliant stars, his life-saving talismans concealed within. The blades whirled in an intricate dance, forming a formidable net aimed squarely at the middle-aged man clad in purple marten fur. Yet, the man regarded the onslaught with a disdainful expression, standing resolutely, as if he were an immovable mountain. As the blades grazed his purple cloak and met the golden-threaded armor, they dissipated into nothingness, as if they had never existed. Interesting, the middle-aged man mused, stroking his iron gauntlet with a composed demeanor. At merely 15 years of age, you have already attained the level of observation, even standing on the threshold of the Qi manipulation realm. Among the younger generation of the vast world, you would barely make it into the first tier. Before he could finish his sentence, the snow curtain behind him suddenly tore apart, as if cleaved by a colossal axe. The aged talisman papers affixed to the pillars of the city god temple fluttered without wind, producing a rustling sound. A fierce sword aura surged from the northwest. The first to suffer was the middle-aged man's iron gauntlet, which shattered into fragments like tofu under the onslaught. The sword energy, unleashed like a tempest, swiftly shredded his white hair at the temples. Following that, the jade pendant of a dragon at his waist also succumbed to the attack, breaking into countless pieces. Ultimately, his well-maintained visage crumbled under the impact of the sword aura. The surrounding snowstorm, once a swirling chaos, was mercilessly torn apart, leaving countless ice crystals suspended in the air like an exquisite painting. Later, when Li Ergu trained in swordsmanship on Wudong Mountain, he learned that this technique, snow-embracing blue pass, required a formidable sword energy capable of solidifying the moisture in the air within a radius of dozens of yards, continuously flowing and unyielding. Even the most elite masters of the free and easy realm would find it difficult to master this move completely. Yet, the middle-aged man's skin began to peel away. revealing a delicate, feminine face beneath. Zhao Qi gradually rose from the ground and caught sight of the remnants of the disguise glue behind the man's ear. Suddenly enlightened, he erupted into a raucous laugh. Ha ha ha. I thought you were some celestial being. Before he could finish, a violent cough seized him, expelling ice shards mixed with bits of internal organs. Turns out you're just a worthless eunuch. In the snowy landscape, an old Taoist appeared, approaching with a lightness that seemed to defy gravity, leaving no trace in the snow. Clad in a tattered robe and covered in frost, he resembled a moving figure of ice and snow. However, the gourd of liquor at his waist emitted a steaming vapor, a stark contrast in this frigid environment. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a depiction of wudong cloud patterns faintly etched on the gourd. As the old Taoist stepped through the temple door, the raging snowstorm came to an abrupt halt. The half-extinguished red candle on the offering table flickered back to life, illuminating the dimly lit city god temple. Chapter 4. The sword's bone shines coldly. The biting north wind howled, carrying with it a flurry of delicate snowflakes that pierced through the dilapidated windows of the city god temple like sharp daggers. Inside the temple, a chilling aura pervaded, and Li Ergu curled up beneath the offering table, his body trembling slightly. At that moment, it felt as though a fiery mass was lodged in his throat, the metallic taste of blood surging within him, so potent it nearly induced nausea. Zhao Qi's blood had already frozen into shards beneath the brutal cold, cascading from the jagged wound on his left shoulder, each fragment landing heavily upon the ancient green bricks, producing a dull yet crisp sound. The bloodline of the Xiahou family, the seals of the Mo family, the forbidden techniques of the celestial master's path, and the profound Yin body. This child, an old Taoist, his eyes bleary with intoxication, wandered through the temple, his murky gaze sweeping over the scattered ice remnants on the ground. He held tightly to an antiquated wine gourd, his fingertips gently caressing its mouth as if it were a rare treasure, far more intriguing than the clay effigies in the Three Purities Hall. As he spoke, the snowflakes that had been swirling chaotically suddenly coalesced into countless glimmering swords, hovering ominously before the brows of the remaining white feather mystic guards, radiating an unrelenting intent to kill. Li Ergu watched in horror as the foremost armored warrior's pupils, concealed beneath his helmet, instantly contracted, while a layer of white frost began to seep through the crevices of his iron armor. In the blink of an eye, frost rapidly formed from within, each joint creaking painfully under the pressure of the ice. At the moment the icy swords pierced, 5 armored bodies fell like puppets devoid of souls, remaining in their drawn sword stances before crashing to the ground, shattering into crystalline ice shards without a single drop of blood spilling, as if they were mere illusions carved from ice. Boundless heavenly sovereign, the pure clarity true man crushed a piece of incense ash underfoot, and from the ashes, a green flame suddenly flickered to life. The incense offerings at the city god temple had indeed fattened the watchful hound of the underworld. With that, the old Taoist turned, his gaze like a bolt of lightning directed at the middle-aged man clad in a purple sable coat. In an instant, a formidable and fierce sword aura surged forth, akin to a tidal wave, crashing down upon the middle-aged man. Wherever the sword aura passed, the air was torn asunder, emitting a sharp whistle. However, just as the sword aura was about to descend with overwhelming force, vivid golden cicada patterns suddenly emerged upon the man's neck. The pure clarity true man could not help but utter a soft exclamation. The once unstoppable sword aura slightly veered, brushing past his ear with a rush, its sharpness slicing off a bloodied fragment of the ear. The golden cicada patterns, animated by blood, sprang to life, tearing through the flesh of the middle-aged man's neck, enveloping a dense, inky black mist that surged towards the heavens, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, beneath the tattered sable coat, Wang Jin's deputy, akin to a startled rodent, huddled into the shadows of the wall in a panic. Without warning, his left pinky finger exploded, bone fragments scattering as they transformed into 7 bloodbaths, each exuding a foul stench. These bloodbaths screeched sharply, clutching the severed digit as they darted in all directions with dizzying speed. One of the bloodbaths, in a frenzy, crashed into the steamed bun cradled in Li Ergu's arms, instantly saturating it with crimson droplets that seeped into the age-old wheat fragrance. Shedding the golden cicada? The pure clarity true man squinted slightly, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes, allowing the mass of black mist to shatter through the window, disappearing into the vast snowy expanse. The Gongsun family's death replacement curse has indeed become more adept. Pointing at the jade pendant at Zhao Qi's waist, which appeared to have been forcibly broken, the old Taoist mused aloud, uncertain whether he was speaking to himself or addressing those present. Is this not the person the Xiahou family seeks? As his words echoed in the empty, frigid temple, a sudden, muffled clatter of hooves resonated from the clouds above. The sound drew nearer, growing increasingly distinct. Li Ergu lifted his gaze to see 4 magnificent black steeds galloping into the temple, their hooves thundering against the snow, leaving behind a mysterious pattern reminiscent of the Big Dipper. As the carriage curtain was slowly drawn back, a hand adorned with an emerald ring emerged from within. The hand was as pale as paper, devoid of color, with crimson nails gleaming fiercely. The golden bells on the woman's wrist jingled softly, producing a clear and melodious sound. The striking characters of Xiahou engraved upon the bell tongue. Thank you for your efforts, pure clarity, true man. The youth with the jade pendant is indeed of my Xiahou lineage. The voice from behind the curtain was cold and venomous, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows. It has been 9 years. The blood spilled when the pendant was broken has only made this jade fiercer. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi suddenly erupted into a violent cough, blood-tinged phlegm spilling forth. Yet he disregarded it, throwing back his head to laugh uproariously. Did not the Xiahou family drown 20 illegitimate children last winter? Why seek me now? The emerald ring momentarily hesitated, and the icy voice from behind the curtain resounded again. There is a distinction between legitimate and illegitimate. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi's form surged violently, akin to a wounded beast rallying for a counterattack. His boots sparked against the blue bricks as he pressed his bleeding shoulder with his left hand, raising his dagger with his right, pointing it fiercely toward the curtain, his eyes aflame with fury. What a fine distinction. Xiahou Mingjing, did you consider the bloodlines when you turned my mother into a candle for others? Did you acknowledge propriety and law? As he swayed, a deep blue tattoo, twisted like a serpent in the flickering light, marked the tear in his sheepskin coat, an indelible brand left by the Xiahou family's cruel treatment of their illegitimate offspring. The curtain lifted without a breeze, revealing half of a face covered in thick pearl powder. A blood mole at the woman's brow suddenly split, and a bizarre, terrifying emerald-eyed spider crawled forth. A concubine's child should be drowned. To allow her to serve as a perpetual light before Buddha is mercy. Before her words could fully dissipate, 3 golden silks shot forth from her sleeve like lightning, ensnaring the severed jade pendant at Zhao Qi and Apos' waist. The pure clarity true man belched, the scent of alcohol wafting through the air. The wine that burst forth from his gourd spiraled peculiarly, coalescing into a large character meaning stop. In that instant, the 3 golden silks shattered into fragments, falling to the ground as writhing vermilion centipedes, squirming in the snow. Informed Xiahou Shi. The old Taoist's murky eyes glimmered with an azure light, exuding an aura of immense authority and warning. He owes Wudong something. If it is not repaid by the first day of next month, I shall personally collect his head. With that, the old Taoist vanished like a specter, appearing before Li Ergu in an instant. He gently pressed down on Li Ergu's crown, a surge of scorching energy pouring in like a torrent of molten lava. In that moment, Li Ergu felt as though his frozen meridians were pierced by a red-hot iron, the pain unbearable. Almost immediately, 72 sharp sword shadows erupted from behind the youth, shimmering with an icy radiance. Before Li Ergu could utter a scream, darkness enveloped him, and he fell unconscious. In the haze of his unconsciousness, he seemed to hear the old Taoist sigh softly. How intriguing. I almost overlooked this. The natural bone of the sword indeed suits sword practice, but alas, a heart burdened with grievances cannot validate the path of detachment. Predecessor, Zhao Qi, witnessing this, knelt heavily into the snow, which quickly engulfed him up to his thighs. He unhesitatingly tore open his sheepskin coat, revealing the ghastly burn scar on his chest. I am willing to be a sword slave, in exchange for you imparting half of his sword techniques. The celestial figure of Qingwei opened his bleary eyes slightly, as the liquid in his cup transformed into a sinuous azure serpent, slowly coiling around Zhao Qi's neck. Exuding a chilling aura, the Wudong sword sect was not lacking in sentinels. So let this be a whetstone for the sword. Zhao Qi's forehead struck the icy surface with a resounding crack, sending shards of azure brick scattering. Thus he faced the tribulations on his path to enlightenment. Thus he became the first soul to perish under his sword. The old Taoist suddenly burst into raucous laughter, his mirth shaking the talismans hanging from the temple's beams, causing them to flutter down. With a delicate flick of his fingers, the sword shadow behind Li Ergu abruptly reversed direction, piercing like lightning into Zhao Qi's body. The defiant youth trembled violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet a smile of liberation graced his lips. Good, very good. This is what my Xiahou family's cursed bloodline should possess. A sudden cacophony of shattering porcelain erupted from within the silk-draped carriage, causing the pearl powder on Xiahou Mingjing's face to scatter. Qingwei, she shrieked, her sharp nails tearing through the curtain, her voice a tempest of anger and fear reverberating through the temple. How dare you harm the Xiahou family? Enough noise. The old Taoist snapped his fingers, and the ice sword perched above the carriage abruptly changed course, shooting like a meteor towards the interior. The emerald fingerstall cracked in response, and Xiahou Mingjing let out a piercing scream. The black steeds, hooves raised in the snow, left a long trail of crimson in their wake, each streak adorned with blood-red ice flowers, resembling vicious fangs. Suddenly, a crisp sound of mechanisms engaging echoed from within the carriage. Xiahou Mingjing, her blood-red nails clutching the dragon-carved wall of the carriage, felt 3 strands of golden silk suddenly ensnare Zhao Qi's ankles. My Xiahou family's dog shall die in the ancestral shrine. As Qingwei's liquor began to coalesce in his sleeve, a mysterious ice coffin sprang forth from beneath the carriage. The surface of the coffin was etched with celestial patterns, and the cold air triggered a flurry of blood and ice shards to swirl into the air, forming the constellation of the 28 mansions. The Moke family and Apos' celestial coffin? The old Taoist and Apos' fingertip sword energy suddenly contracted, allowing the ice coffin to engulf Zhao Qi, clearly willing to invest heavily. At the moment the coffin sealed, a jade pendant at Zhao Qi and Apos' waist suddenly glowed. A blue light seeped from the cracks of the pendant, resonating with the concealed mechanism wings of the carriage. The four snow-stepping steeds reared up, their hooves shining with the patterns of the celestial constellations, casting beams of light to etch a teleportation array in the snow. Qingwei the old Taoist. Xiahou Mingjing tore down half the curtain, her furious visage transformed into a ghastly mask under the starlight. Once I forged the ice puppet. Before she could finish, the mechanism wings thunderously unfurled. The steeds morphed into a stream of light, merging into the array, transporting the ice coffin 100 zhang away in an instant. The old Taoist did not pursue. Instead, he picked up the bloodied mane, gesturing with his left hand, causing the mane to ignite with azure flames in his palm. Within the flames, a vision emerged of Zhao Qi bound in the ancestral shrine and Apos' underground chamber, 9 chains of mysterious ice penetrating his bones, tethered to 20 human candles. The flickering light revealing the remnants of his mother and Apos' spirit. What a grand scheme of deception. Qingwei the old Taoist scattered the ashes into a wine gourd, nurturing the ice puppet with the essence of his kin, demonstrating a ruthlessness surpassing even that of the impoverished Taoist himself. He cast a glance at the unconscious Li Ergu, the sword shadow behind the youth slowly coalescing into the shape of a vengeful spirit. The old Taoist casually discarded a piece of withered grass. And the moment it touched the snow, a dragon's roar resonated from beneath the ground. The grass took root, swiftly growing into a peach tree, its branches bursting forth with sword energy, the buds revealing the embryonic form of blades. Qingwei the old Taoist gently caressed the trunk, the word slay the evil appearing on the bark. With a flick of his fingers, a white sword energy transformed into azure smoke and penetrated Li Ergu's brow. As dusk settled, Qingwei the old Taoist, bearing the unconscious Li Ergu, stepped onto the way station. The old man tread barefoot across the icy surface, each step marking a hexagram in the snow. The youth clutched a small piece of blood-stained cornbread tightly in his hand. Dao, Long. Li Ergu and Apos' voice faltered in fragmented syllables. Your brother sought an opportunity for you. Are you willing to join my Wudong sword sect? Master. The Wudong sword sect has no masters, only those who temper the sword and the sword itself. In the distance, the howls of wolves echoed, startling a flock of crows. Li Ergu cast one last glance towards the direction of Yongji City, faintly perceiving Zhao Qi shackled within the azure carriage. Fragments of sheepskin mingling with ice shards cascading from the wheel tracks. From now on, you shall be known as Li Jianxin. When the heart of the sword becomes clear, it will know what to sever. Chapter 5. Apprenticeship at Wudong Mountain. The morning mist of Wudong Mountain dances like ethereal spirits, weaving freely among the 72 peaks. The clouds, resembling creamy jade, crash against the steep cliffs and waves, while the golden summit intermittently reveals itself through the gaps in the mist. The snow of Wudong Mountain is entirely distinct from that of Yongji City. Here, the snowflakes seem to carry a fierce sword energy, fluttering down like a flurry. And the moment they touch the skin, they bring a sharp sting. Li Jianxin reclined on the broad back of the esteemed Qingwei Zhenren, his gaze fixed intently on the winding mountain path dotted with rusted swords. The sword hilts, wrapped in faded yellow silk, trembled in the wind as if reminiscing about past glories. Every 7 steps, a sword stood embedded in the rocky ground, its sharp blade plunged over 3 inches deep, pointing skyward along the rugged trail. Gazing at these swords, Li Jianxin felt a surge of confusion. He could almost hear the haunting wails of the swords, as if they were lamenting their former glory and solitude. Qingwei Zhenren seemed to sense Li Jianxin and Apos' thoughts. He lifted a gourd of wine from his waist and took a hearty swig. The intoxicating aroma mingled with the biting mountain breeze, billowing his robe. He spoke slowly. These are the Apos, inquiry swords and Apos. In the realm of Jianghu, who is not one to pursue fame and fortune, our Wudong sword sect, a pillar of swordsmanship, naturally attracts those who seek to challenge the renowned. Thus, I established this rule. Those who come to inquire must ascend the mountain path, leaving a sword behind for every 7 steps they take. If a disciple of our sect is bested, they too must leave their sword here. After taking another swig of wine, Qingwei Zhenren continued, I recall that the farthest anyone has traversed this path was 30 years ago by the Bloodhand judge, Cui Wei. This madman first challenged the 7 great sword sects. Then, bearing a 300-pound heavy iron sword, he came to Wudong to inquire about swords. As he spoke, the old Taoist flicked his fingers, and in an instant, the myriad rusted swords on the path began to hum in unison, as if awakened from a deep slumber. He journeyed from the awakening of insects to the heavy snows, leaving behind a staggering 3,600 swords at Wudong. Yet even so, he ultimately halted at the mountain gate. Before his words faded, countless flashes of sword light suddenly illuminated the mountainside, their ringing intertwined like an exhilarating battle hymn. Amidst the shadows of swords, Li Jianxin envisioned numerous swordsmen of varied forms and attire. Some donned black attire, resembling phantoms of the night, gliding effortlessly through the woods, their long swords slicing the air with impenetrable precision. Where the sword windswept, leaves fell as if scattered by celestial maidens, yet infused with a relentless aura of death. Others wore flowing white robes, exuding an otherworldly elegance, akin to immortals descending to the mortal realm. Their sword techniques were graceful and ethereal, each swing illuminating the air with vibrant light, as if dancing in harmony with nature, showcasing the fluidity and vitality of the sword arts. Continuing along the serpentine path, Li Jianxin spotted an elderly man. The old man, with silver hair flowing, wore a gray Taoist robe that rustled in the wind. The sword in his hand appeared simple and unadorned, yet when wielded, it emanated a profound and rich power. His swordsmanship was steady and grand, each move imbued with a deep understanding of the sword path. Though seemingly unremarkable, his techniques concealed boundless transformations, resembling a towering mountain that could withstand any tempest. Next, a young swordsman came into view. Clad in red, he resembled a blazing flame, each strike imbued with overwhelming force. The sound of his sword akin to an exhilarating battle song, invigorating all who heard it. His swordplay was bold and expansive, filled with the vigor and ambition of youth, as if striving to conquer all adversaries through sheer strength, exemplifying the fierce and unyielding nature of the sword path. Then appeared a swordsman in a black robe. His sword techniques were enigmatic and unpredictable, his form flickering like a phantom, elusive in the valley. The sword in his hand glimmered with an extraordinary light, its ringing alternating between sharp and piercing, like a meteor slicing through the night sky. At times, it resonated deep and prolonged, reminiscent of a roar from the abyss. His movements were agile and light, each attack delivered from unexpected angles, revealing the mysterious and uncanny aspects of swordsmanship. As Li Jianxin traversed this magnificent scene, he was profoundly moved. The myriad sounds of swords intertwined, composing a grand symphony of the sword path. These diverse swordsmen seemed to embody the myriad schools and realms of swordsmanship, each showcasing their unique styles and techniques, pouring forth their passion and dedication to the sword arts in this mountain forest. Li Jianxin found himself immersed in this spectacle, perceiving the vastness of the sword path and feeling his own insignificance in that moment. Finally, he arrived at the mountain gate. There, he beheld a burly man with a thick beard, wielding an enormous heavy iron sword, radiating a fierce battle intent that was earth-shattering. With a thunderous shout, he swung his sword, exuding an aura that seemed capable of splitting the heavens. However, at that critical moment, a branch of a peach blossom shot forth like lightning, precisely striking the heavy iron sword. The man was instantly sent reeling backward, crashing heavily into the snow, blood gushing from his mouth. His palm painfully adhered to the sword hilt. Behind him lay an endless expanse of sword mounts, seemingly narrating the ruthless and merciless nature of the Jianghu world. As the illusions faded, they left a chilling glimmer in Li Jianxin and Apos' eyes. Just then, the calm voice of Qingwei Jinren echoed in his ears. "This is your first initiation gift." Li Jianxin was about to respond when a series of bell chimes resonated from the misty mountain gate, accompanied by the clear ringing. A young girl dressed in green strolled gracefully through the clouds. The red ribbon around her ankle trailed a blood-like line in the snow, and at her waist hung 7 copper coins, which clinked together with her movement, forming an omen: heaven above, earth below, the world in decline. On the other side, a small silver bell hung, inscribed with the words Qingxi, its red string leaving delicate footprints in the snow, like a lively painting. Sensing this anomaly, she exclaimed with delight, "Qingwei Shishu is back." The girl chirped, tilting her head curiously to scrutinize Li Jianxin on the back of the old Taoist, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, you even brought a little beggar." With a smile, Qingwei Jinren gently set Li Jianxin down and addressed the girl. "Xiao Xi'er must not be rude. This is your little junior brother. You are to take him to the cold jade cave for bathing and changing, then bring him to the golden summit and Apos' purple sky hall. I will inform your master first." With a flick of his finger, a warmth surged into Li Jianxin's body, instantly banishing the cold and endowing him with newfound strength. "Junior brother Li Jianxin pays respects to senior sister," he said respectfully, bowing to the charming girl who appeared to be of similar age. Seeing this, Qingwei Jinren said no more, stepping forward and vanishing as if merging with the very essence of Wudong Mountain. The girl's eyes sparkled as a radiant smile spread across her face. "My name is Lin Qingxi, and I shall look after you on the mountain from now on," she declared, playfully patting her chest. Inwardly, she rejoiced. "Wow, I'm no longer the youngest at Wudong. I'm now a senior sister, haha. Come on. Senior sister will take you to bathe." As they walked, Lin Qingxi chattered excitedly. "Little junior brother, our Wudong is divided into the sword sect and the Dao sect. The highest technique of the sword sect is the amp, Apos, 2-instrument sword classic, and amp, Apos, said to allow one to wield the forces of yin and yang as one's own, with a sword that can alter the winds and clouds. The Dao sect, on the other hand, practices the amp, Apos, purple sky Dao book, and amp, Apos, which enables one to comprehend the spirit of heaven and earth, merging with nature itself. The current headmaster, the illustrious Changshu Jinren, ranks 3rd on the celestial leaderboard, yet he has remained in seclusion for 6 years, leaving one to ponder the extent of his cultivation. My master is the foremost leader of the Dao sect, while your master, the esteemed Qingwei, presides as the head of the sword sect, holding the 4th position on the celestial rankings. The disciples within our sect number 3,600, equally divided between the 2 sections.
The Dao sect boasts 12 direct disciples, each a paragon among men, while the Sword sect had but one before your arrival. Li Jianxin listened quietly, observing the whimsical young girl before him, who hopped joyfully ahead, chattering endlessly about the myriad wonders of Wudong Mountain. A wave of warmth surged within him. Orphaned from a young age, apart from a brief encounter with the 9-year-old Zhao Qi 6 years past, he had known only coldness and alienation in every place he had visited. Yet in this little sister, he felt a long-lost kindness and warmth, instilling in him a profound sense of belonging. Here we are. Quickly, go in and bathe, junior brother. Li Jianxin stepped cautiously into the Hanyu cave, where the hot spring released wisps of steam, shrouding the cavern in an aura of mystery. He gently immersed himself in the pool, and the grime of battle dissipated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. As the warm waters nourished him, he felt a soothing flow of warmth course through his body, healing the injuries inflicted by the middle-aged weasel man, the pain gradually subsiding. A quarter of an hour later, a gentle breeze wafted through, and Lin Qingxi turned to behold the young man emerging from the cave. Clad in a flowing Wudong robe adorned with cloud patterns, the moonlight blue satin fabric billowed gracefully, reminiscent of drifting clouds. The pale blue designs resembled flowing mist, subtly shifting with his every movement, while his wide sleeves fluttered in the wind, evoking an ethereal grace. The young man's features were striking, his elongated eyes seemingly holding the depths of the cosmos, imbued with a lively brilliance, radiating intelligence and determination. Though slightly frail, this lent him an air of delicate beauty and poetic charm, akin to a solitary celestial being stepping forth from an inkwash painting, or a rare breeze that stands apart from the world, evoking a sense of tender compassion. The young girl felt her cheeks flush, her heart inexplicably racing, and she hurriedly said, "Let us go, junior brother. We must head to the Zixiao Hall. I shall explain the master-apprentice ceremony to you." At that moment, the atmosphere in the Zixiao Hall was solemn and reverent. The central space lay vacant, with Qingwei Zhenren and an elderly man in a purple cloud-patterned robe seated on either side of the hall. 5 venerable elders flanked each of them, their expressions grave, exuding an aura of dignity shaped by the passage of time. To one side of the purple-robed elder, 12 chairs were arranged, yet only 5 were occupied, while Qingwei Zhenren and Apos' side had but an empty chair. "Your senior brother is finally taking on disciples again. Congratulations." The purple-robed elder spoke softly, his voice echoing through the hall, tinged with satisfaction and anticipation. Before he had finished speaking, Lin Qingxi entered the hall with Li Jianxin. In a clear voice, Lin Qingxi declared, "Disciple Qingxi pays respects to my master, esteemed uncles, and senior brothers." Seeing this, Li Jianxin hastily mimicked her, bowing respectfully. "Disciple Li Jianxin pays respects to my master, esteemed uncles, and senior brothers." The purple-robed elder regarded Lin Qingxi with a kind nod. Lin Qingxi then approached one of the 12 seats and sat down, patiently awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Qingwei Zhenren looked kindly at Li Jianxin, nodding slightly. "Now that you are here, let us begin the master-apprentice ceremony." 2 young acolytes entered, marching in unison, bringing forth a basin of clear mountain spring water, adorned with a few tender green bamboo leaves that swayed gently in the water, emanating a faint fragrance, symbolizing purity and nature. Under the guidance of the acolytes, Li Jianxin washed his hands, a gesture representing the cleansing of dust and distractions, allowing him to enter the Wudong sect with an untainted heart, embarking on the path of swordsmanship. Next, under the gaze of the assembly, he walked steadily toward the elevated altar where the incense table was set. 3 thick sandalwood sticks released curling wisps of smoke. With sincerity in his demeanor, Li Jianxin accepted the incense from the acolyte, bowing deeply 3 times before the image of the founding master. After completing his bows, he placed the incense into the burner, watching as the smoke spiraled upward. He then turned to face Qingwei Zhenren and knelt on one knee. With solemnity, Qingwei Zhenren intoned, "Wudong does not require 3 bows and 9 kowtows. If you wish to join our ranks, you must abide by the sect and Apos' rules and never act against them. Do you consent?" Li Jianxin and Apos' voice rang out clearly and resolutely. "Disciple consents." "Very well. From this day forth, you shall reside in the Zongjin Cave. You will sweep the steps of the Zongjin Cliff every day at the hour of the tiger, continuing until you can hear the swords weep," Qingwei Zhenren stated, lightly tapping the table. "Senior brother? Master uncle?" The hall erupted in a chorus of astonished exclamations. Chapter 6, The First Night at Sword Burial Cliff. "Senior brother? Master uncle?" The Taoist in the purple robe and Lin Qingxi exclaimed simultaneously, their hearts filled with astonishment. Before them stood Master Qingwei, his expression calm and composed, with a gentle wave of his sleeve. His voice was serene yet brooked no dissent. "Little seer, take your junior brother to the sword burial cave first." Lin Qingxi raised her eyes to meet Master Qingwei's resolute gaze, then turned to her master, the Taoist in the purple robe. She noticed him shaking his head slightly, a look of helplessness evident on his face. Understanding her master's concern, Lin Qingxi respectfully replied, "Yes, disciple will obey." With that, she grasped the bewildered Li Jianxin's hand and turned to leave the solemn and majestic Lingxiao Hall. After they departed, Master Qingwei and the purple-robed elder exchanged glances, each raising a hand to signal the elders and true disciples seated within the hall to withdraw. The purple-robed elder, his face etched with worry, turned to Master Qingwei and asked, "Senior brother, what do you mean by this? Jianxin currently possesses no cultivation. How can he survive in the treacherous sword burial cliff?" Master Qingwei raised a hand slightly, brushing his sleeve, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. In a tranquil tone, he replied, "The greatest peril of the sword burial cliff lies in the relentless sword energy and sword intent. Jianxin possesses a natural sword bone and harbors a seed of the sword within him. For others, this cliff may be a deadly danger, but for him, the opportunities far outweigh the risks." Moreover, at this point, a sharp glint flashed in Master Qingwei's eyes, resembling a cold star. If he cannot comprehend how to master the inherent sword energy within him, he will either remain stagnant at the stage of comprehending intent for the rest of his life, or upon breaking through to the chi control stage, he will meet his end. Upon hearing this, the purple-robed elder could only sigh helplessly and shake his head slowly. Meanwhile, as Li Jianxin walked along the winding mountain path, his curiosity could no longer be contained, and he asked, "Sister Qingci, may I inquire if there is any special significance to the sword burial cliff?" Lin Qingci sighed softly and replied, "The sword burial cliff is the resting place for the myriad swords of Wudong Mountain. It is both the greatest opportunity and the most perilous forbidden area of Wudong Mountain." She paused briefly before continuing, "The swords buried here belong to masters of unparalleled swordsmanship, at least at the pinnacle of the free and easy realm. The ferocity of their sword energy and the sharpness of their sword intent are beyond imagination. Here, there are not just thousands of divine swords. The sword energy and sword intent intertwine and clash. The moment an ordinary person sets foot on the sword burial cliff, their body is besieged by a violent sword energy, and their spirit is subjected to the relentless pressure of the sword intent. A moment's inattention could lead to their demise. Furthermore, junior brother, you currently possess no cultivation whatsoever. I truly cannot fathom what Master Qingwei is thinking." As she spoke, her small fists clenched unconsciously, her face a mask of concern and confusion. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin unexpectedly let out a sigh of relief. Initially, he had thought he was about to enter a place fraught with peril after witnessing the reactions of Master Purple Robe and Lin Qingci. However, now that he understood he possessed a natural sword bone, perhaps the sword burial cliff would prove to be a fortuitous place for him. He turned to Lin Qingci and said, "Sister, you may not know, but I have a natural sword bone. I believe Master intends for me to hone my sword bone with the help of the sword burial cliff." "Ah, I almost thought Master was losing his wits. If you have a natural sword bone, then it makes sense," Lin Qingci exclaimed, her realization dawning as she nodded her head gently. Li Jianxin found her adorable demeanor amusing and asked, "I have one more question for you, sister. Earlier, you mentioned the free and easy realm. I have yet to begin my training and am unaware of how the cultivation realms are classified." Lin Qingci, hands clasped behind her back, trod lightly with a cheerful demeanor, resembling a little teacher as she replied, "Cultivation realms are categorized from low to high as follows. The first realm is body refinement, where one uses internal energy to temper their muscles and bones. Sects focused on physical training often require their disciples to repeatedly refine their bodies until they achieve a state of perfection, with vitality as vigorous as a dragon. The second realm, meridian opening, requires internal energy to connect the 8 extraordinary meridians. When the internal energy flows smoothly like a babbling brook, one can achieve a breakthrough. Moreover, disciples from prestigious families or large sects are usually required to connect the 12 primary meridians. There are even exceptionally talented individuals who can achieve 100 meridians interconnected, allowing internal energy to converge like an ocean." With a hint of pride, Lin Qingci continued, "The third realm, comprehending intent, requires grasping at least one form of intent. The fourth realm, chi control, demands the unity of intent and energy, enabling internal energy to be released externally. The fifth realm, inquiring the Tao, necessitates understanding one's true heart and discovering the path one wishes to pursue. The sixth realm, free and easy, involves severing the 3 corpses of greed, anger, and ignorance. According to Master, the disparities among cultivators at this realm are vast. Beyond this is the realm of earthly immortals, where the top 10 experts are all earthly immortals. May I ask further about the heavenly rankings you frequently mention?" Li Jianxin continued to inquire. Lin Qingci patiently explained, "The Great Yuan Court has established the 3 rankings of heaven, earth, and man to recruit all martial experts in the Great Yuan. The human ranking records 100 young experts under the age of 25. The earth ranking includes 50 experts beneath the earthly immortal realm. And the heavenly ranking lists the 10 most powerful individuals in the Great Yuan. While it is true that experts within the court do not enter these 3 rankings, and perhaps some reclusive masters remain uncounted, I believe that even if they were included, there would not be significant changes in the rankings. Speaking of which, your senior brother from the Sword Sect is currently ranked 7th on the Earth ranking, known as the Peach Blossom Sword Saint, Lu Mubai." Upon hearing the title of the Peach Blossom Sword Saint, Li Jianxin recalled the beautiful peach blossom branch he had encountered upon entering the sect. The two continued their exchange, lost in conversation, until they arrived at the sword burial cave by the base of the sword burial cliff. Lin Qingxi gestured towards the stone steps adorned with various swords beside the cave, saying, "If you ascend these stone steps, you will reach the sword burial cliff." Li Jianxin's gaze was drawn to the first sword embedded in the steps. It was approximately 6 feet long, broad and heavy. Its blade as dark as the boundless night sky, yet it emanated a chilling metallic sheen. Is this the imposing Xiantai heavy sword? Li Jianxin murmured to himself. Lin Qingxi, catching his whisper, explained, "You know of Cui Wei? That madman once sought to challenge Wudong. Although he ultimately faced defeat, he earned the recognition of senior brother Lu Mubai, which is why his sword was laid to rest here on the steps of the sword burial cliff instead of being left at the entrance of the sect. When I first ascended the mountain, Master granted me a rare opportunity to witness the swordsmanship of all those who have come to Wudong seeking swords." Just as Li Jianxin stepped forward and was about to ascend the stone steps, an invisible force seemed to stir the surrounding flora and fauna into a frenzy, causing them to sway violently. Countless remnants of swords simultaneously emitted piercing cries, echoing like wails of despair. Li Jianxin felt blood streaming from his 7 orifices, and the sword patterns on his spine erupted in brilliant gold. In a daze, he appeared to see Zhao Qi lying in a cold ice chamber. 9 chains of profound ice piercing through his body, slowly melting away, and the blood transformed into the words "Save me." In a frenzy, Li Jianxin dashed towards the sword burial cliff, oblivious to the sword energy that had already ravaged his body, leaving him bloodied and battered, while the sword patterns on his palm extended up his arm to his neck. "Brother." Li Jianxin reached out to grasp the illusion, but his fingertips only brushed against a cold blade. Heaven and earth, the source of all qi. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Lin Qingxi hastily invoked her mystical arts. In an instant, the silver needle in her hand shimmered with golden light, piercing like lightning into Li Jianxin and Amp, Appos, by Wei acupoint. Strangely, the surrounding tempestuous sword energy inflicted no harm upon her. Without a moment and Appos' hesitation, Lin Qingxi bit her fingertip, swiftly inscribing a demon-restraining talisman upon the pristine snow. She commanded, "Awaken." The talisman manifested as a golden lock, instantly binding Li Jianxin's inner demons. Despite this, Li Jianxin continued to bleed from his 7 orifices, his last memory lingering on Zhao Qishan, who was bound in chains, screaming desperately, "Kill me with your sword." At that moment, a gentle breeze swept by, and Qing Wei Zhenren appeared beside them like a specter. He extended a finger, softly pointing, and a verdant light enveloped Li Jianxin entirely. "Master Uncle, what is happening to my junior brother? Was he not born with a sword bone? How could he end up like this?" Lin Qingxi inquired, her face etched with anxiety. Qing Wei Zhenren shook his head gently, letting out a long sigh. "Alas, it seems that the bond with his brother weighs heavily on his heart, and he is unwilling to let him become his sharpening stone. Furthermore, the karmic burdens within this sword bone sigh. He is ultimately just a 12-year-old boy." As his words faded, Qing Wei Zhenren subtly raised his sleeve, and 2 tomes materialized from thin air, gracefully descending into Lin Qingxi's hands. The titles inscribed upon them read The 2 Instruments Sword Classic and The Pure Heart of Howren. Lin Qingxi instinctively looked up, only to find that Qing Wei Zhenren had vanished without a trace, leaving behind his lingering voice echoing in her ears. "When your junior brother awakens, tell him." Chapter 7. The youth confides at the hour of the tiger. Songjin Cliff was shrouded in a dense, inky darkness, resembling a naturally formed ink wash painting, exuding an aura of tranquil and unique artistry. The night fell like a curtain, with faint starlight scattered across the landscape, adding a touch of mystery to the ancient cliff. Li Jianxin gradually awakened, realizing he lay upon a natural stone bed. This stone bed was neither too large nor too small, just enough for a single person to recline. And perhaps due to the passage of time, it possessed a certain warmth. He surveyed his surroundings and found himself within a cave. The cave entrance was not particularly wide, barely accommodating 2 people side by side. The surrounding rocks jutted out at odd angles. Although rugged, they appeared softened by countless years of erosion, resembling an artwork sculpted by time itself. Vines crept at the cave and Appos' mouth, their tender green leaves swaying gently in the breeze, as if playfully teasing the austere entrance, bestowing a touch of life and vibrancy. Suddenly, light footsteps echoed from the entrance, reminiscent of pearls dropping onto a plate, crisp and melodious. Lin Qingxi approached, gracefully carrying an exquisite food box. Dewdrops clung to her hair tips, sparkling in the dim light like tiny stars resting upon her dark tresses. "Junior brother, you're awake," Lin Qingxi exclaimed, her eyes brimming with delight as she dashed towards the stone bed, her voice ringing clear as a bell. "Come, eat something first." With that, she gently opened the food box, revealing a plate of golden osmanthus cake, fragrant and enticing, along with a small flask of jade ice brew. Li Jianxin felt an unbearable hunger. Since ascending Wudong Mountain the previous day, he had not tasted a drop of water and was now ravenous. Overwhelmed by the sight of the delicacies, he hastily reached for the osmanthus cake and devoured it voraciously, as if it had been ages since he last savored such a delightful treat. Slow down," Lin Qingxi urged. What happened to you yesterday? Master said you were consumed by discontent and resentment, which has turned into a heart demon. What on earth is? Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired with genuine concern. Hearing this, Li Jianxin took a swig from the jade ice brew, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat, eliciting a grimace. Though a bitter smile danced upon his lips. Sister, I can sense your kindness towards me. I imagine you have grown up on Wudong Mountain, a favored child of heaven, surrounded by benevolent souls. But as for me, he paused, a glimmer of reminiscence flashing in his eyes before he took another hearty gulp and continued. I have been an orphan since childhood. My benevolent foster mother, who took me in, tragically perished beneath the hooves of the Dajuan cavalry when I was 5. That year, the new emperor ascended to the throne, and the northern barbarians brazenly attacked, while the 9 lords seized territories for themselves. The martial sects either aligned with the powerful to seek protection or chose to live in seclusion, distancing themselves from turmoil, plunging the world into chaos. As a mere child, I was fortunate to escape that calamity, yet in those tumultuous times, it was a stroke of luck not to become prey to others. That year, I hid and fled, often going hungry, surviving on tree bark and clay. As he recounted these memories, Li Jianxin's expression grew increasingly somber, as if he were reliving those harrowing days. Misfortune does not come alone. I also fell victim to the massacre of refugees by the Qingtian supervisor. In search of survival, the refugees were forced to flee north, becoming a buffer between the northern barbarians and Dajuan. At that time, despair filled my heart. I thought I would either perish by the blade of the Qingtian supervisor or be ruthlessly trampled by the northern cavalry. Li Jianxin swallowed the osmanthus cake in one bite, his eyes rife with pain and nostalgia as he continued. Indeed, as I feared, I nearly lost my life at the hands of the Qingtian supervisor's disciples. Just at that critical moment, I encountered Zhao Qi. He wielded a dagger like a ray of light, piercing through my dark world and exerting every effort to save me. From then on, he took me with him, wandering without a home. Together, we witnessed the northern king try to resist the impending downfall of Dajuan, valiantly holding back the northern cavalry at Shanhaiguan, a scene of unparalleled heroism. We also witnessed the rise of the Ning king, who courted the powerful, wielding immense influence, even manipulating the emperor to command the lords. Though life remained exceedingly difficult, with Zhao Qi by my side, I felt less lonely. He would take me into the mountains to hunt beasts for food and pelts, and riskily steal provisions from the powerful, just to ensure I could eat my fill. I knew I was but a burden to him, yet he always reserved the best for me. I was aware he harbored many secrets, but to me, those mattered little. As long as I regarded him as my brother, that was sufficient. Until that day, when he resolutely knelt before our master, speaking earnestly, expressing his willingness to become a sword servant for Wudong, to serve as my whetstone, solely to allow me entry to Wudong Mountain and seek our master and Appos, essayed. Li Jianxin downed the remaining wine in his flask, a flicker of sword-like fury flashing in his eyes, filled with boundless grief and indignation. But sister, do you know? I never aspired to practice martial arts. All I desired was to live a simple, stable life with my brother, even if it meant continuing to wander. As long as we could be together, I would feel no regrets in this life. With that, the pent-up resentment within Li Jianxin surged forth like a flood breaking through its dam. He forcefully hurled the wine flask against the stone wall, shattering it instantly, and shouted, "But sister, I refuse to accept this. Why is the world so unjust? It ought not to be this way. I resent myself for being so weak, unable to protect even those around me. What right do I have?" In that moment, Li Jianxin became increasingly agitated, his entire being radiating a tumultuous sword energy, akin to a caged beast yearning to break free. Junior brother, Lin Qingxi, witnessing this, felt a surge of compassion and swiftly placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. In that instant, a powerful inner force surged from her palm, akin to an invisible force, stabilizing the chaotic sword energy within Li Jianxin. Please, for the sake of your sister, do not unjustly transfer your anger onto our master. He practices the emotionless sword path, having severed his own emotional ties. Yet, in truth, our master cares deeply for us juniors. The moment your heart demon manifested, he sensed it and rushed to suppress it, diligently tending to your injuries. He even entrusted me with these texts, the Liangyi Sword Classic and the Howren Tranquil Heart Formula, both of which are among the finest techniques of our time. The Liangyi Sword Classic is a legacy text of the sword sect, designed to harmonize the chaotic sword energy within you, while the Howren Tranquil Heart Formula will help you subdue your heart demon. As she spoke, Lin Qingxi carefully retrieved 2 ancient tomes and a token from her bosom, delicately presenting them to Li Jianxin. The covers of the tomes emanated an air of antiquity, seemingly narrating a long history, while the token bore mysterious engravings, exuding an aura of authority. Rest assured, sister, I will never blame others. I understand that harboring grievances is futile. I only blame myself for being too weak. Since Zhao Qi is determined for me to practice swordsmanship, I will give my all to become a sword immortal for him to behold. Li Jianxin accepted the tomes and token, his gaze resolute as he spoke slowly. Sister believes in you. Of course, if you cannot become a sword immortal, I shall become the world and Appos. as foremost female sword immortal to protect you. Lin Qingxi smiled, her eyes brimming with trust and encouragement. Then it is settled, sister, Li Jianxin replied, a hint of a rare smile gracing his lips. It is a promise. As the two individuals exchanged smiles, it seemed as though time itself paused in reverence of their camaraderie. Years later, the fateful meeting of the two unparalleled sword masters at the Sword Burial Cave would be embellished by storytellers, transforming it into a series of captivating tales that would resonate throughout the martial world, becoming a legend cherished by countless hearts. Junior brother, what are your plans now? Lin Qingxi inquired softly. My master wishes for you to read books, play chess, and sweep the floor, cultivating your own state of mind through these mundane daily activities. Then please, senior sister, take me to the scripture repository, Li Jianxin replied, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the scripture repository. After Li Jianxin presented his personal token to the elder guarding the repository, he and Lin Qingxi pushed open the heavy doors together. In an instant, a wave of antiquity and profound wisdom enveloped them. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few narrow skylights allowing a trickle of soft light to filter in, casting a mottled glow throughout the repository, imbuing it with an aura of mystery and solemnity. The bookshelves within were crafted from exquisite sandalwood, their surfaces bearing the marks of time, presenting a deep reddish-brown hue reminiscent of a weathered elder exuding a subtle, elegant fragrance. This aroma intertwined with the scent of aged tomes, enhancing the repository and amp, Oppo's antiquated elegance, as if whispering tales of the hidden pasts within the martial world. Junior brother. The first level houses a collection of historical texts, medical treatises, astronomy, geography, and various other subjects. Starting from the second level, you will find martial arts manuals arranged from basic to advanced. The topmost level contains rare, singular manuscripts, each embodying unique martial philosophies or chronicling lost techniques. Should any of these be disseminated, they would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed within the martial realm. Where would you like to begin? Lin Qingxi gently elucidated to Li Jianxin. Let us commence here, Li Jianxin responded, casually selecting a tome from the first level. The cover revealed several ancient characters. Little did Lin Qingxi anticipate that Li Jianxin would immerse himself in reading for an entire year. A year later, having thoroughly perused the repository from top to bottom, Li Jianxin lifted the last piece of osmanthus cake beside him, delicately placing it in his mouth and savoring it slowly. The familiar taste stirred countless memories within him. After finishing the cake, he rose gradually, stepping steadily out of the place he had inhabited for a year, making his way toward the Sword Burial Cliff. At the moment Li Jianxin ascended the stone steps of the Sword Burial Cliff, an eruption of sword energy surged skyward, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea or a phoenix undergoing rebirth. In an instant, the heavens roared with thunder and lightning, dark clouds gathering ominously, as bolts of lightning cleaved the sky, seemingly intent on shattering the bonds of this world. A phantom of a heavenly gate faintly materialized in midair. Chapter 8. The sword's resonance shakes the heavens at Wudong Mountain. At the Sword Burial Cliff, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Suddenly, hundreds of thousands of residual swords quivered in unison atop the cliff, emitting a resonant hum that seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld. Imbued with an ineffable sense of antiquity and sharpness, countless sword energies surged forth like dragons emerging from the sea, tearing apart the tranquility of the sky, which was instantly filled with flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder. Dark clouds churned, and a celestial gate manifested faintly in the air, appearing both real and illusory, exuding an aura of profound mystery and majesty. This extraordinary spectacle captured the attention of all on Wudong Mountain. Master Qingwei sat alone in a pavilion, savoring his drink, when his gourd slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a thud. The swirling phenomena reflected in his clouded eyes, and he murmured to himself, "What a remarkable young man, to have summoned a manifestation of the Celestial Gate. I wonder if he can truly open it with his sword." Master Qingwei understood that this celestial phenomenon was a rare sight in the Wudong sect and amp, Oppo's centuries-old heritage. If this opportunity were seized to ascend further, should he indeed open the Celestial Gate with his sword, that individual would undoubtedly become the foremost sword master of this generation. At that moment, Li Jianxin stood resolutely upon the stone steps, his figure as upright as a towering pine. His eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Surrounded by wisps of sword energy that danced like ethereal dragons, intertwining with the sword energy rising from the Sword Burial Cliff, gradually forming a subtle representation of the Tai Chi Yin-Yang symbol. With an intense focus, Li Jianxin silently recited the scriptures, his voice low yet resolute. In an instant, the wild sword energy surged towards his corporeal form like a runaway stallion. The roar of the sword energy was deafening, akin to the thunder of 1,000 galloping steeds, their hooves and whinnies intertwining as if they sought to trample everything in existence. It was as if the mighty Yangtze River surged tumultuously, waves crashing against the rocks, creating a cacophony that echoed through the heavens. Blades of sword energy, as tangible as sharp swords, mercilessly sliced into Li Jianxin and amp, Oppo's flesh. each pass leaving a trail of crimson blossoms that burst forth in the air like vibrant red plums. In moments, Li Jianxin was covered in a myriad of wounds, blood streaming forth and rapidly dyeing his garments a deep crimson. Yet, with gritted teeth, his lips bloodied from the strain, his gaze remained steadfast, his fists clenched tightly. He stood firm against the onslaught of sword energy, resembling a monumental mountain, unyielding in the face of the tempest. As the sword energy continued to batter him, a remarkable transformation began to occur within Li Jianxin and Apos' skin. His once delicate flesh grew resilient, radiating a faint metallic sheen, as if clad in an invisible armor. The wounds inflicted by the sword energy began to heal at a visible rate, the new skin tighter and more robust, each inch seemingly infused with formidable strength. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The sword energy grew increasingly ferocious, crashing against Li Jianxin and Apos' body like relentless waves. His innate sword bones creaked under the pressure, sounding as though they might fracture at any moment. The echoes reverberated across the silent cliff, instilling a chill in the hearts of onlookers. Nevertheless, Li Jianxin gritted his teeth and bore the torment with fortitude. Under the ceaseless barrage of sword energy, his bones gradually hardened to iron, his marrow refined to purity, emanating a warm glow, yet concealing a latent sharpness within. His organs underwent relentless crushing and repair under the onslaught of sword energy, each restoration rendering them more resilient, capable of withstanding greater forces. Beads of sweat cascaded from Li Jianxin and Apos' forehead, sliding down his cheeks and splattering onto the ground. His breath quickened, his chest heaving violently. Yet his eyes shone with an ever brighter defiance. At that moment, he seemed to merge with the surrounding tempestuous sword energy, each breath synchronized with its rhythm, feeling himself as the master of the myriad sword energies. Finally, after enduring a prolonged trial, Li Jianxin and Apos' corporeal form radiated a golden glow, complete and unblemished, with a great dragon of vital energy coiling within him. This dragon meandered through his body, emitting deep, resonant roars as if proclaiming Li Jianxin and Apos' metamorphosis to heaven and earth. Continue. Li Jianxin bellowed, his voice echoing against the cliff, filled with boundless ambition. He did not cease his communion with the sword energy, rather, he intensified his internal power, fervently absorbing the myriad sword energies along the trajectory of the two-instrument sword cannon. His meridians expanded and repaired under the cleansing of the sword energy. The 8 extraordinary meridians, the 12 regular meridians, and all the 100 meridians were connected as though forged from steel, capable of withstanding even greater sword energy impacts. Suddenly, the celestial gate descended slowly from the heavens, seemingly intent on suppressing Li Jianxin. It radiated a mysterious aura, imbued with infinite authority. Slice through it. Li Jianxin and Apos' eyes widened in fury, unleashing a roar as he channeled the sword energy towards the celestial gate. The myriad sword energies from the sword burial cliff surged in tandem with his will, converging upon the celestial gate. In an instant, the sword energies intersected, radiating brilliance and enveloping the entire sword burial cliff in a powerful glow. As sword practitioners, they fear not the heavens and earth. The 72 peaks of Wudong reverberated with dragon roars, the sound echoing through the clouds as if awakening the slumbering mountains. The swords of the ancestors, drawn from their sheaths, gleamed with a cold light, their tips pointed towards the sword burial cliff. In the clash between the sword energies and the celestial gate, Li Jianxin momentarily glimpsed Zhao Qi suspended in midair, bound by chains of mysterious ice, a dagger dear to Zhao Qi embedded in his chest. Zhao Qi and Apos' face was ashen, a trickle of dark blood at the corner of his mouth, appearing utterly desolate. Kill me, Zhao Qi smiled weakly, blood dripping from his teeth, his voice faint yet resolute. With your sword. Li Jianxin, however, smiled gently, his tone soothing and unwavering, as if comforting his distant friend. Seventh brother, it has been a long time. I am doing well now. Sister has made delicious osmanthus cakes, and the jade ice brew is delightful. Once I master the sword, I will descend the mountain to find you. With that, he brushed past the illusion, his sleeve sweeping through, dissipating the mirage. Simultaneously, the celestial phenomenon and the myriad sword energies clashed and scattered. The tremendous energy impact caused stones upon the sword burial cliff to tumble, a cloud of dust rising. Master Qingwei withdrew his gaze, gently shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, it is a pity that the resolve is still insufficient. He could not open the celestial gate with his sword. With that, he stepped forward and vanished from sight. Fool! Lin Qingxi's voice echoed from the sea of clouds. Clear and melodious, tinged with surprise and playful reproach. How dare you sneak off to the sword burial cliff alone for a breakthrough? You comprehended the realm? Breaking through 2 realms in a single day? Lin Qingxi flew down from the clouds, her astonishment evident as she circled around Li Jianxin, her eyes wide with disbelief. You fool, have you truly gained enlightenment after a year of study? Sister, let us celebrate at Brother Lu later. I have saved enough allowance for us to feast, Li Jianxin replied, his face slightly flushed, like a child caught in mischief, speaking softly. The celestial gate phenomenon. Breaking through 2 realms in one day, quite impressive. Familiar voices filled their ears, and turning around, they found Master Qingwei had appeared behind them. his Taoist robe fluttering in the wind, his countenance calm yet imbued with a hint of satisfaction. Master Qingwei regarded Li Jianxin thoughtfully, nodding. Your sword bones have initially formed. The two-instrument sword cannon has reached a minor success, and your inner demons are subdued. You need not worry about the sword energy within you causing an explosive demise. Yet you still require further integration. Tomorrow, we shall resume the sweeping of the sword burial cliff and Appos' mountain steps. When you can sweep to the mountain and Appos' peak and hear the swords weep, only then may you descend into the mortal realm. Disciple obeys. Having thoroughly explored the sutra repository, Li Jianxin naturally comprehended the significance of ascending to the mountain and Appos' pinnacle. Each sword upon the sword-burying cliff, when touched, would draw the individual into the realm of the sword, compelling them to engage in battle with a sword master of equivalent prowess. Only upon vanquishing the first sword could one proceed further. The master of the first sword was none other than the madman Cui Wei, who, after challenging the Wudong, fell before the Peach Blossom sword immortal, brother Lu Mubai. At the mountain gate, please, senior sister, grant me a moment. I wish to test my mettle first. Li Jianxin said to Lin Qingxi before advancing towards the heavy black iron sword. The sword, colossal in stature and entirely black, emanated an ancient and formidable aura, as if recounting tales of its former glory. The instant Li Jianxin's hand grazed the hilt, the sword flashed with a radiant light, and an overwhelming force yanked him into a phantasmagorical realm. Under the blood-red moon, an eerie and sinister atmosphere enveloped the space. The 300-pound iron sword cleaved through the darkness, resonating with a thunderous boom. Cui Wei, with bloodied whiskers and a tiger-like stance, wielded each strike with the might of 1,000 armies. Ah, fresh face, young one. If you can withstand my 3 strikes, I shall grant you a glimpse into my swordsmanship. His voice reverberated through the silent, blood-soaked night, brimming with bravado and audacity. With that, Cui Wei unleashed a downward strike, imbued with the intent to rend the heavens asunder, seemingly aiming to split the world in twain. Gripping the morphing iron sword tightly, Li Jianxin felt the spine-like patterns on his sword glow with golden light, illuminating the darkened sky like a blazing sun. He initiated his attack with the first form of the two-instrument sword cannon, transforming into the radiant sun, the sword soaring high, its brilliance resplendent. The blade shimmered with a fierce light, thrusting forward with a grandiose force, meeting Cui Wei's devastating strike head-on. At the moment their swords clashed, the fierce sun was shattered, the immense force causing Li Jianxin and Appos' arm to tingle with numbness. Swiftly, he wielded his sword to execute the second form of the sun and Appos' technique, Flame Wave Rush. As the blade surged forth like a tidal wave of fire, a relentless onslaught of strikes, each one more ferocious than the last, once more challenging the heavens' rending blow. Your swordplay is commendable, yet alas, your spirit is lacking, your heart is unsteady, and your blade is insufficiently keen. The lament of Cui Wei echoed in Li Jianxin's ears as he faced the overwhelming might. Chapter 9. The sword pierces the mundane world. The fierce winds of Burial Sword Cliff swirled remnants of snow, as Li Jianxin staggered back, finally awakening slowly from the seemingly authentic realm of swords. His white cloud robe was now marred by 17 jagged slashes, each varying in length, the threads fluttering in the wind, as if recounting the heart-stopping duel that had just transpired. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and the resonant admonition from Cui Wei, echoing like a great bell, continued to reverberate in his ears, each word striking his heart like a hammer. At that moment, a graceful figure flitted towards him like a bird in flight, his senior sister, Lin Qingxi. Her delicate brows furrowed, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. She quickly stepped forward to steady Li Jianxin's wavering form, gently scolding him. Fool, are you all right? Her voice was laced with worry and tenderness. Li Jianxin managed a faint smile, shaking his head in resignation. I am fine, senior sister. I just truly did not anticipate that compared to those master sword realms. I am so lacking, unable to withstand even a single sword strike. It appears I still have a long journey ahead on this path of swordsmanship. Although his gaze held disappointment and reluctance, it was overshadowed by determination. Lin Qingxi gently patted Li Jianxin's back, resembling a small adult as she softly reassured him. 3,000 feet of buried swords, sword energy of 9 heavens. The sword intent left upon this burial sword cliff is at least from masters at the pinnacle of the carefree realm. You have only been cultivating for a year, spending your days and nights in the scripture pavilion. Do not be too harsh on yourself. Hearing her words, Li Jianxin nodded slightly, the frustration in his eyes gradually dissipating. Just as he lifted his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he noticed a red string on his senior sister's wrist tremble gently. Following that, 12 ancient coins, exuding a rustic aura, flew out from her sleeve like lively birds. The coins spun rapidly on the snowy ground, coming together to form a hexagram of stability and harmony. With a delicate sweep of her fingertip across the coins, Lin Qingxi's lips curled into a smile, warm as the first thaw of spring, and she chuckled softly. Moreover, you have broken through 2 realms today, which is indeed a moment of great joy. I believe today is suitable for a drink. I have heard that the apricot blossom wine brewed by the Brothers Tower can intoxicate even masters of the carefree realm. With that, she elegantly summoned her sword, the Qingfu, its blade shimmering with a cold light, seemingly reflecting the ice and snow of the world around. Lin Qingxi turned and playfully winked at Li Jianxin, her voice bright. Let us go. Without hesitation, Li Jianxin firmly stepped onto the Qingfu sword. In an instant, it shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, and the two embarked on their journey to the brothers' tower. The river breeze carried a gentle drizzle, softly caressing the waters of Luo River. Lin Qingxi's sword skimmed over the shimmering surface, resembling a swift fish darting through the water. Wherever the sword passed, it sliced through the layered surface, raising towering white waves that sparkled like brilliant silver flowers under the sun. Li Jianxin grasped her apricot yellow sword tassel tightly. As the howling winds whipped around him, the river breeze ruthlessly filling his robe, inflating it like a billowing sail. Suddenly, silvery scales glimmered on the water and Apos' surface. A 3-foot-long perch, stunned by the sword energy, floated helplessly to the top. Senior sister, a fish, Li Jianxin exclaimed, his eyes wide with delight as he watched the perch struggle on the surface. Fool, Lin Qingxi gently chided, the tip of her sword flicking lightly. Instantly, a flock of egrets erupted from the reeds, soaring into the sky, their white feathers tracing graceful arcs against the heavens. With a radiant smile, Lin Qingxi asked, what is the first principle of Wudong and Apos' sword control? Li Jianxin hesitated for a moment, stumbling over his words. That the heart should be undistracted? Lin Qingxi could not help but burst into laughter, her smile as bright as blossoms in full bloom. Wrong. It is to avoid trampling crops and paying compensation. With that, she abruptly changed the direction of her sword, and a flash of cold light severed a branch from the weeping willow on the shore, its tender green leaves drifting down like a springtime green snow. As Li Jianxin stumbled slightly on the sword, he caught a glimpse of a glinting cold light among the group of beggars by the shore. Focusing intently, he discerned that a man was concealing a curved blade beneath his sheepskin collar. The sudden flash of coldness stood out starkly in this seemingly peaceful scene, exuding an air of danger. Before long, the two arrived at the brothers' tower. Inside, the atmosphere was lively and bustling. Wooden tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and patrons gathered from all directions, their laughter and chatter filling the air. On the walls hung bold and unrestrained paintings depicting the adventures of heroes, some wielding swords, others engaging in fierce rivalries, each stroke resonating with the essence of the martial world. In a corner, an artist cradled a pipa, singing tales of the legendary exploits that circulated through the martial realm. The crisp and melodious sound of the pipa intertwined with the din of conversation and the clinking of cups, creating an intoxicating atmosphere thick with the scent of alcohol and delectable dishes. Li Jianxin and Lin Qingxi found a vacant seat amidst the crowd. Lin Qingxi called out cheerfully toward the counter, "Boss, 2 servings of your signature dishes, and warm up 2 pots of fine wine." Her voice rang clear and bright, echoing like silver bells throughout the establishment. At that moment, a man with one arm, equipped with a finely crafted mechanical hand and a peculiar mechanical leg, approached with a somewhat awkward yet steady gait. This was none other than Wen Dushing, the proprietor, who had been diligently counting on an abacus behind a counter. He grinned broadly, revealing a set of uneven teeth, including a missing incisor, his comical appearance somehow exuding a unique charm. Esteemed guests, our signature braised pork, steamed river fish, and spicy rabbit chunks will surely satisfy your cravings. As for the wine, our apricot blossom wine and fiery brew are exceptional. Please wait a moment while I prepare your dishes. Li Jianxin, intrigued by the proprietor and Apos' unique demeanor, smiled and asked, "Boss, you seem like someone who has roamed the martial world?" Wen Dushing chuckled heartily, his laughter resonating like a thunderous bell. To be honest, when I was young, I too traversed 3,000 miles of the martial world, entered the capital to duel with various masters, savored the fiercest of wines, and admired the most beautiful of women. But later on, I sustained some injuries and returned home to open this brothers' tower, finding a sense of peace and stability. Though Wen Dushing laughed heartily and spoke nonchalantly, Li Jianxin, perceptive as he was, detected a subtle undercurrent of profound loneliness hidden deep within his seemingly carefree eyes. This mechanical hand and leg resembled the techniques of the mechanized city, Lin Qingxi remarked, dipping her fingertip into the tea on the table and drawing the emblem of the Mo family. You have a keen eye. No wonder you are a little Taoist from Wudong, Wen Dushing said with a smile, his eyes brimming with admiration. I believe the luckiest moment in my life was encountering a good brother in those 3,000 miles of the martial world. While waiting for their meal, the two enjoyed a lively conversation with this extraordinary proprietor. Amidst their banter, they found a deep camaraderie. Before long, their dishes arrived. The braised pork gleamed with a rich red hue. Upon tasting it, the savory flavors burst forth in an explosion of delight, the tender meat gliding down their throats, leaving behind a lingering sweetness and satisfaction that was utterly intoxicating. The steamed river fish is remarkably tender and smooth, having been meticulously prepared, with each incision made with precision. The garnishing of shredded scallions, ginger, and red peppers adorns it like exquisite embellishments, not only adding a dash of color, but also accentuating the fish and Apos' delectable flavor to perfection. The spicy rabbit morsels present an entirely different experience. The vibrant red chilies and Sichuan peppercorns envelop the succulent rabbit meat, creating a delightful fusion of numbing spice and savory aroma, each piece saturated with the essence of its seasoning. Taking a bite ignites the palate with a fiery sensation. As if a spark has set the taste buds ablaze, intertwining the sensations of numbness and heat, rendering one utterly captivated. Li Jianqing and Lin Qingxi found themselves indulging in this feast, savoring the culinary delights before them, as they relished their meal. The chatter of diners at the adjacent table caught their attention. Have you heard? The contemporary heir of the Zhangjian villa, Xiao Wuji, has emerged from the martial world. At merely 17, he has already attained the pinnacle of the qi manipulation stage. The conversation continued, detailing how even renowned experts such as Apos, Qi Fengsword Shadow and Apos, Sui Qin, and Apos, Meteoric Dark Hero and Apos, Chu Xinglan and Apos, Phantom Leg and Apos, Yili and Apos, Thunderbolt Fist and Apos, Mou had all failed to draw his sword. Even when faced with the formidable Wind and Rain sword Hu Beatsai, who ranks 50 on the martial leaderboard. One diner, brimming with excitement and admiration, animatedly recounted these feats, his eyes sparkling with awe for Xiao Wuji. Truly, he is the contemporary successor of a lineage renowned for its swordsmanship across 3 mountains and 5 families. Such talent is indeed enviable. Another diner chimed in, shaking his head slightly, his expression laced with nostalgia. Of course, who doesn't know? Just 3 days prior, Xiao Wuji challenged the formidable and Apos, Fiery Blade Madman and Apos, Shaolai, a master of the Dao stage, no less. The atmosphere of admiration was palpable as stories of Xiao Wuji and Apos' prowess circulated. Li Jianqing and Lin Qingxi exchanged glances, both reflecting their astonishment. Though they were dedicated to their training on Wudong Mountain, they too yearned for adventures in the martial realm. The tales of such an extraordinary figure stirred ripples of excitement within them. Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from the second floor, as a wine jar collided with a screen and shattered on the ground, scattering porcelain shards and releasing a rich aroma of wine that filled the air. A young man, adorned with a jade pendant from the Xiaohou family, stepped forth with an air of arrogance, surveying the room with disdain. A bunch of country bumpkins, disrupting my enjoyment. And this wine, did you mix it with the waters of the Qinhuai River? His sharp voice shattered the previously lively atmosphere of the tavern. Wen Dushing rushed forward, his face plastered with an apologetic smile, tinged with a hint of helplessness and flattery. My lord, I sincerely apologize. Today, your expenses are on us. I hope that meets your approval. He bowed slightly, his eyes betraying a cautious demeanor, as if he feared inciting the ire of this haughty youth. Yet, the Xiaohou scion erupted in fury, his face reddening like an agitated rooster. Do you think I cannot pay? Believe it or not, I can smash your establishment. His gestures were grandiose, spewing forth a wave of obnoxious arrogance. As Li Jianqing furrowed his brow, preparing to assist the amiable one, a man with a scarred face, seemingly out of place in the Diyuan, suddenly appeared beside the Xiaohou youth. His presence was ghostly, as if he had materialized from thin air. The scarred man gently restrained the youth's arm and whispered in a low, raspy voice, "Young Master Xiaohou, do not act impulsively. We have more pressing matters at hand." Despite his reluctance, the youth suppressed his anger and fell silent. "Innkeeper, settle the bill." The scarred man tossed a silver ingot that arced through the air before landing heavily on the counter, producing a sharp clink. He then seized the Xiaohou young master, as if lifting a chick, and swiftly exited, leaving behind only the echoes of hurried footsteps in the tavern. "Fool, let him Apos, follow them," Lin Qingxi urged, her brows knitted, eyes glinting with curiosity and caution. She grasped Li Jianqing and Apos' hand, eager to uncover the mystery surrounding the Xiaohou family and Apos' presence in the enigmatic scarred man. Li Jianqing hastily left some coins on the table before allowing himself to be led out into the evening. They moved with the grace of swallows, seamlessly weaving through the crowd, vanishing into the twilight. The sky blazed with crimson hues, casting a fiery glow over the entire town. Cautiously, they trailed the Xiaohou duo, maintaining a careful distance that allowed them to remain undetected. Soon, they arrived at a secluded grove outside the town. The woods were eerily quiet, with only the occasional chirp of insects breaking the oppressive silence. Moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows that cloaked the area in an air of mystery. The Xiaohou pair abruptly halted, and at that moment, 6 masked figures clad in black materialized before them, appearing as if they had risen from the earth itself. Li Jianqing and Lin Qingxi concealed themselves within the nearby underbrush, holding their breaths as they anxiously observed the unfolding scene. They soon discerned the scarred man speaking in a hurried tone in a foreign tongue to the 6 black-clad figures, though they could not comprehend the specifics. The urgency in his voice suggested that the situation was dire. In the next instant, 6 icy projectiles shot through the air towards the thicket where Li Jianqing and Lin Qingxi hid. The speed of these projectiles was alarming, slicing through the night like lightning. "This is bad." Li Jianqing and Apos' pupils dilated, a chill racing up his spine. Instinctively, he shielded Lin Qingxi behind him, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. Chapter 10. The mysterious 8 trigrams illuminate the cold garment. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds. and delicate strands of rain cascaded down like silver threads. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air, akin to an arrow soaring through the void. 6 black and golden darts, imbued with a fierce intent to kill, tore through the curtain of rain like 6 black dragons unleashed in a thunderous onslaught. In that very moment, Li Jianxin, clad in a flowing cloud robe, felt his heart freeze, and with a gentle push of his thumb, he revealed 3 inches of blade from its sheath. In an instant, a flash of frosty light erupted, resembling a meteor that suddenly illuminated the dark night, even more dazzling than the rolling thunder in the distance. Drawing sword technique, startling swan. Li Jianxin exclaimed softly. As he flicked his wrist, the long sword in his grasp moved with extraordinary grace, akin to a white serpent tasting the air. The blade traced 4 radiant arcs of silver through the rain, resembling 4 agile silver dragons weaving through the downpour. With 2 crisp clangs, sparks erupted like fallen stars, scattering in the rain, as the 4 darts were shattered into fragments that fell to the ground. However, the remaining 2 darts shot towards him like lightning bolts, relentless and unstoppable. In a moment of peril, Li Jianxin's toes lightly tapped the ancient stone beneath him. This stone, smoothed by the passage of time, became the perfect pivot for his agile movements. He moved with the erratic grace of a drunken reveler, his steps seemingly unsteady yet filled with an unfathomable mystique. At that very instant, the 2 darts narrowly grazed the hem of his garment, embedding deeply into the trunk of an ancient locust tree behind him. The tree, thick and gnarled, emitted dull thuds as the darts penetrated its bark, sending splinters flying. This remarkable agility was a manifestation of the exquisite technique recorded in the Wudong scriptures. The moon-gazing drunken immortal stance. You foolish one, how well you see the world through drunken eyes. Lin Qingzi, donned in a Taoist robe, stood behind Li Jianxin, the mountain wind howling as her robe billowed. Though her words were laced with humor, her fingers had already discreetly pinched a leaf. The tender green leaf trembled slightly at her pale fingertips, as if sensing the tense atmosphere thickening with murderous intent. Before her words could settle, 6 shadows emerged from the rain like phantoms, swiftly encircling Li Jianxin. The 6 cloaked figures, clad in black and veiled, wielded curved blades that shimmered with a cold metallic sheen, their weapons interlinked, forming an impenetrable iron fortress. They coalesced into a single entity, embodying a terrifying deity of slaughter from the underworld, exuding a chilling aura that instilled fear to the very marrow. Yin and Yang. A flicker of resolve flashed in Li Jianxin and Apos' eyes as he transformed his sword into Apos' momentum, with a gentle shake of his right hand. It seemed as if the moonlight itself coalesced at the tip of his blade. In an instant, a stream of icy sword energy surged skyward, reminiscent of winter frost descending, causing the temperature around him to plummet. Wisps of cold air coalesced into mist, swirling around his form. Yin sword classics, the first technique of Yin, Frosty Moon. With a sharp cry, Li Jianxin unleashed the fierce sword energy, akin to a colossal axe cleaving toward the 6 black-clad assassins. The assailants felt an overwhelming chill wash over them, as if gripped by an unseen force around their throats, their movements momentarily faltering. Seizing this rare opportunity, Li Jianxin spun and slashed with his sword, shifting his momentum once more, flipping the balance of Yin and Yang. Yin sword classics, the second technique of Yang, fiery wave charge. The blazing sword energy erupted like a crimson dragon, engulfed in flames. The dense sword shadows surged like tumultuous waves, crashing toward the 6 black-clad figures. The searing energy sought to obliterate the cold of the rain, intent on reducing the adversaries to ashes. The 3 assassins felt an intense heat, as if their skin were being scorched. They retreated hastily, their steps faltering, unable to approach Li Jianxin any closer. However, the remaining 3 black-clad figures seized upon the moment when Li Jianxin and Apos' energy waned. A shared glance of determination passed between them, and with a simultaneous roar, they swung their curved blades, slicing through the rain with a sinister whistle, akin to the talons of a demon. Clang, clang, clang. 3 sharp sounds shattered the tense atmosphere as 3 leaves, agile as darting kingfishers, deftly blocked the incoming blades. Li Jianxin felt an invisible thread wrap around his waist. Gentle yet resilient. Looking down, he noticed the subtle emergence of a Taiji yin-yang diagram beneath his feet. Moments later, a soft yet formidable force propelled him backward. Taiji, cloud hands. Lin Qingzi spoke softly, her voice cutting through the storm. Junior brother, they are merely 6 peak chi manipulation practitioners. Allow your elder sister to take the lead. As Lin Qingzi brushed past the flying Li Jianxin, her hair danced in the wind, revealing a glimmer of determination and pride in her eyes. When has the martial world ever demanded that a junior brother protect his elder sister? With graceful steps, Lin Qingzi moved, her feet tracing the 9 palaces step. Each step was imbued with an ineffable mystique, as if she were painting a mysterious canvas in the void. With a flourish of her long sleeves, 7 copper coins flew from her robe, tracing 7 elegant arcs in the air before landing in formation. The celestial bodies rotate. The 4 symbols guard the 8 wildernesses. Lin Qingzi and Apos' voice rang out, clear and melodious yet underscored with undeniable authority. In an instant, runes flickered around her, and as the light swirled, images of mountains and rivers began to materialize. The extraordinary phenomena rapidly unfolded, casting vibrant colors upon the surrounding rain. With a proud expression, Lin Qingxi and Amp, Oppos, eyes widened as she proclaimed, "Today, I shall see what schemes you northern barbarians plot beneath Wudong Mountain." As she spoke, her hands swiftly formed seals, her fingers moving like delicate butterflies, chanting incantations. Waves of invisible power surged from her hands, rushing towards the 6 black-clad figures. The assassins felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon them, as if ensnared by an unseen hand. Their bodies grew heavy, each movement becoming a struggle akin to wading through thick mud, as slow as a crawling snail. Lin Qingxi aligned her fingers like a sword, lightly slicing through the air. In that moment, golden talismans manifested, radiating brilliant light amidst the rain. Have you ever witnessed a thunderbolt? Lin Qingxi and Amp, Oppos' voice resonated, and the golden talismans transformed into dazzling arcs of lightning. The lightning surged like a furious dragon, wreaking havoc in the rain, accompanied by a deafening roar. The 6 chi manipulation assassins were struck by the lightning, spewing blood as their bodies were flung backward, crashing into the muddy ground several yards away. Just as the two believed the crisis had lessened, a sharp cry pierced the air, reminiscent of an eagle's furious screech from the heavens. They turned towards the sound, only to see a shadow flash before Lin Qingxi like a bolt of lightning. It was the scarred man, tall and imposing, with a grotesque scar stretching from his forehead to his chin, appearing even more fearsome in the rain. At that moment, he swung his long blade, infused with a fierce momentum, aiming a devastating strike at Lin Qingxi. As the blade swept through the air, an eerie echo of eagle cries accompanied it, as if countless eagles were shrieking in their ears, sending chills down their spines. The 6 harmonies sky-penetrating formation. The 6 assassins, sensing the urgency, swiftly cast aside their pain and quickly formed their formation. Their forms flickered like a flock of eagles circling low in the sky. In their hands, curved blades danced and clashed, weaving a vast silver net that descended ominously towards Lin Qingxi. Yet, Lin Qingxi stood undaunted, a glint of determination flashing in her beautiful eyes as she slowly raised her hands. Runes flickered wildly at her fingertips, their brilliance surging forth. In an instant, a luminous barrier materialized, firmly blocking the combined strike of the scarred man and the 6 assassins. The realm of inquiry? The soaring eagles of the Eagle Beak Cliff in the northern barbarian sacred land? Lin Qingxi and Amp, Oppos' feet firmly planted, she channeled the art of arcane evasion beneath her. Her gaze was resolute, her expression proud, as she declared loudly, "Then today, I shall break these wings." With a clear command, Kuan character, Earth Dragonbind. The ground beneath her suddenly erupted violently. Stone serpents surged from the earth, their massive bodies adorned with sharp rocks, resembling moving mountains. As they fiercely coiled around the scarred man and his companions, the scarred man curled his lips into a sardonic smile. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful gale from his hand, forming a colossal phantom eagle claw. This spectral claw radiated a fierce aura, akin to a tangible force, as it struck towards the stone serpents. With a resounding crack, the serpents were instantly obliterated, reduced to scattered rubble. "Little girl, you are still too tender," the scarred man mocked disdainfully. With that, he vanished from sight, appearing before Lin Qingxi like a wraith, intent on engaging her in close combat. Simultaneously, the 6 assassins advanced in unison, the blades shimmering with murderous intent. In that moment, the intertwining of blade flashes and array symbols transformed the very heavens and earth, swirling with the tempest of their fierce battle. Each strike from the scarred man's eagle claw embodied the ferocity of a predatory assault, powerful and unstoppable. The 6 assassins, leveraging their companions' momentum, moved with an elusive grace that rendered them nearly indefensible. In but a brief moment, Lin Qingxi, at the pinnacle of the energy control realm, found herself ensnared in peril. Faced with such formidable adversaries, she gradually felt overwhelmed. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, mingling with the rain as they cascaded down her cheeks. Her breath became increasingly labored, yet her eyes still shone with an unyielding tenacity. Upon witnessing this, Li Jianxin prepared to advance with his sword. However, in the next heartbeat, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a flying dagger shot past Li Jianxin and Oppos' feet like a meteor. The dagger struck the ground, splattering mud. Dawn and Oppos, "Be hasty," came the languid voice of Xiahou Sun, the debauched scion of the Xiahou clan, who had somehow donned black gold gloves. A mocking smile played on his lips as he said, "Little brat, your opponent is me." Before his words had fully settled, 2 daggers materialized in Xiahou Sun and Amp, Oppos' hands. The daggers glimmered with a chilling light in the rain, resembling 2 blooming flowers of death, exuding a lethal aura. Chapter 11. A sword slashed to Xiahou. The moonlight was fragmented by the billowing clouds, while the shadows of bamboo swayed in the wind, creating dark sword marks. 3 delayed and withered leaves drifted perfectly into the intersection of the 2 figures' gazes. Li Jianxin, engulfed in the chaos of battle, keenly sensed his senior sister Lin Qingxi, who was gradually falling into a disadvantaged position not far away. Her pure white robe was now stained with crimson plum blossoms. At this moment, Li Jianxin was filled with an urgent anxiety, as if a fierce flame had ignited within him. He dared not delay even for an instant. Without further hesitation, he abruptly raised his sword, his form akin to a bolt of lightning, fiercely striking at Xiahou Sun across from him. The wind of the blade howled, slicing through the tranquil night sky. However, Xiahou Sun was no ordinary adversary. He deftly sidestepped, his movements light and elusive, effortlessly evading Li Jianxin's formidable assault. In the next heartbeat, Xiahou Sun launched a swift counterattack, his wrist twisting rapidly, the sharp dual daggers of dark iron glimmering coldly under the moonlight. Resembling two streaks of black lightning, aimed directly at Li Jianxin and Apos' throat and heart. Yet, Li Jianxin showed no fear. Instead of retreating, he advanced, thrusting his long sword forward, its blade glinting with icy light, pressing towards Xiahou Sun's face. Observing this, Xiahou Sun propelled himself off the ground, the powerful recoil sending him leaping back several paces. Raising a cloud of dust, as he landed, he waved his hands, and several concealed weapons hidden in his sleeve shot forth like meteors, rapidly assaulting Li Jianxin. These projectiles shimmered ominously in the moonlight, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. Li Jianxin and Apos' gaze sharpened. He flicked his long sword, and the blade blossomed like a silver flower, deftly deflecting the incoming weapons. Yet, Xiahou Sun's onslaught did not cease. In the next instant, seizing the opportunity while Li Jianxin was occupied with the projectiles, he ghosted forward, suddenly appearing before Li Jianxin. His dark iron daggers spun in his palms, accompanied by a chilling wind that struck directly at Li Jianxin. The sound of metal grinding together echoed, mingled with a hissing reminiscent of a venomous serpent, sending shivers down one and Apos' spine. At this critical juncture, Li Jianxin raised his sword to block, attempting to withstand the tempestuous assault. However, just as he did, 7 icy stars shot forth from Xiahou Sun and Apos' wrist. Cling, cling, cling. Li Jianxin reacted swiftly, his 3-foot-long sword dancing rapidly in the moonlight, instantly unleashing 7 brilliant sword flowers that accurately deflected the penetrating needles. You've indeed learned a bit of skill from Wudong Mountain, but it and Apos' a pity. Xiahou Sun sneered, disdain evident in his tone. Simultaneously, he flicked his boot, sending a few pebbles flying as 12 shadow darts mingled with the swirling dust, targeting Li Jianxin and Apos' foot and Apos' Sanli point. He taunted, merely a superficial understanding, and you dare to be presumptuous before me. The cloud robe billowed in the wind. Yet Li Jianxin remained composed, employing the drunken immortal moon-gazing step, his form flickering unpredictably as he skillfully evaded the 12 shadow darts. In the next moment, a torrent of sword energy surged around him, like a mighty river transforming into a searing wave, sweeping forth. He raised his long sword high, resembling a blazing fire, radiating an overwhelming force as he struck fiercely at Xiahou Sun. This strike contained a cataclysmic momentum, intent on incinerating all obstacles before him. Yangyi Sword Classic, Yang Instrument. Third style, Fire Cloud Burning Heaven. Li Jianxin roared, his voice echoing through the heavens. The scorching sword energy ignited the air, producing a sizzling sound. Xiahou Sun's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. His dual daggers spun rapidly, a cold aura emanating from the blades, coalescing into a chilling ice blade about a foot long. Simultaneously, a swirling ice vortex enveloped a radius of 1 zhang around him, freezing the surrounding air and starkly contrasting with Li Jianxin and Apos' fiery blaze. Ice blade, 100 blades of snow. Xiahou Sun shouted, swinging his daggers, unleashing the icy blades like a flurry of snow, laced with a bone-chilling cold, charging towards Li Jianxin and Apos' flaming sword energy. In the next instant, the daggers clashed violently with the sword, the icy whirlwind colliding with the blazing flames in a frenzied confrontation. Tremendous energy ripples radiated outward from the two, shaking the trees and sending leaves spiraling down. The powerful impact hurled Li Jianxin backward like a kite with its string severed, tracing an arc through the air before crashing through 3 sturdy trees, finally halting his momentum. His face turned pale as he spat a mouthful of blood, staining his garments. Xiahou Sun, too, was not unscathed. He staggered back several steps, his footing unsteady, blood seeping from his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and fury. You wretched brat. How dare you make me, a dignified Qi master, suffer like this? I will. Xiahou Sun gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with malice. Apologies, but I am pressed for time. Li Jianxin coldly interrupted, his gaze shifting to the side where Lin Qingzi was still locked in a fierce struggle. He sensed her own blood flowing freely, intensifying his worry. Suddenly, Li Jianxin channeled the sword energy within him, releasing it like a wild horse from its tether, all coalescing upon his long sword. In an instant, the sword blazed with brilliance, while beneath his feet, a faint taiji diagram began to emerge. As the sword energy continued to gather, one side of the blade emanated a gentle blue light, embodying boundless yin energy, the other side shone with a fiery red glow, akin to the essence of yang. The two forces intertwined yet balanced each other, creating a delicate equilibrium. Yin and yang unite, Li Jianxin strained every ounce of strength. Bellowing fiercely, His form flickered like a specter, darting past Xiahou Sun at a speed nearly impossible to track. Yet, this all-out strike took a tremendous toll on his already injured body, blood uncontrollably spilling from his mouth, pooling on the ground. Fortunately, your foundation is weak, Li Jianxin whispered. Behind him, a line of blood slowly emerged at Xiahou Sun and Apos' neck, initially a fine line, then gushing forth like a fountain. Xiahou Sun and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to accept that he had been bested by Li Jianxin, who merely grasped the superficial understanding of qi. He opened his mouth, but no words escaped. He collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Li Jianxin turned to assist Lin Qingxi, still battling fiercely with her opponent, but he was so weak that he stumbled, nearly falling. The scarred man, witnessing Xiahou Sun and Apos' demise, glared furiously and let out a roar. A massive eagle apparition suddenly emerged behind him, its wings spread wide, claws poised like hooks. Exuding a chilling aura, the scarred man lunged at Li Jianxin like a hawk swooping down on its prey, intent on tearing him apart. Lin Qingxi, who had been primarily entangled in battle, felt a surge of urgency. She knew Li Jianxin was too weak to continue fighting. So she unhesitatingly activated the Qi Min 8 trigrams formation to shield him. Upon impact with the eagle apparition, Lin Qingxi was violently thrown back, crashing beside Li Jianxin. Qi Min Dunjia? Merely this, the scarred man scoffed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back before the two. Seeing this, Li Jianxin hastily attempted to rise, but Lin Qingxi restrained him with a hand. Do not panic, junior brother. Qi Min Dunjia encompasses all. I still have one more move. As she spoke, Lin Qingxi reached into her bosom and produced a stack of talismans. With her hands moving swiftly to form intricate seals, she chanted incantations softly under her breath. Mysterious runes emanated from her fingertips, merging into the air. In the blink of an eye, an array of golden talismans materialized, swirling gracefully in the atmosphere like an invisible force, encircling the scarred man and the 6 assassins tightly. Thunderous convergence, Lin Qingxi exclaimed, her hands thrusting the talismans forward towards the scarred man and his companions. In that instant, the area enveloped by the talismans erupted with the resounding roar of thunder, as mighty bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, bombarding the scarred man and his associates mercilessly. The blinding flashes of lightning illuminated the night as if it were day, and the deafening thunder resonated throughout the entire forest. Chapter 12. The white dragon breaks. The Kanjing lightning ravaged the sky, seemingly intent on reducing everything in this realm to mere ashes. As the brilliance of the lightning gradually dissipated, a terrifying pit emerged, approximately 30 zhang wide and 1 zhang deep. The pit was filled with scorched earth, upon which lay 6 charred human remains, struck down by the lightning, their bodies frozen in the act of attack, as if time had halted at that moment. Tendrils of electric arcs still slithered between the blackened bones, crackling ominously. At this moment, the scarred man knelt in the ashes of the pit, appearing utterly disheveled. His left arm was reduced to a mere half, blood gushing from the severed end, mingled with charred flesh, exuding a pungent odor. His right arm was shedding blackened skin, revealing stark white bone beneath, presenting a chilling sight in the dim light. What a formidable force of thunder, he coughed, blood frothing from his lips. Had it not been for my body-refining techniques, I would have surely perished at your hands, young lady. The scarred man gritted his teeth, slowly rising to his feet, laboriously making his way toward Li Jianxin and his companion. Each step left a deep imprint in the scorched soil, yet his wounds began to mend with each stride. As he approached within 3 zhang of Li Jianxin, the crimson inscriptions on his body gradually faded, revealing that his injuries had healed. You truly are remarkable, little girl. Almost on the verge of victory. But how much internal energy do you have left? 10%. Half. His voice bore a hint of mockery. Yet there was an underlying note of caution. Lin Qingxi and Apos' plain white robe was now in tatters, her sleeves reduced to ash, with only remnants fluttering in the wind. She struggled to hold herself up with her sword, Qingfu. Her complexion was as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Beneath her feet, the intricate 8 trigrams formation flickered ominously. Whenever she attempted to channel the world's essence again, dark blood would seep from her fingertips. Clearly, she suffered a severe backlash from forcibly invoking the thunder technique, her body at its limit. One step away, Li Jianxin knelt on the scorched ground, his appearance equally tragic. Countless sword energy surged through his meridians, as if 1,000 blades were wreaking havoc within him. Every bone felt as though it had been cast into a searing forge. Enduring unimaginable agony, he attempted to grip his sword tighter, only to find that the flesh of his palm had frozen to the hilt due to the lingering chill of Xiahou Xuan and Apos' icy energy, making him shiver involuntarily. My apologies. Foolish one. Had I not insisted on following you, we wouldn't be in this predicament. However, Lin Qingxi turned to Li Jianxin, offering a faint smile that belied her regret. Yet, as she turned back, her eyes radiated unwavering resolve. I have said it before, as long as I remain, you will not come to harm. Her words rang with conviction, imbued with a fierce determination. No sooner had her words fallen than an ominous premonition surged within Li Jianqing. He watched as Lin Qingxi grasped the hilt of her sword, and the 8 trigrams formation beneath her began to contract. As the formation shrank, blood seeped from her 7 orifices, her visage increasingly forlorn, yet her gaze grew ever more resolute. In that critical moment, a fragment of stone shot through the air like a meteor, striking Lin Qingxi and Apos' right hand with unerring precision. In pain, she instinctively released her grip on the sword. Immediately, it seemed as if the last vestige of her strength had evaporated. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Young lady, despite your youth, this is hardly the time for reckless endeavors. A figure clad in black emerged from the thicket. The figure raised his right hand, a bronze mechanical hand lifting the hood to reveal a weathered face, none other than Wen Dishing, the proprietor of the Brothers Tower. Behind him followed a striking young man in white, whose exquisite features and pale skin were accentuated by narrow, captivating eyes, exuding an air of elegance. This young man bore a silvery long spear that glinted in the sunlight, adding an aura of lethality to his presence. Upon seeing the young man, the scarred man's previously composed demeanor shattered, his pupils dilating in horror as if confronted with a dreadful apparition. You, how could you possibly be here? As he spoke, the phantom of a soaring eagle reappeared, but the scarred man turned to flee. A thunderous roar echoed, akin to a dragon-esque cry, as a white dragon surged past Li Jianqing like a flash of lightning. Before he could comprehend the situation, the scarred man was pinned to a tree by the silvery spear, rendered unconscious. When, this is urgent. I will take this northern barbarian with me. The 2 young Taoists are in your care. The young man in white bowed to Wen Dishing, his voice clear and steady. After a brief smile directed at Li Jianqing and his companion, he exuded an unexpected charm. With a nod, he effortlessly lifted the scarred man, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from sight. The evening breeze rustled through the trees, leaves whispering softly. At that moment, Li Jianqing and his companion remained frozen in place, still reeling from the swift events that had just transpired, their minds blank. What just happened? Li Jianqing finally regained his composure, turning to Wen Dishing for answers. However, before he could finish his inquiry, he was overtaken by a fit of coughing, blood staining the scorched earth before him. Enough, young brother. One has suffered from sword energy backlash, the other from the backlash of the heavenly path. Both are gravely injured. Allow me to escort you to a place of healing. Once you recover, we can discuss matters further. Wen Dishing glanced at a nearby tree, his eyes harboring a hint of profound meaning. Thank you, Wen. Aware that the time was not right for discussions, Li Jianqing nodded politely to Wen Dishing. Glancing at his sister, who seemed on the verge of losing consciousness, Wen Dishing gently assisted the 2, leading them toward the direction of the small town. A leaf drifted down slowly in the gentle breeze as the Taoist, clad in his robe, emerged silently from behind the trees. His gaze was deep, fixated on the retreating figures of the 3, as if pondering something profound. Chapter 13. The Tao follows nature across the 9 provinces in the bustling first floor of the Drunken Immortal Tower in Yongji City, Qin Province. The atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Numerous travelers and wanderers gathered, engaged in animated discussions, yet their topic of conversation was remarkably uniform, the latest list of notable individuals. In a corner of the tower, a middle-aged man, around 45 years of age, sat at a table. His weathered visage exuded an air of nonchalance, with streaks of white hair cascading naturally down the sides of his face, adding a unique charm to his presence. Beside him lay an ancient peachwood sword case. While he held a list in his hands, the words notable individuals prominently displayed. He cast a slight downward glance, his eyes scanning the list until they paused at the 49th entry, Tao follows nature Lin Qingxi. A line of smaller text below detailed that she was the 12th direct disciple of the Wudong Dao sect, only 13 years old, possessing mid-level mastery of Qi control, and had fought valiantly against a peak assassin from the northern barbarians and 6 other peak-level Qi control masters at Eaglebeak Cliff, ultimately overcoming them. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "My little junior sister has become so formidable. Time truly flies. It seems I should return to Wudong Mountain for a visit." As soon as he spoke, he vanished from sight, leaving behind the slightly swaying tables and chairs, as if to affirm his recent presence. To the west of Qin Province, nestled within the Ling Mountain range, lay a secluded Buddhist temple, its entrance adorned with the characters Bodhi Temple. Within the temple and Apos' grand hall, the abbot, with a benevolent demeanor, smiled at the young monk Song Kong beside him and said, "Song Kong, our Buddhist sect has remained hidden for long, yet only by experiencing the myriad facets of human existence can one truly grasp the essence of the Dharma. After 5 years, you shall carry the name of Bodhi Temple into the world." The young monk clasped his hands together, bowed slightly, and replied softly, "Amitabha." In Han Province, at the Tian Dao Mountain Manor, a handsome young man with a resolute expression was wholly absorbed in his training on the martial arts grounds. He gripped a relatively small black knife tightly, his posture erect like a towering mountain. The very air around him seemed to solidify in response to his concentration, rendering him motionless, as though he had melded with the surrounding landscape. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, he unleashed a powerful slash. A massive boulder before him split in two, debris scattering and dust rising in a cloud. Young master, the latest list of notable individuals has arrived. A servant approached respectfully. Presenting the list to the young man, he turned slowly, accepting the list. In that moment, the fierce aura he had displayed earlier vanished, replaced by a refined and gentle demeanor. He unfurled the list, scanning its contents, and remarked with a subtle smile, "How intriguing. First, the disciple from Sword Hidden Manor emerges. And now a Taoist maiden from Wudong? It appears the martial world shall not lack excitement. In Zhao Province, at Sword Hidden Manor, a strikingly handsome youth stood quietly at the edge of a towering cliff, his sword-like brows and starry eyes contrasting beautifully with his flowing white robes. Clutching a sleek, dark sword in its scabbard, he listened as a servant relayed the latest news from the martial world, including updates about the notable individuals list. After hearing, the youth simply replied, "Pity they are not from the sword sect." His voice echoed against the cliff, gradually dissipating into the wind. In Wei Province, at the Xiahou family estate, Zhao Qi, adorned with braided hair and a wolf-tooth pendant, stared blankly at the notable individuals list in his hands. His gaze was fixated on the words second direct disciple of Wudong sword sect, observer of intent Li Jianxin. Narrowing his eyes, a faint smile appeared on his lips as he murmured, "Ergo, it seems you've made significant progress. As your elder brother, I cannot let you catch up too easily." With that, he abruptly turned and shouted towards the entrance, "Uncle Gong, please inform Xiahou Mingjing that I am heading to the life and death duels arena." His voice resonated with determination and ferocity. In Chu Province, at the back courtyard of Golden Sands Town's Brothers Tower, a young girl in purple was meticulously administering acupuncture to Li Jianxin. Her technique was deft, each needle precisely placed as if it were a natural extension of herself. After completing the treatment, she gently wiped the sweat from her brow and cautioned Li Jianxin, "Little Taoist, I have suppressed the sword energy within you. For the next 3 days, do not attempt to manipulate it. Only then can you heal swiftly." Li Jianxin gazed at the coolly composed girl and cupped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance, young lady. May I inquire about my senior sister Lin Qingxi's condition?" The girl smiled softly, reassuring him, "Do not worry, Taoist. My master has treated Lin Taoist, and she is currently resting in the next room." At that moment, the door creaked open, and Wen Daxing entered with a playful smile on his lips, saying, "Rest assured, old Ghost Huang has already healed your junior sister. She is quietly recuperating next door." Following him was a tall, slender elder clad in simple blue robes. His stature tall and straight as a pine, with a gaunt face and flowing white hair that reflected his ethereal quality. Hearing the commotion, Li Jianxin, despite his weakened state, propped himself up and bowed deeply, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Master Wen, for your life-saving grace. I shall never forget it." Wen Daxing waved his hand casually, a hint of nonchalance in his demeanor. "Oh, enough of that. Just rest, and don't overexert yourself." It was Su who instigated the fight. "It was the people from the Medicine King Valley who treated your wounds. I merely passed on a message. There is no need for such formality." As he spoke, Wen Daxing paused, a cryptic smile crossing his face, and continued, "Besides, even if I hadn't intervened, you two might not have been in any real danger." Li Jianxin remained silent, his expression filled with concern as he asked, "May I inquire, Master One, about the extent of my senior sister Lin Qingxi's injuries?" At this moment, the white-haired elder interjected, his voice deep yet steady, "That young girl is no longer in serious danger. However, she was previously struck by a backlash of spiritual energy, nearly leading to her Tao body's collapse, resulting in significant depletion of her vitality. While I have stabilized her condition, it is estimated that she will need 2 to 3 days to regain consciousness. Even upon awakening, she must rest for some time to fully recover." Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin respectfully bowed to the elder and then turned to Wen Daxing, asking, "Might I ask who this esteemed elder is?" Wen Daxing, with an air of leisure, introduced him. "This is old Ghost Huang from the Medicine King Valley, known in the martial world as the Divine Dr. Huang Ruowei. And this young lady beside you is his apprentice, Su Wanwei." Upon realizing their identities, Li Jianxin hurriedly bowed again, sincerity evident in his words. "Thank you both for your rescue. I shall forever remember your kindness." Wen Daxing shook his head in exasperation, waving dismissively, "Enough of that. You're young. Don't always carry yourself like an old man. Young people should embody youthful vigor. There's no need to be so solemn and rigid." With that, Wen Daxing turned to Huang Ruowei, "Old Ghost Huang, you and little Wanwei should go rest in the guest room. I have some matters to discuss privately with this young Taoist." Upon hearing the news, Huang Ruowei gave a slight nod, choosing not to elaborate further. She turned and, with Su Wanwei, gracefully exited the room, their figures gradually fading into the corridor. Once the two had vanished from sight, Wen Daxing slowly turned around, his gaze settling upon Li Jianxin, his expression growing serious as he began to speak. "Young Taoist, do you realize that you and your companion have inadvertently entangled yourselves in a significant predicament?" Chapter 14. Surrounded by danger, Li Jianxin observed the solemn expression on Wen Daxing and Appos' face and could not help but inquire with a respectful bow, "May I ask, esteemed Master One, what brings you to speak thus? I would be deeply grateful for any insights you could share." You two have inadvertently uncovered the clandestine plot between the Xiahou family and the northern barbarians. While it may appear as a great achievement, you are, in fact, entangled in a web of tremendous peril. When Dishing replied, his gaze profound as he spoke slowly. Li Jianxin frowned slightly, his eyes filled with confusion as he asked, "Is revealing such a conspiracy not a significant contribution to the Dayuan dynasty?" When Dishing let out a cold laugh, pulling over a carved pearwood chair to sit down, seemingly weighing his words before he slowly continued. "The crux of the matter lies in whether you possess irrefutable evidence to prove that the Xiahou family colluded with the northern barbarians in secret, rather than merely encountering them in their machinations against you. Do not forget, the incident occurred beneath your Wudong Mountain, not in the Xiahou family's domain of Weizhou. Furthermore, has there been even a whisper regarding the Xiahou family amidst the current uproar on the rankings?" A chill ran through Li Jianxin, and the expression on his refined face grew increasingly grave. When Dishing continued, "Moreover, this matter now rests in the hands of the Northern King. While the Xiahou family remains one of the most loyal supporters of the Ning King, as for the relationship between the Ning King and the Northern King, it is known far and wide." Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin furrowed his brow even tighter, yet he began to grasp the unspoken implications of Wen Dushing and Amp Apos' words. The Northern King and the Ning King were like water and fire, and the Xiahou family, as a staunch ally of the Ning King, would undoubtedly go to great lengths to disassociate themselves from the situation to protect their own power, even resorting to inverting the truth to cast blame upon Wudong, thereby exonerating themselves. Naturally, the Ning King would spare no effort in safeguarding the Xiahou family, leaving Wudong Mountain as an inevitable target of public ire. Furthermore, whether the Ning King himself was manipulating events from the shadows remains uncertain. However, you need not be excessively anxious. For nearly 2 decades, the tides of the world have shifted dramatically from the initial struggle among kings to the current rivalry between 2 monarchs. Wudong Mountain has consistently been a coveted force that various factions aspire to ally with. Wen Dushing, seeing the gravity of Li Jianxin's demeanor, gently offered reassurance, noting that Wudong Mountain has managed to preserve its tranquility amidst this chaotic era. This resilience is not only due to its steadfast principle of non-interference in court affairs but also because the Dayuan dynasty venerates Taoism, making it difficult for anyone to coerce Wudong, the foremost sect of the Taoist tradition. Yet, the situation has changed. 6 years ago, the influence of the Ning King surged dramatically, and his ambitions have swollen, casting a longing gaze upon Wudong Mountain. Consequently, your Wudong and Apos' master, Taoist Chengxiu, was left with no choice but to announce his seclusion in order to evade the impending turmoil. Thus, while this incident may not threaten the millennia-old foundation of Wudong Mountain, it is likely that you can no longer remain aloof from the ensuing secular conflicts, and you may be compelled to engage in this intricate struggle for survival. When Dishing sighed, his voice filled with a sense of weariness and resignation. You two are at the very center of this maelstrom, and in the face of the impending perilous contest among the various factions, you must devise ways to safeguard yourselves. Li Jianxin lowered his head in contemplation, and after a moment, he lifted it again, a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he inquired, "Might the Yawang Valley also be entwined in this conflict?" Wen Dushing nodded slightly, a hint of admiration in his gaze as he replied, "Indeed, young Taoist, you are quite astute. However, the Huang Laogui and his faction willingly entered the fray. The Yawang Valley stands alongside Wudong as one of the 3 great mountains within Chuzhou. If Wudong faces dire straits, chaos will undoubtedly ensue within Chuzhou and Amp Apos' martial world, and the Yawang Valley will likely find itself embroiled as well. Thus, Huang Laogui and Amp Apos' decision to join the fray is a strategy of self-preservation born of necessity." Li Jianxin, however, remained silent, his understanding clear that Yawang Valley had already chosen its allegiance. Yet, Wudong Mountain still swayed amidst the storm, akin to a solitary boat at the mercy of a turbulent sea, at risk of being drawn into a deeper whirlpool at any moment. Everything hinged on the decisions of his master and uncle. With this thought in mind, Li Jianxin could not help but gaze out the window, his eyes traversing the layers of mountains towards the direction of Wudong Mountain. Noticing this, when Dishing approached and gently patted Li Jianxin and Amp Apos' shoulder, saying, "I have penned a letter, which will be swiftly dispatched to Wudong Mountain. Based on the journey and Amp Apos' timeline, I estimate that it will take approximately a month for various factions to converge upon Wudong Mountain. This interval should suffice for Wudong to prepare for what lies ahead. After all, your sect's esteemed Master Qing Yin is renowned in the martial world for his unparalleled intellect and strategic foresight." Upon finishing, Wen Dishing's gaze deepened as he regarded Li Jianxin, inquiring, "In this month, would you care to practice swordsmanship with me?" Li Jianxin felt a stir within him at these words, slowly lifting his head to meet Wen Dishing and Amp Apos' gaze. Through this profound exchange, he realized that this Master Wen was far from an ordinary individual. Yet, a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart, prompting him to ask, "I am immensely grateful for your kindness, esteemed Master Wen. However, I am perplexed as to why you would wish to teach me, considering I am acutely aware that I am not the most admirable pupil." Wen Dishing responded with a gentle smile, "Firstly, I see in you a pure heart and extraordinary talent in the sword arts, yet your practice lacks direction, and I do not wish for a gem to remain tarnished. Secondly, you share my surname, Li, which binds us by an intriguing connection. As for the deeper reasons, there is no need to inquire further at this moment. When the time is right, all will be revealed to you. Hearing Wendusheng and Appo's words, Li Jianxin was still filled with numerous uncertainties, yet he refrained from pressing further. He bowed deeply and declared, "If that is the case, I shall humbly accept your guidance and dedicate myself to the art of swordsmanship under your tutelage." Wendusheng nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of approval in his eyes, and instructed, "Then take the next 3 days to rest and cultivate your energy. After 3 days, I shall commence imparting the essence of swordsmanship to you." During these 3 days, Li Jianxin remained diligent, tending to his unconscious senior sister multiple times, while also diligently practicing his recovery and continuously revisiting the fierce battle he had fought with Xiahou Sun, meticulously contemplating each move and technique in his mind. 3 days later, Li Jianxin and Appo's breath had steadied, and his spirit was rejuvenated. Wendusheng arrived as promised, leading Li Jianxin to the backyard. There, at the center of the courtyard, stood 2 wooden swords protruding from the ground. Chapter 15. Observing the sword path through the wooden sword, Part 1. At this moment, the sun hung high in the sky, casting gentle rays of light upon the earth. In the adjacent room 1, Lin Qingzi, lying upon her bed in room 2, slowly stirred awake, her complexion still bearing traces of pallor. Her gaze gradually fell upon the serene figure of Daoist Qingyan, who was leisurely savoring tea. Clad in a purple robe, his demeanor was calm, and the steam rising from his teacup filled the air with an enchanting aroma. Seeing this, Lin Qingzi hastily attempted to rise to pay her respects, only to be met with a sudden wave of fatigue. Noticing her condition, Daoist Qingyan offered a gentle smile, raising his hand in a placating gesture. "Lie back down, child. Your injuries have yet to heal. You must focus on recuperation. Do not strain yourself further and endure unnecessary suffering." Upon hearing her master and Appo's words, Lin Qingzi obediently reclined back on the bed, a warm current flowing through her heart. She slightly lifted her head and inquired, "May I ask when master arrived?" Daoist Qingyan stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, "When you unleashed the thunderous call, the heavens roared, and both I and your esteemed Uncle Qingwei sensed the anomaly and hastened to your side. However, the repercussions of your actions are vast, entangled with formidable forces that are intricate and unpredictable. Having noted the involvement of others, we decided to observe from the shadows, waiting for the situation to unfold." A flicker of surprise passed through Lin Qingzi's eyes before she regained her composure. She understood well the methodical nature of her master and uncle, who were always deliberate in their actions, exhibiting calmness and poise. At that moment, she could not help but ponder the identity of the intervening figure. Were they friend or foe? Daoist Qingyan seemed to perceive her thoughts, offering a soft smile akin to a gentle spring breeze. He then elaborated on the current circumstances, his tone measured and his words clearly articulated, mirroring the conversation between Wendusheng and Li Jianxin from 3 days prior. Listening intently, Lin Qingzi furrowed her brow, biting her lip in a gesture of regret. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, "Master, it is my recklessness that has led to this complexity, and I never anticipated that it would implicate Wudong to such a degree." In response, Daoist Qingyan waved his hand lightly, continuing in a soothing manner, "Child, there is no need for excessive self-blame or worry. All is predestined. This tribulation, even if it had not manifested now, would eventually arrive. Wudong Mountain has weathered countless storms over a millennium, standing resolute. How could we fear such a minor tumult? However, you must remember that on the path of cultivation, one and Appo's disposition is paramount. Although this experience may be a trial, it is also a forge. In the future, you must maintain composure in the face of challenges and refrain from acting impulsively. Yet, do not let fear take root. Your master will always be behind you, safeguarding your peace." With that, Daoist Qingyan slowly rose. Tears shimmered in Lin Qingzi and Appo's eyes, the crystalline droplets swirling in her gaze. She then bowed deeply to Daoist Qingyan, her tone resolute as she proclaimed, "I shall remember your teachings and not betray your guidance." Daoist Qingyan nodded slightly, stroking his beard, before gently pushing open the window. A soft breeze caressed his face as he remarked, "Now, let us observe the opportunities that await your junior brother. He has been quite diligent in visiting you these past few days, yet alas, the first face you see upon waking is that of this old fool." Upon hearing this, a blush crept across Lin Qingzi and Appo's cheeks as she slowly rose to stand beside Daoist Qingyan. Peering through the window, she caught sight of Li Jianxin and Wendusheng entering the courtyard, one following the other. In the courtyard, Li Jianxin remained oblivious to the 2 gazes directed at him from afar. Wendusheng nonchalantly waved his hand, effortlessly tossing a wooden sword to Li Jianxin. With a booming voice, he declared, "Young Daoist, come. Use the sword in your grasp to defeat me. Let me see how far you have progressed in your swordsmanship." "Senior, it seems you lack any cultivation?" Li Jianxin asked, puzzled, for to him, although Wendusheng appeared more robust than the average person, he exhibited no signs of internal power. Wen Desheng merely smiled, his eyes glinting with profundity. Though my powers may be spent, mastery is not solely defined by strength. The essence of swordsmanship lies within the heart. As the heart directs, so shall the sword follow. Wield it freely, do not hold back. With that, Li Jianqing ceased further inquiries, firmly grasping the wooden sword. His resolve solidifying as he inhaled deeply. Sword technique, soaring swallow. In an instant, the wooden sword was drawn. Its blade glimmering as it cut through the air with a sharp whistle. In his hands, the sword transformed into a soaring swallow, exuding an aura of intensity as it aimed directly at Wen Desheng. Wen Desheng shifted slightly, his wrist flicking with precision as his wooden sword deftly struck Li Jianqing and Appos' wrist before he could land his blow. A surge of force coursed through Li Jianqing, akin to a gentle stream, seemingly soft, yet harboring boundless strength. The wooden sword slipped from his grip, clattering to the ground. Wen Desheng smiled. Shall we try again? Li Jianqing retrieved the wooden sword, this time initiating the sequence initial judgment of yin and yang from the two instruments sword manual. In that moment, his aura transformed dramatically, radiating like the sun at dawn, as his sword intent sharpened. First form of the two instruments sword manual, blazing sun illuminating the sky. With a resounding cry, the sword light blazed like the sun, thrusting forward with a force so fierce it seemed destined to incinerate all in its path. Wen Desheng paid no heed to the scorching wave approaching him. He simultaneously exerted force from his legs and waist, angling his wooden sword to deftly strike Li Jianqing and Appos' knee just as the latter was about to make contact. In that instant, a sharp pain radiated from Li Jianqing and Appos' knee, causing him to stagger. Yet he quickly regained his balance, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he inhaled deeply and tightened his grip on the wooden sword. Senior, please continue. Wen Desheng nodded, a glimmer of approval finally evident in his gaze. Unity of yin and yang. As Li Jianqing and Appos' true energy surged within him. The wooden sword in his grasp seemed to come alive, its intent merging the principles of yin and yang, combining hardness and softness as it advanced upon Wen Desheng. After 3 days of continuous reflection and repetitive practice, Li Jianqing was now able to execute this sword technique with ease and precision, with an illuminating spark in his eyes. Wen Desheng moved like a flowing dragon, effortlessly evading the sword and Appos' edge and countering with a swift strike that landed squarely on Li Jianqing and Appos' shoulder. Li Jianqing let out a muffled grunt, yet he did not falter. Quickly adjusting his sword stance, he surged forward once more. Wen Desheng maintained his smile, twisting his waist as he swung his wooden sword, creating a whirlwind that forced Li Jianqing to retreat several steps before ultimately tumbling to the ground. All right. Let's conclude today's sparring here, Wen Desheng said softly, observing Li Jianqing struggling to rise for another round. Do you know where you faltered today? Li Jianqing pondered for a moment, a multitude of answers flashing through his mind, yet he finally responded slowly. I humbly request your guidance, esteemed teacher. Chapter 16. Observing the sword path through the wooden sword. Part 2. A gentle breeze, imbued with the warmth of spring, swept through the branches of the yellowhorn tree in the backyard, causing 3 withered leaves to twirl gracefully thrice before descending to the ground like a sword master sheathing his blade. In the backyard, Wendy stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at Li Jianqing, who was respectfully bowing and inquiring. After a moment of silence, Wendy slowly spoke. You possess extraordinary talent, and your aptitude for the sword is remarkably exceptional, all stemming from your innate sword spirit. I have observed many echoes of various sword techniques within your style. I presume you have thoroughly perused the scriptures in the library of Wudong Mountain over these years. Li Jianqing nodded repeatedly at these words, while Wendy and Appos' penetrating gaze scrutinized the youth. His tone suddenly grew grave. However, it is merely superficial. Your foundation remains unsteady. Not to mention that you surely have not practiced the foundational 13 sword techniques. Even your ordinary slashes and thrusts, given your current skill, would likely not exceed 100 repetitions, would they? For a moment, Li Jianqing was taken aback by Wendy's sudden solemn demeanor. A flush of crimson rising to his fair cheeks, tinged with both embarrassment and awkwardness. Just as he was about to explain, Wendy and Appos' austere words struck like a sharp blade. On that day in the woods, your grand sword technique allowed 2 hidden weapons to slip past, and during your duel with the young scion of the Xiahou family, your flaws were abundant. As the grass brushed against his green robe, Li Jianqing immediately lowered his sleeves, bowing respectfully as he replied, every word spoken by the esteemed teacher is a precious gem, and I am grateful for your wisdom. Observing this, Wendy softened his tone, lightly tapping the wooden sword in his hand, saying, fortunately, your final strike against that Xiahou boy still bore some semblance of form. At this moment, Wendy's tone shifted abruptly as he inquired gravely, let me test you. Do you understand what distinguished your final strike from your other techniques? Li Jianqing fell into contemplation. His mind flashed through the years of experiences, and suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Wendy's earlier words about the heart's direction and the sword's aim resurfaced in his mind. Gradually, his gaze brightened, and he replied, might I ask, esteemed teacher, is it because of the state of mind? Wendy nodded slightly, a hint of approval appearing between his brows. Indeed, it is the state of mind. You, child, despite your youth, live with excessive depth, overly constrained by formality, as if perpetually fearing mistakes. When wielding the sword, you seem uncertain of the purpose behind your strikes. The sword play has become a mere tool, too rigid, lacking spirit. Yet in that final strike, you had a thought in your heart, intent preceding the sword. With your heart and Apos' direction, your sword naturally gained threefold sharpness. The sword path, after all, is the path of cultivating the heart. You must understand, if there are injustices in the world, do not hesitate. Draw your sword, question your heart with the sword, and let your heart guide the blade to sever it. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin felt as if he had been awakened from a deep slumber, clarity flooding his mind. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly responded, "Sword Heart is grateful for your teachings, esteemed teacher." Wendy and Apos' gaze softened as he gently caressed the wooden sword, akin to an old friend. Continuing, for this month, focus on 3 tasks. First, discern your true heart. Calm yourself and reflect on why you draw your sword. Second, practice the foundational 13 sword techniques: drawing, leading, lifting, blocking, striking, thrusting, dotting, crashing, stirring, pressing, slashing, intercepting, and cleansing, each 1,000 times daily. A solid foundation is the essence of the sword path. Lastly, you shall spar with me. A supreme swordsman is never forged in solitude. Do you have any other questions? Li Jianxin and Apos' eyes gleamed with determination as he bowed and responded, "I have no further inquiries. I shall remember your teachings today and live up to your expectations." Wendy nodded slightly, then asked with a smile, "Truly, do you not wish to inquire further? Do you not wonder why I delayed my appearance in the forest?" Li Jianxin shook his head resolutely, stating, "I trust you, esteemed teacher, and therefore need not ask further." Upon hearing this, Wendy and Apos' smile grew ever brighter. And with a sense of contentment, he said, "Since the moment you two departed from the brothers and Apos' tower, I have been following closely behind you. Alas, I have long lost my martial prowess. I could only await the arrival of Su to reveal myself and assist you. Otherwise, I would become a burden." "Very well. Begin your practice for today. I must attend to business." With that, Wendy turned and departed with steady steps. "Yes," Li Jianxin replied respectfully. Outside the Prince of Ning and Apos' residence in Jingzhou, a middle-aged man clad in a white sleeveless robe, with short lavender hair, bearing a finely crafted tang knife at his waist, approached. The blade emitted a chilling gleam. With slightly squinted eyes and a smile, he leisurely walked into the Prince and Apos' residence. The guards at the gate, upon seeing him, hastily bowed and greeted him with utmost respect, quickly clearing the way. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his steps unhurried, as he confidently traversed the courtyard toward the inner hall, as if he were well acquainted with everything here. Inside the hall, a strikingly handsome man dressed in resplendent attire sat upright in the main seat, exuding an invisible aura of regal authority, commanding respect without uttering a word. This man was the powerful Prince of Ning. Upon the entrance of the middle-aged man, a faint smile graced the Prince and Apos' lips, and he spoke in a rich, authoritative tone. "Have all matters within the ranks been arranged?" Replying to the prince, "Everything has been meticulously organized," the middle-aged man replied with a steady voice, carrying a distinct capital city and Apos' accent. "Then go on my behalf to Wudong Mountain." "You know how to proceed," the prince stated nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter, yet his words concealed an undeniable command. A glint of determination flashed in the middle-aged man and Apos' eyes as he nodded in response, "I understand, and I shall not fail in my mission." As the moon ascended amidst the branches, silver light cascaded upon the backyard of the brothers' tower, casting dancing shadows. Li Jianxin stood beneath the moonlight, wielding the wooden sword with the grace of the wind, each movement imbued with concentrated focus, as if in that moment, only he and the sword existed in the universe. Sweat trickled silently down his forehead, soaking his garments, yet he remained oblivious. In the distance, when he stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze profound as the sea. "Very well, let us conclude for today," when he softly remarked upon seeing Li Jianxin complete his final strike. "Thank you, esteemed teacher. I shall take my leave to rest." Li Jianxin replied, executing a clean and sharp bow before turning to depart. As he walked back to his room, Li Jianxin's mind lingered on a singular question. Why did he persist in wielding the sword? Lost in thought, he passed by room number 2 when the door suddenly swung open. Li Jianxin looked up at the sound, only to meet the gaze of Taoist Qin Yan. Chapter 17. I exchange limbs for limbs, Master Qin Yan. But has senior sister awakened? Upon meeting the gaze of Master Qin Yan, Li Jian's heart raced with realization, prompting him to inquire with palpable excitement. Master Qin Yan stroked his beard, his eyes twinkling with mirth, and replied slowly, "That girl has indeed awakened early this morning, and she has been observing you practice your sword for the entire day." "Master." Lin Qingzi and Apos' voice echoed from within the room, laced with a hint of shyness and irritation. "You foolish boy, why are you still standing there? Do you truly intend to wait for me to rise and invite you in? Startled, Li Jian nodded eagerly and stepped into the room. While Master Qingyan watched the scene unfold, his smile growing ever brighter. How is senior sister and Appo's health? Is there any discomfort? Upon seeing Lin Qingxi and Appo's still pale complexion on the bed, Li Jian immediately expressed his concern. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Lin Qingxi, who had initially maintained a serious expression, could not help but smile. My injuries are nearly healed. A bit more rest will suffice. Both Master and the esteemed seniors from Yaowang Valley are here, so do not fret excessively. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. You are undoubtedly aware of the current situation. Our task is to strengthen ourselves as much as possible within this month, in preparation for unforeseen circumstances, Lin Qingxi gently suggested, shifting the topic. Moreover, since you have already encountered your own opportunity, it is imperative that you seize it firmly, lest this heavenly gift slip through your fingers. Her tone carried a serious admonition. Does senior sister know Mr. Wan and Appo's identity? Li Jian quickly inquired upon hearing her words. Lin Qingxi did not respond directly, but instead directed her gaze toward Master Qingyan, who had just entered the room. She too was unaware of Wan Dushing's true identity. However, she trusted that her master, with his profound wisdom and insight, would not misjudge what was undoubtedly a significant opportunity for Li Jian. Master Qingyan, noticing that both were looking at him, leisurely took a seat and poured himself a cup of tea before speaking at a measured pace. He is Wan Dishing, known in the martial world 50 years ago as Jingshan Wenjiu. Clad in a green robe, wielding a wooden sword, he traversed 3,000 miles from south to north, challenging countless renowned swordsmen of his time. Yet, he paused for effect, taking a sip of tea before continuing. He never achieved a single victory. Never a victory? Li Jian and Lin Qingxi exclaimed in unison. Master Qingyan chuckled at their astonishment and elaborated. However, he never challenged the same opponent twice. Even in defeat, he would only seek to engage stronger adversaries, as if his sword was destined to strike down those of greater prowess. The most intriguing aspect is that those who had previously bested him would never speak of their past victories once they witnessed his subsequent duels, as if tacitly acknowledging that his sword had surpassed theirs. Thus, he persisted through repeated battles and defeats, ultimately arriving in the capital. There, he challenged 4 illustrious swordsmen from the east, south, west, and north, culminating in a challenge against the capital and Appo's foremost swordsman. This grand journey of challenges concluded with him earning the moniker and Appo's, Wan Bushing, and Appo's, as if realizing he had spoken too much and allowing Li Jian and Lin Qingxi a moment to digest the information. Master Qingyan sipped his tea leisurely. After a considerable pause, he continued. At that time, he had nearly challenged all the swordsmen in the world, except for the legendary immortal on land. Just when everyone anticipated his silence, a significant event unfolded in the capital. At that moment, the newly ascended king of the north faced both internal and external strife in Lianzhou, influenced by the former king's overwhelming reputation. The new monarch, wishing to avoid repeating history, summoned the king of the north to the capital under the pretext of a royal audience. The entire realm understood that this audience was far from ordinary, yet the young king of the north chose to attend. As expected, the new emperor dispatched 30,000 elite guards, along with the imperial court's 13 teams and all the skilled practitioners from the Astral Observation Bureau, intending to eliminate the king of the north within the palace. Faced with such an overwhelming force, even the king of the north, who was rumored to be the world and Appo's strongest, found escape difficult. At this critical juncture, 2 pivotal figures emerged. One, a confidant of the king, wielding dual blades, repelled the experts of the Astral Observation Bureau. The other was Wan Dishing, who single-handedly faced the 13 teams of the imperial court, wounding but not killing, and defeating all their captains. Thus, the king of the north was able to retreat safely. Upon returning to Lianzhou, he refrained from sending troops to the capital. Instead, he devoted himself to nurturing talent. Eventually, he gathered the forces of northern Liang along with the former king and Appo's legacy and engaged in a fierce battle against the northern barbarians at Shanhaiguan, ultimately defeating the contemporary barbarian god and securing 30 years of invaluable time for the Daiyuan dynasty. Afterward, the king of the north withdrew from the martial world with his companions until 10 years ago. These are stories for another time. Following the battle in the palace, Wan Dishing earned the title and Appo's, Jingshan Wenjiu and Appo's, and was hailed as the strongest beneath the immortal on land, one of the few most likely to become the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In a fleeting moment of glory, a wave of admiration for green robes swept through the martial realm. Master Qingyan, realizing that his teacup had become empty without his notice, poured himself another cup. How could such a formidable figure as Mr. Wan, backed by the king of the north, find himself in such a predicament? Li Jian asked, perplexed. Wan Dushing and Appo's prowess in swordsmanship stemmed from his master. His master, leveraging the bond of swordsmanship and the affection for his beloved, compelled him to assassinate the king of the north. Unexpectedly, Wan Dushing chose to forfeit his martial abilities. He declared, I exchange limbs for limbs, severing an arm and a leg in the process, with a vow to abandon swordsmanship. He relinquished his cherished love and withdrew from the martial world he adored. With that, Master Qingyan refilled his teacup. Hearing this, Li Jian and Lin Qingxi fell into deep astonishment and contemplation, rendered speechless. Liangzhou, the border. The ancient road at the frontier bore deep ruts from the passage of carts. A merchant convoy adorned with the crimson serpent flag of the Xiahou family had just rounded the Eagle Beak Cliff when a piercing alarm shattered the night. Swish! Swarm-like arrows tore through the darkness, prompting the convoy members to hastily draw their blades for defense, yet several fell, clutching their throats. In the next instant, the thunderous sound of iron hooves rolled forth as elite cavalry in dark armor spread out like a flock of geese, encircling the Xiahou convoy. A youth clad in white, brandishing a spear, stood resolute on horseback, his silver armor glinting under the moonlight. Behind him, 100 dark-armored elite riders stood as silent as a forest, their red banner embroidered with the character Su fluttering in the wind. The leader of the merchant convoy recognized the youth and spoke with conviction. What is the meaning of this, young master? The Xiahou family engages in legitimate silk trade. Does your conduct imply a challenge from the king of the north against my Xiahou family? We shall certainly report this to His Highness the Prince of Ning and submit a formal complaint against your house. Yet the young man in white paid no heed to the leader and Appo's words. He rode forward and lifted the cart curtain with his silver spear. To his dismay, instead of silk, the cart was filled with iron ingots, shimmering with an eerie blue glow in the moonlight. Seeing this, the convoy leader swiftly drew his curved blade, intending to strike the young man. In the next heartbeat, the sound of a dragon and Appo's roar echoed as the young man deftly disarmed the leader, his spear poised at the leader's throat. Seize them all. Chapter 18. Practicing swordsmanship with a clear conscience the following day. At the 6th watch of the Tiger Hour, in room 1 of the Emperor and Appo's residence, Li Jianxin lay upon his bed, his mind preoccupied with the matter of Wendy Sheng as recounted by his master Qingyan the night before. He tossed and turned, unable to find rest, and decided to don his robe and push open the window. In the courtyard, the yellow-horned tree rustled softly in the morning breeze. He drew the finely forged long sword that hung from the screen and descended the stairs into the courtyard, commencing his practice of the foundational sword techniques. The slicing sound of the sword startled 2 swallows that had taken refuge nearby. Chaotic and devoid of intent. Your distracted practice is futile, a voice interjected. Turning at the sound, Li Jianxin's gaze fell upon the speaker, and his thoughts became increasingly tumultuous, though he respectfully replied, I pay my respects to Mr. One. I did not expect you to rise so early as well. I have keen ears, particularly attuned to the sound of the sword, Wendy Sheng remarked, gesturing towards his ears. Yet your swordplay is utterly disordered. If your heart is in turmoil, your swordsmanship will falter. You are not always like this. Li Jianxin and Appo's face revealed a bittersweet smile as he slowly spoke. Esteemed teacher, since yesterday, I have been pondering the question you posed. Why do I wield the sword? Many explanations have crossed my mind, only to be dismissed, for I realize there is no compelling reason that necessitates my swordsmanship. Initially, I took up the sword merely to fulfill my elder brother and Appo's wishes. During that storm, he knelt before our master, pleading for my acceptance. Hence, I pondered. Perhaps my purpose in wielding the sword is to protect my brother? Yet, last night, I heard tales of your legendary exploits. I question my ability to match your devotion to your kin. Thus, my heart is increasingly troubled, filled with an indescribable unease and confusion. Wendy Sheng chuckled lightly, replying, You hold me in too high regard and have overcomplicated the question of why one bears a sword. My own reason for taking up the sword was merely to fulfill the youthful dream of wandering the martial world. In my youth, I believed the world was filled with fine wine, loyal brothers, and beautiful maidens. Thus, even without the means to acquire renowned swords, as long as I wielded a wooden sword, I could seek justice and settle scores. I trained to show those who looked down upon me that even a humble innkeeper could traverse the world with a sword, that a mere peasant could command respect among all swordsmen. Ultimately, I sought only to practice my swordsmanship with a clear conscience and depart with it without regret. And I am not as tragic as you envision, for in my heart, my dream of the martial world remains unfulfilled. Wendy Sheng gestured towards the door, saying, Look at that coal vendor standing tall like a sword, or the storyteller whose applause rings out like the sound of a blade. My martial world has never vanished, merely taken on a different guise. Thus, you need not overly concern yourself with the choices of others. What you must do is maintain a clear conscience and act without regret. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin gazed into the radiant eyes of the elder, and his internal turmoil gradually subsided. He earnestly expressed, Thank you for your guidance, esteemed teacher. Look at you, always in such a state. Come now. Do not dwell on it. I shall prepare a bowl of noodles for you. Wendy Sheng gently shook his head, a hint of exasperation mingling with a warm smile, as he patted Li Jianxin on the head. Then, esteemed teacher, I would like a bowl of mixed noodles with an extra egg, if you please, Li Jianxin said, an unusual display of childlike innocence illuminating his face with a mischievous grin. Ha! Wendy Sheng, amused by this, laughed heartily as he retreated to the kitchen. Before long, Wendy Xing emerged with 2 steaming bowls of mixed noodles, and the pair indulged joyfully in the dining hall. In the upper chamber of the Emperor and Apos' residence, Lin Qingxi sensed Li Jianxin's demeanor and movements below, a faint smile unconsciously gracing her lips. In Weizhou, at the cold Feather City, within the arena of the North Town, Zhao Qi stood at the center of the arena, his once unruly dreadlocks now replaced by a neat short haircut. Under the sunlight, the scar upon his nose appeared even more pronounced. The air was filled with deafening cheers and curses. Spectators eagerly anticipated a bloody confrontation, passionately discussing the imminent clash. Opposite Zhao Qi stood a burly man wielding a broad axe, its blade gleaming blindingly in the sun. With the sound of a gong echoing through the arena, the battle commenced. Zhao Qi moved with agility, akin to a swift swallow darting through the trees, skillfully evading the sweeping blows of the giant axe. In his hand, the cold iron dagger glimmered ominously, each strike infused with an imposing chill. This was the unique martial art passed down through the Xiahou family, known as the Xianbing technique. Though the giant axe was formidable, it appeared cumbersome and clumsy against Zhao Qi and Apos' nimble responses. The dagger in Zhao Qi and Apos' grasp was as sharp as ice. Each collision with the axe sending a bone-chilling aura that penetrated deep into his opponent's core, rendering their body increasingly stiff and unyielding. After several rounds of fierce combat, Zhao Qi maintained an extraordinary composure, his eyes reflecting no hint of turmoil, as if this life-and-death struggle were merely a regular practice session. In contrast, his opponent grew increasingly agitated, their movements becoming erratic after failing to land a blow. Finally, after a deft evasion, Zhao Qi seized the exposed weakness of his opponent, driving his dagger into their chest like an ice-cold blade. A wave of frigid energy erupted, solidifying the opponent and Apos' veins and blood, rendering them as motionless as a statue. Thus concluding the battle, the arena fell into a momentary silence, soon to be replaced by raucous applause and cheers. Congratulations to Xiahou Qingying for achieving victory and securing a remarkable 30 consecutive wins, the announcer declared excitedly. Zhao Qi stood in the center of the arena, his visage betraying no trace of triumph, only a profound serenity akin to still waters. He turned to exit the arena, disregarding the cheers of the crowd. Xiahou, young master. Please wait, my master requests your presence. Just as Zhao Qi, also known as Xiahou Qingying, was about to leave, a voice called out from behind him. Turning back, he beheld a plain-looking man clad in black. Zhao Qi inquired coolly, "Who is your master?" Lord Ning, one of the 4 heavenly generals, the Raincoat Traveler. Chapter 19. The Dance of Swords and Rising Winds. In the courtyard behind the brothers and Apos' tower, the yellow hornbeam trees rustled softly under the gentle caress of the breeze. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting a dappled pattern upon the bluestone slabs, illuminating paths of intertwining shadows. At the center of the courtyard, Li Jianxin and Wen Daxing stood facing each other, their wooden swords devoid of sharp edges, yet radiating a chilling light, as a subtle aura of sword energy surrounded them. Jianxin, your progress over the past 21 days has been remarkable, Wen Daxing remarked, his voice deep and resonant, laced with a hint of anticipation. You have mastered the foundational 13 sword techniques with exceptional skill. Today, let me formally assess your swordsmanship. With that, Wen Daxing slowly removed his right hand, which was encased in a bronze mechanical arm. Sir, what are you doing? Li Jianxin inquired, taken aback. Do not worry, Jianxin. This mechanical arm represents my daily life. Removing it signifies my true path in swordsmanship, Wen Daxing replied calmly. Now, prepare yourself, and hold nothing back. Taking a deep breath, Li Jianxin focused his spirit at the tip of his sword. Acknowledging his 21 consecutive defeats, he understood that if he did not exert his utmost effort, he would likely face another disheartening loss. Yes, sir. Li Jianxin responded, his wooden sword dancing like a dragon. He initiated the first move, the drawing sword stance, slicing through the air with a gust of wind that suggested both grace and latent ferocity. Wen Daxing smiled slightly, a flicker of approval in his eyes, as he deftly deflected Li Jianxin and Apos' assault with a gentle sweep of his wooden sword, dissipating the attack into nothingness. He remained unhurried, adopting a defensive stance that was as formidable as a mountain, unwavering amidst the tempest. Realizing his initial attack had been neutralized, Li Jianxin pivoted and altered his technique to the thrusting sword stance. The tip of his sword sparkled like distant stars as he relentlessly targeted Wen Daxing and Apos' vulnerabilities. Each thrust was swift as lightning yet precise, aimed directly at the flaws in Wen Daxing and Apos' technique. Wen Daxing acknowledged Li Jianxin and Apos' improvements with a glint of respect in his eyes. With a subtle shift, he countered Li Jianxin and Apos' fierce onslaught using the piercing sword technique. The shadows of their swords intertwined, creating an illusion of countless strikes, making it difficult to discern their true forms. Although Li Jianxin and Apos' swordplay had shown significant advancement, it still appeared somewhat lacking against Wen Daxing's seasoned prowess. The two exchanged blows, their swords clashing with a symphony of sound. As their duel continued, Li Jianxin's movements became increasingly fluid, as if he had merged with his sword, each strike executed with an instinctive grace that hinted at the unity of heart and blade. Excellent, Wen Dushing exclaimed, impressed by Li Jianxin and Apos' progress. He then unleashed his full potential. His figure expanded suddenly, and his wooden sword transformed into a flurry of sharp shadows. Each strike aimed with increasing speed and precision at the weaknesses in Li Jianxin's technique, the intercepting sword stance. The onslaught resembled a tempest, fierce and unrelenting, each blow carrying the force to shatter defenses. Yet, undeterred by the ferocity of the attack, Li Jianxin inhaled deeply and adapted his technique to the disrupting sword stance. His sword movements flowed like deep, tranquil waters, unyielding to the storm, as he gently tapped the air, seemingly rendering all assaults intangible. As their swords collided, the two energies dissipated into nothingness, leaving only a faint aura of their respective sword energies lingering in the air. Well done. Truly remarkable. Let us conclude for today. Wen Dushing declared, your swordsmanship has greatly improved, and the foundational 13 techniques now hold limitless potential in your hands. His words brimmed with pride and encouragement, eyes sparkling with expectations for Li Jianxin and Apos' future. With continued practice, given your talent, you shall soon reach the realm of Apos, heart and blade as one. And Apos, Li Jianxin smiled, warmth swelling within him, for he understood that regardless of how far he might journey along his path of swordsmanship, Master Wen would always be a vibrant and pivotal figure in his life and Apos' tapestry. Sir, I would still like to have some wonton noodles, Li Jianxin stated. Ah, certainly. Today, I shall treat you to an extra serving of eggs as well, Wen Dushing replied with a chuckle, putting away his wooden sword. The two then departed the courtyard, making their way toward the main hall. As dusk approached, the sun and Apos' slanted rays cast long shadows behind them. Inside the hall, Qingwei Jinren and Lin Qingci appeared to have been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Li Jianxin and Wen Dushing approach, both greeted them with smiles. Qingwei Jinren stroked his beard, surveying Li Jianxin with satisfaction. It seems you have gained much today, Jianxin. Lin Qingci rose to welcome them, her laughter bright. You fool. Your swordplay is becoming increasingly refined. Li Jianxin returned the smile. I owe it all to Master Wen and Apos' guidance. Moreover, I cannot compare to my uncle and senior sister, who can sense everything occurring in the tower merely by sitting in their chambers. Enough with the pleasantries among family. Wait here, I will fetch 4 bowls of wonton noodles. Wen Dushing interjected, hastily entering the kitchen. Before long, 4 steaming bowls of wonton noodles were presented at the table. The 4 gathered around, engaging in lively conversation as they dined. Suddenly, outside the door, the urgent sound of galloping hoofs grew louder, culminating in a sudden halt. A young man clad in white, bearing a long spear, strode confidently into the hall. It was Su Beixiang, the heir of the Northern King's manor, who had met Li Jianxin previously. Su Beixiang approached the table briskly, announcing, Beixiang greets Uncle Wen, Senior Qingwei, and the 2 young Taoists. Has the matter been resolved so swiftly? You are quite efficient. Wen Dushing remarked, setting down his bowl. Indeed, it has all been arranged, Uncle Wen. Su Beixiang nodded. The information has been confirmed, and everything is proceeding as planned. Upon hearing this, Qingwei Jinren and Wen Dushing exchanged a knowing glance before speaking in unison, on behalf of Wudong Mountain. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to young Master Beixiang for your invaluable assistance. You flatter me, Senior. Even without the aid of the Northern King's manor, Wudong Mountain would surely remain secure, Su Beixiang replied, a sincere smile breaking across his face as he scratched his head. By the way, Uncle Wen, is there any of that noodle left? I've been subsisting on rations during my journey, and I find myself quite famished now. You rascal. I'll have the kitchen prepare more for you. The brothers outside must not be neglected either, Wen Dushing promptly instructed the kitchen staff. Soon, a large pot of steaming wonton noodles was brought out, eliciting joy from Su Beixiang and his accompanying guards. The atmosphere in the hall became even more lively as everyone gathered around, sharing laughter over a simple dinner. While eating, Su Beixiang remarked, I've heard that the envoy from Ningguang is the captain of the 13th Imperial Court and Apos' 3rd Division, and that the Xiahou family has sent their elder Xiahou Yong. These two are no trifling adversaries. We must remain vigilant, even if we have. Chapter 20, Assassination in the Bustling Market, Part 1, the following morning. At the first light of dawn, Su Beixiang, accompanied by his 18 personal guards, stood ready at the entrance of the brothers' lodge, awaiting departure. Shortly thereafter, Master Qing En, alongside Lin Qingci, emerged from the lodge, smiling as he addressed Su Beixiang. Your Highness, I trust you will guide us well on the journey to the mountain. Old Master, you are too modest. With your presence, I am certain everything will proceed smoothly, Su Beixiang replied with a respectful bow and a smile. Within the grand hall, Wen Dushing slowly retrieved a tome, weathered by the passage of time, from his chest and solemnly presented it to Li Jianxin. The ancient bronze cover bore the bold letters True Understanding of Swordsmanship, written with exceptional vigor and flair. Sir, what is this? Li Jianxin inquired, cradling the book with curiosity. Wen Dushing casually replied, after you have called me sir so many times, it would be remiss of me not to present you with a gift. The path of swordsmanship divides into two, technique and intent. Regardless of which you pursue, attaining the pinnacle in either will lead you to the summit of martial arts. The teachings I have imparted, combined with your studies in the Wudong Library, have equipped you well in the realm of sword techniques. However, given your innate talent, solely honing your swordplay would be a disservice. This true understanding of swordsmanship is a legacy left by the legendary sword god, Li. He was a once-in-500 years talent in swordsmanship, the strongest in a millennium, whose profound sword intent could rend the heavens. Thus, only his teachings are most suitable to guide you in grasping the essence of sword intent. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin gently caressed the pages, as if he could sense the fierce sword intent coursing through them. He then raised his gaze and said, "Sir, this is truly too precious. You have already done so much for me. I feel unworthy of this gift." Before Li Jianxin could continue, Wen Dishing interjected. "No need for further words. You carry too much karmic consequence. Many matters are beyond your current understanding. I merely wish to provide you with a foundation for self-preservation." Furthermore, he gestured towards the true understanding of swordsmanship in Li Jianxin's hands. Li Jianxin understood, opening the book to its first page, where he read, "May the sincere swordsmen of the world each wield 2 sleeves of green snakes. May the stunning swordsmen of the realm each open the heavenly gate with their swords." The 2 lines struck him with their grandeur. The student comprehended and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sir, for bestowing this book upon me." In response to this gesture, Wen Dishing accepted it with unusual composure and continued. "Do not neglect the practice of the 13 foundational sword techniques. Remember my methods of striking over these days, and strive to understand them deeply. Return to me once you can defeat those in the Carefree realm, and I shall reveal certain matters to you." "Sir, are you not coming with us to Wudong Mountain?" Li Jianxin asked, surprised. "An old man like me has a vast estate to protect. My wife entrusted me with taking care of the Brothers' Lodge, so I cannot leave." Wen Dishing shook his head slightly. Li Jianxin was about to persuade him further when he noticed Wen Dishing donning his mechanical arm again, swallowing his words. "So this is the life of my mentor." As they exited the Brothers' Lodge, Su Beixiang promptly approached and respectfully stated, "Uncle Wen, it is getting late. We must be off. I shall visit you again next time. Go on, go on. What is there for an old man like me to see?" Wen Dishing waved his hand dismissively. With reluctance in their eyes, Li Jianxin bid farewell to Wen Dishing. Although their time together was brief, the old man held a significant place in his heart. "Come down when you crave noodles," Wen Dishing called out just as they had turned to leave. As the streets of the small town were gradually filled with the rising smoke of cooking, vendors began setting up their stalls along the roadside with their laden wooden carts. The blacksmith's forge roared to life, the sound of hammers striking anvil echoing through the air. The marketplace buzzed with the din of haggling voices and calls of merchants. Amid the bustling crowd, Li Jianxin suddenly sensed something amiss and instinctively sidestepped. He saw a vendor standing frozen, gripping a dagger that gleamed faintly green, its blade merely inches from where he had just stood. As anticipated, they had come. Master Qingyan approached calmly, placing a hand on the assassin's shoulder, who promptly collapsed. "Fate uncertain. Be careful, senior sister," Li Jianxin shouted, realizing the impending danger and alerting Lin Qingzi. 3 figures, imbued with chilling intent, swiftly closed in on Lin Qingzi in a triangular formation, poised to strike. At that moment, still reeling from the shock of Li Jianxin's near assassination, Lin Qingzi snapped back to reality, only to find her escape routes completely blocked, unable to even utilize her evasive techniques, trapped in a dire predicament. Just as the situation reached its critical point, a dragon's roar sliced through the air, and a pristine white dragon circled around Lin Qingzi, forcefully sending the 3 assailants flying. The one who had acted was none other than Su Beixiang, wielding a silver spear. Such a breathtaking spectacle sent the surrounding townsfolk into a frenzy, scattering in panic. However, amidst the chaos of the 2 assassination attempts, no one noticed that Li Jianxin and Lin Qingzi had unwittingly aligned themselves in a straight line. In an instant, a chilling wave of murderous intent erupted from the fleeing crowd. "Carefree realm," Su Beixiang exclaimed. At nearly the same moment, both Li Jianxin and Lin Qingzi felt as if they were about to be pierced by a sword beam infused with lethal intent. "Geng, stabilize the mountains and rivers. Qian, stabilize the void." As the commands were issued, a faint golden shield rose around Li Jianxin and Lin Qingzi, tightly enclosing them. The terrifying sword energy that had surged toward them collided with the formidable barrier, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. An elderly man, hunched and resembling a beggar at the corner of the street, clutched a pitch-black sword, frozen in place like the initial assassin, unable to move. "Do you underestimate Wudong Mountain too much? Do you think the elders of Wudong are all dead?" Master Qingyan and Appo's voice echoed around them, laced with undeniable ire. Chapter 21, Assassination in the Bustling City, Part 2. The Daoist Qingyan and Appo's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the elder wielding the dark longsword. And he spoke in a deep voice, ranked 9th on the assassin and Appo's list. "The elder with the ink sword from the Cold River Crossing? Who dares to provoke me? The Wudong Mountain. The ink sword elder and Amp. Apos. S. murderous intent remained unabated, a mocking smile etched upon his face. In a hoarse voice, he retorted, Old man Qingyan. You Haven and Amp. Apos. T even made it onto the heavenly list. What audacity do you possess? You are merely a terrestrial immortal. I have slain many like you before. Do you truly think your trifling tricks can ensnare me? Before his words had faded, the ink soared in the elder and Apos. S. hand trembled slightly, and in an instant, he transformed into a swift shadow, breaking free from his constraints and silently merging into the surrounding darkness. Daoist Qingyan appeared to anticipate this very moment. He gathered his internal power into his palm, transforming it into a shimmering talisman of golden light. With a gentle push, an invisible force surged forth, forming an imperceptible barrier around them. Break. With a low shout from Qingyan, the barrier erupted in a brilliant radiance, forcing the Inksword Elder out of the shadows. The Elder's figure twisted midair, his dark sword carving out enigmatic trajectories in search of Qingyan's vulnerabilities. However, Daoist Qingyan remained unfazed, stepping forward with his left foot, summoning a brisk breeze. Sun character, clear wind marsh. Suddenly, a refreshing gust enveloped the Inksword Elder, causing his sword techniques to slow. Sun character, Galeblade. As Qingyan and Amp. Apos. S. voice faded, the gentle breeze surrounding the Inksword Elder instantaneously transformed into innumerable sharp wind blades, rapidly converging upon him. Just as the Inksword Elder was on the brink of being shredded, his figure disintegrated like an ink droplet, scattering into countless phantoms, overlapping and swirling like a torrent of dark ink, encircling Daoist Qingyan and his companions. 10,000 shadows kill. In the blink of an eye, from the myriad of shadows, countless dark figures surged forth, akin to spilled ink, swiftly darting through the air, all aiming their swords at the center, where Daoist Qingyan stood. In that moment, Qingyan felt a terrifying murderous aura descending upon him like a thundercloud. Li Jianxin and the others found themselves paralyzed by this overwhelming malice, unable to make even the slightest movement. Unperturbed, Daoist Qingyan calmly waved his hand, pointing forward with a gentle gesture as he intoned, Sun character, King character, wind and rain spell. Instantly, a tempest swept through the entire Jinsuzhen, unleashing a torrential downpour. Amidst the raging storm, the murderous intent that the Inksword Elder had just coalesced evaporated into nothingness, while countless raindrops transformed into many whirlwinds, shredding the multitude of shadows into fragments, dispersing them into the void. Thinking of fleeing now? Too late. Daoist Qingyan's voice resonated with an imposing authority. Li Jianxin and the others witnessed a terrifying bolt of lightning descend from afar, followed by a heart-rending scream that pierced the heavens. It was the voice of the Inksword Elder. It is finished. With that, Daoist Qingyan flicked his sleeve, and the wind and rain subsided instantaneously. Master, why did these assassins come to kill us? It seems you anticipated their arrival, Lin Qingxi inquired hastily as the dust settled. Before Qingyan could respond, Li Jianxin interjected, Senior sister, if you were from the Xiahou family, would you choose to wait passively for the outcome of a later confrontation? Or resolve the issue at its roots? Lin Qingxi, not lacking in wit, quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, as Li Xiaodao said, Senior Qingyan and I had foreseen that our return journey would encounter peril. However, we did not anticipate that Cold River Crossing would dispatch a peak expert of the Xianxia realm, alongside 3 formidable beings from the Winter realm. Using a Peakshi master assassin as bait, Su Beixiang remarked slowly, the Cold River Crossing, reputed as one of the world's most powerful assassin organizations, has indeed orchestrated an intricate web of assassination that is difficult to defend against. Li Jianxin lamented, a shiver running down his spine. At that moment, Daoist Qingyan approached leisurely, speaking calmly. I had foreseen that someone would endeavor to harm the two of you, which is why I awaited in the Brothers and Amp. Apos pavilion. However, that assassin never revealed himself. Thus, I surmised that the mountain path would not be peaceful. I had not anticipated that both assassination attempts were mere bait, nearly allowing the Inksword Elder to exploit the opportunity. Jianxin, your performance earlier was indeed impressive. You adeptly evaded the initial lethal strike and accurately predicted your senior sister and Amp. Apos' impending peril. This demonstrates considerable progress over the past month, Daoist Qingyan acknowledged. Li Jianxin, with a simple smile, replied, Uncle Master, you flatter me. I still have much to learn compared to your formidable prowess. Senior, Li Xiaodao, let us quicken our pace and reach Wudong Mountain as soon as possible. This way, we can swiftly escape this crisis, Su Beixiang suggested. Acutely aware that the attempt on their lives was unlikely to be singular, the enemy had already gauged their strength and would undoubtedly deploy more formidable foes in the next assault. Brother Su, you speak wisely. Let us hasten our departure. However, having saved both me and senior sister twice now, there is no need for further formalities. From now on, simply call me Jianxin, Li Jianxin stated. Indeed, indeed. Lin Qingxi chimed in agreement. Upon hearing the conversation among the three, Daoist Qingyan's lips curled into a slight smile as he led the way beyond the town. They hurriedly exited the bustling Jinsuzhen, their pace unrelenting until they reached the edge of the ancient forest where Li Jianxin and Su Beixiang had previously battled the assassins from the North Barbarian First-Class Hall. The forest was filled with a gentle breeze, carrying a hint of coolness. The group remained on high alert, ever prepared to fend off any ambush from assassins. Once inside the forest, Jianxin and Qingzi exercised heightened caution, requesting Daoist Qingyan to take the lead. Su Beixiang and Appos, as soldiers. Heed my command. Form the and Appos, Feng arrow formation and Appos, as we enter the forest. As his words fell, Su Beixiang and Appos, S-18 loyal guards arranged themselves around the four, advancing deeper into the woods. Moving steadily through the dim forest, their nerves were taut, acutely attuned to the slightest sound. Lin Qingxi maximized her mastery of the Qi Manduanjia, expanding its coverage to its utmost limit. Surprisingly, on their journey, they encountered no ambush from assassins, nor even the trace of a wild beast. As they approached the threshold of the shadowy forest, a sense of ease washed over them, their previously strained nerves beginning to unwind. Yet, in an instant, unforeseen upheaval ensued. Chapter 22. The convergence of heaven and earth. In an instant, the world around transformed into a monochromatic expanse of gray and white, surging towards Li Jianxin and his companions like a relentless tide, swiftly engulfing them. Li Jianxin's vision gradually blurred, as if everything around him had succumbed to a slow-motion trance. His thoughts dulled until they faded into nothingness. Time and space appeared to stand still, the group frozen in a static black and white tableau, eternally captured in that moment. Suddenly, Li Jianxin felt a sharp pain in his eye sockets, as if a glimmering sword light flickered within his pupils, slowly reviving his consciousness. Yet, the world around him remained sluggish, his body momentarily unresponsive. He could only witness the warriors of the Xiangzi camp at the forefront suffering a cruel cut across their shoulders, blood blooming slowly and scattering outward. Following them, the second and third warriors met the same grim fate, each shoulder bursting forth with crimson, as if an invisible sword was mercilessly reaping lives among them. As the imminent threat loomed over Qing Yanjinren and Su Beixiang, they remained unresponsive, igniting a deep sense of urgency within Li Jianxin. Suddenly, intricate patterns of the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram surged beneath Qing Yanjinren and Appos' feet, swirling and expanding to Li Jianxin and Appos' eyes. This Taiji diagram, though also in black and white, stood in stark contrast to the surrounding deathly silence. Just as Li Jianxin believed they might escape this dire predicament, a despairing turn of events unfolded. The Taiji diagram beneath Qing Yanjinren was violently torn apart, reverting into silent black and white. The fissures gradually widened, encroaching upon him. A profound sense of hopelessness enveloped Li Jianxin, realizing that even the mightiest among them, Qing Yanjinren, had no means of resistance. His only thought was to draw the sword at his waist, unwilling to face the enemy without having unleashed its power, even at the cost of his own life. Move now. Li Jianxin and Appos' heart surged with fury, a roar of defiance echoing within him. The sword essence within him resonated with his indomitable spirit, igniting a tempest of sword intent. In his eyes, the sword light swirled violently, akin to a tempest. Just as the fissures approached Qing Yanjinren, a golden talisman suddenly burst forth from his robes, transforming into a massive golden rune that hovered steadily before him. At the moment the fissures touched the golden rune, it erupted in a blinding radiance, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cascaded like a torrential downpour, enveloping everything in its path with razor-sharp precision. The desolate black and white realm dissipated in an instant, the world restored to vibrant color. Li Jianxin and Appos' vision cleared, his senses returned. He grasped the sword hilt, only to find that the surroundings had been leveled by the overwhelming sword energy, its residual force permeating the air with a lethal aura. A figure cloaked in black emerged slowly from the remnants of the sword energy, his robe fluttering in the wind, his features obscured by shadows. The figure let out a cold snort, spitting blood, evidently wounded as well. He raised his head, his deep voice resonating amidst the fading sword energy. I didn't and Appos, to expect you, Qingyan Laodao, to have another trick up your sleeve. But I doubt you possess a second talisman. Qing Yanjinren and Appos' expression grew grave as he stepped forward, calmly replying, no need for another, the outcome is already determined. No sooner had he spoken than the ground beneath the forest illuminated, revealing a colossal rune. Qing Yanjinren pointed forward. Mountain rune. Suppress. The earth roared as a mountain-like force surged from the rune, as if a towering peak was rising to confine the black-cloaked figure. The figure scoffed, his sword shimmering with cold light, and he swung it fiercely. The immense sword energy cleaved through the air, colliding violently with the power of the mountain. The thunderous sound deafening. The sword energy scattered, and the illusory mountain trembled slightly, yet it remained steadfast, continuing its downward pressure. Seeing his first strike fail, the black-cloaked figure brought his fingers together, swiftly brushing over the sword, channeling his inner energy into it. The sword blazed with brilliance, transforming into a fierce sword light that shot skyward. In that fleeting moment of life and death, the sword light clashed once more with the mountain and Appos' illusion. The world seemingly reduced to their clash, the thunderous sounds relentless. Suddenly, Qing Yanjinren spat out blood, but thanks to Li Jianxin and Amp, Appos' swift reaction, he managed to support him, preventing him from collapsing to the ground. As the sword light and mountain illusion began to fade, tranquility returned to the world. The black-cloaked figure, sword in hand, advanced slowly. Is the outcome already decided? You truly have foresight, but it is you who will meet your end. At that moment, the warriors of the Xiangzi camp lay motionless, and while Qing Yanjinren wished to rise, he found himself utterly powerless. Li Jianxin tightened his grip on the sword hilt, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. To his left, Su Beixiang stood with a spear, and to his right, Lin Qingxi stepped forward, weaving a hand gesture. The black-cloaked figure sneered, "You three juniors?" A futile struggle. He trembled his sword, and once again, the world darkened to black and white, pressing down upon Li Jianxin and his companions. Just as they prepared to make their final stand, the black-cloaked figure seemed to sense something, abruptly retracting his sword and vanishing without a trace. In the next moment, a beam of sword light descended, revealing the figure of Qingwei Jinren. Qing Yanjinren smiled faintly. "Senior brother, you have finally arrived. If you had come any slower, we might have truly perished here." Qingwei Jinren frowned. "What happened to you? Aside from the sword talisman I provided, you have even employed the mountain rune." Qing Yanjinren smiled wryly. The fourth on the assassin and Appos' list, the chief of Hanjiang Crossing, Wu Shengxi. His power exceeds imagination. He has already attained the status of a terrestrial immortal. He struck at the perfect moment, catching us off guard when we relaxed our vigilance. Had it not been for your sword talisman, I might have been swiftly slain. Fortunately, I had prepared the mountain rune. Otherwise, I would not have had the chance to wait for your arrival. Upon hearing this, Qingwei Jinren ceased further inquiries, his robes stirring without wind, sword intent radiating. He surveyed the surroundings with piercing eyes, solemnly stating, "This enmity shall be avenged. Hanjiang Crossing, await your reckoning." With that, Qingwei Jinren elegantly waved his sleeve, and several emerald lights surged into the bodies of the warriors, instantly alleviating their wounds. Thankfully, Wu Shengxi and Appos' primary target was not these soldiers, allowing a breath of life to be salvaged. Qingwei Jinren turned to Su Beixiang. "I thank you on behalf of the soldiers of the Xiangzi camp for your timely rescue." "Senior." Su Beixiang bowed deeply, gratitude evident in his eyes. Qingwei Jinren nodded slightly before turning to Li Jianxin and Lin Qingxi, appraising them before speaking in a calm tone. "Well done. You are nearing the realm of the unity of heart and sword. Little Ci, you are also impressive, nearly touching the state of unity with the heavens. It seems you both have turned misfortune into fortune this time. Let us proceed back to Wudong Mountain. With me here. None shall dare to make another assassination attempt," Qingwei Jinren declared, surveying the group with a tranquil yet confident voice. At his words, everyone rose and began to follow Qingwei Jinren towards Wudong Mountain. Chapter 23. Convergence of Clouds at Wudong Mountain. Half an hour later, the silhouette of Wudong Mountain gradually became discernible, with countless sword challenge notices sprawling across the hills, capturing the attention of Li Jianxin and his companions. At the foot of the mountain, a middle-aged man with 3 inches of frost in his hair awaited their arrival. Upon seeing him, Lin Qingxi exclaimed with delight, "Senior brother Lu, you and Appos' returned." Lu Mubai first bowed respectfully to Qingwei and Qing Yan, saying, "Mubai pays his respects to master and uncle Qing Yan." Qingwei nodded slightly, while Qing Yan smiled warmly and replied, "Mubai, it has been many years, you have grown increasingly composed." "Uncle, you flatter me," Lu Mubai responded calmly. He then turned to Lin Qingxi, a playful glint in his eyes, teasing, "Little Ci, it has been a long time. I never imagined our little junior sister would become renowned as an Appos, Dao Faz Rand and Appos." Lin Qingxi and Appos' cheeks flushed slightly, and then a hint of guilt flickered in her eyes as she said, "Senior brother, please do not jest about me." Lu Mubai and Appos' smile faded as he gently ruffled Lin Qingxi and Appos' hair, his tone softening. "Little Ci and Appos, there is no need for concern. The brothers on the mountain will not blame you. Even if the sky were to fall, my sword will carve out a path for you." Lin Qingxi's eyes glistened with unshed tears, biting her lip as she nodded. Observing this, Li Jianxin stepped forward to pat her back, offering comfort, "Sister, we will bear this together." Lin Qingxi took a deep breath, determination flashing in her eyes as she softly declared, "Do not worry, I am fine. I am Lin the heroine." "This must be the little junior brother," Lu Mubai remarked, turning to Li Jianxin with a gentle gaze. "Jianxin has met the eldest brother." Li Jianxin greeted, clasping his fist in acknowledgement. For reasons unknown, Li Jianxin sensed a subtle danger emanating from Lu Mubai, despite his evident position in the Xiaoao realm, surpassing even that of Qing Yan. Lu Mubai nodded slightly, his gaze piercing as if seeing through all, before a glimmer of approval crossed his eyes. "Indeed, your sword energy is restrained, hinting at the unity of heart and sword. Given time, you will surely become a remarkable figure." Then, Lu Mubai looked towards Su Beixiang and the others, his tone still warm. "Your Highness, Master and Uncle have already arranged accommodations for you. Please follow me up the mountain for a brief respite." Have the people from Yawang Valley arrived? Su Beixiang inquired gratefully. The two from Yawang Valley have been awaiting you on the mountain for some time, Lu Mubai replied. Let us proceed, came the calm voice of Qingwei. He took the lead, steadily ascending the mountain, with the group following closely, stepping onto the stone steps. As the mountain breeze caressed their faces, the taut nerves of the group relaxed completely. Before long, they arrived at the mountain gate. Mubai, please guide His Highness and the others to their quarters. Your uncle and I have urgent matters to discuss, Qingwei instructed, exchanging a glance with Qing Yin before both vanished without a trace in a single step. Seeing this, Lu Mubai turned to Su Beixiang and the others with a smile. Please follow me, Your Highness. Eldest brother, I will accompany my sister as well, Li Jianxin interjected. Lu Mubai and Amp, Oppos, gaze swept over the two, nodding slightly. Very well, then we shall go together. He then walked leisurely, leading them through the tranquil mountain path to the guest quarters. Upon entering the small courtyard, they found two figures seated at a stone table, a pot of tea and 2 cups awaiting them, as if they had been waiting for some time. One was an elderly man with white hair clad in a simple blue robe, emanating a fragrance of herbs, none other than the renowned physician Huang Ruowei. The other was the cool-faced maiden in a purple dress, Su Wanyue. Su Wanyue lifted her gaze, offering a serene smile as she softly said, Jianxin, it is good to see you again. Li Jianxin clasped his fists in greeting. Elder Huang, Miss Su, it has been a long time. You both seem to have recovered well. It appears you both are in good spirits, perhaps even improved, Huang Ruowei remarked, placing down his teacup and surveying the two with a smile. Thanks to Elder Huang and Amp, Oppos' miraculous healing, we were able to recover so swiftly, Lin Qingxi expressed with sincere gratitude. Huang Ruowei waved his hand dismissively. A physician and Oppos' benevolence is merely part of the duty. With that, he turned his attention to Su Beixiang, saying, Your Highness. It has been a while. Su Beixiang returned the greeting with a bow, smiling. Elder Huang, Miss Su, I hope you are both well. I have come at my father and Oppos' behest to discuss a few matters privately with Elder Huang, if you would be so kind. With that, he turned to Li Jianxin and Lin Qingxi, offering a smile tinged with apology. Huang Ruowei nodded slightly, rising with a calm demeanor. Your Highness, please follow me. The two stepped into the inner chamber, while 18 soldiers from the Xiang battalion lined up at the entrance, standing guard. The courtyard fell silent. Seeing this, Li Jianxin and Lin Qingxi exchanged a few brief words with Su Wanyue before departing separately. Time slipped away swiftly, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the gates of Wudong Mountain, dust billowed as a troop of riders approached at a gallop. At the forefront was a robust elder radiating an undeniable authority, Xiahou Yong, the grand elder of the Xiahou clan. Following closely were members of the Xiahou family, each exuding remarkable prowess, clearly elite selections. As if prearranged, a middle-aged man with short purple hair clad in a white sleeveless robe arrived almost simultaneously with the Xiahou contingent. He bore a tang knife at his waist, his eyes squinting in a smile. 10 mysterious guards in black cloaks and hats followed closely behind him, their steps steady and their presence formidable, indicating they were no ordinary individuals. This man was Yi Wuhan, captain of the 13th team of the Imperial Court, accompanied by several of his team members. Yi Wuhan's arrival heightened the atmosphere at the mountain gate, as he exchanged a glance with Xiahou Yong, seemingly sharing an unspoken understanding. Brother Xiahou, I have long admired your reputation. Seeing you today, you truly are remarkable. Yi Wuhan and Amp, Oppos' voice was deep and magnetic. Xiahou Yong smiled slightly in response. Captain Yi, you flatter me. Today, we serve the Prince of Ning together, and I hope for your guidance. Yet Yi Wuhan waved his hand with a smile, saying, that is not the case. I have come here on the Emperor's orders, representing the court of De Yuan to investigate matters concerning the northern barbarians beneath Wudong Mountain. Indeed, my apologies for the misunderstanding, Xiahou Yong quickly replied, shedding his earlier authority. Within the mountain gate, Qingwei and Qing Yin emerged together, followed by 10 elders and 14 direct disciples, including Li Jianxin and Lin Qingxi. Qingwei and Amp, Oppos' gaze swept over the crowd as he calmly stated, to all who have traveled from afar, I apologize for the lack of a warm welcome. Yi Wuhan nodded slightly, his tone composed. You are too kind, master. Given the gravity of the situation, now that everyone is present, let us begin without delay. Chapter 24, The Game Part 1. Before long, within the majestic Zixio Hall on Wudong Mountain, tendrils of fragrant smoke spiraled from an incense burner, filling the air with a subtle scent of sandalwood. The central position of the hall remained conspicuously vacant, while Qingwei Zhenren and Qing Yin Daran sat calmly on the right side. Qingwei Zhenren occupied the seat of honor, clearly taking the lead in this gathering. Below him, the 10 elders took their places in order, and disciples such as Li Jianxin stood solemnly behind them, their expressions grave. Su Beixiang was also seated on the right, flanked by merely 2 guards. Meanwhile, Yi Wuhan and Xiahou Yong took their places on the left side of the hall, exchanging glances that hinted at an unspoken understanding. 10 cloaked figures stood silently behind them, their expressions inscrutable. The members of the Xiahou family followed closely behind. Senior brother Chengshu is currently in seclusion, and I am temporarily presiding over the affairs of Wudong. Qingwei Zhenren spoke with a calm demeanor, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, exuding an undeniable authority. If Captain Yu has any pressing matters to inquire, please feel free to speak. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, cups of tea materialized beside Yi Wuhan and Xiahou Yong, the aroma wafting through the air. What an impressive display of power, thought Xiahou Yong, his heart racing as he narrowed his eyes and took a cautious sip. Yi Wuhan maintained a smile that barely concealed his eyes, nodding slightly as he spoke in a deep voice. I have come on imperial orders to investigate the matter concerning Xiahou Sun, one of the heirs of the Xiahou family, who witnessed a conspiracy between Wudong disciples and those from the northern barbarians. This is a grave matter. If a conspiracy truly exists, it could jeopardize the peace of the realm. I respectfully request that Qingwei Zhenren and the elders surrender the suspects to accompany me back to the court for questioning. Qingwei Zhenren and Appos, brow furrowed slightly as he replied, it is difficult to know where to begin. It was clearly my Wudong disciples who witnessed the Xiahou family colluding with the northern barbarians, nearly resulting in disaster. Fortunately, Prince Beixiang arrived just in time to bring this crucial information back to the court. Captain Yi, do not be easily swayed by the slanders of the wicked, lest you wrong the true heroes. Yi Wuhan's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze turned towards Xiahou Yong. Xiahou Yong, filled with righteous indignation, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Old man Qingwei, do not slander us. My Xiahou family has served loyally for generations. How could we conspire with the northern barbarians? Furthermore, this incident occurred at the foot of your Wudong mountain. Why would a member of my family linger in such a place? It is evident that it is your disciples who harbor ill intentions. It is a pity that my nephew Xiahou Sun, who is naturally playful, met such a dire fate during what was supposed to be a simple outing. Xiahou Yong and Appos' voice trembled, tears glistening in his eyes. What an adept actor! Li Jianqing thought to himself, smirking inwardly. If this incident had not occurred, the esteemed elder of the Xiahou family would likely not even know who Xiahou Sun is. Are you implying that this young master is lying? Su Beixiang interjected calmly. Xiahou Yong wiped away his tears. Your Highness, your esteemed status makes your words credible. However, according to Qingwei Zhenren, you are the last to arrive, and are thus unaware of the circumstances. I fear that you may be misled by schemers, hence my reluctance to assert the truth. Su Beixiang and Appos' gaze turned icy. Yet his tone remained composed. Elder Xiahou, do you doubt my judgment? Your Highness, please do not be agitated. Elder Xiahou is merely stating the facts, Yi Wuhan interjected, clearing his throat. Do the esteemed members of Wudong possess any evidence to prove their innocence? At this, the seventh elder of Wudong stood up, his eyes wide with fury. How outrageous! Where is the logic in a loyal servant having to prove their innocence? Pray tell, do you have any evidence? Yi Wuhan, unfazed, replied. Whether evidence is conclusive or not, it requires the parties involved to return with me to the court for thorough investigation. If indeed innocent, their names will be cleared. However, he paused, casting a piercing gaze at the seventh elder. The court has received word that the Xiahou family witnessed a conspiracy between Wudong and the northern barbarians. Are you questioning the integrity of our great Duyuan court? The seventh elder and Appos' face turned livid, yet he was left speechless. Brother Qingwei, I did not expect such a commotion today at Wudong Mountain. A sudden burst of hearty laughter from outside interrupted the tense atmosphere. A middle-aged Taoist clad in a yellow robe entered slowly, followed closely by two middle-aged Taoists in purple robes, exuding an air of distinction. It is our oversight for not having welcomed Taoist Lu from Longhu Mountain, Taoist Zhang from Qian Mountain, and Taoist Gua from Qingqing Mountain, who have come for a visit. Qingwei Zhenren immediately rose to greet them. Taoist Lu smiled gently, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Brother Qingwei need not be so formal. We have heard of matters in Wudong Mountain and, as fellow practitioners, we wish to understand the truth. May Captain Yi discern right from wrong, to avoid wronging the loyal. Taoist Zhang and Taoist Gua nodded in agreement, their demeanor radiating an unyielding authority. With the major factions of the Taoist community gathered, and given that Du Yuan revered the Taoist arts, Yi Wuhan found himself unable to exert pressure in this situation. He furrowed his brow and said in a subdued tone, Thank you, esteemed Taoists, for your concern. The court will handle this matter impartially, ensuring that no injustice occurs. Seeing this, Qingwei Zhenren interjected, the situation is quite simple. If my Wudong disciples were indeed colluding with the northern barbarians, how could they have ended up injured? Xiahou Yong retorted scornfully. But who can testify to the fact that your disciples were truly injured? It is likely that Prince Beixiang left in a hurry and did not observe the details. Qingwei Zhenren remained unperturbed, replying calmly, My disciple Jianqin and Qingyin's disciple Qingxi were gravely injured and, fortunately, received treatment from the vice master of Yawang Valley, the ghost hand divine doctor, and his direct disciple. The injuries are indeed real, as these two esteemed guests are currently visiting Wudong Mountain. I can summon them here to testify immediately, without waiting for Xiahou Yong or Yi Wuhan to respond. Qingwei Zhenren dispatched his disciples to invite ghost hand divine Dr. Huang Ruowei and Su Wanqing. Moments later, The two entered the hall gracefully. Are you the ones who treated Li Jianxin and Lin Qingxi and Appos as injuries a month ago? Yu Wuan inquired sharply. Huang Ruowei, composed, nodded slightly. Indeed, their injuries were exceptionally severe. Far beyond the means of ordinary methods. Had it not been for our timely intervention at Yawang Valley, they would not only have faced death but also suffered lasting damage to their abilities. Su Wanqing affirmed, her tone resolute. My master and I witnessed everything firsthand. There is no trace of exaggeration in our words. Upon hearing this, Yu Wuan's gaze softened, and after a moment of silence, he nodded slowly. Since there is the testimony of Yawang Valley, this matter must be reconsidered. Though he spoke thus, his eyes were still fixed on Xiahou Yong. Xiahou Yong and Appos' expression shifted slightly. Yet he persisted in his argument. It could be a feigned injury. Furthermore, my nephew Xiahou Sun is exceptionally gifted. It is not impossible that he could have gravely injured the two in a last-ditch effort. Does the Xiahou family not trust Yawang Valley? Huang Ruowei replied coldly, his voice devoid of warmth. At that moment, Li Jianxin interjected, feigning injury? Are you implying that those from the Tiangong Pavilion are also aiding my senior sister in this charade? Chapter 25, The Game Part 2, within the Tianji Pavilion. Dedicated to gathering intelligence for the Emperor of Deyuan and responsible for drafting the rankings of heaven, earth, and humanity. It was clear to all that Li Jianxin referred to Lin Qingxi's confrontation with the assassin from the northern barbarians Yipentang. Li Jianxin surveyed the room. A hint of coldness etched upon his brow, and continued. As for whether Xiahou Sun possesses extraordinary talent, capable of inflicting severe injury upon both me and my senior sister, Elder Xiahou need only dispatch a disciple to duel me, and the truth shall be revealed. I humbly believe my martial prowess pales in comparison to that of my senior sister. Elder Xiahou and Appos' expression darkened. A scornful snort escaping him as he intoned, since when did it become your place to interject in such matters, mere junior? In that instant, Li Jianxin felt a wave of oppressive force bearing down upon him. Yet, at the moment when Qingyan Daoist and Appos' fingertips grazed the surface of the table, that overwhelming pressure vanished without a trace. With a calm smile, Qingyan Daoist remarked, why must you trouble yourself with a junior, Xiahou Yong? Besides, Jianxin and Appos' words do hold some merit. The truth of the matter will become apparent through combat. Knight Wuan then spoke, if that is the case, Elder Xiahou should send forth a disciple to engage this young Taoist in battle. Following this, Knight Wuhan cast a significant glance at Xiahou Yong. Understanding the implications, Xiahou Yong declared, since Jianxin is so confident, I shall send forth my junior disciple to duel you. Zhou and Appos', you shall take this challenge. From behind Xiahou Yong, a slender young disciple stepped forward at his behest. Observing the youth sent by the Xiahou family, Lu Mubai and Appos' eyes flickered with concern. Although Xiahou Zhou was ranked 100th on the human list, his strength was far from trivial. Lu Mubai couldn't and Appos' help but worry about whether his junior brother, merely observing the realm, would be able to cope. My nephew Xiahou Sun has reached the pinnacle of the Qi manipulation realm. Thus, I am sending forth Zhou and Appos', who is also at the peak of this realm. Such an arrangement is quite fair, Xiahou Yong proclaimed with evident pride to Qingwei Jinren. Qingwei Jinren merely replied indifferently, no matter. Meanwhile, Xiahou Zhe and Appos' gaze was sharp as he walked steadily to the center of the great hall. Cupping his hands in respect, I request guidance from Daoist Li. Taking a deep breath, Li Jianxin also walked to the center of the hall. Aware that though this individual stood at the same pinnacle of the Qi manipulation realm as Xiahou Sun, their foundational skills were worlds apart. Gathering his focus, Li Jianxin summoned his sword energy, which began to manifest, his aura contained yet sharp, and he slowly inquired, blades and swords are blind. May I ask, esteemed elders, is this battle to be without regard for life or death? Xiahou Yong, secretly pleased, mused that this young lad was indeed naive, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Yet feigned seriousness as he replied, naturally, but remember, one must not intentionally take a life. What say you, Captain Yi and Jinren Xingyan? Knight Wuhan nodded slightly, squinting as he said, since this is to ascertain the truth, one must go all out. Qingyan Daoist also responded calmly, life and death are matters of fate. There is no need for further discussion. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin felt a jolt within, his sword energy surging as he fixed a determined gaze upon Xiahou Zhe, slowly raising his long sword, calling out, please. Xiahou Zhe, undeterred, let the light of his blade flash as he surged with fighting spirit. In an instant, the two were entwined, the clash of swords and blades filling the great hall. When their weapons collided, sparks flew, and both retreated a few steps. With a gentle tap of his foot, Qingyan Daoist summoned the Tai Chi Bagua diagram, which instantly enveloped the entire hall, suppressing the residual energy from their confrontation to a mere area between the two combatants. Sword energy surged like a rainbow, while blade light flickered like lightning. They exchanged strikes, each aiming for the vital points. Xiahou Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly, taking this 13-year-old opponent more seriously. Drawing a deep breath, he enveloped his blade with icy inner strength, abruptly shifting his attack into a fierce onslaught reminiscent of a tempest. Li Jianxin remained unfazed, his inner energy surging like a tide, his sword momentum rising again. Akin to a flaming dragon cleaving through waves, targeting Xiaoho's vital points. The air turned frigid as their figures intertwined, their techniques growing increasingly fierce. Xiaoho's blade technique was rapid, while Li Jianxin's sword momentum was agile and varied. For a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Frozen for 1,000 miles. Came a sudden low shout as Xiaoho altered his blade and Appos' trajectory, unleashing a storm of icy blade energy that enveloped the hall. Clearly, Li Jianxin, merely observing the realm, could not counter with a release of his true energy. However, Li Jianxin sheathed his long sword, exerting his physical strength as he adopted a stance to draw his blade. The sword energy within his sword bone surged rapidly, converging within the longsword. Blade drawing technique. Startling swan. In the next moment, the sword energy erupted from its sheath like thunder, instantly shattering the icy storm. Li Jianxin and Appos' long sword did not halt, aiming directly for Xiaoho and Appos' throat. The sword momentum like a rainbow, glimmering coldly. Seeing he had no time to return his blade, Xiaoho twisted his hand on the hilt, producing a dagger from within his sword. Concealed within the blade, he gathered the chilling air in his hand, flicking his fingers. The dagger transformed into a beam of icy light, aimed straight for Li Jianxin and Appos' throat. In a moment of peril, Li Jianxin entered the supreme realm of the unity of heart and sword, his sword intent erupting, his form as swift as the wind. As he evaded the dagger, his long sword shifted abruptly, unleashing a streak of azure sword energy that shot toward Xiaoho like a dancing azure serpent. Qingwei Zhenren and Appos' eyes narrowed, pondering, two sleeves of azure serpents. Everything transpired too swiftly, and with Qingwei Zhenren and others present, Xiaoho Yang realized he could not intervene in time. He could only watch helplessly as the azure sword energy bore down on Xiaoho, inwardly lamenting that the outcome was already determined. With no escape, Xiaoho was pierced by the azure sword energy, penetrating his protective true energy and striking through his throat, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. At this moment, the chill in the hall dissipated, leaving only the lingering resonance of the sword energy. The hall fell silent until Su Beixiong broke the stillness, stating, "It appears the matter is now clear." Xiaoho Yang, awakening from his fury, wished to argue further, yet heard Su Beixiong continue, "If Elder Xiaoho is unconvinced, I have further evidence. It would be prudent to take a look. Bring them forth." In the next moment, several guards escorted a number of captives into the hall, each appearing dejected. Xiaoho Yang and Appos' gaze swept over them, landing abruptly on one individual, his expression shifting dramatically. Observing this, Su Beixiong let out a cold laugh, his eyes piercing. "It seems Elder Xiaoho has recognized him. Recently, my Liangzhou army intercepted a convoy from the Xiaoho family, who masqueraded under the pretense of transporting silk, but were actually delivering private iron to the northern barbarians. Coincidentally, the leader of this convoy was a member of the Xiaoho clan from the 7th lineage. More importantly, we captured several northern barbarian soldiers within the convoy. They resisted fiercely, nearly causing casualties among my Dayuan soldiers. Elder Xiaoho, in light of this evidence, do you have anything further to say?" Chapter 26. The game, final. Inside the grand hall of the purple clouds, all gazes converged sharply upon Xiaoho Yang, whose countenance was ashen and whose eyes flickered with uncertainty. Remaining silent for a moment, it was Yi Wuhan who first shattered the stillness, stating, "The Xiaoho family has always been loyal and valiant. Today and Appos' incident suggests that there are traitors within the residence. I implore the Grand Elder to return and report to the Lord, ensuring a thorough investigation to rectify the situation." Upon hearing this, Xiaoho Yang took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, his knuckles whitening with the effort, and finally spoke in a low voice. "Captain Yi speaks truly. The Xiaoho family shall not tolerate such disgrace to our honor. I shall return immediately to uncover the truth and provide an explanation to all present. Furthermore, regardless of the circumstances, this matter ultimately arises from my family and Appos' failure to maintain discipline. I hereby represent the Xiaoho family in donating all of this year and Appos' profits to the national treasury." With that, he turned and swept out, the members of the Xiaoho family following closely behind. Yi Wuhan surveyed the room and smiled, saying, "This is a grave matter, and I earnestly request both young Taoists to accompany me to the capital as witnesses. Once everything is settled, I shall certainly commend you to the emperor." "Captain Yi, there is no need for commendation. We practitioners of the Tao must remain detached from fame and fortune," interjected the esteemed Qingwei Zhenren. With piercing eyes, Qingwei Zhenren continued, "However, for the sake of the common people and given the persistent threat from the northern barbarians, our Wudong, as the leader of the Daoist sects, must step forward to assist the court in quelling the rebellion and safeguarding our borders. Therefore, Wudong has resolved to dispatch all disciples to serve His Majesty the Emperor and His Highness the Prince of Ning in restoring order at the frontier. I represent Longhu Mountain, Yun Mountain, and Qingcheng Mountain, pledging full support to Wudong and Amp, Apos, S decision and vowing to defend the borders with our lives. Declared the leaders of various Taoist sects in unison. Yi Wuhan, wishing to say more, found himself unable to speak further. Observing this, Qingwei Jinren added, moreover, adhering to the principle of securing the interior before addressing external threats, Wudong will fully support the Prince of Ning and Apos, S tariff policies in Chu province to ensure stable financial resources, thereby achieving the goal of a prosperous nation and a powerful military. My Yaowang Valley shall also provide unwavering support for the tariff policy. Chimed in the renowned physician Huang Ruowei. Seeing the conversation reach this point, Yi Wuhan could only respond with resignation. I thank you all for your noble intentions. I shall convey your merits to the emperor. However, Qingxi and my disciple Jianxin are still young and have just recovered from serious injuries, making long journeys unsuitable for them. I hope Captain Yi can understand. Qingwei Jinren spoke calmly. That is certainly understandable. You both are indeed heroes, and the court will not overlook those who have done well. Now that the matter is clear, I must return to the capital to report, so I shall take my leave. Farewell, may you all take care. With a slight bow, Yi Wuhan departed swiftly, followed by his 10 guards. Qingwei Jinren nodded slightly, watching Yi Wuhan leave, while contemplating the subsequent arrangements. The atmosphere within the hall relaxed somewhat, and the gathered individuals exchanged knowing glances, their mutual understanding solidified. Turning to his close disciples, Qingwei Jinren instructed, Jianxin and Qingxi shall remain. The rest must be dispatched immediately to Liangzhou to support the border. I also hope His Highness the young master will provide additional care. Qingwei Jinren then addressed Su Beixiang, who nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, Senior Qingwei, I shall exert my utmost efforts. The 12 disciples, including Lu Mubai, responded in unison and departed. Once only Qingwei Jinren, Qingyan Daren, Li Jianxin, and Lin Qingxi remained, Su Beixiang remarked, I shall retire to the guest house to avoid interrupting your discussions. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Ruowei, who also took his leave with Su Wanyu. After seeing Su Beixiang and the others depart, Qingwei Jinren turned to Li Jianxin and Lin Qingxi with gentle words. Do you have any questions regarding today and Apos, S events? Li Jianxin lowered his head in contemplation before softly speaking. Master, I find myself perplexed. The evidence is irrefutable. Our Wudong has done no wrong, but instead has rendered service. Why, then, must we still concede to numerous conditions? We are required to support the border and endorse tariffs, ultimately forcing Wudong to engage with worldly affairs. It is to ensure your safety, interjected Qingyan Daren. This conversation is far more complex than you perceive. Qingwei Jinren nodded slightly, his gaze profound. Jianxin, Qingxi. The world is fraught with peril, and the court is even more treacherous. While it may appear that Wudong holds the upper hand today, the reality is one of compromise at every turn. First, we compromised with the Northern King's residents to gain their support, which includes not only the evidence against the Xiahou family but also the backing of the Northern King and Yaowang Valley. Therefore, in this compromise, Wudong must commit to aiding the border. The situation in Liangzhou is far from as favorable as it seems. Li Jianxin fell into deep thought, while Lin Qingxi and Apos' eyes reflected a glimmer of realization. Qingwei Jinren continued, secondly, we have reached an accord with the various sacred sites of the Taoist sects. Utilizing Wudong and Apos' long-standing connections and making minor concessions to secure their staunch support. The Taoist sects are powerful, each backed by intricate networks of relationships. Lastly, we have compromised with the Prince of Ning, trading tariff benefits and support for the border for his goodwill and the safety of both of you. Qingyan Daren added, moreover, behind this lies a hidden force, the Tianji list. It can be said that from the moment Wudong entered this game, we have had no means to emerge victorious. We can only strive to protect ourselves. Master, what of the Xiahou family? Li Jianxin inquired. You witnessed Yi Wuhan and Apos' final stance. This matter cannot shake the foundation of the Xiahou family. At most, they will surrender a few individuals to the court as a form of appeasement, preserving their core. Qingyan Daren explained. As for the two of you, while you are temporarily safe, you must remain cautious. For the next 2 years, I suggest you refrain from descending the mountain. Li Jianxin and Lin Qingxi, no fools, exchanged glances. Though reluctant, they understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in acceptance. We shall obey. Seeing that they had grasped the situation, Qingwei Jinren nodded slightly and said, Jianxin, rest for 2 days before continuing your work with the sword grave. In the blink of an eye, he noticed Li Jianxin and Apos' lips parting, as if he had something to express, but hesitated. If you have something to say, do not hold back. Li Jianxin took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, and spoke. Master, uncle, I merely wish to ask, is this truly fair? Both Qingwei Jinren and Qingyan Daren fell into a momentary silence. In this world, there is no such thing as true fairness. Chapter 27. Seeking justice with a sword. Within a mere 2 days, 3 monumental pieces of news sent shockwaves throughout the realm of Daiyuan. The first announcement struck the foundation of Daiyuan like a bolt from the blue. The 7th lineage of the Xiahou family, one of the 3 mountains and 5 noble families, betrayed De Yuan by clandestinely selling salt and iron to the northern barbarians, a deed tantamount to treachery and provocation. As the news broke, the court was thrown into turmoil. The emperor, enraged, ordered the entire 7th lineage to be imprisoned in the celestial dungeons, awaiting trial. The other 12 lineages of the Xiahou family hastened to distance themselves from the 7th lineage, yet beneath the surface, a turbulent power struggle brewed within the family. Ministers in the court engaged in fervent discussions, divided into two factions, one advocating for severe punishment to deter others, believing that in chaotic times, stringent measures must be employed. The other urging cautious handling, arguing that with internal strife and external threats, maintaining stability within Daiyuan should be paramount. In the streets, the populace buzzed with speculation, pondering how the court would ultimately address this act of treason. The second piece of news flowed in like a refreshing breeze, offering a glimmer of hope amidst the tense atmosphere. 12 true disciples from Wudong Mountain, along with 3,600 inner and outer disciples, descended the mountain to head to Lianzhou, joined by various sects from across the land. This endeavor was reportedly facilitated by Prince Ning, whose name swiftly spread far and wide, earning him accolades from the common folk for his benevolent actions. In the imperial court, the emperor also showered praises upon Prince Ning, bestowing him with rewards. Even when some ministers cautioned the emperor about the potential expansion of Prince Ning's influence, they were met with stern rebukes. The third piece of news, in the shadow of the first two, seemed rather unremarkable, garnering attention primarily among the martial arts circles. Li Jianxin of the Wudong Sword Sect, merely 13 years old, achieved the remarkable feat of ascending the human ranking by defeating Xiahou Jia, the number 1 on the original list at the pinnacle of the royal Qi realm. With his comprehension of sword intent, this news, coupled with the disgrace of the Xiahou family's 7th lineage, rendered the Xiahou family's reputation utterly tarnished, plummeting their standing in the martial world. Amidst the tumult of these announcements, the realm of Daiyuan resembled a disturbed lake, rippling with unrest. Various factions began to reassess their positions and strategies, while ordinary citizens engaged in animated discussions over meals, speculating on the future direction of events. At Wudong Mountain, on the sword burial cliff, the chaotic world outside bore no relevance to Li Jianxin, who sat in solitude at the cliff and Appos' edge. The words of Qingwei Zhenren echoing in his mind. There is, in truth, no genuine fairness in this world. Is it truly devoid of fairness? Li Jianxin murmured, as images from the past 13 years flooded his mind. He recalled his adoptive mother, who perished beneath the iron hooves, the starving refugees resorting to cannibalism, the slaughtered refugees in Yongji City, Zhao Qi kneeling in the snow, and countless other scenes that relentlessly surfaced in his thoughts. Each memory sliced through his heart like a sharp blade. He began to question whether this so-called sword path could truly affect change. Filled with confusion, Li Jianxin slowly closed his eyes. To wield the sword without remorse in practice, and to lay it down without regret in humanity. Should there be injustices in the world, there is no need for hesitation. One must draw the sword, question one's heart with the sword, and wield the sword with conviction to cut through it. Suddenly, when S words erupted in his mind, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes, the haze of confusion dissipating, his gaze growing resolute. Taking a deep breath, Li Jianxin rose. Unsheathing his finely forged iron sword and slicing through the clouds, the sword tip piercing the heavens, producing a resounding cry. The sword light rolled within the sea of clouds, resembling a colossal silver dragon, soaring through the sky with majestic might. Li Jianxin finally understood the purpose of his sword. If fairness does not exist in the world, he shall wield his sword to seek justice. In that moment, the clouds parted, and within him, the sword intent surged, propelling him to the pinnacle of comprehension, leaving no trace of confusion in his heart. Foolish child, you have broken through again. You truly possess exceptional talent. A playful voice suddenly chimed in from beside him. Lin Qingxi leapt lightly to sit beside Li Jianxin, a teasing smile gracing her face. Junior brother, you are now quite renowned, and Appos, Li Jianxin. The Tuyin sword, and Appos, ranked 100 on the human list. You are the first genius in a century to ascend the human list with comprehension of sword intent. Li Jianxin smiled faintly and replied, Sister, do not mock me. The path ahead is still long. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxi circled around Li Jianxin, scrutinizing him closely, and remarked, Junior brother, you seem to have changed. Oh, pray tell, sister, what is different about me? Li Jianxin inquired with a smile. You appear more composed and resolute than before, no longer clouded by confusion and hesitation, Lin Qingxi stated earnestly, while counting on her fingers. Moments later, she patted Li Jianxin and Appos' shoulder and said, it seems your heart has become clear. Well done, junior brother. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin was slightly taken aback, but the smile on his face deepened. He slowly responded, Sister, it seems you have made considerable progress as well. With that, the two exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Junior brother, what are your plans next? Will you continue to challenge the cliff? Lin Qingxi asked with keen interest, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Jianxin smiled and nodded, saying it is time to confront Cui Wei again. Hopefully, this time, I can best him. With that, Li Jianxin strode up the sword burial cliff, the gentle breeze caressing his garments, his sword intent merging with the essence of the world. He reached out to touch the heavy black iron sword. In the next moment, Li Jianxin once again found himself within the sword realm. The blood moon hung high in the sky, and there stood Cui Wei, leaning against the black iron sword. His expression icy. Noticing Li Jianxin, Cui Wei spoke with a hint of amusement. Young lad, you've returned? Are you prepared this time? Don't let a single strike slip past you. A glint of sharpness flashed in Li Jianxin's eyes as he replied steadily, I, Li Jianxin of the Wudong Sword Sect, have come today to seek counsel with the Bloodhand Judge. I humbly request your guidance, senior. As the words fell, sword intent flowed within him, resonating with the sword energy in his bones. Cui Wei observed this and became serious, narrowing his eyes slightly, with a trace of approval in his gaze. It seems you have indeed made some progress. Let us see the truth of it in action. In the next instant, Cui Wei's figure flickered, and his black iron sword came crashing down, still as unstoppable as ever, breaking the heavens. This time, Li Jianxin remained calm and collected, sword intent surging through him like a fountain, his long sword moving with instinct. Sword technique, soaring swallow. The sword energy surged like a dragon, hurtling through the air toward Cui Wei's breaking the heaven strike. Chapter 28. The resurgence against Cui Wei. At this moment, Li Jianxin, who had attained the realm of a clear sword heart and forged his own sword intent, could finally perceive the profound and terrifying truths concealed within Cui Wei and Amp, Appos, as astonishing sword that seemed capable of cleaving the heavens. The spine of the heavy sword vibrated, releasing a resonant clang that echoed like thunder from the heavens deep within his soul. With each strand of sword energy enveloped in a violent force capable of shattering mountains and severing seas. This strike remained utterly unstoppable. Fortunately, I am no longer the person I was a month ago, Li Jianxin mused silently. The sword energy within him fused and coalesced into a solid dragon of sword energy as he unleashed his sword technique. The dragon sword, tearing through layers of air currents, carrying the momentum to obliterate mountains as it charged toward the formidable sword aura that spanned the sky. The clash between the dragon of sword energy and the sky-splitting sword aura erupted beneath the heavens, producing a deafening roar. Sword energy surged forth, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, rendering everything in its path feeble. Cui Wei and Amp, Appos, eyes flickered with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Li Jianxin could reach such a level in such a brief period. Well, let us proceed. Second sword, open the heavens, Cui Wei bellowed, swinging his heavy sword once more, his sword intent growing even more formidable, as if he sought to rend the very fabric of reality. A golden giant sword descended directly upon Li Jianxin. Noticing this, Li Jianxin and Amp, Appos, eyes sparkled with sword light. He inhaled deeply, consolidating all his sword energy and intent at the tip of his sword. Heart and sword as one. At that moment, his sword technique reached an unprecedented height, as if he had merged with the true essence of the sword path in the universe. 2-instrument sword manual, in instrument, cold pool reflecting the moon. His sword intent became tranquil and stable, resembling the surface of a cold pool reflecting the bright moon. As he wielded his long sword, it appeared gentle. Yet concealed within it was a hidden, serpentine power, coiling and strangling, gradually drowning the golden radiance of the open heaven sword intent. In midair, frost and gold collided violently, the sword energy creating a 100-foot whirlpool in the clouds, ultimately intertwining to form a colossal storm of sword energy. At that moment, Cui Wei and Amp, Appos, open heaven sword intent was akin to a dragon ensnared in the depths of a weak river, its scales peeling away beneath Li Jianxin and Amp, Appos, soft and like sword intent. Finally, as the last golden thread faded into the cold waters of the pool, a metallic lament akin to a dragon and Amp, Appos, roar erupted in the heavens, and both sword intents dissipated simultaneously. Li Jianxin and Cui Wei retreated several steps, gazing at each other with mutual respect in their eyes. Young one, your progress in just a month is truly astonishing. Such growth can only be described as a rare talent, Cui Wei remarked with admiration. When I was your age and at your level, I was nowhere near as accomplished as you are now. Alas, you now face someone with profound experience in the sword path. Just as Cui Wei prepared to unleash his third sword, he saw Li Jianxin suddenly advance swiftly, his voice carrying a hint of mirth. Senior, you do not think I would simply stand there waiting to be struck, do you? In that moment, the wind seemed to still, as Li Jianxin's long sword darted forth like a serpent, targeting Cui Wei's vital points at an incredible angle. Cui Wei sidestepped, retreating as his powerful back erupted with a tiger and Amp, Appos, roar, the heavy sword cleaving down upon the granite slabs with a thunderous crash. Li Jianxin, using the tips of his toes to spring off the splintering stones, soared into the air, his azure robe swirling in the sword energy like countless azure butterflies, while the light of his sword flowed like a galaxy in reverse, ascending against the sharp edge of Cui Wei's heavy sword. Seeing this, Cui Wei struck the spine of his sword with one palm, causing the heavy sword to whirl in midair as if alive. The 300-pound sword stirring a cyclone that transformed into a black dragon, wreaking havoc with every step it took. In a moment, sword shadows intertwined, the clash of metal resonating. Each collision igniting sparks as the ground trembled from their fierce exchange, dust swirling into the air. Li Jianxin executed the drunken immortal moonlit step to perfection. Each time the heavy sword's blade brushed past him, his long sword would strike sparks from Cui Wei's armored wrist. After a series of exchanges, he had already left 9 bleeding marks upon Cui Wei's vital points. When Cui Wei wielded his heavy sword for the 100th time to cleave through the remnants of the drunken immortal moonlit step, Li Jianxin suddenly appeared at the critical moment of his sword intent, with a mere touch of his fingertip along the frost patterns of the sword. Cui Wei and Apos' right shoulder exploded with blood. Yet, Cui Wei did not flinch. He roared in anger, thrusting the heavy sword into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently as the energy of the earth surged along the sword patterns, coalescing into an earthen dragon that lunged toward Li Jianxin. Witness my third sword. Earth overturns heaven. Li Jianxin swiftly retreated, his arms gradually extending as if embracing the universe, his long sword carving a brilliant arc through the air. Suddenly, the sound of sword cries split the air as 2 streams of azure sword energy burst forth from his sleeves, like ancient azure dragons breaking free from their chains, weaving intricate paths in the void. Behold my 2 sleeves azure serpents. As his sword energy danced, it coalesced into 66 afterimages, at times resembling 2 serpents entwined, at times transforming into a raging python ascending to consume the sun, launching forth toward the earthbound dragon. The swords clashed, stirring up waves of energy, leaves swirling around them. As the final leaf fell to the ground, Cui Wei and Apos' heavy sword was poised just 3 inches from Li Jianxin and Apos' neck, while the tip of Li Jianxin and Apos' sword pressed against Cui Wei and Apos' heart. Regrettably, your final sword is still not sufficiently refined. Otherwise, I would have perished. Today, we shall consider it a draw, Cui Wei panted, catching his breath. Li Jianxin offered a faint smile. However, Senior Cui, we have far surpassed the count of 3 swords. Upon hearing this, Cui Wei laughed heartily, offering no rebuttal, and steadily drove his heavy sword into the adjacent granite slab. He then crossed his legs and sat down leisurely. Very well, I shall impart my sword path to you. My sword path emphasizes one word, and Apos, intent and Apos. In Jingzhou, within the residence of Prince Ning, the courtyard was deep and serene, where Prince Ning was engaged in a game of chess with a venerable elder with flowing white hair at a stone table. The chessboard, adorned with black and white pieces, was arranged with meticulous precision, resembling an exquisite ink painting. The two engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, the sounds of their moves echoing continuously. As the game deepened, suddenly, Prince Ning lightly picked up 2 pieces and placed them in the lower right corner of the board, speaking humbly, "Your chess skills are extraordinary." Leaving me in awe, the elder stroked his long beard, responding in a calm tone, "This game of chess not only unveils the long-hidden Xiaoming Yuan, the current emperor, but also serves to admonish the increasingly unruly Xiahou clan. Moreover, it has prompted the Wudong sect to descend from the mountains and engage with the world, solidifying the situation in Liangzhou, paving the way for customs duties, and ultimately earning the prince a commendable reputation. I wonder if the prince finds this satisfactory?" Prince Ning's lips curled into a slight smile, a contemplative glimmer passing through his eyes. "Having you by my side is akin to commanding 1,000,000 troops." Chapter 29, The Peach Blossom Sword. Saint Young Man, do you remember? Cui Wei leaned against the heavy black iron sword, languidly seated on the azure stone ground, as he took a hearty swig from a wine flask he had produced from who knows where. "Thank you, senior, for your guidance." Li Jianxin bowed respectfully. Cui Wei laughed heartily. "With your understanding, in my time, you would have aspired to be a leader in the sword arts. Young man, cherish my teachings." Li Jianxin remained silent, simply bowing once more. In an instant, he exited the sword realm. "Fool, what happened this time?" Lin Qingzi, seeing Li Jianxin open his eyes, hurriedly approached and inquired. Observing his aura, the outcome of the battle was clear. Just as Li Jianxin was about to respond, a voice emerged from beside him. Upon hearing it, Lin Qingzi and Apos' face blossomed with a smile. Li Jianxin turned to see Lu Mubai, clad in a blue robe, approaching with 2 wooden swords in hand. His demeanor calm and composed. "Why did you not descend the mountain with the others, senior brother?" Li Jianxin asked gently, bowing slightly. "I specifically stayed to see you. After all, as your senior brother, I cannot leave hastily on our first meeting," Lu Mubai replied with a smile. "However, my return was rather urgent. So I have no gifts for you, but I offer you a glimpse of my sword art instead." With that, Lu Mubai extended one of the wooden swords towards Li Jianxin. "Senior brother, please instruct me." Li Jianxin accepted the wooden sword, clasping his fist in gratitude. Seeing this, Lin Qingzi gracefully stepped aside, her eyes filled with anticipation as she watched the two. "Come." Lu Mubai lightly raised the wooden sword, the tip barely moving. Li Jianxin executed a flourish with his sword and then thrust forward, aiming directly at Lu Mubai's face. Lu Mubai's aura showed no sign of true energy. Yet his grip on the sword was swift, the sword and Apos' shadow transforming into multiple afterimages. Like threading a needle, he struck feverishly at Li Jianxin and Apos' wooden sword, before effortlessly directing the attack upward. Li Jianxin attempted to withdraw his sword for defense but found his arm powerless, the wooden sword merely an inch from him. leaving him helpless. Lu Mubai suddenly retracted his wooden sword, speaking in a calm tone. Continue. Give it your all and demonstrate all that you have mastered. Li Jianxin slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath, striving to maintain tranquility within. He had not comprehended the essence of Lu Mubai and Amp, Apos, as previous strike. In the next moment, Li Jianxin and Apos' eyes flew open. Unity of heart and sword. The blazing sun shone high. Li Jianxin and Apos' sword leaped forth like the sun at its zenith, radiating brilliant light. The blade gleamed with a fierce luminosity, striking out with a powerful force, embodying masculine vigor. Lu Mubai countered with a sideways thrust as if frost had crystallized. The swords clashed, causing Li Jianxin to stagger back a step. Yet he swiftly changed his technique, wielding the wooden sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged forward. A continuous wave crashing one after another. Faced with the furious sword wind and dense onslaught, Lu Mubai's expression remained unchanged. His wooden sword, like a specter, glided forth. Its momentum unpredictable, yet every strike precisely targeted Li Jianxin's vital points, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Li Jianxin then adeptly employed the drunken immortal moonwatching steps, channeling pure yang energy within himself, ever increasing. However, Lu Mubai interrupted, saying, "Junior brother, refrain from using the two instruments sword technique until you have fully grasped yin and yang. Let me see your own sword art." Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin gathered his internal energy, nodded gently, and slowly positioned his hands, adopting a very fundamental sword stance. In the next instant, a flash of sword light appeared as Li Jianxin executed a cleaving strike, reminiscent of the foundational 13 sword techniques. Remarkably, this strike contained a subtle essence of the breaking heaven sword intent. Lu Mubai observed the approaching strike, a glimmer of approval shining in his eyes. He lightly flicked his sword, just as it touched Li Jianxin's wooden sword. With a resounding crack, Li Jianxin was sent flying, akin to Cui Wei 30 years prior at the Mountain Gate. "Do you have any more sword techniques, junior brother?" Lu Mubai asked with a smile. Li Jianxin slowly rose. "There is one final strike. Please guide me, senior brother." As his words fell, he swung his sword, unleashing 66 sword shadows that coalesced into a massive azure serpent. Unmistakably the two sleeves azure serpent. Lu Mubai gazed upon this strike with evident admiration, clearly respecting not Li Jianxin himself, but the originator of the two sleeves azure serpent. He gently swept his wooden sword, and petals of peach blossom began to fall around them, each flake transforming into a sharp blade, countering the oncoming azure serpent. The air surged, scattering fallen leaves like rain. Lu Mubai's gaze was focused, his wrist subtly moving, the tip of his wooden sword lightly tapping, causing the surrounding air currents to shift in response. Li Jianxin, sensing this, wore a grave expression, and with a flourish of his sleeves, the azure serpent and Amp, Apos' energy intensified, attempting to overpower Lu Mubai and Apos' peach blossoms. However, Lu Mubai remained unfazed before the assault, gracefully leaning slightly aside, guiding the energy of the azure serpent deftly to the side with his wooden sword. The two forces of sword intent collided fiercely, instantly becoming formless, leaving behind only the swirling air currents dispersing like tides. Li Jianxin bowed deeply, his hair and robe swirling wildly in the tempestuous gusts. "Thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Your swordsmanship is transcendent, and I have gained immensely from it," Lin Qingxi observed, noting the marks left by the wooden sword on the 72 vital points of Li Jianxin's robe. "Junior brother, have you only been studying swordsmanship for a year?" Lu Mubai inquired. Li Jianxin nodded slightly in affirmation. Lu Mubai continued, "Your foundational skills in swordsmanship are remarkably solid, evidently the result of diligent practice. What is even more commendable is that your sword art is free from the slightest trace of sect influence. This is indeed rare. You must possess great fortune and exceptional talent. The fact that you have not merely imitated Cui Wei's techniques but have grasped their essence is what I find most commendable. Just as the Master's ruthless sword path does not suit everyone, others' paths ultimately belong to them. It is said, those who learn from me live. Those who emulate me die. If your life is confined to following another's path, you will never glimpse the realm of the immortal on land. Your final strike is imbued with sharpness and rich in sword intent, possessing a fraction of the spirit of the elder sword god." Suddenly, Lu Mubai and Amp, Apos' expression turned serious. "Your sword path, balancing technique and intent, is indeed powerful. However, this road is fraught with challenges. Have you firmly resolved to pursue it?" Li Jianxin's gaze was resolute. "Senior brother, if a sword practitioner lacks the ambition to strive for the martial world, it is better to retreat to the mountains early, lest they waste their time. Moreover, if my sword is not strong enough, I cannot achieve my aspirations." "What do you wish for?" Lu Mubai asked earnestly, seeing the seriousness in his junior brother's demeanor. "If there is no justice in the world, let the sword's energy inscribe the annals of spring and autumn." Chapter 30. A century of self-containment at Wudong. Lu Mubai's gaze fell upon his young junior brother before him. At this moment, he truly regarded the 13-year-old boy standing in front of him. His previously stern visage, as cold as ice, suddenly softened, and a smile blossomed like a spring breeze. "The sword's essence narrates the annals of time. Do you seek equity for your blade, my young disciple? I eagerly await your growth." However, do not rush and overlook the beauty along your path. Advancing too swiftly may cause you to miss the nuances of each realm. Pausing to reflect can yield unique insights. Just like the sword burial cliff, where the ordinary perceive only a contest with their predecessors to gain inheritance. Yet there are profound understandings to be gleaned if one chooses to observe closely. Li Jianxin, upon hearing this, turned back with a flicker of enlightenment. Junior brother, I shall bestow upon you one final sword technique. Keep your eyes keen. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lu Mubai seized a wooden sword beside him and struck at a towering ancient tree. The wooden sword shattered into countless fragments under the fierce onslaught of sword energy. Scattering with the wind, the ancient tree, as if undergoing a meticulous dissection, gradually dissipated, ultimately transforming into wisps of smoke. This sword is called Flower Burial, Lu Mubai declared. And without regard for the dazed Li Jianxin, who remained transfixed by the tree and Appo's transformation into ash, he sauntered down the mountain, his azure robe billowing gracefully in the breeze. Snapping back to reality, Li Jianxin shouted after him, Brother, what is your reason for wielding the sword? 3 feet of azure blade cuts through destiny. My fate is governed by my sword, not by heaven. Lu Mubai and Appo's voice echoed in Li Jianxin and Appo's ears, yet his figure had already vanished from sight, leaving him momentarily stunned in contemplation. What are you pondering, you fool? Are you having a new epiphany? Lin Qingxi, observing Li Jianxin lost in thought, inquired curiously. Not exactly. I just think that when brother spoke those final words, his figure was quite impressive, Li Jianxin admitted, feeling a bit bashful. You dolt. When did you become so smooth-tongued? If you continue like this, I shall ignore you. Before she finished speaking, Lin Qingxi leaped onto a stone, her moon-white garments fluttering in the sunlight like a butterfly as she danced into the woods. Li Jianxin hurriedly chased after her, eager to argue, only to be dazzled by the sunlight filtering through the branches. As he reached out to grasp the fluttering ribbon of her garment, the moss beneath his feet unexpectedly slipped, sending him crashing toward the delicate silver bell hanging at her waist. Watch out! Lin Qingxi spun and stepped back, her sword sheath barely stopping against the boy's chin. When their eyes met, she could no longer contain her laughter. So this is how a clumsy goose looks when it dives for food. Immediately, her fingertips released a surge of energy, sending Li Jianxin darting in all directions. The commotion startled several sparrows, who watched as the two figures darted through the web of energy woven around them. Lin Qingxi deliberately slowed her pace, and as Li Jianxin drew closer, she suddenly turned around, only to find him entranced by the leaves caught in her hair. Take this, she declared, her ears tinged with a hint of red as she lightly tapped his shoulder with the sword sheath. This time, Li Jianxin had learned from experience. He pinched the tip of the sheath between his fingers to vault into the air, executing a half-move from Lu Mubai's flower burial technique. Lin Qingxi froze for a moment, and the leaves in her hair were sliced into 17 or 18 pieces, fluttering down onto their garments. You thieving student! You dare to use my techniques against me! She exclaimed, stamping her foot in mock anger, yet her eyes sparkled with amusement. As they chased and teased one another, they lost track of time until the sun began to dip low in the sky. Finally, they paused, breathless and laughing, their gazes locked, reflecting the golden hues of the sunset. This playful exchange had alleviated much of the weight they had carried in recent days. Standing together beneath the setting sun, Lin Qingxi turned to Li Jianxin and spoke earnestly. Jianxin, I too feel that this world should not be as it is. Hence, I have resolved to train diligently. I do not wish to remain powerless in the face of such matters in the future. I hope that one day, it will no longer be my master and brothers who bear all burdens for me. With that, Lin Qingxi took a step forward, her expression grave and resolute. O ancestors of Wudong, I, Lin Qingxi, vow to seclude myself in Wudong for a century, seeking but a glimpse of the heavenly path. For the next 300 years of Wudong's future, I shall shoulder it alone. In an instant, thunder rumbled in the sky, signifying her solemn vow. Sister, why must you go to such lengths? This is a sacred oath. Are you willing to exchange your opportunities and freedom for an uncertain future? Li Jianxin and Appo's eyes reddened as he gazed at Lin Qingxi. Junior brother, as the maiden of Wudong, none understand better than I. Observing the heavenly path in this manner is the swiftest means for my advancement. If I were to cultivate on my own, how long would it take to become an immortal? 50 years? 100? Now, for the next century, I shall merge my spirit with Wudong's millennial fortune to observe the heavenly path. I am born with a clear heart, impervious to worldly distractions, and can only bear the heavenly path. Thus, this method is mine alone. By channeling the heavenly path into my being, within 10 years, I shall transcend to become an immortal, and within Wudong, I shall be invincible. Let us see who dares to challenge Wudong again. Lin Qingxi smiled at Li Jianxin. Yet a flicker of reluctance flashed in her eyes. In the next moment, a fierce wind surged, stirring up dust, and the figure of Qingyan Daoist emerged, his expression marked with urgency and helplessness. Why must you be so impulsive, child? The weight of Wudong is not something for a young one like you to bear. Uncle Master, is there any way to reverse this? Li Jianxin inquired anxiously, staring at the approaching Qingyan Daoist. The Daoist merely shook his head gently. The vow has been made. It is difficult to turn back, unless what? Li Jianxin pressed. Unless someone is willing to bear the backlash of the heavenly path and sever her connection to it, Qingyan Taoist replied with resignation. Sister, once my swordsmanship matures, I shall break this heavenly chain for you. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Jianxin felt a mix of unwillingness and helplessness. Knowing he could not alter the current state of affairs, all he could do was train diligently, hoping to one day help his sister break free. All right. This is not the end of the world. It won't cost you a limb or a piece of flesh. It's merely a loss of some freedom. But foolish one, sister cannot accompany you on your adventures for a while. Lin Qingzi interjected, sensing the heavy atmosphere. Let us go. Let us eat. Let's go. Jianxin, you should also come along. The future is uncertain. There may yet be changes, Qingyan Taoist consoled. Li Jianxin clasped the hilt of his sword tightly but, wishing not to trouble his sister further, reluctantly followed Lin Qingzi down the mountain. Chapter 31. Lu Mubai. As the setting sun bled crimson, Lu Mubai rode his azure steed, shattering the millennium-old saline alkaline soil at the border of Chuyang and Apos, as two states. The white frost kicked up by the horse and Apos, as hooves mingled with the sand, cascading down in a gentle shower. Suddenly, he reined in the reins, startling a dozen cold crows from the withered reeds. Have you all followed me for 30 miles without fatigue? Lu Mubai remarked casually, uncorking his wine pouch as the amber liquid flowed down his throat. Dozens of masked figures in black emerged from all directions, encircling Lu Mubai. Soon after, 10 dark shadows descended from above, their obsidian chains weaving a net of death, only to be repelled by an invisible sword aura the moment they touched Lu Mubai and Apos' azure robe. 10 of the Transcendents and 50 of the Dao Seekers? With such a multitude, do you not fear that the North Barbarians and Apos' elite hall will never rise again? Lu Mubai and Apos' words were bland but laced with murderous intent. The leader scoffed in response. Even this formation could annihilate the most formidable of Transcendents. Do you truly believe Lu Mubai is someone significant? Nearly a 7th rank. Yet you act as if you matter? Enough. It is futile to reason with the damned. Moreover, Lu Mubai flicked his wrist against the sword case. And amidst the dragon's roar, shattered stones rained down like a tempest. 3 Dao Seekers fell, blood blooming from their throats as Lu Mubai declared. I coincidentally wish to settle accounts for my junior disciples with you. As his words fell, a rain of peach blossoms began to fall from the sky. Each petal propelled from the sword case, grasped firmly in Lu Mubai's hand. He deftly lifted the sword, the petals transforming into razor-sharp blades, swirling elegantly yet lethally. His steps appeared languid, akin to clouds drifting, but within the fluttering of his garments, he moved like a dragon veiled in mist, both visible and elusive. The masked leader commanded his companions to advance like a tidal wave, attempting to suppress him with sheer numbers. Yet, it seemed Lu Mubai could foresee their every maneuver. Effortlessly navigating through the glimmering blades of light, the meticulously woven killing formation of the elite hall never once grazing his attire. The sword light flowed like water as Lu Mubai darted amidst his foes. Each delicate touch of the sword and Apos' tip, each pause in his motion, claimed multiple lives. Lu Mubai, do not be so arrogant. The leader bellowed, swinging his long blade, its light sweeping across the heavens, attempting to sever Lu Mubai's sword momentum. However, Lu Mubai had already entered a realm of mastery, his breath unbroken, his energy seamless, as if he were one with the cosmos. Each time he narrowly evaded the blades of the 10 Transcendents, he found chinks in their defenses to strike. With a gentle tap, yet another black-clad figure fell. Arrogant? Lu Mubai chuckled coldly. Though I do not endorse my master's swordsmanship, one teaching remains etched in my heart. Show no mercy beneath the sword. Hold nothing back against the enemy. As his voice echoed, the sword light grew increasingly fierce. Amidst the shower of peach blossoms, Lu Mubai and Apos' silhouette became spectral, his swordplay swift as lightning. Before long, the encircling Dao Seekers had dwindled to but a few, leaving only the 10 Transcendent assassins standing. Meanwhile, Lu Mubai's azure steed remained still, its hooves gently brushing the ground, seemingly indifferent to the carnage unfolding. The leader, knuckles whitening as he gripped his blade, felt warm blood seeping from his palms. He stared at the bloodstained robe of the azure-clad swordsman, his voice trembling with the chill of despair. Despite your sword and Apos' sharpness, having slain so many of my elite hall, how much strength do you have left? Before the cold words could dissipate, 10 crescent blades shone with a menacing glint. The assassins moved in a choreographed dance, weaving a web of cold light, their blades reflecting the moonlight as they surged towards Lu Mubai with the ferocity of death itself. Suddenly, as Lu Mubai's sword trembled lightly, a transformation occurred. Around him, 36 petals of sword energy erupted, forming a stunning display. The clang of blades against the flower cores rang out like the clash of gold and jade, as the 10 cold lights seemed to plunge into a deep abyss, disintegrating amidst the rippling sword energy. The world knew of my prowess with the sword, but Lu Mubai's azure robe billowed as he suddenly darted backwards, akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky, leaving behind ethereal afterimages. With delicate footfalls, he danced upon the swaying tips of the reeds. Who would know that my true strength lies in the essence of the sword? Before his words could settle, the scarlet carpet of peach blossoms upon the saline alkaline ground trembled violently. Countless petals, hidden with sharp edges, spiraled upwards, forming a swirling vortex of crimson. Countering the falling rain of blossoms, Lu Mubai, at the center of this floral storm, emanated a resonating energy, drawing forth thousands of delicate peach blades, crafting a protective barrier around him. The frost-laden ground shimmered like a flowing river of silver, the moonlight refracting through the crystalline salt and peach blades, casting an enchanting halo. When a petal brushed against the frosted surface, it unleashed a cold brilliance akin to a sword being drawn, causing the very air to tremble with a metallic hum interwoven with the fragrance of blossoms. The once formidable transcendent masters now found themselves ensnared within this overwhelming sword intent and murderous aura, like insects trapped in transparent amber, utterly devoid of the will to struggle. No. Impossible. How can you be this strong? The masked leader gasped, suffocating in despair. Do you know, flowers can also bury gods? Lu Mubai raised his sword high, tracing a circular arc in the air, and simultaneously, 36,000 petals surged forth like unleashed sword shadows, shattering the reeds within 100 miles. The imprisoned transcendent assassins beheld the crimson glow reflected in their eyes, only to witness their protective auras dissolve like spring snow under the sun, their bodies exploding in a mist of blood, reduced to crimson flakes drifting in a splendid whirlwind. When the last petal dissipated into the night breeze, the ground bore countless glimmering sword scars, reminiscent of a fallen galaxy. The leader, now kneeling amidst the moonlight and blood mist, gazed up at the approaching Lu Mubai, revealing a ghastly yet sorrowful smile. What a seventh. He longed to utter more, but his throat betrayed him, only allowing the torrent of blood to flow forth. Lu Mubai sheathed his sword and seized the wine pouch resting beside the saddle, taking a hearty swig. The amber liquid splashed against his cheek in the moonlight, mingling with the residual sword energy, rising in a fragrant mist amidst the devastation. Gently patting the horse and Apos' flank, the azure steed neighed in response, seemingly celebrating its master and Apos' triumph. Lu Mubai gazed into the distance, where the border of Chuliang's two states appeared extraordinarily tranquil in the twilight, as if nothing had occurred. Yet, the corpses and bloodstains scattered across the ground silently narrated the truth of this battle. He mounted his steed and continued towards the Shanhaiguan. The next day, the world erupted anew due to Wudong Mountain. The freshly updated rankings boldly declared, top of the land rankings, Wudong Mountain, Peach Blossom Sword Saint, Lu Mubai, and Apos. Chapter 32. The Awakening of the Sword. Li Jianxin sat before the sword-burying cave, eyes closed and spirit-focused, poised like a bell. His Dao robe danced with the wind, and his surroundings remained untainted by even a speck of dust. Above, over 900 sword mounds meandered up the stone steps, their cold gleams piercing through the mist. Below, thousands of inquiry swords hung forlornly over the precipice, emanating an aura of desolation and lethality. The fierce winds of the sword-burying cliff carried a millennia-old sword intent, stripping Li Ergu of the last vestiges of youthful innocence from his face. It had been over a month since Lu Mubai descended the mountain, and Li Jianxin, heeding his senior brother's advice, set aside thoughts of breaking through and resolved to quietly appreciate the scenery along his path. During this month, apart from engaging in swordsmanship exchanges with the predecessors in the sword realm atop the stone steps, he sat in solitude, contemplating, gazing, and comprehending the essence of the sword. His senior sister, Lin Qingxi, continued to deliver her handmade osmanthus cakes and a pot of jade ice brew daily. Were it not for the increasingly elusive aura surrounding her, he might have truly believed that everything remained unchanged, devoid of any upheaval. Li Jianxin gradually rose, brushed off non-existent dust, and strolled towards the 27th step. Over the past month, he had studied 25 different sword paths. Before him stood a weathered bronze sword, its spine inscribed with the characters Bu'er. This sword was the first weapon of the sword saint Jiang Wuye, crafted 700 years prior. It was said that his life sword, Tianqi, lay hidden in the depths of the sword-burying pit at the foot of the cliff. Gently grasping the hilt, Li Jianxin was instantly transported into the realm of the sword. An elderly man in a hemp robe stood before him, hands clasped behind his back, with Bu'er hanging at his waist. In the first half of my life, I specialized in sword qi, once believing that mastery of this energy would allow me to shatter all techniques. However, I later renounced this path, burying and Apos, Bu'er and Apos, along with it here. Young one, give it your all. How much you learn depends on your fortune. Jiang Wuye spoke softly, his fingers forming the shape of a sword. In the next instant, the sound of swords echoed, and within Li Jianxin's pupils, 3,000 azure lights danced like swimming dragons. As he drew his finely forged iron sword, it traced a half-moon arc, sending sharp pains through the meridians of his right arm. The 3,000 sword chi could autonomously evolve into techniques. Stepping back, Li Jianxin took a deep breath, entering a state of unity of heart and spirit, fully immersing himself in the sword intent. Jiang Wuye continued to unleash his sword, an endless stream of sword chi pressing down upon Li Jianxin. Although devoid of sword intent, it remained as heavy as a mountain, flowing with an agile grace. Li Jianxin did not falter. Instead, it ignited an endless fighting spirit within him. He raised his hand and executed the two sleeves of azure serpents. After a month of practice and studying the true understanding of swordsmanship, he had mastered this technique, and his sword intent had grown increasingly profound. The sword intent coalesced into a tangible force, piercing upward, and amidst the shifting energies, the azure serpents seemed to take on a dragon-like form. The clash of azure serpent sword intent and mountain-like sword chi produced a thunderous roar, toppling trees and grass in a circular pattern. The two forces collided, unleashing sharp waves of energy that shattered the stones suspended in the air into dust before they could touch the ground. Jiang Wuye retreated slightly, leaving cracks in the earth beneath him as sword chi began to coalesce around him once more, forming visible currents that swirled like dragons before converging into a colossal sword shape, slicing directly towards Li Jianxin. Unperturbed, Li Jianxin wielded his sword to counter. Infused with the essence of breaking the heavens, this was the opening heaven style, a fusion of the foundational technique sword splitting with the grandeur of the Tsuwei sword path. The immense sword chi, like a half-moon, cleaved toward the giant sword of sword chi. In the next moment, the colossal sword shadow that spanned the heavens shattered along its midline, scattering countless shards of sword chi that whistled through the air. Jiang Wuye and Amp, Appo's expression remained unchanged. He merely waved his left hand. Instantly, the sky filled with fine sword rain, descending rapidly upon Li Jianxin. With a tranquil heart, Li Jianxin executed the still waters technique, an evolution derived from the stirring sword technique combined with the water sword path. At that moment, his sword force flowed like a deep, still current. As he moved his sword, the sword chi was forcibly gathered. Li Jianxin drew his sword to his side, lightly tapping the tip, rendering the sword chi formless. Completing this, he halted his movements and turned to Jiang Wuye. Senior, sword chi has never been a trivial path, behold. In the next instant, he closed his eyes. Merging himself with the sword, feeling the sword chi coursing through his sword bones, the faint vibrations from the sword body resonating with the sword intent. The sword tip trembled, and waves of sword chi shot forth, surging towards Jiang Wuye like the tide. Competing sword chi? How intriguing, Jiang Wuye remarked, as a whirlwind of sword chi enveloped him, surging toward the oncoming waves. In an instant, the two streams of sword chi clashed in midair, producing a deafening roar. Although Li Jianxin's sword chi was not as formidable as Jiang Wuye's, it was more agile. He relied on skill to overcome brute force, his sword tip directing where Jiang Wuye's sword chi was deftly neutralized. Seeing this, Jiang Wuye's sword chi transformed, becoming sharper, as countless blades assailed Li Jianxin from all directions. With the ongoing battle, Li Jianxin and Amp, Appo's mastery over the sword chi reached an unparalleled level. Uniting with the sword chi, he struck forth. His sword chi surged like a rainbow, imbued with the overwhelming might of the heavens, instantly engulfing Jiang Wuye and Amp, Appo's sword chi. Ultimately, Li Jianxin's sword chi pierced through Jiang Wuye. The latter smiled faintly, eyes gleaming with approval. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Your sword path has entered the realm of understanding. Remain steadfast in your heart, and you shall prevail. Do not forget. Jiang Wuye's voice echoed in the wind. Li Jianxin sheathed his sword and bowed deeply. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Jiang Wuye nodded, his figure gradually fading, eventually dissipating into the wind. Awakening from the sword realm, Li Jianxin could not help but gaze at the Bu-Er sword in his hand. In the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. Boundless sword chi surged from Bu-Er into Li Jianxin and Amp, Appo's body, circulating through several cycles before driving the sword chi within his bones towards his eyes. The sword bones emitted a clear chime, and Li Jianxin felt a sharp pain in his eyes as boundless sword intent washed over him. With a resounding crack, countless sword intent shot forth from Li Jianxin's eyes, prompting him to unleash a primal roar. Surrounding him, everything fell into a profound silence. The gentle breeze ceased to caress the treetops, the floating clouds halted their drift, and the chirping of insects faded into quietude. All things seemed to pause, holding their breath in this moment. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. A feeling of unprecedented clarity enveloped him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, revealing irises transformed into a grayish-white, faint silver, sword light flickering within. Looking up, he observed that each step of the sword-bearing stone steps emanated a faint sword intent, and he could vaguely perceive the ethereal shadows of the predecessors' sword paths, hearing the whispers of the wind as they wielded their swords. Instinctively, he tenderly caressed the long sword at his side. The sword forms he had once glimpsed seemed now ingrained in his very bones, as if he could effortlessly wield even those techniques he had merely brushed against in the past. Junior brother, have you awakened the sword eye? Chapter 33. Heart's knock. Li Jianxin gradually awoke, the soft voice of Lin Qingci resonating beside her, prompting her to instinctively lift her gaze. Their eyes met, and Lin Qingci immediately felt a sharp sting, closing her eyes reflexively. Senior sister, are you all right? Li Jianxin quickly rose, carefully supporting Lin Qingci by the arm. Lin Qingci and Amp, Appo's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not pull away. I am fine. After speaking, she opened her eyes, a faint golden glimmer shimmering within, this time without any discomfort. Senior sister, Is my pair of eyes truly the legendary sword eye that is so rare among millions of cultivators? Seeing that Lin Qingxi was indeed unharmed, Li Jianxin inquired, "Why must you be so astonished? Your innate sword bone is already a rare gift in this world." Possessing a sword bone allows one to practice swordsmanship with remarkable efficiency, amplifying the power of their strikes. With the innate sword energy coursing through your bones, your physique is refined day and night, a unique opportunity unparalleled in the world. Although sword eyes are seldom seen, one emerges every few decades. According to ancient texts, those with sword bones have a 1 in 1,000 chance of awakening a sword eye during the tempering of their physique with sword energy. Moreover, you are already on the brink of awakening your sword eye, and with the guidance of Senior Jiang Wuyo, the opening of your sword eye is but a natural progression. Lin Qingxi spoke softly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "How do you know so much about my recent experience, senior sister?" Li Jianxin asked, her brows slightly raised. A mix of astonishment and curiosity in her tone. "Now, there are no secrets left for me within Wudong. I am this mountain, and this mountain is me. The mysteries of heaven and earth are at my fingertips," Lin Qingxi replied calmly. Li Jianxin silently lowered her hands, unconsciously caressing the hilt of her sword. Realizing that without her sword eye, she might have been oblivious to Lin Qingxi and Apos' presence. It seemed that Lin Qingxi and Apos' aura resonated with the very essence of nature. As if understanding something, Li Jianxin suddenly looked up at Lin Qingxi and, without reason, exclaimed, "Senior sister, what about the osmanthus cake I asked for today?" Lin Qingxi hesitated momentarily, then replied, "I will go make it for you right now." With that, she rose and began to descend the cliff. "Senior sister, you are Lin Qingxi, and you shall always be Lin Qingxi. Do not forget your original intention. I await your osmanthus cake." Li Jianxin shouted at Lin Qingxi and Apos' retreating figure. Lin Qingxi and Apos' body trembled slightly, suddenly breaking free from her harmonious resonance with the cosmos. She turned with a faint smile, saying, "Understood, you silly child. First, seize your own opportunity." With that, she gestured towards the stone steps at the end of the sword-bearing cliff, as if to affirm Lin Qingxi and Apos' words. The 999 stone steps trembled like the strings of a zither, and a grayish-blue sword aura surged upwards like a dragon breaking through the depths, creating a 100-jong-wide cavity in the clouds. In an instant, the swords hanging on the steps and the sword talismans fluttering in the mountain path resonated in unison, their harmonious sounds merging into a profound dragon and Apos' chant. The myriad voices intertwined and ascended in the mountain mist, as if countless ancient swords had come to life. Their hilts bowing eastward, tips pointing westward, as if children bowing to their masters, paying homage to the source of the sword energy. With the occurrence of this phenomenon, deep within the 72 peaks of Wudong Mountain, in a sealed cave covered in dust, the robe of a meditative old Taoist suddenly stirred as if moved by an unseen wind, the dust swirling away. The Taoist Qing Yin, who had been playing chess alone, looked up in astonishment. Could it be that sword? How could it have emerged? Meanwhile, the serene expression of the real person Qing Wei, seated in the quiet chamber, suggested that everything had unfolded as he anticipated. On the sword-bearing cliff, Li Jianxin gazed upward, feeling an inexplicable attraction emanating from the end of the stone steps, specifically drawing her sword bone and sword eye. Turning to Lin Qingxi, who remained in place, she wore a puzzled expression. Lin Qingxi smiled reassuringly and nodded. "Go on, it is your sword. If you seek fairness through the sword, a mere ordinary iron sword will never suffice." Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin no longer hesitated, lightly stepping onto the stone steps, her aura flowing smoothly. The once turbulent sword energy and intentions that had obstructed her path vanished entirely. As she reached the 999th azure stone step, the white robe suddenly stirred without wind. She gazed into the abyss of the sword-bearing pit, where countless remnants of swords were embedded, their energy surging like waves under the sunlight. Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, she took the final step forward. The air distorted at the moment her foot touched down. The howling mountain winds at Wudong Mountain abruptly ceased, and the rolling sea of clouds froze like a mirror, the myriad sword sounds instantly falling silent. 7 colossal sword shadows, each with a unique form, exuded a chilling brilliance, hovering in the air like the Big Dipper as Li Jianxin and Apos' eyes opened. Then, a figure cloaked in a dark mantle materialized without warning in the void. "Air, welcome to the end, Apos, Nai Realm and Apos, I am the sword spirit. Since you have stepped foot here, it proves your qualification to claim this sword. Each person has only one chance in a lifetime to obtain this sword. Are you prepared to accept the trial? May I inquire, esteemed sword spirit, what must I do if I choose to accept the trial?" Li Jianxin respectfully asked. "You must overcome 3 challenges: heart and Apos' knock, sword inquiry, and fate-seeking." The sword spirit and Apos' voice resonated from all directions. "The 7 colossal swords behind me are the entities you must confront in the heart and Apos' knock challenge. Once you enter the visualization realm, simply act according to your heart. I shall determine your success or failure. If you are resolute in embarking on this trial, please step forward and lightly touch the edge of each sword in order." The sword spirit and Apos' S tone was devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin no longer hesitated and swiftly approached the first colossal sword, gazing at the enormous crimson heavy sword, embedded with 12 chains of profound iron. She took a deep breath and slowly reached out to touch its blade. In the next instant, the scenery around her shifted. When she regained her senses, Li Jianxin found herself amidst a bustling crowd, raising her head to see dark clouds looming overhead. "Ergo, what are you looking at?" A familiar voice, long missed, called out to her. Turning, Li Jianxin was surprised to see Zhao Qi, whom she had and Oppos, seen in ages. The scene before her felt hauntingly familiar. After a moment of reflection, she suddenly seemed to recall something and turned her gaze toward the more distant horizon. There, countless white-feathered guards surrounded innumerable refugees. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in purple marten fur, unmistakably the vice supervisor of the Astronomical Bureau. The scene mirrored that of over a year ago when she and Zhao Qi witnessed the merciless slaughter of the refugees in Yongji City. The only difference was that the middle-aged man now bore a crimson heavy sword on his back. As if sensing an unusual aura, he abruptly turned, his gaze locking with Li Jianxin and Oppos, a strange smile blossoming on his face. Chapter 34, Heart and Oppos, knock, fury in a swift motion. The middle-aged man clad in sable raised his right arm, his index and middle fingers lightly touching, and gestured forward with a subtle flick. The familiar sound of a death sentence echoed once more in Li Jianxin and Oppos' ears. Turning to Zhao Qi beside him, he smiled and said, "Seventh brother, we must save these people this time." Without waiting for Zhao Qi's hesitant response, he unleashed his sword intent, swiftly drawing his fine iron sword from his waist. With a sweeping strike, a vast wave of sword energy surged forth, accompanied by a piercing sword aura. Flower burial. The long knives of the white feather Xianwei clashed against the oncoming tide of sword energy, resulting in a cacophony of clanging metal, after which all the blades shattered and fell to the ground. The middle-aged sable man merely smirked at the sight. "You wish to save them?" He raised his hand, gripping a crimson heavy sword that emitted a roar like a tiger and a dragon, pointing it towards the 3,000 refugees. Their throats simultaneously opened, spilling blood. "But I believe, today, you shall save no one." He then directed the heavy sword towards the onlookers. The crowd, previously stunned by the unfolding chaos, was suddenly gripped by fear and fled in all directions. Yet in the next moment, the sable man and Oppos' heavy sword descended with alarming speed, slicing through the air with a chilling whoosh. The once tranquil birds nestled under the eaves scattered in fright, their cries echoing with panic and unease. Li Jianxin and Oppos' pupils contracted violently as the thick scent of blood filled his nostrils. "Do not!" The cry shattered his throat, and he felt the sword energy within him surge violently. The memory of powerlessness from the past clashed fiercely with his current strength, and his right hand tightened around the iron sword. Twin green serpents. The sword intent coalesced around him, transforming into a massive green serpent that lunged at the middle-aged sable man with murderous intent. The sable man lightly waved his crimson heavy sword, instantly invoking a thunderous fury, which cleaved through the serpent of sword intent, scattering it in all directions. In the wake of this dispersal, Li Jianxin and Oppos' figure materialized, delivering a powerful strike downward towards the sable man. It was the opening heaven style. The sable man showed no change in expression as his heavy sword struck first, aiming for the suspended Li Jianxin. Just as the blade was about to cleave through his body, it suddenly shifted to a horizontal strike, violently impacting Li Jianxin. The youth in the cloud robe was sent reeling as if struck by lightning, hurtling dozens of meters until he crashed into a house, finally stabilizing himself, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. "I told you, today you shall save no one." The sable man pointed at Zhao Qi. Is he your brother? You dare." Li Jianxin forced himself to stand. But before he could finish, he saw blood flowing from Zhao Qi's neck, his left hand clutching a cold iron dagger. In that instant, the fallen refugees transformed into countless replicas of Zhao Qi, each clutching their throats, blood oozing through their fingers. "Ergo, run away. I will kill you." The sword bone emitted a clear, resonant hum, and cold sweat beaded on Li Jianxin and Oppos' forehead. He saw his shadow twist into a ghastly form on the ground. The long sword in his hand inexplicably turned crimson as blood. The sable man and Oppos' laughter echoed in the air. "Angry? Come, kill me. But can you?" Before the words faded, a cacophony of wails erupted around him, waves of sound crashing toward Li Jianxin. With a flash of silver light in his gray sword eye, Li Jianxin discerned a few silvery threads, the optimal trajectories for attack. All sword energy and intent coalesced into the long sword in his right hand, which began to emanate a ghostly blue radiance. In the next moment, the sword, enveloped in cerulean sword energy, shot forth with unstoppable momentum, a dragon twisting and roaring through the air. As the sword energy sliced through the air, it seemed to rip apart the atmosphere, creating a visible vortex of force. Buzz. Faced with this strike, the sable man could neither evade nor wish to, as the long sword pierced through his heart, pinning him firmly against the stone wall. He coughed up blood, yet did not die immediately. Haha. Cough, cough. You have already failed this trial. I kill the refugees, you kill me. What difference is there between us? Do not dare claim you act for justice. Huh? Li Jianxin paid no heed to the man's derisive laughter, gripping the sword hilt embedded in the man's chest without hesitation, twisting and pulling it free in a fluid motion. He turned away, his shadow no longer resembling a ghoul. I merely do what I deem fair. You slaughter the innocent and have taken my brother and Apos, as life. Thus, I shall aid them in ending yours. Is that not fair? Crack. The sound of shattering glass rang in his ears, and all sights faded like ink dissolving in water. Li Jianxin stood before the massive crimson sword, sweat dripping from his chin, staining the blue stone floor with dark marks. Have I passed? Naturally. The black-robed sword spirit replied calmly. Since you are aware that the assessment is anger, why did you still choose to kill? I know that if there is injustice in my heart, I must measure the world with a sharp blade. Li Jianxin turned and smiled at the sword spirit. Moreover, if I were to be deemed a failure simply for slaying him, then this sword is better left untouched. The black-robed sword spirit nodded in satisfaction. Your conviction is commendable. Li Jianxin, however, paid no mind to the praise, walking resolutely towards the second massive sword. Its blade adorned with 7 eastern pearls and featuring a hilt engraved with cranes treading on clouds. He raised his hand to gently touch it, and in the next moment, Li Jianxin slowly opened his eyes, finding himself within a magnificent palace spanning 3 acres. The floor was crafted from warm blue jade, surrounded by 6 gilded dragon pillars, each scale intricately detailed with golden threads, and their eyes set with pigeon blood stones, glowing with a crimson hue under the luminous pearls cascading from the glass dome above. Leaning back slightly, Li Jianxin felt something pressing against the nape of his neck. Turning to look, he discovered a 9-clawed coiling dragon intricately carved into the wide sandalwood chair. Observing the yellow dragon robe adorning him and the emerald jade ring on his right thumb, he realized, this time, am I the emperor? Report, your majesty. The coronation ceremony is about to commence. Please make your way. A eunuch-like figure rushed in, kneeling on the ground as he spoke in a high-pitched voice. Seeing this, Li Jianxin said, lead the way. Chapter 35, Heart and Apos. Esnok arrogance at the very moment Li Jianxin stepped out of the grand hall. The night dew condensed upon the glazed tiles shattered abruptly, transforming into countless golden pearls that cascaded down the eaves, startling 99 bronze wind chimes into a harmonious tremor. The deep, sonorous toll of the bell reverberated across the forbidden city, sending white cranes soaring into the air. Li Jianxin advanced slowly along the jade-paved imperial path, his dragon robe flowing gracefully in the morning light. Under the gaze of ministers and officials, he ascended the altar of Fengshan step by step. As he came to a halt, the bell tolled its 360 chimes. A sharp voice from the chief of ceremonies pierced the silence. Sound the whips. Instantly, 3 resounding whips cracked in unison, their python skin whips slicing through the air with a thunderous clap. Li Jianxin glanced down at the opulent, rotund ministers, a cold smile flickering in his heart. Long live the emperor, eternally long live. After the 3 whip cracks, the officials knelt thrice and bowed 9 times in reverence. Your Majesty, it is time to bestow the imperial seal. The chief of ceremonies' voice seemed to echo from the depths of the water. Li Jianxin unconsciously rubbed his thumb against the jade tablet inscribed with the heavenly decree. Just as he was about to act, suddenly, a streak of sword energy shattered the city gate, followed by a throng of refugees, armed with a variety of weapons, encircling the assembly. Leading them was a young man clad in coarse garments and straw sandals, a strikingly ornate sword hanging from his waist. Upon hearing of the new emperor's ascension, we commoners wish to see if you are worthy of your title. Impudent! Seize this brazen fool! Voices of reprimand erupted from all around. Yet Li Jianxin raised his hand, signaling for silence, and the surroundings felt quiet. If my virtue is lacking, who then is worthy? The young man, with an arrogant demeanor, pointed at himself and declared, naturally, it is I. Such audacity! Where are the imperial guards? Where are the astronomers? Why do you not apprehend this treasonous wretch? The chief of ceremonies, enraged, could not tolerate the insult to royal dignity. Silence, cur. As long as I am here, they shall not come. The young man waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of indifference. Li Jianxin, however, was unfazed by the unfolding chaos. In his heart, he regarded the court of Daiyuan as filled with petty thieves and those who sought fame without merit. He calmly addressed the young man. Tell me why. What? The youth seemed perplexed by Li Jianxin and Apos' calm demeanor. I ask you why you believe I am unworthy, while you are. In what way do you surpass me? Li Jianxin emphasized his query. The young man scoffed, his gaze piercing. You bask in glory, oblivious to the suffering of the people, while I was born in the wilderness. Acutely aware of the people's needs. Witness the throng that follows me, and you shall know where the people's heart lies. With that, he drew his sword. Its cold light glinting, aimed directly at Li Jianxin. You see nothing beyond the glazed tiles of the imperial city. Li Jianxin fixed his gaze on the sword and Apos' tip. Stepping closer along the imperial path, a sudden aura of royal authority enveloped him, causing the youth to falter slightly. Are you aware that last night, at the third watch, the waves of Jiaozhou Bay capsized several transport vessels? A sword is but a tool, the heart is the essence. You aim your sword at the world. Yet I wish to transform my heart into a sword to alleviate the people and Apos' plight. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve gently, dispersing the sword energy, causing the surrounding refugees to lower their weapons. Li Jianxin opened his Apos' sword eye and Apos, and an intangible sword energy coalesced, bearing down on the youth, whose sword was instantly marred with spiderweb-like cracks. Your arrogance lies not in your transgression, but in your inability to see that the multitude is the true foundation of the realm. I ask you, is your impulsive behavior truly for the people, or merely to satiate your own desires? If for the people, have you considered how they would fare should your treason fail? If for the people, why have you slain the imperial guards? Are they not also people? Is the Apos, people and Apos, heart and Apos, you speak of merely an illusion built upon blood? Enough. The young man and Apos' expression shifted, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. You speak of the people, yet why are there so many refugees in this world? Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin fell silent. For while he endeavored to adopt the perspective of the emperor, he was not the true sovereign of Diyun, and thus could not answer. Nor was it necessary for him to do so. The advantage lies with me, and I shall grant you an opportunity to prove yourself. You have two choices before you. First, to engage us in a fight to the death. Second, to surrender and end your own life. In which case, I shall spare the rest. The youth and Apos' eyes flickered with intrigue. For your people, would you be willing to die? Can you bear to let them perish in your defense? Li Jianxin shook his head, whispering almost inaudibly, Spirit of the sword. This trial is indeed a difficult one for me. He raised his gaze to the youth. I recognize that my hands cannot bear the weight of the realm. Nor can I empathize to the extent of dying without resistance. Yet, I wish not to see rivers of blood flow, so, if you harbor resentment, better to draw your sword. Let us see you meet your end. With that, he unsheathed his sword, the cold light illuminating his determined gaze, the sword energy surging forth. Aimed directly at the youth and Apos' throat. The imperial sword intent surged forth like a raging torrent. The young man and Apos' expression shifted in horror as he hastily raised his sword to defend, the two sword energies clashing violently in mid-air, sparks flying. The clash resounded, and the young man trembled, his sword fracturing inch by inch until, ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the onslaught. Li Jianxin sheathed his sword and turned to the refugees, his eyes filled with compassion. May there be no more strife in the realm, and may the people live in peace and prosperity henceforth. With a deep sigh, he departed slowly, his figure fading into the depths of the imperial city. As the illusion shattered, Li Jianxin found himself back in the sword realm. The dark-robed sword spirit sighed lightly. In this trial, you have discerned your heart and established your resolve. You have passed. Li Jianxin nodded silently, his sword intent solidifying further. He then approached a crimson soft sword, as delicate as a cicada and Apos' wing, gently caressing its blade, feeling the sword energy surge. Is that not Li Xiaoxia? Congratulations, Li Xiaoxia. Son, come look. Is that not the hero you admire most? When Li Jianxin awakened once more, he found himself amidst the bustling Jinsizhen, surrounded by the eager greetings of the crowd. Regaining his senses, he smiled slightly, returning the gestures of respect with a bow, yet internally remained vigilant. This trial was markedly different from the previous two. The earlier challenges had imbued him with an immediate sense of peril, while upon entering this phase, he was unexpectedly enveloped in an indescribable tranquility. However, this serenity did not lead him to lower his guard. Rather, it heightened his awareness, for he understood that beneath the calm surface, turbulent currents were undoubtedly stirring. Hey, you little rascal, why are you still loitering here? What time is it? Get back to the mountain. Today is your big day. Upon hearing the voice, Li Jianxin turned. Sir? Chapter 36, Heart and Apos' knock. Emotional barrier. Li Jianxin slowly turned around, and his gaze fell upon an elderly man clad in hemp garments, equipped with mechanical arms and legs, smiling at him with a grin that revealed uneven teeth. This venerable figure was none other than his esteemed mentor, Wen Dixing, whom Li Jianxin had not seen for several days. Upon seeing Wen Dixing, a warm current surged within Li Jianxin, prompting him to bow deeply, respectfully saying, Master, your disciple is foolish and unaware of the significance of this day. Wen Dixing waved his hand lightly, the mechanical arm producing a faint click as he playfully admonished. You rascal, today marks the grand wedding between you and that girl Qingzi. How could you dare to forget such an important occasion? Though his tone held a hint of reproach, his eyes sparkled with affection and satisfaction. Li Jianxin was momentarily taken aback, unable to anticipate such a development. His thoughts surged like a tide, rapidly recalling every moment shared with Lin Qingzi since their first encounter. Do I have feelings for her? He silently questioned himself, realizing he had never pondered this deeply. Perhaps, deep within, he still saw himself as that youth struggling on the precipice of life and death, where emotions seemed perpetually out of reach. However, hearing Wen Dixing and Apos' words stirred ripples in Li Jianxin and Apos' heart, as if a gentle warmth flowed quietly within. He envisioned Lin Qingxi and Apos' tender smile, recalled the osmanthus cakes and jade ice cake she had made for him, remembered her unwavering courage in the face of danger, and the countless nights she had silently stood by his side. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qingxi had become the person he cherished most, aside from Zhao Qi. Regaining his composure, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he murmured to himself, perhaps, this is what it feels like to love. Outside the contemplation realm, the sword spirit, shrouded in a black robe, raised a hand to his forehead, revealing a hint of helplessness and self-mockery in his tone. How absurd it is that I am testing a mere 13-year-old boy on the nature of love. Yet, emotions are indeed a part of the sword path. I can only hope he remains true to himself. With that, the sword spirit and Apos' figure gradually dissipated into the air. Within the contemplation realm, Wen Duxing gazed gently at the still mumbling Li Jianxin, lightly patting his shoulder as his mechanical leg steadied itself on the ground. He earnestly advised, Jianxin, major life events cannot be taken lightly. Qingxi has been waiting for you for quite some time. Do not let her heartfelt devotion go unfulfilled. Taking a deep breath, Li Jianxin and Apos' resolve grew stronger as he solemnly nodded. Rest assured, Master, I shall never let Qingxi down in this lifetime. At that moment, he comprehended fully that no matter how the future unfolded, he, Li Jianxin, would not betray Lin Qingxi's deep affection. A flicker of relief glimmered in Wen Duxing and Apos' eyes as he smiled. Good, since you have made up your mind, let us ascend the mountain to the wedding venue. Qingxi must be eagerly awaiting you. Upon returning to Wudong Mountain, Li Jianxin finally beheld Lin Qingxi. Today, she had donned a vibrant red robe, a striking departure from her usual understated attire, her features radiant like a celestial being descended from the heavens, captivating all who gazed upon her. Seeing Li Jianxin, Lin Qingxi and Apos' eyes sparkled with surprise, though she quickly regained her composure. He approached, grasping her hand tightly, his gaze earnest as he spoke. Sister, I am truly sorry for forgetting our wedding date. How foolish of me. Lin Qingxi gently shook her head, her eyes brimming with warmth and understanding. You silly boy. Why do you still call me sister? From this day forth, you are my husband. Her gaze danced with joy, illuminating the world around them with her happiness. At the appointed hour, atop the majestic Wudong Mountain, warm sunlight pierced through layers of mist, cascading like golden gossamer, enveloping the couple in a resplendent glow. The wedding venue was adorned with both festivity and solemnity. Bright red silk banners fluttered in the breeze, and the air was filled with the intoxicating fragrance of flowers, uplifting the spirits of all present. Congratulations to the young hero for winning the heart of his beloved, wishing the couple a harmonious union for 100 years. Guests attending the ceremony wore smiles, their heartfelt blessings resounding in the air, as the officiant and Apos' booming voice announced the commencement of the grand wedding. Li Jianxin and Lin Qingxi stood side by side, hands intertwined, hearts aligned, gazing into each other's eyes with love. In the presence of many Wudong disciples and martial artists from various realms, they solemnly exchanged tokens representing their promises and vowed to accompany each other for a lifetime. At that moment, time seemed to stand still, the surrounding clamor fading away, leaving only the sound of their hearts beating in unison and the brilliance in their eyes. Atop Wudong Mountain, a gentle breeze stirred, the red silk banners danced, as if the heavens themselves were moved by their profound affection. As night descended, a roaring bonfire lit up the summit, casting a warm glow on the joyful faces of the guests. Laughter and merriment filled the air, creating a cozy and lively atmosphere. Li Jianxin and Lin Qingxi strolled hand in hand beneath the silvery moonlight, savoring this rare moment of tranquility and sweetness. From now on, Jianxin, we shall be each other and Apos' strongest support, Lin Qingxi whispered softly, her eyes shimmering with gentle determination. Li Jianxin tightened his grip on her hand, responding with deep affection. Indeed. Sister, I will devote my entire being to protect you and ensure that no storm shall harm you. Their silhouettes elongated in the moonlight, intertwined. At the sword burial cliff, Lin Qingxi remained rooted in place, gazing up at the direction of the sword burial pit, a smile gracing her face, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. At this moment, she bore no semblance of the once aloof figure. This contemplation realm was markedly different from the previous two. Everything seemed to unfold naturally, with no disruptions, leading Li Jianxin to momentarily believe that perhaps this was not an illusion after all. Now, 1 year had passed since their marriage. During this past year, Li Jianxin and Lin Qingxi's lives had been both serene and blissful. Uncertain of how to break the illusion, Li Jianxin pondered a visit to the martial world below the mountain. Thus, Chapter 37, Heart Knock Emotional Tribulation. Qingxi, I wish to venture down the mountain. To stroll through this realm of rivers and lakes, Li Jianxin remarked to Lin Qingxi, who was tidying their abode. A fleeting glimmer of reluctance flickered in Lin Qingxi and Apos' eyes. Yet she nodded affirmatively. Go ahead, Jianxin. I shall await your return here, no matter how long it takes. Li Jianxin and Apos' countenance betrayed a hint of guilt. Forgive me, Qingxi. I truly have compelling reasons to depart. Lin Qingxi offered a gentle smile and shook her head. It matters not. I understand where your heart lies. The world is fraught with peril. You must exercise caution while you are away. With his sword slung across his back, Li Jianxin turned and stepped out of the wooden cottage. The spring breeze caressed his garments, and the melodious chirping of birds echoed through the mountains, as if bidding him farewell. Thus, Li Jianxin embarked once more on the path of the rivers and lakes, wielding his sword with righteousness and valor. He confronted marauders in Qizhou, his blade slicing through the air, leaving no blood upon his attire. He vanquished sinister sect masters along the ancient roads of Shu, his sword intent sharp and his spirit resolute. In the waters of Jiangnan, he rescued a trapped scholar, cleaving through tyrants and earning the adoration of the common folk. At the sword-testing pavilion in Zhao County, he bested Xia Wuji, claiming the title of the foremost hero of the younger generation. During the gathering of heroes in the South Sea, he danced with his sword while intoxicated, his sword energy stirring the tides. Outside the Great Wall, he clashed with northern barbarians, his sword aura radiant, repelling formidable foes and earning widespread renown. Over the span of 12 years, Li Jianxin's reputation in the martial world burgeoned, becoming a household name. Yet, deep within, he remained tethered to Lin Qingci. The distance of the journey transformed his monthly visits to Wudong Mountain into bi-monthly, then semi-annual, eventually culminating in a solitary annual return. Unbeknownst to him, the once solitary swordsman was now accompanied by a figure clad in purple, ever at his side. Throughout these 12 years, Lin Qingci remained vigilantly awaiting him on Wudong Mountain, her raven locks gradually turning to frost. Yet she bore no regrets. Occasionally lost in thought while gazing at the falling peach blossoms along the mountain path, when the mountain breeze brushed past her white garments, it would gently sway the faded token of their bond at her waist, a place once graced by her cherished silver bell before their marriage. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away on the painted boat of the Nangong family, Zixuan, dressed in purple, poured wine. Observing the silhouette dancing with a sword under the moonlight on the deck, she spoke, "Are you thinking of that person from Wudong Mountain again?" With a flick of her delicate fingers, half a cup of amber liquid sliced through the darkness, perfectly illuminating the place where Li Jianxin's sword energy lingered. Li Jianxin sheathed his sword, standing still as the wine trickled down the blade, refracting shards of silver light in the moon's glow. Su Wanwei approached gracefully, her right hand holding a silk handkerchief imbued with the cold fragrance of white plum, intending to gently wipe the sweat from his brow. Instinctively, Li Jianxin dodged her gesture. Zixuan seemed accustomed to this, merely chuckling as her fingertip brushed over the worn Tai Chi patterns on Li Jianxin's sword hilt. "Tomorrow, you shall face the sword demon of the East Sea. With your heart in disarray, be wary of the end amp, oppos, Duanjiang style and amp, oppos, that might cut your top knot." With a light-hearted turn, the flowing hem of her purple gauze skirt inadvertently grazed the back of Li Jianxin and Oppos' hand, imparting a delicate yet vivid sensation. Amidst the crashing waves, Li Jianxin gazed at the retreating purple silhouette, feeling a mixture of headache and helplessness. He had resided in the realm of contemplation for over 13 years, at times struggling to discern which world was genuine and which was but an illusion. In the stillness of the night, as the copper bells jingled in the moonlight, he would occasionally ponder whether his past was merely a fleeting dream, while this ethereal world of swirling smoke was the true existence. Gently, he caressed the yellowed letter in his possession, inside which Lin Qingci's elegant handwriting conveyed, "The flowers bloom along the path. I shall return slowly." The edges of the letter bore an indelible lipstick mark, left behind when Zixuan, inebriated last month, insisted on seizing his treasured correspondence. The following day, as anticipated, Li Jianxin severed the head of the sword demon of the East Sea, a victory he had sustained without interruption for 12 years. "Zixuan, I am about to transcend to the realm of terrestrial immortals," Li Jianxin declared, his expression devoid of joy post-victory as he gazed intently at Zixuan. Her face lit up with astonished delight, yet as her gaze met the seriousness in his demeanor and she heard his next words, her joy abruptly froze, her voice trailing off. "I wish to return to Wudong Mountain to shatter the mirror." Li Jianxin and Oppos' words were as cold as ice, his gaze piercing. "Let us part ways here. It is best for both of us to never meet again in this lifetime." "Why?" Zixuan's expression shifted to one of coldness. "You are admirable. But alas, my heart is pledged to another. Our separation is the most favorable outcome for all." Li Jianxin's tone grew increasingly indifferent. 3 days later, amidst heavy snowfall atop Wudong Mountain, Li Jianxin appeared at the mountain gate. Lin Qingci had been waiting there for an extended time, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet she endeavored to maintain a smile. "Jianxin, you have returned," she spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly. Li Jianxin observed her frost-tinged hair, a torrent of words swelling within him, yet they coalesced into a single phrase. "Qingci, I am home." The two stood facing each other, no words necessary. Their gazes encompassed all the longing. Some matters need not be elaborated upon, nor questioned. When they reunited, everything else faded into insignificance. A month passed, and Li Jianxin sat atop the sword-burying cliff as dawn broke, casting a golden hue upon the misty mountains. His sword reflected the rising sun, as if merging with the heavens. Suddenly, ominous clouds gathered above the cliff, 12 tornadoes connecting heaven and earth. Li Jianxin slowly rose, unsheathing his sword. His expression calm as he regarded the purple tribulation lightning swirling within the clouds. Boom. The first bolt of tribulation lightning struck down, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. An 800-foot-long purple lightning dragon surged, entwined with the tempestuous winds, yet was cleaved in two upon contact with the edge of Li Jianxin and Apos' blade. With a mighty roar, a myriad of sword shadows erupted behind him, transforming into streaks of light that soared into the sky, tracing the celestial formations of the surrounding realms. Through years of contemplation, he had gleaned some arcane formations from his senior sister. Not enough. He tore apart the upper half of his robe, revealing a back marred by wounds. The second wave of tribulation transformed into 3,000 thunder generals descending from the clouds. As the golden hammer struck, Li Jianxin drew a finger across the blade. Crimson droplets seeping into the sword and Apos' spine. Amidst the resonating song of the sword, the fierce winds and snow spiraled upwards, coalescing into countless ice swords suspended in midair. Snow embraces the Blue Pass. Atop Wudong Mountain, innumerable sword energies crisscrossed, violently colliding with the heavenly tribulation, emanating a dazzling radiance. As the last trace of lightning dissipated, Li Jianxin descended from the clouds, his hair now shimmering with visible strands of Dao rhythm. He gently landed, his gaze falling upon Lin Qingxi, who bore traces of tears, yet radiated joy. He spoke softly, "Senior sister, I have reached the realm of terrestrial immortals." Chapter 38, Heart's Knock. Li Jianxin and Apos' deep-set eyes shimmered with a silver sword aura as the world before him underwent a subtle transformation. He perceived countless golden threads weaving around Lin Qingxi, among which a particularly robust crimson gold thread spanned the distance between them. Most strikingly, a towering dark golden pillar enveloped Lin Qingxi and soared skyward, piercing through the heavens. Could this be the thread of causality? Li Jianxin murmured, a thought flickering through his mind, his gaze gradually turning solemn and resolute. His fingertips grazed the sword sheath at his waist, causing the dark iron sword hilt to ripple with a mysterious hue. However, this time, the sword on Burial Sword Cliff and the inquiry sword at the mountain gate did not resonate. Is that so? Li Jianxin uttered coldly under his breath. He stared intently at the towering pillar entwining Lin Qingxi and Wudong Mountain, recalling the words of wisdom imparted by his master when he first took him as a disciple. When the heart of the sword is clear, one will naturally know what must be severed. In the next moment, the sound of sword resonance pierced through the sea of clouds, and without even drawing a sword, the sword aura had already coalesced into a 3-inch azure glow. Just as he was about to draw his sword to strike, the vision realm suddenly shattered. Yet Li Jianxin's expression turned grave, and he forcefully channeled his true energy to execute the strike. A magnificent sword light, transcending the heavens, vanished along with the dissolution of the vision realm. Li Jianxin took 2 steps back, slowly regaining his composure. With a heart full of doubts, he looked up at the black-cloaked sword spirit. Does this count as passing? The black-cloaked sword spirit spoke with an unwavering calmness. The myriad illusions may be deceptive, yet a steadfast heart will naturally prevail. For reasons unknown, Li Jianxin sensed that although the sword spirit and Apos' voice remained as tranquil as before, beneath that seemingly calm tone lay a fragile veneer, akin to brittle ice beneath withered leaves. You have already overcome 3 challenges and gained immense fortune. Do you wish to continue? Allow me to inform you. The next challenge will require the simultaneous emergence of 4 swords. A moment and Apos' carelessness could lead to the destruction of your heart and Apos' path. I urge you to deliberate carefully. Before Li Jianxin could contemplate deeply, the black-cloaked sword spirit continued, naturally. I harbor no fear. After experiencing the grand dream of the previous challenge for 14 years, Li Jianxin's resolve had grown ever more resilient. Seeing this, the sword spirit ceased further words, waving his cloak, causing the remaining 4 swords to tremble in unison. Li Jianxin turned his gaze to the 4 remaining swords, a bronze sword adorned with coin-shaped holes, a silver long sword with a serrated blade and a hilt engraved with feasting scenes, a blunt stone sword covered in moss, and an ancient copper sword with fish scale-like notches. He gently placed his hand upon the bronze sword, entering the vision realm. Observing Li Jianxin and Apos' focused state, the black-cloaked sword spirit Kuden and Apos' helped but wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. Having firmly chosen his path, this challenge could now conclude. Do you understand? He recalled the terrifying visage of the girl from earlier, whose overwhelming presence nearly obliterated his very essence. Indeed, a woman's jealousy is the most fearsome of forces, he muttered, instinctively glancing around in trepidation, before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The morning mist enveloped the coolness of the forest, creeping into the thatched cottage. When Li Jianxin opened his eyes once more, the coarse swaddling cloth rubbed against his delicate skin, while the gentle hum of a farmer and Apos' lullaby filled the air, carrying the fragrance of rice. Who am I? He waved his arms, reminiscent of lotus stems, in confusion. As the shadows of the trees danced upon the paper window, marking the 7th year, a 7-year-old child curled up in a pile of straw within the city god temple. watching peers of the same age scurry off to the private school with their bamboo baskets. He lazily turned over, chewing on blades of grass to extract a hint of sweetness. Reflecting on the previous day's lesson from the private school teacher regarding encouragement of learning, he shook his head. Where could those words compare to basking in the sun and dozing off here? As the sound of rushing air mingled with the scent of rice straw approached, his mother's bamboo rod struck his back, igniting a fiery pain that sent him tumbling from the straw pile. You little rascal, skipping school. If you don't memorize the Song of Righteousness today, not only will you forego dinner, but you shan't even drink from the well. A slightly gray-haired woman suddenly appeared behind him, speaking sternly. Mother, the boy whined. Crack. His mother and Amp, Apos, hand struck again, causing him to wince in pain. The autumn rain of his 13th year arrived colder than a blade and Amp, Apos' edge. The farm boy ventured into the splendid city for the first time, beholding the resplendent treasures within the grand pavilion, where ancient artifacts glimmered upon exquisite gold silkwood shelves. And the yellowing pages held secrets of divine weaponry. He clutched the doorframe tightly, gazing with rapt attention. As he observed a group of elegantly dressed youths casually tossing silver coins to purchase treasures he could scarcely dream of possessing, a longing flickered in his eyes, slowly transforming into insatiable greed. His hands trembled, and he faintly heard the whisper of a demon, akin to a serpent and Apos' forked tongue. Steal them. It will ensure you a life of luxury for generations to come. On the 18th summer, torrential rains washed over the training grounds, and Li Jianxin finally joined the only small sect within 1,000 miles. Alas, his master, before passing, entrusted the secret techniques solely to the eldest disciple, even promising his beloved junior sister to him. He could not comprehend. Was it merely because he lacked a prestigious family background? At this moment, on the training grounds, the eldest disciple unleashed 7 blooming azure lotuses from the tip of his sword, even more dazzling than when Li Jianxin had spied on him the night before. As whispers mingled with the scent of sweat emerged from the spectators, Li Jianxin clenched the twig in his hand until it splintered, the wood shards piercing his palm as blood trickled down, his eyes glimmering with jealousy. At 22, the young man carved a name for himself in the splendid city through the sword in his hand, emerging as a figure of considerable wealth. That day, the Qianglin banquet lasted a full 9 days, the white jade dining table winding like a white python. Li Jianxin, clad in luxurious attire, sat at the head of the table, observing the sycophantic officials presenting elaborate and costly gifts, while charming companions surrounded him. He thought to himself, perhaps this life is not so bad after all. Can he pass? Beside the black-cloaked sword spirit, Lin Qingxi's figure slowly emerged, her expression filled with concern. Upon hearing this, the black-cloaked sword spirit shook his head slightly. I cannot say. Over the years, countless prodigies have faltered at this 4th challenge of the heart. In this trial, he possesses no memory and must rely solely on his true self to navigate the tribulations. Yet who in this world is free of jealousy? Who is untouched by greed? Who is immune to laziness? Who does not revel in riches and glory? It remains to be seen whether his true self can make the right choice at the critical moment. These 4 tribulations arise in sequence. Should he fail to overcome even one, he will be doomed to repeat this life in the cycle of reincarnation. A moment's misstep could lead to eternal entrapment within this trial until his very essence collapses. Only those who successfully traverse all 4 tribulations may break through and transcend. Alas, it is a daunting task. Should his essence collapse before he escapes, he would face the fate of a shattered heart and Amp, Apos' path. Lin Qingxi understood the gravity of this truth. Remaining silent, yet golden light flickered in her eyes, ever ready to intervene and save him. Chapter 39, The Heart and Amp, Apos' knock. The severance of karma. As Li Jianxin and Amp, Apos' visualization progressed, the pupils of both the sword spirit and Lin Qingxi involuntarily dilated, their breaths gradually stilled, as they found themselves ensnared in profound astonishment. In the realm of visualization, Li Jianxin and Amp, Apos' figure initially adhered to the predetermined trajectory of fate. However, when the 5th cycle of reincarnation commenced, the youth and Amp, Apos' gaze began to shift, faint glimmers of brilliance flickering within. With each subsequent reincarnation, his eyes grew increasingly lucid, at times revealing a deliberate intention to fail, as if he sought the cycle on purpose. How could this be possible? The black-clad sword spirit exclaimed in disbelief. As the cycles deepened, Li Jianxin ceased to follow the established fate. In his youth, he chose to practice martial arts instead of studying. At 13, he ventured away from the city rather than entering it. By 18, he forsook the sects of the martial world, becoming enamored with the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. And at 22, he ascended to a high position, yet it was not as a wealthy magnate, but rather as one wielding immense political power. He perpetually reincarnated, making ever different choices, the singular constant being that the youth would intentionally fail at certain moments. What exactly was he doing? The black-clad sword spirit was utterly baffled. Lin Qingxi and Amp, Apos' eyes radiated golden light as she continuously chanted incantations. He is knocking at the heart, refining his spirit through 1,000 lifetimes of reincarnation, illuminating his essence amidst the vastness of the world. He wields emotions as a hammer, desires as an anvil, striking again and again to forge the heart of the sword, ultimately leading to either a rebirth from desire or the shattering of the sword and Apos, as heart. Indeed, Li Jianxin was employing reincarnation to temper his heart. In fact, even during the fifth cycle, he had begun to recover his memories. The cause of this memory restoration might be attributed to his unique sword eye, his innate sword bone, or perhaps other yet unknown factors. However, for Li Jianxin in this moment, the reason for his memory resurgence was of little consequence. At present, he was solely focused on comprehensively understanding the essence of his being. Since childhood, Li Jianxin had been committed to pursuing what he deemed right, actions that benefited him and ensured his stable existence. Over time, he became lost in this endeavor, struggling to discern his true passions and aspirations. As time flowed, he realized his heart had grown increasingly indifferent. Witnessing the slaughter of the destitute might still ignite fury within him, yet deep down, he found it hard to empathize. He felt as if he were encased behind an invisible barrier, observing the world and Apos, as suffering with a detached gaze, unable to truly feel it. Had it not been for Zhao Qi's appearance in his life, offering warmth and stirring emotions, Li Jianxin might have already devolved into a mere puppet, mechanically repeating a predetermined path, devoid of soul and feeling. Now, with Lin Qingxi and Wen Dixing entering his life, their presence was akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples within Li Jianxin's heart. He recognized that he had previously been ensnared by the inertia of survival, his heart gradually numbing into indifference. Now, he began to contemplate how to adjust the mindset he had long cultivated. Thus, he sought to explore varied experiences through reincarnation, delving into notions of good and evil, right and wrong. He endeavored to perceive the most authentic version of himself through these starkly different experiences, striving to comprehend the true desires and pursuits nestled deep within his heart. Do I truly relish wielding the sword? He mused internally. So it is. If not for his lingering attachments, he would be the finest sword mold of the path of indifference, the black-clad sword's spirit realized with sudden clarity. Lin Qingxi cast a glance, softly stating, the path of indifference is not suited for him. The black-clad sword's spirit felt a chill envelop him, hastily nodding in agreement. Indeed. Indeed. However, he could have easily passed through, yet now many variables have been added. Lin Qingxi and Apos' palms grew slightly damp with sweat, yet she remained calm. Gazing ahead, trust in him. Suddenly, Li Jianxin and Apos' body trembled slightly, beads of fine sweat emerging on his forehead. Seeing this, the black-clad sword spirit immediately became serious. This is the final cycle. His soul is on the brink of collapse. If he does not succeed this time, he will perish. In this life, 6-year-old Li Jianxin was reading the Song of Righteousness in a private school, a vast sword energy flowing within him. Li Jianxin, why do you study? The teacher inquired. Li Jianxin stood and bowed. To answer the teacher, I aspire to become a swordsman and journey beyond our remote town. Studying is essential for me to recognize more characters, enabling me to traverse the world. I do not wish to see a sword manual without understanding a single character. At 13, Li Jianxin gazed at the splendid golden Nanmu frames with disdain. Not what I seek. He then turned, grasping a wooden sword, departing slowly. At 18, he watched the 7 azure lotuses blooming at his senior brother and Apos' sword tip, shaking his head, with a 3-foot azure edge in hand. Who in the world cannot be slain? He stepped out of the mountain gate, a low chuckle escaping him. Other and Apos' sword techniques? Mere scrap metal. By the age of 22, his name resonated throughout the world once more. Yet this time, he garnered fame through his own prowess, standing proudly as the foremost swordsman among the younger generation. Unlike before, he chose to seclude himself in the mountains. Li Jianxin stood atop the peak, observing the figure beside him. Reminiscent of his senior sister Lin Qingxi, the azure edge cuts through the snow of 1,000 mountains. This lifetime and Apos' infatuation is for one. In this instance, Li Jianxin did not reincarnate again, yet the realm of visualization remained unshattered. He calmly gazed at the sea of clouds before him, his hand brushing over the exquisite iron sword at his waist, causing the clouds to surge like a sword. I, Li Jianxin, with a 3-foot azure edge emerging like a dragon, I shall rend the 9-fold cold night for the cherished ones in my heart, and with thunderous might falling like lightning, I shall dispel the shadows over the world for the valiant souls. Even if his sword were to break and fall, he would ensure that today's brightness pierces through the mountains and 5 peaks. This sword, when unsheathed, the blood is not yet cold, severing injustices as if rending decayed grass. When sheathed, the hair has turned white, safeguarding the path of the heart while wielding supremacy. Pray tell, why do I wield the sword? Simply because this world is teeming with heat, leaving no room for cold indifference. In the next instant, within the realm of visualization, Li Jianxin and Apos' sword intent surged like a torrential wave, rising and rolling as if to break free from the shackles of this realm. Outside the realm, he was equally enveloped in sword intent, akin to an unmatched radiance shooting toward the lofty heavens, as if to challenge the sky. At Sword Burial Cliff, the sword energy emanating from his true form was astonishing, as waves of sword energy cascaded like a brilliant river of stars, completely enveloping the vast sea of clouds. An overwhelming presence. Gradually, space seemed to meld into one, as Li Jianxin and Appos' sword force, sword intent, and sword energy fused into a singularity, harmonious and unified. Seeing this, Lin Qingzi smiled as if blooming flowers. The heart of the sword is complete. Henceforth, he is unbound and unafraid. Even the sword spirits, who had witnessed countless prodigies over millennia, could not help but exclaim. In terms of sword heart, this child could rank among the top 3 of all eternity. Chapter 40. The Path of Inquiry, Part 1. Before the 7 towering sword phantoms, Li Jianxin and Appos' aura flowed like a gentle stream, gradually and delicately converging. Each wisp of energy seeming to be gently drawn by an invisible hand, ultimately coalescing into a flawless, rounded form, devoid of any flaws. He slowly opened his eyes, which resembled a profound and tranquil pool, revealing a discernible steadiness that was markedly deeper than before. This steadiness was a sedimentation born of countless emotional tribulations and reincarnations, as if no turmoil could easily disturb the ripples within his heart. Yet, what shone more brightly in his gaze was determination. The path of the sword was clear. Why inquire of the mortal realm? Li Jianxin gently lifted his gaze towards Lin Qingzi, his eyes betraying no surprise, as if her presence here was entirely anticipated. He smiled and spoke. Qingzi, senior sister, do remember my osmanthus cake. I must have it daily. Lin Qingzi and Appos' shoulders quivered slightly as she fought back tears. He knew everything. I know. I just hope this foolish boy remembers my culinary skills when you wander the world. Not quite, senior sister. Li Jianxin and Appos' eyes brimmed with tenderness. I do not cultivate the path of infatuation. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingzi and Appos' exquisite face flushed with a rosy hue. She let out a soft huff, tinged with a hint of playful reproach, and turned her head slightly away. Observing her demeanor, Li Jianxin felt a bit flustered and scratched his head, a goofy smile inevitably spreading across his face. He then turned to the black-robed sword spirit, senior sword spirit. Might I inquire what the specifics of this second trial of inquiry are? The black-robed sword spirit first glanced at Lin Qingzi, then turned to Li Jianxin and replied. The so-called inquiry is to battle against oneself. As the words fell, the hood of the sword spirit and Appos' robe was slowly removed, revealing a visage identical to Li Jianxin and Appos'. In this sword realm, all rules are under my dominion, and here, I can acquire everything about you without omission. You need only to defeat me to pass. The sword spirit crossed its arms calmly. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin and Appos' sword at his waist began to quiver slightly, a faint sound of sword resonance echoing. Are you feeling excited as well, senior sword spirit? Please, enlighten me. With a clang, the sound of the iron sword being unsheathed echoed as 2 figures collided like mirrored reflections. Li Jianxin and Appos' sword stroke had barely traced half an arc when the sword spirit and Appos' iron sword descended with the semblance of a celestial cleaving strike. Sparks erupted from the clash of blades, igniting the ground with flecks of crimson. Finfu. Li Jianxin rotated his wrist, unleashing a flurry of sword flowers that should have summoned a gale. However, the sword spirit countered with a still water stance. The air stirred by the sword and Appos' tip swirling into a vortex that shredded Li Jianxin and Appos' attack into fragments. A piece of fabric mixed with droplets of blood floated down, revealing a 3-inch sword mark on Li Jianxin and Appos' left shoulder. As the long sword hummed, he suddenly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the trajectory of the sword wind. The sword spirit unleashed 720 shadow sword techniques that tore through the air, but were abruptly intercepted by Li Jianxin and Appos' iron wall technique. Evolved from his grasping sword technique, the resounding clash of metal reverberated through the sword realm, and Li Jianxin took advantage of the momentum to flip to the right side of the crimson giant sword. As his toes brushed against the massive sword, his iron-long sword had already gathered the force of a mountain-crushing strike. Break! The ground exploded into powder, the sword energy swirling with debris to form a tempest. Yet the sword spirit executed a cleansing technique evolved from the pressing sword stance, its inky sword light devouring the shattered stones like a whale drinking water. Li Jianxin and Appos' pupils constricted. How could the sword spirit replicate the technique he had just comprehended? As their battle raged on, the ground sank 3 inches beneath them. Li Jianxin exhaled sharply, unleashing a sword force that cascaded like an avalanche. His sword intent seemed to be drawn forth, manifesting as a visible pale golden flame entwined around the sword body. However, the sword spirit and Appos' simultaneously released sword force surpassed his own. At the moment their invisible powers collided, the giant sword phantom 30 paces away was deeply indented. Ah, I see. Li Jianxin wiped the blood from his lips, his sword finger gliding along the blade and Appos' edge, drawing forth crimson runes. You can only learn my techniques from 3 breaths ago. Before he finished speaking, He intentionally created an opening, enticing the sword spirit to unleash the pressing sword technique. Yet in the instant the opponent and Apos' muscles tensed, he swiftly transformed his collapsing sword technique into a pinpoint strike. The sword tip trembled, releasing 7 cold stars, each aimed precisely at the sword spirit and Apos' energy nodes. This was a new technique, a fusion of the fragmented star technique evolved from the thrusting sword technique and the pinpoint strike technique, shattering the moonlight cascading from the dome of the sword realm into celestial debris. The sword spirit and Apos' joints exploded with 7 blossoms of blood. Yet its movements showed no signs of hesitation. Li Jianxin and Apos' heart trembled. He had clearly struck at a phantom formed from sword energy. Before he could change his approach, the sword spirit and Apos' deeper still water stance morphed into a chasm, devouring the sword light like a black hole, the rebounding force sending him crashing through 2 giant sword phantoms. Blood dripped from Li Jianxin onto the ground, following a small arc as it flowed downward. Heart and sword in unison. He bit his tongue, roaring fiercely, forcing his boundless sword intent to coalesce into a tangible form. The Apos' thrusting sword technique and Apos' evolved into the Apos' shadow sword technique and Apos' transforming into a torrential rain of swords that formed an octagonal sword array, charging like a blood tiger towards the sword spirit. Suddenly, an array of sword energy enveloped the sword spirit, who, with a sweep of its hand, unleashed the celestial cleave to shatter the sword rain while using the still water stance to drown the blood tiger, simultaneously piercing through the eye of the octagonal formation with the shadow sword technique. As Li Jianxin spat out his 3rd mouthful of blood, he noticed the sword energy surrounding the sword spirit dimmed momentarily. Ultimately, you are not me. His bloody teeth revealed a savage smile, and he suddenly dispelled all sword energy. The sword spirit's anticipated intercepting sword technique missed its mark, and Li Jianxin seized the opportunity to channel all his sword intent into the primordial technique evolved from his self-drawn sword technique, unleashing a strike that seemed capable of cleaving through chaos. However, at the moment this blow was about to strike the sword spirit, Li Jianxin unexpectedly sheathed his iron longsword. This action caused the sword spirit to exhibit its first moment of hesitation. The sheath technique, accumulated through countless cycles of trial, began to boil, and black-red sword energy seeped from the depths of the sword realm, the lingering will of those who had failed their trials throughout the ages. I have practiced sword principles for a year, mastered sword techniques for half a year, and grasped the heart of the sword in 3 months. He pressed his thumb against the sword hilt, slowly applying pressure. With each word he uttered, the dragon and Apos' roar emanating from the sheath rose in intensity. But it was only in the previous trial that I truly understood. The sword spirit instinctively retreated, but collided with the intercepting sword Li Jianxin had laid in advance. The tide of the burial sword, evolved from the intercepting sword technique, surged forth from the ground, countless strands of sword energy coalescing into 3,000 malevolent black swords, crashing like waves towards the sword spirit. As the sword spirit swung out the celestial cleave to part the tide, Li Jianxin and Apos' thumb pressed down completely on the sword hilt. Clang! The ultimate form of the unsheathing technique, evolved through countless cycles, erupted from its sheath in an instant, and the flow of time within the sword tomb seemed to decelerate tenfold. Li Jianxin watched the sword spirit slowly raise its sword blade, observing the droplets of sweat elongating in the air, and witnessed his own sword light, tangible and substantial, cleaving through the sword force, severing the sword intent, and piercing directly towards the sword spirit and Apos' brow. The sword is my heart. Nothing escapes my blade. Chapter 41. The Path of Inquiry, Part 2. Just as Li Jianxin believed the outcome of this battle was already determined, he noticed a subtle smile playing at the corners of the sword spirit and Apos' lips, an enigmatic expression that hinted at deeper mysteries. In an instant, a surge of black and white true energy erupted from the sword spirit, spreading outward with reckless abandon akin to ink splashed upon paper, enveloping a radius of 3 zhang in mere moments. Li Jianxin and Apos' pupils constricted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. The sword spirit was now executing the unparalleled sword technique of Tian Di Tong Se, a skill that he himself had never wielded but could potentially manifest due to the eye of the sword. Naturally, should he attempt it, he would not achieve the same boundless breadth as the sword spirit, yet the current display undoubtedly reached the limits of Li Jianxin and Apos' capabilities. Though this intertwined realm of black and white could not entirely freeze the fierce sword light he unleashed in midair, it seemed to impose an invisible resistance upon the relentless advance of the shimmering blade, significantly slowing its momentum. You are truly astute. Indeed. To master the sword style you have newly conceived, I require a span of 3 breaths. And now, the sword spirit sheathed his long sword, signaling that the 3 breaths had passed. 2 piercing beams of sword light collided with a thunderous crash, akin to 2 fierce meteors meeting in a violent clash. In that fleeting moment, brilliance erupted as tremendous forces counteracted, creating a tumultuous disturbance. Subsequently, amidst a fierce fluctuation of sword energy, the two beams gradually dissipated into nothingness. As if they had never graced this world, Li Jianxin staggered back a step to steady himself, his palm torn and blood splattering. Suspended within the sword spirit and Appos' realm of black and white. Indeed, you excel in everything. He chuckled bitterly, executing an advanced technique of the pointing sword style, breaking the army. The sword spirit's fingers traced through the void, and the black and white world transformed into a 7-foot sword enclosure. Cutting the void, Li Jianxin and Appos' breaking the army technique was instantaneously warped into a circular sword energy, constricting towards his neck. He stumbled, shattering 3 tiles beneath his feet, narrowly evading the attack in an iron bridge stance, yet his back was grazed by shards of rock, leaving deep crimson trails. What I command extends far beyond your fierce sword techniques. I possess an exquisite talent for evolving sword forms. Overcoming oneself is no simple feat. The sword spirit and Appos' voice was gravelly, reminiscent of corroded bronze, evidently fatigued from their exchange. Suddenly, the iron sword in his grasp metamorphosed into 2 entwined serpentine beams of sword energy. The left beam, ensnared in the burial sword tide, clashed with the right. Derived from the cutting sword style, breaking the sea, the opposing sword wills collided, generating a formidable annihilation force that surged towards Li Jianxin, cleaving the ground into countless minute patterns. It is time to conclude this. Since we are both at the end of our strength, let us settle this with one final strike, Li Jianxin declared. Removing the bloodied hem of his garment, and with a flourish, he sent the spiraling fabric sword soaring into the air. The last 3 parts of true energy within his dantian transformed into the dual energies of yin and yang. As the tide of annihilation approached, he executed the drunken immortal's moonlit step, leveraging the fabric sword to vault upwards towards the heavens. Suspended in midair, he gazed down upon the sword spirit, his dantian and Appos' energy reserves fully depleted, the meridians in his sword hand ablaze with agony, leaving only the swirling energies of yin and yang. In a swift motion, Li Jianxin launched the iron sword from his hand, directing it towards the sword spirit, who was poised to block it. In that very moment, the yang energy within him surged violently, and he struck his palm against his chest, expelling a torrent of blood. Ultimate Yang, the blood sun. The surrounding Tinjiang transformed, suffused with the hue of a bloody dusk, as droplets of blood morphed into 999 radiant red sword lights, each imbued with the searing weight of a setting sun. The blazing blood swords collided with the vortex of annihilation, tearing through it in a blaze of glory as it shattered into countless fragments. In that fleeting instant, the sword spirit deflected the long sword Li Jianxin had propelled towards him. The sword was sent soaring, appearing to deliberately return and spiral towards Li Jianxin and Appos' descending figure. He slowly extended his right hand, firmly grasping the hilt, descending gently to the ground. At this moment, the distance between them was 7 steps, the optimal range for executing the sword drawing technique. The remaining yin energy coalesced into a crystalline scabbard, enveloping Li Jianxin and Appos' iron sword securely. Ultimate yin sword drawing technique. No sword style. The sword light ignited as if an old farmer were tilling the soil, and fell as if a child were tracing characters. Yet upon meeting the sword spirit and Appos' blade, it erupted into an extraordinary explosion of force. 360 swords, Lin Qingxi murmured to herself, observing the battle. Crack. The sword spirit maintained his defensive posture, yet a red mark akin to cinnabar appeared on his brow, while Li Jianxin's iron sword began to fracture, piece by piece. As the last fragment of the sword's tip clattered to the ground, the sword spirit's form disintegrated like crumbling dust, ultimately vanishing into the void. Witnessing the sword spirit's disappearance, Li Jianxin felt the tension in his body ease, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The sword path has been established, all illusions shattered. From this day forth, you have officially embarked upon your own sword journey. The figure of the black-robed sword spirit re-emerged in the void. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sword spirit gently raised a finger, pointing towards Li Jianxin. Instantly, a soft and warm aura enveloped Li Jianxin, akin to the gentle rays of spring sunshine. Almost immediately, the grievous wounds upon his body began to heal at a visible pace, reminiscent of ice melting under warmth. In the blink of an eye, not only had the wounds vanished without a trace, but even the tattered robe torn by battle had returned to pristine condition. Li Jianxin was not surprised. After all, the sword spirit had previously stated that the rules here were under his control. Slowly rising to his feet, Li Jianxin offered a slight bow to the sword spirit. May I inquire, esteemed elder, what is the nature of the third trial? This third trial, in comparison to the previous 2, is neither particularly difficult nor particularly easy. This challenge is named Appos, seeking the sword, and Appos, and it will test the profound bond between us that transcends the mundane. The sword spirit, draped in black robes, spoke with an air of tranquility, lightly waving his sleeve. In an instant, the surrounding scenery transformed as if time itself were flowing. The original view dissipating like a fleeting dream, quickly replaced by an entirely different landscape. When Li Jianxin emerged from this brief stupor, he found himself amidst an endless expanse of sword forest. Go forth, and in this sword forest, seek out the sword you believe to be my true form. Draw it forth. If your judgment is correct, you shall pass this trial with ease. As Li Jianxin scanned his surroundings, the sword spirit's calm yet authoritative voice resonated clearly in his ear. Chapter 42. Seeking the sword, Li Jianxin raised his gaze, and the sight within the sword forest was truly breathtaking. Thousands of swords stood erect, each unique in form. Some blades were deeply embedded in the crevices of rocks, their hilts layered and trembling gently in the breeze, resembling surging waves at first glance. Others hung high in the treetops, their blades reflecting cold glimmers of light in the sunlight, akin to stars descending to earth. Each sword emanated a piercing sword aura, intertwining to create an invisible pressure that rendered one nearly breathless. However, for Li Jianxin, this sword aura was no longer a hindrance. He turned to Lin Xingzi at his side and smiled gently. Sister, there will be no danger this time. I shall return shortly. As his words fell, he took a step forward and entered the sword forest. Instantly, the surrounding sword aura seemed to have found its target, surging towards him wildly. Yet, Li Jianxin appeared unaffected, effortlessly dispelling the encroaching sword energy with a mere wave of his sleeve. He glided through the myriad swords with grace, each step measured and unhurried. Although the sword energy was fierce, it seemed insubstantial in his hands, allowing him to traverse the sword forest with ease. Watching Li Jianxin's retreating figure, Lin Xingzi's brows relaxed into a hint of satisfaction. Without turning back, she inquired, will he succeed? The black-cloaked sword spirit, hearing her words, nodded slightly and stepped forward, his figure shifting like a specter, swiftly appearing before Lin Xingzi. He spoke slowly. I cannot say for certain. I have observed his previous trials. This young man's talent for the sword is indeed remarkable, and I hold him in high regard. Should he truly become my sword master, it would be a splendid outcome. At this point, the black-cloaked sword spirit paused and sighed softly, a hint of resignation in his tone. Yet, in this world, all matters are bound by the concept of fate. Fate is elusive and unpredictable, beyond my control. Ultimately, it is up to destiny and whether there is a predetermined arrangement. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingzi refrained from further commentary, merely gazing at the figure that was gradually vanishing into the depths of the sword forest. If this trial was indeed a test of fate and fortune, she firmly believed that her junior would not falter. The first time she opened her Dao Eye, she had scrutinized her junior closely. After all, a person who transformed from a mere beggar into a prominent figure on the ranking list in just over a year was bound to pique curiosity. Of course, whether there were other hidden thoughts was a secret deeply buried within the girl's heart. In her eyes, the scene surrounding Li Jianxin at that moment was extraordinary. A myriad of vibrant golden dragons of fortune danced around him. With such abundant luck, she was convinced that he would surely pass this trial of destiny and fortune. Li Jianxin walked slowly through the sword forest, his eyes shimmering with silver light as he surveyed the surrounding swords. Under the scrutiny of the sword eye, the veins of each long sword were vividly apparent, with the most crucial being the causal lines. He could distinctly sense the connections each sword had with the black-cloaked sword spirit outside the forest, varying in depth and nature. He made no prolonged stops before any sword, for both the causal lines and his own intuition told him that none of these were the sword he sought. Thus, Li Jianxin continued deeper into the forest. He felt an invisible force pulling him further inward, and as he ventured deeper, the strength of that force intensified. Finally, beneath an ancient towering tree, Li Jianxin came to a halt. The ancient tree's trunk was as thick as a palace pillar, its cracked bark covered in moss. Branches extending like the claws of a dragon, with leaves shimmering in dark gold, bathed in the blood-red glow of the setting sun. Li Jianxin's attention was drawn to an ancient sword half buried in the soil beside the tree. This sword, humble in appearance, exuded a restrained cold light. With its guard and blade inlaid with 7 gems corresponding to the Big Dipper, the handle pointing towards the tip, subtly radiating an imperial aura of swords. In his sword eye, the causal line of this ancient sword was unfathomable, extending and intertwining closely with all the swords in the forest. A gentle breeze rustled the tree canopy, and a few fallen leaves spiraled down, only to be shattered by the sword energy upon striking the blade. Li Jianxin took a deep breath and slowly approached the ancient sword. He extended his right hand and lightly rested it upon the sword's hilt, preparing to draw it from the earth. In an instant, a tremendous sword intent surged from the blade, rushing up his arm and causing him to shudder. This sword intent was far more potent than any he had encountered before. Li Jianxin's expression sharpened as he unleashed a formidable sword intent of his own, subtly suppressing the ancient sword. Taking a deep breath to steady his mind, he gripped the hilt, and just as he was about to draw the sword, an indescribable sense of rejection surged from the depths of his heart. This rejection caused Li Jianxin's brow to furrow, and he instinctively released the hilt, casting his gaze toward a plain stone sword partially hidden beneath layers of leaves nearby, lacking ornate embellishments and etched with the marks of time. The stone sword presented a stark contrast to the ancient blade. Upon closer inspection, Li Jianxin noticed that the stone sword bore no causal lines at all, prompting him to close his eyes in contemplation. Moments later, when he opened his eyes again, his gaze had solidified with determination, and he stepped toward the unassuming stone sword. He brushed aside the withered leaves covering it and grasped the hilt, a sudden wave of familiarity washing over him. No longer hesitating, he called out in the direction he had come, "Senior, I choose this one." Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and the figures of the black-cloaked sword spirit and Lin Qingxi appeared before Li Jianxin. The black-cloaked sword spirit nodded slightly. "Are you certain? Given your commendable performance in the previous trials, I can offer you another chance." Li Jianxin, however, shook his head confidently, stating, "Senior, there is no need for further selection. This one is it." He felt as if the stone sword was responding to him, akin to a long-lost companion reuniting. Gripping the hilt tightly, he inquired, "Senior sword spirit, do you think I have made the right choice?" For reasons unknown, a faint sense of anxiety arose within Li Jianxin. This apprehension was not born from the fear of failing to acquire the legacy sword, but rather from the inexplicable sensation the ancient stone sword evoked within him, akin to facing a cherished family member. Consequently, a subtle worry emerged in his heart, fearing the loss of this cherished sense of closeness. The black-cloaked sword spirit seemed to sense Li Jianxin's anxiety, offering a gentle smile and cryptically suggesting, "Why not infuse your sword energy into it, and see if you can establish a bond?" Chapter 43. Acknowledgement of the Master. Upon hearing these words, Li Jianxin immediately focused his internal energy, carefully channeling the vast and potent force into the stone sword before him through his meridians. To his surprise, the stone sword merely quivered slightly before returning to a placid state, resembling an ancient ice block ensnared in an eternal slumber, devoid of any further response. Observing this, Li Jianxin furrowed his brows, with his elegant features marred by confusion. He pondered privately, could it be that this stone sword, so closely connected to him, was not the true form of the black-robed sword spirit, but merely an ordinary rock devoid of any significance? At that moment, he caught sight of the sword spirit standing quietly nearby, offering no words. Li Jianxin gritted his teeth, refusing to relent. Instead, he concentrated deeply, summoning his formidable and piercing sword intent with all his might. Before long, that intent materialized into an invisible barrier, enveloping the body of the stone sword with a gentle yet firm embrace. Then, Li Jianxin held his breath and focused his mind, transforming his sword will into fine threads that gradually penetrated the interior of the stone sword. Gradually, the stone sword began to tremble subtly, its movement slow and cautious, as if fearing to disturb something within. Soon, a faint glimmer emerged from within the stone sword, its light tenuous, as though it might extinguish at any moment. A glimmer of hope ignited within Li Jianxin, and his heart surged with excitement. Seizing the moment, he did not hesitate. He unleashed his sword intent to its utmost extent, an unrelenting tide of energy surging into the stone sword. However, the unfolding events took an unexpected turn. The stone sword continued to quiver, as if striving to break free from some unseen restraint. With each tremor, fine shards of stone began to flake away, cascading down like autumn leaves. For reasons unknown, it seemed as if something crucial was missing, preventing the stone sword from fully awakening, leaving it in a delicate state of semi-consciousness. Just as Li Jianxin was lost in his thoughts, his innate sword bone began to rotate slowly, seemingly responding to some unseen opportunity. In an instant, the silver light in his eyes blazed brighter, akin to two brilliant meteors streaking across the night sky. Simultaneously, within his body, a tempest of sword energy surged through the intricate meridians, pouring forth from his sword bone like wild stallions breaking free. As the sword energy flowed and surged, it mercilessly consumed the vast ocean of true energy within Li Jianxin. With each infusion of this vital energy, the sword energy grew increasingly formidable and robust. It seemed imbued with life, intertwining and colliding, at times tangling together, at times dispersing. Amidst their fierce conflict, low, rumbling sounds reminiscent of a dragon's roar could be faintly heard. These sword energies appeared to be influenced by some mysterious force, creating an extraordinary resonance with the stone sword in Li Jianxin's hand. This resonance formed an invisible thread of cause and effect, binding Li Jianxin and the stone sword closely together. As the resonance intensified, the tremors of the stone sword became more violent, seemingly responding to the call of the sword energy within Li Jianxin. Finally, the silver sword energy within Li Jianxin could no longer be contained, bursting forth like a flood breaking through a dam, surging toward the stone sword with overwhelming might, as if to shatter all obstacles in its path and merge with the stone sword. In that moment, brilliance erupted, the sword energy surged, distorting the very air around them with its formidable force. This commotion continued for an indeterminate duration until deep crimson flames ignited upon Li Jianxin, mesmerizingly beautiful. This was karmic fire. How could it be possible? How could someone so young bear such heavy karma? The black-robed sword spirit was taken aback, exclaiming involuntarily. Lin Qingxi's eyes shone with golden light as her divine pupils raced. I cannot discern. A higher power has severed the heavenly mechanisms, obscuring the threads of fate. I recall when Jianxin first fell into his inner demons, Master Qingwei inadvertently mentioned this matter. Yet, As the two conversed, the karmic fire ablaze on Li Jianxin's body began to waver. A brilliant light surged from the tip of the sword, gradually spreading along the blade until it converged at the hilt, connecting with Li Jianxin's fingers. At that moment of connection, a profound and indescribable power, akin to an ancient behemoth awakening from a millennia-long slumber, surged forth from the depths of Li Jianxin's sword bone. In an instant, a roar that resonated through heaven and earth erupted from within him, imbued with boundless authority and dominance, as if intending to break all shackles of existence. The sound rolled outward, compelling all things in the world to bow in submission beneath its might. Concurrently, the stone sword in Li Jianxin's grasp blazed with renewed brilliance, shards of stone cascading like snowflakes, while the sword energy shot up like a rainbow piercing the sky. How delightful! Ha ha! The black-robed sword spirit laughed heartily, his voice filled with joy and relief, for this truly was destiny. Indeed, the will of heaven is unfathomable, a marvel to behold. At that moment, the black-robed sword spirit seemed to finally comprehend something, his smile unwavering as he slightly inclined his body in a respectful bow, saying, "This humble servant pays homage to the young master." After this gesture, the black-robed sword spirit gradually faded, transforming into a profound black light that shot toward the long sword in Li Jianxin's hand, merging with it in the blink of an eye, vanishing from sight. As the black-robed sword spirit merged, the sword realm collapsed instantaneously, and Lin Qingxi's consciousness returned to her true form. Instinctively, she raised her gaze, only to see Li Jianxin enveloped in the blazing karmic fire, the flames illuminating the surroundings, captivatingly enchanting, as if a demonic lotus had descended upon the world. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A blinding golden light erupted from the long sword in Li Jianxin's hand, slicing through the air with lightning speed. With a swift stroke, the blazing karmic fire was instantly extinguished, as if it had never existed at all. Li Jianxin slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the long sword in his hand. Its blade is clear and deep as autumn waters, inscribed with the word "Slay the Evil" in the script of a bygone era at the junction of the blade and hilt. He gently caressed the blade, then swung it skyward. The sword light cleaved through the heavens like a silken ribbon, unleashing a chilling sword energy. The sheer strength of this energy caused all the swords within the burial pit to tremble, as if paying homage to this new master of the Slay the Evil sword. Standing amidst the burial pit, Li Jianxin clutched the ancient sword, his surroundings enveloped in swirling sword energy, the air alive with the harmonious sounds of countless swords. As if the sword god had descended upon the earth. Chapter 44. Nurturing the sword, and sitting in oblivion, the fierce sword energy surrounding him gradually receded, revealing Li Jianxin's upright posture, his cold visage softened by a hint of warmth. He slowly turned, his gaze piercing through the swirling mist, settling upon Lin Qingxi beneath the steps of the sword grave. In that moment, a flicker of barely perceptible tenderness illuminated his eyes, and a subtle smile graced his lips, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. He then began his descent, each step imbued with an undeniable sense of power, yet as light as if he were walking on clouds. The ancient swords lining the 999 stone steps seemed to sense the unique aura of this master of the slaying sword, resonating with a deep hum. In response to this resonance, the swords relinquished their aggressiveness, parting to clear a path. Lin Qingxi looked up, her heart swelling with an inexplicable sense of reassurance as she beheld Li Jianxin's ethereal figure. Her tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed, and a tender smile unconsciously bloomed on her lips, as if all her worries had dissipated into the wind. As Li Jianxin reached the 27th step, he paused, turning slightly to cast his gaze upon the unrivaled sword, which now emanated an indescribable eagerness and longing, as though it were fervently expressing its innermost desires to him. Li Jianxin smiled gently, extending his hand to caress the sword's blade, asking, "Do you wish to accompany me?" At his words, the unrivaled sword instantly radiated a brilliant azure light, seemingly affirming his inquiry. "Then let us behold the vistas at the pinnacle of the sword path together," he murmured with a smile. With a graceful grip on the hilt, the sword seamlessly rested at his back, the motion flowing like water, already exhibiting the demeanor of a sword immortal. Sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a golden hue upon Li Jianxin. With a delicate step, he continued his descent until he stood before Lin Qingxi. "Senior sister, it has been a while. I have been meaning to." Lin Qingxi gazed at him intently, her heart fluttering. Meaning to what? Faced with her expectant gaze, Li Jianxin suddenly hesitated to voice his true feelings, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes. He quickly diverted, saying, "I have been craving your osmanthus cake." At his words, disappointment briefly flickered in Lin Qingxi's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by warmth as she chuckled. "You simpleton. Always with your cravings. I prepared it for you while you were undergoing your trials. Come now, let us return to the cave to eat." As she spoke, she made her way toward the sword grave cave, her petite silver bell jingling softly with each step, producing a melodious sound. Li Jianxin watched her retreating figure, his emotions increasingly tangled, reflecting, "No wonder I only saw senior sister after the trials. She was preparing osmanthus cake for me." With this thought, he sighed softly. He realized he urgently needed to calm his heart and untangle the intricate emotions he harbored for Lin Qingxi. He needed to discern whether his affection arose from the fated bond forged during the trials or from the innocent stirrings of a 13-year-old heart that had unwittingly fallen for her. Moreover, he sought clarity on Lin Qingxi's feelings, whether her actions were merely a reluctant choice made to assist him through the trials or if they stemmed from a deeper, more profound sentiment. After all, the onset of the trials had not been a choice made by either of them. And he remained apprehensive about the possibility of such a celestial being as Senior Sister developing feelings for a poor boy like him. The thought of being foolishly self-involved was a source of embarrassment. Without further contemplation, Li Jianqing hastened to catch up with Lin Qingxi as they walked side by side toward the Sword Grave Cave. Before long, within the cave, the two sat cross-legged in the tranquil surroundings, the aroma of osmanthus cake wafting through the air. Li Jianqing took a gentle bite, savoring the sweetness as Lin Qingxi observed him with soft eyes. Both chose to refrain from mentioning the trials, their silence filled with unspoken understanding. Yet, within the girl's heart, a stubborn resolve brewed. She would not make the first move again. This obstinacy was akin to the wild grass flourishing in spring, difficult for anyone to uproot. In contrast, the boy was filled with worry and confusion, fearing that any mention of the trials would shatter the fragile tranquility they had found. Thus, he buried the torrent of thoughts deep within himself. Have you considered your path of cultivation ahead? Will you break through to the chi control stage or pursue something else? The girl broke the silence first, though her tone hinted at her dissatisfaction. Unaware of her underlying meaning, the earnest boy simply replied, Senior Sister, I do not plan to break the mirror just yet. As Brother Lu once said, I have progressed too quickly on this path of cultivation. I need to pause and appreciate the scenery along the way. Therefore, I intend to focus on the two methods of sitting in oblivion and nurturing the sword imparted by the Senior Sword Spirit, and once the time is ripe, I will consider a breakthrough. Sitting in oblivion? Nurturing the sword? What do they entail? Lin Qingxi inquired, realizing that this simpleton was earnestly delving into matters of cultivation. Prompting her to ask, Li Jianqing, unperturbed, began to elucidate. Regarding the method of nurturing the sword, there are significant principles to adhere to. One must keep their sword close at all times, never allowing it to part from them, day or night. The sword must be nurtured with the sword intent and energy cultivated within oneself, akin to tending to a delicate flower. Throughout this process, one must resolutely refrain from drawing the sword. This persistent cultivation aims to merge the sword with one's spirit and mind. When the time is right, one can give birth to an eternal and indestructible sword energy from within the sword. The specifics of this energy, however, the elder only advised that I experience it for myself when the time comes. Having said this, Li Jianqing took a sip of jade ice brew and continued. As for the technique of sitting in oblivion, it seeks the state of having no distractions, where both self and the world are forgotten. One must temporarily set aside their sword path to contemplate the natural world, whether that be through chess, tea appreciation, nurturing flowers, or practicing martial arts. In essence, it is about traversing the myriad paths to nurture the sword. When I return to the sword path after this period of reflection, I will surely break through my current limitations and reach a more profound and elevated realm. The two methods complement each other, albeit requiring considerable time. However, given that neither of us can descend the mountain recently, it is prudent to invest some effort into this. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingxi quelled her earlier complex emotions, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. I see, these two methods can indeed be seen as divine techniques that seize the essence of the heavens. Thus, they continued their exchange, each contributing to the conversation until dusk fell and the first stars appeared. Chapter 45, The Sword Offering Ceremony in Weizhou's Hanyu City. Today was particularly vibrant, bustling with an extraordinary fervor. The streets and alleys were teeming with people, creating a cacophony that filled the air with a unique excitement. Among the throngs were numerous figures from the martial world, adorned with blades and swords, some gathered in groups, laughing and conversing, while others moved alone, their expressions hurried. The gleaming blades at their waists sparkled under the sun, adding an air of solemnity to the capital. It seemed that everyone, regardless of stature, dared to partake in the festivities of the Xiahou family's sword ceremony. A young man dressed in resplendent attire slightly lifted his chin, a hint of disdain playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed the comings and goings of the martial artists on the street. His sharply defined features radiated an innate pride, his resolute countenance appearing even more austere beneath the sun's rays. Compared to you, the 10th on the ranking list, and the future heir of the Tuoba family, most of these people are merely commoners, remarked a handsome youth in a light yellow robe, who had a sword hanging at his waist. In response to this man, the youth in splendid attire tempered his haughtiness, replying in a more amiable tone, Nangong, you flatter me. In comparison to your esteemed rank as 6th on the list, my humble skills hardly merit mention. Today a ceremony, hosted by the Xiahou family, indeed attracted a myriad of heroes from across the realm, especially from Weizhou. Every notable martial force made their way here. However, it was unfortunate that both of us would merely be spectators, relegated to observing Xiahou Mingxian showcase his talents and flourish in the spotlight. Upon hearing the name Xiahou Mingxian, the youth in the light yellow robe momentarily displayed a grave expression, which quickly faded into a smile as he said, The Xiahou family cannot allow others to overshadow them at this sword ceremony, especially after recently losing the 7th branch. They must establish their authority. Exchanging knowing smiles, the two companions made their way toward the Xiahou residence, their figures swiftly blending into the crowd. The two conversing were none other than Tuo Bain, currently ranked 10th, and Nangong Fei, ranked 6th. As the bustling sounds of Hanyu City gradually receded, they were replaced by the solemn atmosphere in front of the Xiahou mansion. 2 stone lions stood guard at the entrance, a red carpet laid out, while guests arrived in a continuous stream. The 12 branches of the Xiahou family were arranged in order, their elite members gathered, creating a grand and enthusiastic scene. Have you heard? It is said that the main branch has produced another formidable character. This individual is remarkable, having slain 2 experts on the ranking list with a single strike, and has recently risen to the 41st position. Truly a sensational figure, whispered a youth clad in gray to his companion, envy flickering in his eyes. The youth in splendid attire scoffed dismissively. Humph, merely 41st. At this sword ceremony, he is nothing more than a spectator. Besides, he is just a servant's child, merely lucky. If I had the chance to act, such a wild card would not even be a contender. The gray-clad youth, eager to ingratiate himself, replied, that is undoubtedly true, Song. With your extraordinary talent and being the true offspring of the branch leader, you are undoubtedly the pride of our 12th branch, far superior to that Xiahou Qingying. Who among the Xiahou family would dare to underestimate you? The youth in splendid attire smiled slightly, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes as he said softly, enough flattery, Xiahou Mingxian is indeed our formidable rival. Although Xiahou Tsong spoke in such a manner, a keen observer would discern the satisfaction he derived from the flattery offered by the gray-clad youth. Soon, as the melodious chime of a bell resonated, the sword-offering ceremony of the Xiahou family commenced. A gray-haired elder, with a steady gait, slowly ascended the high platform. He stood tall, his gaze imbued with a profound light, appearing vigorous. This was the current head of the Xiahou family, Xiahou Shi, dressed in an exquisitely ornate ceremonial robe, embroidered with ancient symbols and intricate patterns that shimmered under the sun. Xiahou Shi held an ancient jade tablet in his hands. His expression was grave and dignified as he began to speak. Today marks the centennial sword offering ceremony of the Xiahou family. His voice was deep and resonant, akin to echoes from antiquity, carrying an immense authority that penetrated the hearts of every attendee. Xiahou Shi surveyed the crowd, his gaze sharp and commanding, declaring that according to ancestral teachings, only the most outstanding among the younger generation would earn the recognition of the ancestral sword. Bingpa, the one who wields this sword, would become the new sword master of the Xiahou family, inheriting the legacy of their ancestors and bearing the responsibility of guiding the family into the next century. As his powerful words reverberated, an excited murmur erupted among the crowd, particularly among the younger disciples whose faces lit up with eagerness, their eyes fixated on the ancestral sword, Bingpa. Even Xiahou Mingxian, clad in white and exuding an extraordinary demeanor, could not conceal the fervor in his heart. He took a deep breath, his gaze locked onto the platform ahead. In contrast, within the recesses of the main branch stood Zhao Qi, now known as Xiahou Qingying, whose eyes glinted with a barely perceptible coldness, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the elders of the 12 branches held their breath, attentively awaiting Xiahou Shi's next words. Traditionally, all the young disciples of the 12 branches must offer their blood to the sword, demonstrating their reverence for their ancestors. As Xiahou Shi's words concluded, the prepared elders swiftly approached, presenting exquisite jade bowls to the young disciples of each branch. Though the young disciples exhibited a range of expressions, none refused the offering. They proceeded to prick their fingertips, allowing crimson droplets to fall precisely into their respective bowls. Subsequently, the young disciples advanced to the altar where the Bingpa sword was embedded. With measured movements, they tilted their bowls, letting the viscous blood flow down the edges, cascading into the altar. The blood meandered along the altar's intricate and ancient grooves, resembling a sinuous crimson serpent as it flowed steadily toward the blade of Bingpa. As if the sword possessed a soul, it gradually absorbed the blood, emitting a subtle hum with each droplet that merged with its body. As more blood continued to converge, the ancestral sword, Bingpa, seemed to awaken from a long slumber. The blade began to quiver slightly, its rhythm quickening, and soon a faint blue light radiated from its surface. Initially soft and gentle, akin to the dawn and Appo's first light, this blue glow contained boundless vitality. Yet, as the blood continued to accumulate on the altar, the brilliance of the Bingpa sword intensified, the blue light swelling like a mighty tide, surging forth with overwhelming force. In a moment of brilliance, the dazzling blue light erupted, as if seeking to break free from the confines of the heavens. The light spread rapidly, as though it had come to life, enveloping the entirety of Hanyu City in the blink of an eye. At this very moment, it seemed as if the world had lost all its hues, leaving only a resplendent longsword radiating a brilliant blue light, emanating an unparalleled majesty at the heart of its brilliance. Simultaneously, an invisible yet immensely powerful pressure abruptly descended, akin to a towering mountain, rendering one breathless. Even the formidable masters of the Tao present, despite their profound cultivation, found their faces pale under this oppressive force, their bodies trembling slightly, and some teetering on the brink of collapse. Only a select few adept practitioners of the celestial realm could maintain their composure, drawing upon their extraordinary strength and deep-rooted foundations to confront this sudden surge of power with grave solemnity. In that instant, the entirety of Hanyu City was engulfed in a deathly silence, as all were struck dumb by this unforeseen spectacle, scarcely daring to breathe. As if time itself had crystallized in that moment. The Ancestral Sword Ritual Success. Chapter 46. The Enchanted Sword. Ice Soul. The magnificent pressure gradually dissipated alongside the resplendent blue light. As Xiahou Shi and Apos, S authoritative voice resonated like a thunderous bell, awakening the crowd still lost in a stupor. Those present, keen of mind, could discern the solemnity in Xiahou Xian's words, yet beneath it lay an unmistakable hint of concealed pride. How could the ancestral sword of the Xiahou clan possess such formidable power, such a grand display in the world? Did they not fear attracting the covetous gaze of reclusive masters from the martial realm? Below the high platform, Tuoba Yin slowly withdrew his gaze from the front, astonishment barely masked in his eyes, and turned to inquire of Nangong Fei beside him. Upon hearing the question, Nangong Fei regarded Tuoba Yin with a peculiar expression, raising an eyebrow as he replied, Tuoba, you are unaware of this? Our 5 esteemed families of the martial world are renowned alongside the formidable demon sect. The Sword Hidden Manor, the Apothecary Valley, Wudong Mountain, and the Mechanism City, collectively known as one sword, one sect, 3 mountains, and 5 families. Each possesses profound heritage, otherwise. How could we secure our place amidst the multitude of talents in this realm? He paused momentarily, a glimmer of nostalgia sparkling in his eyes, before continuing. The Xiahou family rose to prominence through the Ice Soul Sword, solidifying their current status. The most legendary battle involved the previous clan leader wielding the Ice Soul Sword, challenging a master of the earthly immortal realm with his own extraordinary prowess, ultimately slaying him. Following that victory, the Xiahou family and Apos' reputation soared. But their old patriarch subsequently secluded himself. At this juncture, Tuoba Yin could not restrain himself from interjecting, I have been in seclusion for 18 years. And while I have heard whispers of this event during my recent ventures into the martial world, I was unaware that Xiahou Guyu possessed such extraordinary martial prowess. Oh, so it is due to their martial arts, Nangong Fei murmured, his expression shifting to one of realization. He then looked up at Tuoba Yin and remarked, It is no wonder you are the guardian of this generation, Tuoba. I presume your knowledge is drawn from hearsay at an inn or the like. The truth is, after the battle, 6 reclusive earthly immortals approached the Xiahou family, some threatening with force, others tempting with promises of wealth, all seeking the Ice Soul Sword. Yet, in the end, these 6 earthly immortals chose to withdraw. Nangong Fei continued, according to information gathered by my Nangong family, the Ice Soul Sword is, in fact, a demonic weapon. To unleash its power, one must sacrifice blood and lifespan as a source of energy, and only direct descendants of the Xiahou clan may wield it. Take Xiahou Guyu, for instance. He expended a significant portion of his lifespan to defeat that earthly immortal. Even so, the earthly immortals were not easily deterred. Yet the old patriarch of Xiahou managed to strike down one in desperation. Moreover, the Xiahou family is not without successors. Given all these factors, the 6 earthly immortals had no choice but to retreat. The Xiahou family holds a grand sword ceremony every 100 years, wherein the blood of the younger generation is offered to protect the next clan leader, ensuring the family's enduring status. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Yin maintained an impassive facade, merely nodding slightly in agreement. However, within, he felt a sudden alarm, as if a warning bell had echoed in his mind. Though he had only recently emerged into the world, and his experiences were limited, he recognized the chilling power wielded by the intelligence network of the Nangong family. As the two conversed, Xiahou Shi on the high platform continued, As the day wanes, esteemed guests, please consider this a time for respite in our city. All expenses shall be borne by the Xiahou family. Such generosity left an impression on all present. Tomorrow, I kindly request you to return and witness the modest displays of our younger generation. Xiahou Shi's voice, imbued with mirth, signaled his favorable mood. As these words reached the ears of the martial heroes, they began to disperse, some moving in small groups, whispering among themselves, while others turned away, unhurriedly departing in various directions. The vast venue gradually emptied. Let us go. Tuoba, the Xiahou family has weathered this crisis. A blend of benevolence and authority is indeed a masterful approach. Nangong Fei gestured to Tuoba Yin and made his way toward the estate's exit. Tuoba Yin, glancing sideways, hastened to keep pace with Nangong Fei as they departed together. As the moon ascended, marking the hour of the dog, beneath the shroud of night, a lavishly adorned chamber in the eastern wing of the Xiahou estate stood in serene silence. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a shadowy figure darted in like the wind. The figure moved with remarkable agility, racing to a delicate incense burner. Carefully, he produced a small paper pouch from his robe and sprinkled a fine white powder into the burner. After completing his task, the shadow did not leave immediately. Instead, he stealthily approached the door, tilting his head to press his ear against it. listening intently for any sounds from outside. Satisfied that all was quiet, he swiftly flung open the door and vanished into the enveloping darkness, leaving no trace as if he had never been there. The night deepened, thickening like ink, blanketing the world in silence. A handsome young man clad in a robe as white as snow, with a stature as upright as a graceful tree, entered the ornate chamber. He gently pushed open the door, producing a soft creak, and stepped lightly inside, surveying the surroundings without noticing anything amiss. With a calm demeanor, he strode directly toward the bed. This man was none other than Xiahou Mingxian. The following morning, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the green tiles and red walls of the Xiahou estate, the training grounds buzzed with activity once more. Crowds surged from all directions, filling the arena to capacity. Martial artists from various factions had arrived early, eager not to miss the opportunity to witness the prowess of the Xiahou family's younger generation. Today, the presiding figure in the arena had changed. Yesterday's clan head, Xiahou Shi, now occupied the prominent seat of honor. Standing atop the platform was a tall elder, his imposing figure reminiscent of a towering mountain, exuding an invisible aura of authority. He was none other than Xiahou Yong, the clan's grand elder. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet overpowering the murmur of the gathered crowd. The first match, Xiahou Qingying versus Xiahou Wu. Chapter 47, Summerho Qingying Part 1. Amidst the murmurs and whispers of the crowd below, Summerho Qingying ascended the elevated platform with a steady and deliberate gait. Summerho Wu, a scion of the 9th lineage, had not pursued the profound martial arts passed down through generations of the Summerho family. Instead, he harbored a passion for fist and foot techniques, rendering him a peculiar figure within the clan, often disregarded by his kin. He gazed at the youth opposite him, whose face bore an expression of resolute determination. Though not particularly tall or robust, the boy exuded a fierce aura reminiscent of a ferocious beast. Inwardly, Summerho Wu pondered. Elder brother Qingying, please bestow your guidance upon me. He respectfully clasped his fist in salute. Please. Summerho Qingying noted the absence of the blatant disdain that characterized the gazes of other clan members directed at him, which eased his heart somewhat. With a thunderous roar that shattered the silence, Summerho Wu lunged forth like a tiger poised to strike, unleashing an overwhelming force that shattered the solid ground beneath him as if it were fragile ice, fissures spidering outward in all directions. The immense power surged into the earth, penetrating deep beneath the surface. Artillery fist. With a fierce shout, Summerho Wu's aura intensified, his right fist imbued with the strength of 1,000 pounds. Slicing through the air towards Summerho Qingying. Unfazed by the onslaught of wind akin to a raging tide, Summerho Qingying remained composed, displaying no signs of panic. He slightly lowered his shoulders, summoning the icy true energy within him, which swiftly coalesced around his right palm. In an instant, a chilling frost enveloped his hand. Heavenly frost palm. With a decisive motion, Summerho Qingying struck out, meeting the incoming artillery fist head-on. The moment their fists collided, a resounding explosion echoed through the air, as if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. Under the force of their clash, the surrounding air whirled violently, forming visible vortices. Summerho Wu felt a torrent of icy power surge through his arm, sending chills coursing through him. He was compelled to retreat 3 steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step. In stark contrast, Summerho Qingying stood firmly in place, his posture unwavering. Yet, the ground behind him cracked like a spider's web, radiating from his feet, a testament to the magnitude of their earlier engagement. Slightly tightening his sore right palm, Summerho Qingying instinctively curled his fingers. He then addressed Summerho Wu with calm composure. Cousin, to achieve this level at merely the pinnacle of intent realm is indeed a rare and commendable feat. Do not hesitate to unleash your full potential. After all, there are many influential figures observing. Should one take a liking to you, it would greatly benefit your future. Thank you, elder brother, Summerho Wu replied, shaking off the lingering numbness in his right arm, visible wisps of cold dissipating from his limb. With newfound resolve, he felt an invisible force gathering as his aura surged with the flow of his blood. In a swift motion, he executed a powerful outward kick, the sound of wind rushing in its wake. Summerho Qingying's gaze sharpened. In the blink of an eye, he sidestepped slightly, extending his right arm like a flash of lightning to intercept the blow with precision. Almost simultaneously, Summerho Wu raised his left knee, executing a fierce side knee strike with seamless fluidity. Summerho Qingying quickly drew in his abdomen, leveraging the momentum from his earlier block to slightly retreat, while his left arm descended like an iron clamp, intent on countering the fierce knee attack. Seizing the moment, Summerho Wu generated force from his waist, transforming his downward striking right arm into an attacking palm, aiming a fierce chop towards Summerho Qingying's shoulder, the wind from his strike roaring as if to rend the air itself. Perceiving the imminent threat from above, Summerho Qingying, having stabilized his stance, swiftly turned his head, narrowly evading the blow. In the same motion, he used his freed right hand to strike back, targeting Summerho Wu's ribs with fierce intent. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, a flurry of techniques, rendering the outcome of their duel uncertain. Summerho Wu is quite skilled. It is a pity he was born into the wrong family, observed Tuoba In from the sidelines, shaking his head slightly. Oh, Who does brother to Oba believe will emerge victorious? Nan Gofei inquired, feigning ignorance. Tuoba Yin's gaze remained fixed upon the platform, unmoved by the question. Naturally, it will be Summer Ho Chungying. Thus far, he has merely been on the defensive, likely seeking to secure a brighter future for his younger cousin. Alas. Meanwhile, among the elders in the observation area, discussions concerning Summer Ho Wu unfolded. After a round of deliberation, the sixth elder rose first, casting his gaze across the assembly. This young man exhibits extraordinary talent in the path of body refinement. Perhaps the clan leader should consider nurturing him? He may prove to be a valuable asset to the family in the future. Summer Ho furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of indifference as he replied slowly. There is no need for excessive concern. The Summer Ho family has always excelled through our ancestral martial arts. Even if this youth possesses some skill in body refinement, he is unlikely to achieve significant accomplishments. Moreover, he is merely a side branch, not a core member of the lineage, and thus unworthy of the clan's substantial resources for his development. His words fell like a heavy hammer, establishing the final tone on the matter. At that moment on the martial arts platform, Summer Ho Chungying moved with the swiftness of lightning, forcefully pushing Summer Ho Wu away with a single palm. His movements fluid and graceful. He then slightly tilted his head back, a smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Cousin, you have displayed your prowess quite thoroughly in this contest. The influential figures present have undoubtedly taken note. Now, I shall engage earnestly." A complex expression filled Summer Ho Wu's rugged visage, gratitude being particularly evident. He clasped his fists respectfully, speaking earnestly. "Thank you, elder brother, for your support. Please feel free to unleash your full strength. I, Summer Ho Wu, am not one to easily concede, and I shall give my all." With that, his gaze hardened, and he launched a swift punch. In an instant, Summer Ho Chungying and Appo's form transformed, resembling a fleeting shadow that danced in the sunlight, elusive yet striking. He joined his fingers as if wielding a sword, executing rapid and precise movements that traced along Summer Ho Wu's outstretched arm. His fingertips lightly grazing the various acupoints with the delicacy of a bird in flight. Though the action appeared gentle, it harbored immense power. Within moments, Summer Ho Chungying had completed a series of motions, elegantly positioning himself behind Summer Ho Wu. The latter, however, was met with an astonishing transformation. His acupoints erupted with crystalline ice flowers, which spread and proliferated rapidly. In mere moments, Summer Ho Wu was completely encased in a lifelike ice sculpture, even his lips frozen in a moment of shock. A sight both breathtaking and alarming. A decisive victory. The audience erupted into a chorus of astonished gasps and fervent discussions. Even the elders in the observation area were stunned by the sudden turn of events, instinctively rising to their feet, their faces etched with disbelief. Only the second elder, standing aside, nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 48. The Shadow of Xiahou Chungying, Part 2. Upon the martial arena, the Grand Elder raised his palm, gently descending upon the ice-encased figure of Xiahou Wu. With a crisp sound, the ice began to shatter, countless tiny ice crystals cascading to the ground. The Grand Elder then proclaimed, "In this battle, Xiahou Chungying prevails." Freed from his icy prison, Xiahou Wu shivered, clasped his fists in gratitude, and remarked, "Thank you, elder brother, for your leniency. I have learned much from this encounter." With that, he turned and descended the platform, departing alone. Xiahou Chungying watched his retreating silhouette, a flicker of admiration surfacing unnoticed. He returned to the ground below and promptly sought out his mother's trusted steward. He approached swiftly, lowering his voice. "Uncle Gong, please keep an eye on Xiahou Wu. At the opportune moment, assist him and endeavor to bring him under our banner." The upper echelons of the Xiahou clan looked down upon Xiahou Wu, unaware that he had reached such heights without any profound training in martial arts. Given time and proper guidance, it was not impossible for him to ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess and experience the utmost glory. Uncle Gong nodded slowly in understanding. The subsequent matches unfolded without incident, as Xiahou Chungying surged through his opponents with remarkable ease. Equally untroubled was Xiahou Mingxian, who, with a mere flick of his palm, could incapacitate his adversaries, as if he existed on an entirely different plane of strength, leaving spectators in awe of the disparity. Noteworthy was the clash between Xiahou Tsong and Xiahou Mingxian. Xiahou Tsong displayed notable skill, compelling Mingxian to resort to his second technique for the first time. Yet, following this maneuver, Xiahou Tsong was instantaneously encased in ice, radiating an aura of chilling desolation. After executing the technique cleanly, Xiahou Mingxian subtly turned his gaze towards Xiahou Chungying in the audience. As dusk approached, the final confrontation to determine the strongest of the younger generation of the Xiahou clan was at hand. Xiahou Mingxian versus Xiahou Chungying. The Grand Elder and Appo's previously calm demeanor now hinted at a barely perceptible excitement and anticipation. His words resonated like a heavy hammer, stirring the crowd, and every ear perked to catch the announcement. The audience, once weary, instantly revived, their attention riveted upon the stage. Standing tall in black attire was Xiahou Chungying, while across from him, clad in white robes, was Xiahou Mingxian, his long hair flowing gracefully. The white-robed youth spoke first. "I have heard of you from my mother, and I hope you will accept this match as a testament to her compassion in allowing your return." At this, A flash of intense killing intent flickered in Xiahou Qingying's eyes, though his demeanor remained composed. Let bygones be bygones. Let us settle this with our skills. I am eager to witness the prowess of the third-ranking individual in the Qi mastery realm, Ming Xian. With a subtle nod from the Grand Elder, who stepped aside after a brief admonition, the atmosphere thickened with tension. The moment the Grand Elder's voice faded, Xiahou Mingxian launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. In an instant, he advanced, his right arm rising swiftly, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. Countless icy energies erupted from his palm, forming an enormous, azure-blue hand that descended upon the black-clad youth like a collapsing glacier. The air itself seemed to freeze in its wake, crackling ominously. Xiahou Qingying met the impending assault with a glimmer of disdain in his gaze. He showed no signs of retreat, instead stomping the ground and propelling himself toward the white-robed youth with the swiftness of a specter, leaving behind illusory afterimages in the air, resembling a gust of wind. Just as the colossal azure hand bore down upon him, Xiahou Qingying deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding its grasp. Simultaneously, a flicker of cold steel emerged in his hand, revealing a concealed steel dagger, its edge gleaming with lethal intent. With a swift flick of his wrist, a chilling aura surged forth, akin to a serpent striking, aimed directly at Mingxian's throat. As the giant azure hand smashed through the stone railing of the platform, Qingying's south blade glided perilously close to Mingxian's neck. Mingxian's pupils dilated in alarm. He instinctively leaned back, a strand of hair severed by the icy blade, crystallizing midair before it could touch the ground. What speed? He thought, retreating 3 paces, his left hand pressed against the wound on his neck. His smile now tinged with malice. He interlocked his palms, channeling his true energy as the entire arena began to frost visibly. Invoking a technique known as the Ice Phoenix spreads its wings. Cousin, brace yourself. As his words faded, 7 ice spikes coalesced from thin air, each adorned with intricate phoenix patterns. Xiahou Mingjing, you even taught him this technique, exclaimed the second elder from the spectator and Oppo's bench. This was indeed a secret technique recorded in the family's heirloom, the heavenly frost-glazed scripture. Beyond the reach of those below the elders unless they had made significant contributions. Xiahou Mingjing merely cast a brief glance, stating indifferently, my son is deserving. With that, he dismissed the elders and Oppo's concerns. Though the second elder's face contorted with anger, he refrained from further comment. On the martial platform, the ice spikes whirled, sealing off all escape routes for Xiahou Qingying, their hidden energy weaving an ice net in the air, causing frost to form on his garments. The black-clad youth suddenly closed his eyes, his dagger poised in a reverse grip. The Grand Elder and Oppo's eyelids flickered as the seemingly ordinary dagger emanated a dark crimson hue, vibrating with a dragon-like resonance. When the first ice spike was within mere inches of his brow, Xiahou Qingying activated the 5th level of the heavenly frost-glazed scripture, transforming into a streak of crimson light. With a shattering force, the blood-red blade surged forth, causing the ice net to explode. As he glided across the icy surface, a crimson chill emanated in his wake. Xiahou Mingxuan's expression shifted, hurriedly summoning his protective barrier, only to witness the adversary's blade shift from rigidity to fluidity. The blade of energy, like a living creature, circumvented the barrier and aimed for his vital point. In a moment of desperation, Mingxian unsheathed the longsword at his waist, deflecting the blade with a clash that sent shockwaves rippling through the arena, shattering the surrounding railings. Seizing the opportunity, he bit his tongue, releasing a mist of blood that mingled with the ice phoenix apparition, plunging the arena into an icy chill, frost forming on the spectators' eyelashes. Enough! Xiahou Mingxian sneered as he hurled his sword into the air, the ice phoenix and Oppo's forms swelling threefold. Let me teach you what it means to be ranked among the... His words were abruptly cut off. Xiahou Qingying flung the dagger forward, and, moving faster than the blade itself, seized Mingxian and Oppo's wrist with a claw-like grip. At the moment Mingxian attempted to channel his energy for defense, he experienced an instant of paralysis. A flash of cold light erupted from Qingying's left sleeve as a dagger, like a venomous serpent, pierced toward Mingxuan's dantian. Did your mother not teach you that speaking can reveal your energy? Mingxian gazed in disbelief at the dagger that penetrated his protective barrier, just as despair threatened to engulf him. Enough. Chapter 49, Xiahou Qingying Part 3. In an instant, a piercing and shrill female voice cleaved through the air, akin to the haunting cry of an owl, causing a stinging pain in the ears. Xiahou Qingying felt a jolt of excruciating agony in his left hand, as if a multitude of steel needles had simultaneously pierced through it. The dagger he had tightly grasped slipped from his hand, plummeting like a meteor towards the arena below. The young man in white before him, witnessing this, channeled his internal energy, forcefully pressing his hands downward with swift and decisive movements. Despite the turbulence of his internal flow, the overwhelming emotions of shame and fury clouded his judgment, blinding him to any anomalies. Suddenly, the ethereal image of an ice phoenix, enveloped in a fierce sword aura, soared towards Xiahou Qingying with murderous intent. The ice phoenix spread its wings, the sword energy slicing through the air, freezing it into countless shards that fluttered down like snowflakes. Die! The young man in white bellowed, his eyes wide with rage, his voice filled with a palpable bloodlust and arrogance. Yet, Xiahou Qing remained as calm as a tranquil sea, unperturbed by the onslaught of the Ice Phoenix and sword energy, as if they were merely a gentle breeze, inconsequential. At that moment, the willow leaf knife returned to him like a bird returning to its nest. His gaze steady, his right hand shot out like lightning, deftly seizing the hilt. His fingers intertwining with it, as if they were one. With agile footwork, he traced a pattern akin to the yin-yang symbol, his figure gracefully weaving through the air like a dragon traversing the clouds. Must I still resort to this? A voice whispered within him. In the next heartbeat, the blade erupted into the sky, resembling a streak of crimson lightning. The blade transformed into a blood-red icy black dragon, its sinuous body coiling and radiating a chilling aura. The black dragon opened its gaping maw, revealing sharp fangs, unleashing a ferocious roar as it slashed through the air, striking the Ice Phoenix with a force akin to thunder. A chilling wail echoed throughout the arena, reminiscent of thunder crashing in the night sky. The Ice Phoenix shattered under the dragon's assault, dispersing into countless tiny ice crystals, scattering like snowflakes. As the crystals scattered, they stirred up a dense mist, engulfing the entire arena. In an instant, the spectators were blinded by the thick fog, rendering the scene on the platform indistinct. Amidst the haze, a shadow flitted through the arena like a wraith, moving with such speed that it was almost imperceptible. The shadow left behind faint traces in its wake. Dawn and Apos, move. Gradually, the mist receded, revealing a profound silence among the audience. So quiet that a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. At that moment, Xiahou Chengying held the willow leaf knife firmly against the neck of the young man in white. Just a slight push forward, and the young man would meet a gruesome fate. The air seemed to freeze, and the collective breath of the onlookers slowed involuntarily. A tense atmosphere enveloping the arena. Now, can we declare my victory? Xiahou Chengying and Apos' expression remained tranquil, as if this fierce contest was nothing out of the ordinary. He turned slightly to gaze at the Grand Elder on the platform, his voice soft yet imbued with undeniable authority, resonating clearly in the stillness around them. Xiahou Yong and Apos' gaze inadvertently fell upon a woman who had quietly appeared at the edge of the arena. A conspicuous blood mole adorned her brow. As their eyes met, a subtle yet profound understanding flickered between them. He quickly scanned the faces of the various martial factions present, weighing his thoughts. He then nodded gently, responding with a steady and authoritative voice. Naturally, the outcome is clear. His words rippled through the minds of the audience. At that moment, the woman beside him interjected. As for the final allocation of the ancestral sword and the matters of inheritance, it requires deliberation by the elders. Guests may rest for now. The rules remain unchanged from yesterday, and we shall announce the final results tomorrow. Upon hearing her words, Xiahou Chengying displayed no surprise or anger. As if everything unfolded according to his expectations, he slowly sheathed his long knife, turning away with composure. In that fleeting moment of turning, his lips barely moved, almost imperceptibly. His words, compressed by internal energy into an invisible thread, precisely reached Xiahou Mingxian and Apos' ears. Remember, this is compassion. Upon hearing this, Xiahou Mingxian and Apos' rage surged, and he coughed up blood before collapsing unconscious. Xiahou Mingjing hurriedly rushed forward to lift the young man in white, his gaze towards Xiahou Chengying now brimming with animosity. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder seemed oblivious, fixated instead on Xiahou Qing and Apos' slightly trembling fingertips as a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes. Is this the talisman of the Mo family? The secret technique of the Tianshi Dao? That night, the Xiahou family's discussion hall remained ablaze with light, where the elders engaged in a heated debate. The air was thick with sandalwood, the candle flames flickering, while the head of the Xiahou family, Xiahou Mingjing, wore a stern expression, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest. His gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the assembly. The ancestral sword is the treasure of the Xiahou clan. How can it be easily entrusted to a bastard child? Xiahou Mingjing slammed his palm against the sandalwood table, causing the teacups to clatter noisily. Moreover, Xiahou Chengying bears the tainted blood of that lowly concubine. Do you all remember that he wasn't even allowed to enter the family tree? As she spoke, she turned to the second elder and continued. Moreover, while Mingxian may have lost, he is still of pure bloodline, having practiced our clan's legitimate martial arts since childhood. How can he be compared to an unknown bastard? The second elder, Xiahou Wuji, lightly tapped his teacup, the porcelain scraping against the table with a harsh sound. This lean elder stroked his silver beard and scoffed. Elder Mingjing, your words are misguided. Xiahou Chengying, although a bastard, is still the son of the head of the family. How can his bloodline be impure? Furthermore, today's contest saw him decisively defeat Mingxian, witnessed by all the heroes of the world. If our Xiahou clan were to go back on our word, would we not invite ridicule from the martial world? Humph. A contest is merely a temporary victory. It cannot dictate the fate of the ancestral sword. The third elder, Xiahou Lai, rose in anger, his imposing figure and bushy beard making him appear formidable. That Xiahou Chengying and Apos' mother was merely a nameless, errant concubine, not even listed in the family tree. What right does he have to wield the ancestral sword? If he were to gain it, What face would our Xiahou clan have left? Such words are excessively biased. The fourth elder, Xiahou Qingshuang, interjected calmly. Though she was a woman, her demeanor was sharp. Her gaze frosty. Cheng Ying possesses extraordinary talent, far surpassing his peers in martial arts. This battle has garnered praise even from the leaders of great sections. It would be a true disgrace to our Xiahou clan to bury such talent simply because of his origins. Let us not forget, the ancestral sword pertains to the fate of our Xiahou clan. The fifth elder, Xiahou Ming, coldly interjected, his gaunt visage and sinister eyes giving him an ominous presence. His voice low as a serpent's hiss. Mingxian has been nurtured by the family since childhood, his temperament steady, while Xiahou Chengying. Who knows if he will harbor resentment due to his humble beginnings and one day turn against the family. Absurd. Xiahou Wuji retorted, his anger manifesting as a mocking smile. With a flick of his sleeve, he coldly stated, Elder Ming, have you forgotten? The old family head was also a bastard. Yet he revitalized the Xiahou clan through his own efforts. If we were to follow your reasoning, would that mean even the old family head is unworthy of wielding the ancestral sword? At these words, the hall fell into a sudden silence. At this moment, Xiahou Shi turned to the Grand Elder, who had remained silent throughout the evening, and inquired, What is your perspective on this matter, Grand Elder? Just as the elders engaged in a fervent discussion, the guards stationed at the door of Xiahou Mingxuan's chamber and the maidservants attending within were unexpectedly struck by several gleaming silver needles, resulting in their immediate demise. Who could it be? A fragrant aroma wafted into his nostrils. Xiahou Mingxian, bracing his injured body, rose from the bed and cast a vigilant gaze towards the door. Chapter 50. My name is Zhao Qi. A mysterious figure pushed the door open and slowly stepped inside. This individual was completely enveloped in a black robe, blending seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. His face was obscured by a black iron mask, making it nearly impossible to discern his true identity. Who are you to dare provoke the Xiahou family? Xiahou Mingxian questioned fiercely, though the tremor in his right hand betrayed his fear as it inched toward the sword at his waist. Despite his attempts to appear calm, a wave of dread surged within him. He understood all too well that anyone bold enough to intrude would possess the confidence to overwhelm him. His only hope was to buy time, hoping that the skilled warriors within the estate would notice the anomaly and rush to his aid. He was also aware that his mother had discreetly arranged for protectors to safeguard him. If only he could endure a little longer. Yet, in the very next moment, two shadows darted forward like lightning. Two black, throwing knives, propelled with lethal force, struck Xiahou Mingxuan's shoulders, pinning him against the wall. The tremendous impact rendered him helpless, his arms falling weakly to his sides as crimson blood flowed from his wounds, staining the bed and floor beneath him. At that moment, a raspy voice mocked him from nearby. Since I, Han Jiangdu, have set my sights on you, it would be wiser to refrain from futile struggles. Comply, and perhaps your departure could be a more comfortable one. Xiahou Mingxuan's heart sank, and as he attempted to resist, he was horrified to discover that he was devoid of any internal energy. Poisoned. When did this happen? Panic washed over his face, his eyes wide with fear. He instinctively began to thrash, trying to free himself from the knives and appos, grip using sheer physical strength, but it was all in vain. Only now do you realize how slow on the uptake you are. Is this truly the renowned figure ranked third on the Jianghu list? The mysterious figure's words dripped with scorn, piercing Xiahou Mingxian and Amp, Appos, S heart like sharp daggers. Before he could respond, the figure vanished in a blur, lunging towards Xiahou Mingxian with ghostly swiftness. In an instant, with two resounding cracks, the figure's knees crushed down onto Xiahou Mingxuan's arms. The sound of shattering bones accompanied Xiahou Mingxuan's muffled cries of agony. Next, the mysterious figure gripped the throwing knives tightly and twisted forcefully. Blood-red patterns eerily appeared on the black blades as Xiahou Mingxian and Appos' essence was drawn forth. Just as he was about to unleash a heart-wrenching scream, the figure, quick as a flash, withdrew the knives. The blades crossed like twin glimmers of cold light, slashing swiftly across Xiahou Mingxian and Appos' neck. The scream that was on the verge of escaping was silenced in his throat. Having completed this grim task, the mysterious figure did not spare a glance back, departing with an air of calm and composure. Behind him, blood gushed from Xiahou Mingxian and Appos' neck and orifices, staining the ground a more horrifying crimson. Who are you? Xiahou Mingxian gasped, summoning the last remnants of his strength, his voice laced with disbelief and despair. The figure paused momentarily, a ripple of air passing through. Then, a voice he recognized all too well echoed in his ears. My name is Zhao Qi. Upon hearing this name, Xiahou Mingxian and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief, though soon, his gaze dimmed, and he succumbed to the darkness, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Time rewinds to the instant Xiahou Qing's black throwing knife was launched. At that moment, the elder in a green robe, hidden in the shadows and tasked with protecting Xiahou Mingxian, instinctively prepared to intervene. However, an overwhelming and invisible pressure enveloped him entirely, rendering him immobile. In my view, it would be prudent for you to remain here. A man clad in coarse garments appeared silently behind the green-robed elder. The elder's expression turned grave as he struggled to channel his internal energy to break free from the unseen restraint. He slowly turned to face the man, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his eyes filled with wariness and suspicion as he questioned, "You possess such formidable skills. Why willingly serve as a mere steward for the Xiahou family?" Before he could await a response, he sensed that Xiahou Mingxian was in dire peril. Without further thought, he drew a dagger from his waist. In an instant, icy energy coalesced around the blade, shimmering with a cold light. He was resolute, disregarding everything to rush to Xiahou Mingxuan's aid. "I have warned you, do not act recklessly." The coarse-clad elder and amp, Apos, expression darkened as he stomped his left foot heavily onto the ground. The impact resonated like a dragon burrowing deep into the earth, penetrating over 16 zhang. With the speed of a cheetah, he lunged at the green-robed elder, just as the elder prepared to brace for the incoming blow. The man's left fist struck his dantian like a cannonball. In that moment, the elder felt all his internal energy surge out uncontrollably, his body propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Yet, at that critical juncture, the coarse-clad elder grasped the green-robed elder and amp, Apos' right hand like an eagle's talon, yanking him forward. Before the elder could comprehend the rapid turn of events, another swift punch landed heavily on his throat. With a sickening crunch, the green-robed elder crumpled to the ground, lifeless. After this grim affair, the elder and the youth returned to Xiahou Qingying and Apos' courtyard. By this time, Xiahou Qingying had changed into casual attire. He looked at the seemingly ordinary yet deeply mysterious elder before him, his lips curling into a curious and teasing smile as he asked, "Uncle Gong, just how formidable are you? A master like you, why would you choose to be my mother's steward?" Uncle Gong squinted slightly, a gentle smile gracing his face as he replied, "Young master, when you take the reins of the Xiahou family, I will reveal everything. For now, know that even during your absence, there have been adequate arrangements in place. You have always been safe." Xiahou Qingying, though still filled with questions, understood that it was not the time to press further. He nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries, and turned to stride toward the meeting hall. Gently pushing open the heavy door, his expression returned to one of calm composure as he offered an apologetic smile to those gathered. "I apologize, everyone. Let us continue." Chapter 51. The Fish Leaps Over the Dragon Gate, Part 1. Before long, the once tranquil Summer Ho residence erupted with a cacophony. As if a colossal stone had been cast into its midst, the clamor surged like a tidal wave, flooding in from all directions, penetrating the courtyard, and seeping through doors and windows, striving to infiltrate every nook and cranny. Yet, within the confines of the room, Xiahou Qingying remained blissfully oblivious, engaged in lively conversation and laughter with those around him. He even occasionally lifted a teacup from the table, savoring a sip of fragrant tea, his demeanor exuding sheer contentment. However, this harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a sudden sound of splintering wood. The tremendous noise struck the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. Immediately thereafter, a throng of individuals filed in. Xiahou Qingying glanced up to behold a strikingly beautiful woman radiating an aura of chilling menace. Her eyes were icy, seemingly capable of freezing the very air around her. Trailing behind her were several elders, each bearing a grave expression. Xiahou Qingying's face instantaneously registered astonishment, and he feigned ignorance, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings my esteemed aunt and the elders here?" At that moment, Xiahou Shi and Xiahou Mingjing's gazes had shifted sharply to the people within the room, their expressions shifting dramatically. Inside, representatives from the Nangong family, the Tuoba family, the Tianke Sword Sect, the Fulong Villa, the Tie Alliance, and the Tingyu Pavilion were present, excluding the Nangong and Tuoba families. Nearly all of the martial factions in Weizhou were gathered. Upon witnessing such a formidable assembly, the second elder, Xiahou Wujiao, signaled with his eyes and was the first to speak. "Qingying, where have you been tonight? You claim to have remained in your room the entire time?" Xiahou Qingying promptly rose, respectfully bowing as he replied, in response to the second elder, "I have indeed been in my room this evening, discussing various matters with our esteemed guests." "Impossible. You are lying. Who else could it be but you?" Xiahou Mingjing, now thoroughly unhinged, shouted hoarsely, her eyes aflame with rage and agitation. At that moment, Xiahou Shi extended his hand, firmly pressing down on the nearly uncontrollable woman. His expression was somber as he spoke with gravity. "I hope everyone can be understanding. A significant incident has occurred in the residence today, and I fear that all present will need to undergo some inquiry." As his words echoed, his aura, a pinnacle of carefree mastery, radiated outward. Although everyone present was a pivotal figure within their respective factions, for him, as the leader of the Xiahou family, there was little need for excessive concern. He paused momentarily, his gaze piercing as he turned to Xiahou Qingying, then spoke again with undeniable authority. "Qingying, what exactly transpired between you and them today? Speak truthfully and in detail." Xiahou Qingying leaned slightly forward, his demeanor increasingly respectful, his words earnest. "Father, I truly do not know what has occurred. This evening, I have been in deep conversation with our esteemed guests, discussing matters solely concerning the future of the Xiahou family. The eldest elder, Xiahou Yong, who had remained silent until now, stirred upon hearing this, his eyes flickering as he slowly replied, "Oh, if that is the case, please elaborate on the nature of your discussions." Although the situation was grave, the elders present would not unjustly accuse him. With the eldest elder's prompting, the tension in the room began to ease. Xiahou Qing's expression became composed as he slightly cupped his hands and surveyed the assembly, gradually stating, "Esteemed elders, tonight, I, along with the Nangong family, the Tuoba family, the Tianke Sword Sect, the Fulong Villa, the Tie Alliance, and the Tingyu Pavilion, have gathered to deliberate on a matter of utmost significance concerning the future prosperity and decline of the Xiahou clan, the Weizhou Merchant Alliance." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the hall varied significantly. Seizing the opportunity, the second elder, Xiahou Wujiao, interjected, "The Weizhou Merchant Alliance? You have never mentioned this before. Why the sudden scheme?" Xiahou Qingying remained unfazed, retrieving a scroll from his sleeve and presenting it with both hands. "Second elder, please take a look. This is the preliminary draft of the alliance agreement we have devised. Though Weizhou is vast, each family and sect governs independently, leading to fragmented resources and obstructed trade routes. Consequently, despite the Xiahou clan being the martial leader of Weizhou, we have consistently struggled to advance further, especially following the previous incident." He continued, "Today, all present have expressed a desire to dismantle barriers and seek collaborative development." Elder Xiahou Yong was the first to step forward and take the scroll, his expression growing increasingly solemn as he scanned its contents. The scroll meticulously outlined the industries and resource distributions of each faction across Weizhou, as well as specific terms for mutual cooperation and joint ventures. This, Xiahou Yong furrowed his brow, glancing at Xiahou Mingjing and the others, recognizing that if this were to succeed, it would indeed be highly beneficial for the Xiahou clan. Xiahou Mingjing scoffed sharply, her gaze as sharp as a blade. "Let us set aside the matter of the Merchant Alliance for now. However, given the significant events that transpired in the residence tonight, do you not find it rather coincidental that you were meeting with outsiders?" Xiahou Qing's expression remained unchanged, his tone sincere. "Father, please understand. The discussions were originally scheduled to be formally reported to the family tomorrow. As for the disturbances within the residence, I genuinely had no knowledge of them." At that moment, the previously silent young master of the Nangong family, Nangong Fei, stepped forward, cupping his hands. "Head of the Xiahou family, esteemed elders, we came tonight solely to discuss the Merchant Alliance, with no ulterior motives. Should the Xiahou family harbor any suspicions, we are willing to cooperate with any investigation." Tuoba Ing of the Tuoba family also solemnly concurred. "Indeed, we are all here in good faith to collaborate, with no ill intentions whatsoever." Xiahou Shi and Amp, Appos, gaze deepened as he slowly scanned the room, finally landing on Xiahou Qingying, his voice cold. "A fine merchant alliance indeed. But do you know that just half an hour ago, Ming Xian was murdered in his own chamber?" At this declaration, the hall erupted in chaos. Xiahou Qingying and Appos' pupils constricted, his face betraying shock. Yet, deep within his eyes flickered an almost imperceptible chill. He quickly regained his composure, responding in a grave tone, "Father, this is certainly not my doing. I have not stepped foot outside this place tonight, and all our esteemed guests can attest to that." Xiahou Mingjing shouted vehemently, "Who can prove that? Who can guarantee that you are not all in collusion?" Faced with her relentless pressure, Xiahou Qingying stood firm. "Aunt, why do you press so aggressively? Setting aside the fact that my cousin Ming Xian and I have never had any grievances, we bear no animosity towards one another. Furthermore, in terms of martial prowess, we are evenly matched. The competition today was intense, and I sustained considerable injuries. I am currently fatigued and in pain. How could I possibly have the strength to assassinate him within the Xiahou residence? Your unfounded accusations are truly perplexing. Or do you truly believe that I would conspire with those present to plot against the Xiahou family and Appos? As Promising Star? Do you not find such a notion utterly absurd and laughable?" Chapter 52, The Fish Leaps Over the Dragon Gate, Part 2. Upon hearing such fervent words, Xiahou Mingjing paused momentarily, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. She parted her lips, instinctively preparing to retort. However, Xiahou Qingying was not about to grant her that opportunity. He pressed on relentlessly. His gaze was piercing as he seized the moment to strike, articulating with acerbic precision, "Or perhaps, dear aunt, your true intention is to deliberately undermine the Wei Prefecture Merchant Alliance, thereby ruin the hard-earned friendships between our Xiahou family and the prominent sects?" This accusation, laden with implications, left even the irate Xiahou Mingjing aware that further argument would be futile. Yet, for a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, merely huffing in disdain and casting her gaze towards Xiahou Shi. Observing the unfolding situation, Xiahou Shi was about to interject when, in that fleeting instant, the elder Xiahou Yong preemptively spoke up, declaring with conviction, "In my view, it is highly unlikely that this matter is the doing of Changying. Moreover, the Merchant Alliance's affairs have greatly benefited our Xiahou family. We have always adhered to the principle of rewarding merit. Thus, I believe the previous discussions regarding the ancestral sword's ownership should now reach a conclusion. What say you, head of the family?" Upon finishing, Xiahou Yang directed his gaze towards Xiahou Shi. As his words settled, the second elder and fourth elder exchanged glances, silently understanding each other. And together they responded, "We share the same sentiment. We await your judgment, head of the family." Xiahou Shi and Amp, Apos, eyes deepened with complexity as he scrutinized Xiahou Chengying. He remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally speaking, his tone steady yet imbued with undeniable authority. "From this day forth, you shall be the master of the Ice Soul Sword, and the authority of the young master shall be entrusted to you. After tomorrow," and Apos' official announcement to the clan, "you may enter the ancestral grounds to receive the legacy." With those words, he turned sharply, his keen gaze sweeping over the assembled elders as he emphasized, "The matter concerning Ming Xian must not be taken lightly. You all must exert your utmost efforts to investigate this thoroughly." Having spoken, he strode purposefully away. As he crossed the threshold, he paused momentarily, casting a meaningful glance back at Xiahou Chengying. The beautiful lady beside him was not one to relent easily. Her brows furrowed and her eyes widened in fury. She spat through clenched teeth at Xiahou Chengying. "You wait. I shall settle this score with you sooner or later." Before her words had fully dissipated, she hurriedly pursued the direction in which Xiahou Shi had departed. "Young master, the hour grows late. We shall not impose further." The remaining members of the assembly said as Xiahou Shi and Xiahou Mingjing prepared to leave, and they too offered brief farewells before dispersing. However, the second elder lingered, his gaze towards Xiahou Chengying growing increasingly profound as he inquired solemnly, "What transpired this night?" The young man in black robes smiled subtly, a faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He lifted a slender finger to grasp the teacup beside him, bringing it gently to his lips for a sip, then began to speak. "Lord Ning and Apos' directive to me is to suppress the pro-imperial faction with all my might and ensure the ancestral sword is secured." Upon hearing the name of Lord Ning, Xiahou Wujiao fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he cautioned, "Should anything arise in the future, remember to keep me informed." Before turning to depart, Uncle Gong appeared silently behind the young man in black, asking, "Why not consider courting his favor?" The young man regarded the elder with a smile that now held a touch of sincerity. The Xiahou family has long served under Lord Ning, being a vital force within his faction. Yet, my aunt, for reasons unknown, married the current emperor, and with her intelligence and beauty, swiftly won his favor, becoming a favored consort within the palace. Since then, the Xiahou family has gradually divided into two factions, one led by Xiahou Mingjing, supporting the emperor, and the other led by the second elder, aligned with Lord Ning. My father and these two aunts are siblings, and given that Xiahou Mingxian possesses some talent, the pro-imperial faction naturally grew stronger, overshadowing the second elder and his allies. However, in this world, betting on both sides is no simple feat. Lord Ning and Apos' slight intervention has already crippled one branch of the Xiahou family. Now, he seeks to slowly consume the family, ultimately claiming it for himself. The enmity between myself and Xiahou Mingjing is irreconcilable, and given my own tenuous standing, I must momentarily leverage Lord Ning and Apos' influence. Yet, seeking the tiger and Apos' skin is ultimately not a sustainable strategy. I do not wish to remain a puppet for life. Thus, if I am to claim something for myself, it must be today's unexpected turn of events. In Xiahou Shi and Apos' chamber, the flickering candlelight cast shadows upon the walls. The brother and sister stood facing each other, their conversation intense and impassioned. The elegant lady furrowed her brows, breaking the silence with an uncontainable frustration. "Xiahou Shi, are you still a man? Will you just let this go? Have you considered that the position of young master should rightfully belong to Mingxian? After all, he is our..." "Enough." Xiahou Shi and Apos' voice thundered, interrupting the lady and Apos' unfinished sentence. His countenance darkened, his gaze radiating undeniable authority. "Can you not see? This is the work of Lord Ning. We must heed the tides of fate." At this moment, he inadvertently caught sight of the glimmering tears welling in the lady and Apos' eyes, her figure trembling slightly. This sight stirred something within him, and his tone softened naturally. Moreover, it is impossible that this was Ning and Apos' doing. Others may not understand, but you and I know well the capabilities of old Qian. To take his life without a sound is a feat no one else in the Xiahou family, save for my father, could accomplish. Not even I could manage it. He paused, a chilling aura enveloping him as a fierce glint ignited in his eyes. And he spoke deliberately. "This is most likely a scheme by Lord Ning. Rest assured, I have taken note of this. It shall not be resolved so easily." "Oh, very well," Xiahou Mingjing replied, her voice trembling with resignation. After a brief pause, she shifted her tone. "But regardless, that little wretch cannot escape responsibility. I will not let him off the hook." As she finished her words, she gracefully rose, appearing ready to leave. Yet, Xiahou Shi stepped forward, blocking her path with just the right amount of intervention, softly suggesting, "Let us rest here tonight." Upon hearing this, even the seasoned lady felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. Chapter 53, The Fish Leaps Over the Dragon Gate, Part 3, at the 7th quarter of the midnight hour. A profound silence enveloped the entire Summerho residence, akin to an invisible curtain draping over the estate. Summerho Qingying sat alone in his chamber, the flickering candlelight casting elongated shadows upon the walls. Suddenly, a steady and rhythmic knock on the door shattered this oppressive tranquility. The door creaked open, allowing a gentle breeze to sweep in, causing the candle flame to dance violently for a moment. The young man in the black robe raised an eyebrow, slowly lifting his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips as the imposing figure of Elder Summerho Young entered the room with a measured stride. It was indeed a delightful surprise, he mused inwardly. The youth stood and softly inquired, "Might I ask the purpose of the Elder and Apos' late-night visit?" Elder Summerho Young assessed the composed youth before him and replied leisurely, "What is your connection to the Tianshi Dao?" The black-robed youth suddenly understood, yet a sense of wariness arose within him. Nevertheless, he maintained an impassive demeanor, his tone laced with just the right amount of feigned curiosity as he replied, "I am unaware of why the Elder poses such a question." The Elder, with a calm expression and gentle gaze, spoke slowly, "There is no need for concern. Your display on the martial arts platform today was remarkably discreet. Even if someone happened to witness it, they would merely assume you had acquired a particular form of Taoist martial arts. Were it not for the immense favor bestowed upon me by a senior elder long ago, I might not have recognized this unique technique." As he spoke, the Elder and Apos' left foot glided effortlessly across the floor, akin to flowing clouds. In an instant, a fleeting image of the Taiji symbol appeared on the ground, vanishing as quickly as it had come. Seeing this, Qingying and Apos' pupils constricted, yet his doubts dissipated entirely. The transmission of Tianshi Dao could not be grasped without guidance, and even those adversaries mentioned by the elders would never possess such an ability. Given that Tianshi Dao has always been passed down through a singular lineage, the source of this Elder and Apos' knowledge was unmistakable. With this realization, the youth and Apos' expression finally regained its composure, and he spoke softly, "When I departed my family home in my youth, I encountered an elderly man gravely injured and on the brink of death. He recognized my exceptional aptitude and, fearing that the legacy of Tianshi Dao might be lost, entrusted me with its precious teachings. However, he earnestly cautioned me that aside from this secret technique, I must not showcase any Tianshi Dao martial arts before reaching the realm of freedom." In truth, Qingying had withheld a detail. The elder had initially favored the innocent-hearted Li Ergu, but Ergu had insisted on passing the opportunity to his brother. "Now I understand. What are your thoughts on the future of the Summerho family?" The robust elder shifted the conversation. Qingying's gaze deepened under the candlelight as he pondered the elder's position. Elder Summerho Young remained patient, waiting in silence. After a moment, the youth spoke in a low yet clear voice. "Since the elder inquires, I shall speak candidly. The Summerho family appears united, yet we have indeed split into two factions." The candle flickered suddenly, casting shifting shadows across the Elder and Apos' face. Elder Summerho Young remained still, merely nodding slightly to encourage the youth to continue. It is no secret that the pro-imperial faction led by the family head, Summerho Mingjing, stands opposed to the Ningguang faction led by the second elder. Today and Apos' events, however, have resulted in some losses for Mingjing and Apos' faction, though the foundation remains intact. A gust of wind swept outside, causing the bamboo to sway and cast mottled shadows against the paper window. The elder and Apos' gaze drifted beyond the youth and Apos' shoulder. Observing the dancing light and shadow, his voice gravelly as he urged, "Continue." Qingying took a deep breath. "I believe that relying on the emperor is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. It ultimately leads to becoming a dog of the court. Aligning with Ningguang is equally perilous, akin to seeking shelter with a tiger. Should we fail, our entire clan would face annihilation." "Oh." A glimmer of insight sparkled in the elder and Apos' eyes. "What do you suggest?" The youth suddenly rose, his black robe billowing without wind, the candlelight accentuating the resolute lines of his face. "We must harness the power of Ningguang without becoming beholden to him, strengthening ourselves." One day, he drew his right hand into a blade-like gesture, cutting through the air with a fierce arc. "The Summerho family shall stand independently amidst the martial and political realms, unbowed to anyone." As his words resonated, a faint cracking sound emerged from outside, reminiscent of a brittle branch snapping. Qingying's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, a willow leaf knife materialized in his right hand. "Ha ha ha!" To his surprise, the elder erupted into laughter. Initially subdued, his mirth grew louder, eventually causing the candle flames to tremble violently. "Excellent. A commendable stance of an Apos, not being beholden and Apos." Elder Summerho Young strode to the window and flung it open. The courtyard lay empty, save for a solitary leaf drifting down. The night breeze rushed in, causing papers on the desk to flutter wildly. The elder turned, a flicker of something extraordinary passing through his gaze. "Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. The hour grows late. I shall not intrude upon the young master any longer." As the last wisp of white smoke ascended, the elder vanished, leaving only the echoes of his words. "Remember, today's words are for your ears alone." with the elder and Apos, departure. The figure of the elder in the coarse robe appeared behind Qingying. It was that rascal Fu. Qingying furrowed his brow, his fingers absently rubbing together. It seems my father, the family head, has ultimately grown suspicious. The following day, there were no unexpected developments concerning the inheritance of the ancestral sword or the appointment of the young master. After the events of the previous night, the major factions present had a clear understanding. Naturally, this news stirred considerable excitement among the martial artists who had gathered to witness the spectacle. In a single day, news of Summerho Qing ascending to the position of young master of the Summerho family and ranking third on the Rin list spread throughout the entire Deyuan realm. However, such matters were of little concern to Qingying at present, for he had already entered the ancestral grounds to receive his inheritance. Meanwhile, outside the ancestral grounds, the elders engaged in casual discussions regarding the nature of the inheritance the youth might acquire. Notably, Summerho Mingjing did not attend. It was unclear whether he was incensed or merely preoccupied. Time passed, and suddenly, the 7 ancient bronze tablets before the ancestral grounds trembled simultaneously, emitting a resonant sound akin to a dragon and Apos' roar. The inscriptions, dormant for centuries, ignited one by one, as if set ablaze by an invisible hand. A dense fog enveloped the surroundings, shrouding everyone in mystery. What remarkable inheritance could this be? Elder Summerho Yang murmured in awe. As the mist gradually dissipated, Qingying and Apos' figure became increasingly distinct. He exuded a restrained aura, with an ice crystal hanging from his waist, and the shard of jade he had worn since childhood now appeared complete and pristine. What astonished the onlookers was the sight of the fallen leaves within a 3-zhang radius around him, each one suspended in midair, their edges shimmering with a chilling brilliance. No one dared to inquire about the nature of the inheritance he had received, and Qingying had no intention of divulging it. He stepped forward, addressing the gathered elders. I have come to see my father and the esteemed elders. I have a request. Once the merchant alliance is firmly established, I wish to journey to the Shan Haiguan for further training. Chapter 54. 5 years fleeting by in the blink of an eye in response to Xiahou Qingying and Apos' request. The influential members of the Xiahou family readily acquiesced. The previous treachery of the 7th lineage had already tarnished the prestige of the Xiahou clan, inviting skepticism from both within and outside the family. At this juncture, there was an urgent need to restore the family and Apos' dignity through the blood of the northern barbarians. Under such circumstances, no justification for refusal could be found. In the ensuing months, the Weizhou Merchant Alliance seamlessly fell into order, operating with remarkable efficiency. It was during this time that Xiahou Qingying resolutely led the 13 branches of the Xiahou family, along with the younger generation of the main lineage, on a mission to assist the Shan Haiguan. Notably, Xiahou Qingying managed to enlist the support of Prince Ning, successfully extricating the entire 7th lineage from their plight. The condition was that the members of the 7th lineage would bear the weight of their past misdeeds and fight on the front lines at Shan Haiguan to redeem themselves through valor in battle. The head of the 7th lineage became the sole master of the transcendent realm within this contingent. Surprisingly, various factions within the Weizhou Merchant Alliance also took the initiative to dispatch personnel, joining the Xiahou family in their endeavor to aid Shan Haiguan. Ultimately, the hearts of these wandering souls were still swayed by a profound sense of loyalty to their homeland. Unsurprisingly, this formidable group marched under the banner of Prince Ning toward Shan Haiguan. The winds atop Wudong Mountain are perpetually cold. In the first spring, amidst the snow at Burial Sword Cliff, new shoots broke through the frost. A youth clad in a cloud robe sat cross-legged on the azure stone, beside a finely crafted sword box with delicate fissures. Eyes closed, he listened to the melting snow trickle into streams, the wind rustling through the pine needles, and the distant sounds of new disciples chopping wood. The sword within the box remained still, yet in his heart, he had already severed the snow 3,000 times. As the summer solstice approached, the cicadas sang loudly. He stood beneath a waterfall, his fist striking like a dragon, splashing water everywhere. In recent days, letters from Brother Lu conveyed increasingly dire news regarding the situation at Shan Haiguan. However, the letters made no mention of the casualties among their comrades on the battlefield. Reading the correspondence, Li Jianxin felt waves of anxiety swell within him, and he could not help but yearn to draw his sword and rush to Shan Haiguan. Yet, whenever he prepared to embark, he was invariably stopped by his master and uncle, who insisted that what was needed at Shan Haiguan were not mere soldiers contemplating the Tao, but rather leaders of terrestrial divinity. Consequently, the imprints of his fists on the stone walls of Burial Sword Cave deepened day by day, as if someone was inscribing a silent declaration of war with their fingers. By night, as he read by the flickering candlelight, he turned the last page of the sword classic written by the sages, and upon gaining insight, he penned on the front page, "The sword is not a tool of murder. It is the heart that must be tempered into a blade." As autumn deepened, leaves carpeted the mountains. The youth sat by the river, fishing with a line that sank into the cold waters, devoid of bait. He received a rare letter from Zhao Qi, sent from Shan Haiguan, stating that the northern barbarians were at the borders, and he was leading the young disciples of the Xiahou family in battle against them, urging not to worry excessively. After reading it, he smiled slightly. folded the letter into a paper boat, and set it adrift on the river. The paper boat floated downstream, its destination unknown. On the winter solstice, he melted snow to brew tea, the tea reflecting the glint of the sword. The cracks in the sword box had extended 7 inches but suddenly healed on the day of the awakening of insects, revealing a glimmer of gold. Thus, the seasons turned. And 3 years passed. Within Shanhaiguan, Xiahou Qingying had already replaced his blade 3 times. The first was a standard military knife, its edge dulled and buried before the graves of fallen Xiahou warriors. The second was a curved blade of the barbarians, heavy and having cleaved through the heads of 3 barbarian captains. The third was his own willow leaf knife, already bearing significant fissures. The snow at Shanhaiguan was stained red. In the winter of the 3rd year, the heavily armored cavalry of the northern barbarians advanced across the frozen river, while the Amp, Oppos, 1,000 mechanisms crossbow and Amp, Oppos, of Shanhaiguan had emptied its quiver. The youth in the black robe led his men to meet them with drawn swords. The ice shattered, and blood stained the long river. In that battle, he bore the weight of numerous arrows, yet he still stood with his sword on the beacon tower until the barbarians retreated. Throughout these 3 years of life and death struggles, he had lost count of how many he had endured. The master of the 7th lineage, Xiahou Qingsong, also bore the cost of battle, losing an arm during these years of conflict. The Xiahou family and the martial figures from Weizhou who followed Xiahou Qingying also suffered heavy casualties, with half of their ranks decimated. However, those who survived the baptism of blood and fire were the elite among elites, all captivated by Xiahou Qingying and Oppos' fearless valor on the battlefield, rallying to his command. The remarkable military achievements he established garnered the close attention of the senior officials of the Northern Defense Army. Meanwhile, in the capital, the revelry of song and dance continued unabated over the 3 years, while the strife at Shanhaiguan went largely unnoticed. On the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the Prime Minister and Oppos' residence hosted a grand 3-day banquet, where singers danced with flowing sleeves. It was said that the waste discarded over those 3 days could sustain 100 families. The ministers of the 6 departments indulged in drinking games, with the Deputy Minister of Revenue drunkenly proclaiming, "The snow-stained Shanhaiguan for 3,000 miles, let us drink from our jade cups while we can." The situation at Shanhaiguan grew increasingly dire, and even though Prince Ning harbored hopes that the power of the Northern Defense King would wane, he understood the principle of mutual dependence between lips and teeth. Weighing his options, he ultimately had to dispatch reinforcements to Shanhaiguan. However, Prince Ning was trapped by the very power he relied upon, for those high-ranking nobles were loath to send their men forth, and Prince Ning was reluctant to expend his core forces. Thus, he could only summon the martial factions under his command to assist Shanhaiguan as best he could. In this vast realm, loyal individuals naturally petitioned for troops to be sent to aid Shanhaiguan. Yet, the emperor merely responded that other border regions also required military presence, and thus only provisions would be dispatched, with no soldiers forthcoming. That very night, the palace erupted in laughter and merriment, and fireworks lit the sky, truly a dazzling spectacle. In the 5th year, with 300,000 Songlong guards pressing the borders, the flames of war raged on. Within the tent of the Northern Defense King, the Tiger Talisman lay shattered, and 7 strategic passes on the map of mountains and rivers were marked in red, the ink still wet, soaked in blood. "We can no longer hold," murmured the aged king as he slowly rose. On that day, the winds and sands obscured the sun outside the passes. The Northern Defense King stepped out, and behind him, the phantoms of countless soldiers materialized, their presence shattering the clouds for miles around. Gripping a standard military knife, he charged forth, slashing through tens of thousands of northern barbarian soldiers without pause. Laughter erupted from within the barbarian camp, and the totemic wolf rose into the sky, blood casting a shadow over the battlefield. "Su Jinan, if you wish for a fight, I shall accompany you. Why trouble these ordinary soldiers?" The mountains and rivers shattered, Northern Defense King Su Jinan pointed like a sword, unleashing a dragon-shaped aura that roared forth, tinged with blood. A punch from the barbarian deity struck, and that Songlong howled at the moon, as 30 miles of the Great Wall crumbled, the cracks seeping with the blood and frost of soldiers accumulated over 5 years. The winds and sands engulfed everything, and no one knew the outcome of this battle. Yet, after this clash, the northern barbarians retreated 300 miles and refrained from further incursions, while the Northern Defense King withdrew from public view, no longer appearing easily. Atop Wudong Mountain, the chessboard lay scattered with Paulownia seeds. The youth suddenly opened his eyes, his heart racing like thunder. He raised his hand, and the sword box trembled, golden light erupting before it fell silent once more. The time had not yet arrived, he murmured, picking up the recently delivered letter. Zhao Qi and Oppos' handwriting was hasty, consisting of only 10 characters. "Northern barbarians have seized the counties. Let us drink to the mountains and rivers." The back of the letter bore faint traces of blood. The youth smiled as he gazed at the letter, instinctively reaching for a piece of osmanthus cake, only to grasp at emptiness, murmuring softly, "Have I truly finished it all?" Chapter 55. The White Cloud descends the mountain as the spring breeze caresses the peak of Wudong Mountain. It unexpectedly stirs a wave of unseasonable chill. Amidst the swirling clouds and mist, a modest thatched cottage stands quietly atop the sword-burying cliff, with several strings of wind chimes hanging from its eaves, producing a melodious tinkling sound as the mountain wind sweeps by, reminiscent of clear springs striking stones. In front of the cottage, a young man sits cross-legged, a delicate sword box resting across his knees. He is slender, clad in a flowing white robe, his eyes covered by a black satin blindfold, and his long hair loosely tied at the back, with a few stray strands cascading down, partially obscuring his brow and eyes. Compared to 5 years prior, the youthful innocence on Li Jianxin's handsome face has quietly faded away. The 5 years spent immersed in the realm of forgetfulness have significantly transformed his aura, rendering him increasingly akin to a learned Confucian scholar. The thatched cottage behind him has its own story. 2 years ago, Lin Qingxi whimsically suggested, "Since you are destined to become an unparalleled master, how could you not experience life in a humble abode?" Moreover, the sword-burying cave was far too rudimentary to serve as a long-term residence. In truth, Li Jianxin was indifferent about where he lived, for his current life was vastly better than before. However, seeing the girl and Apos' enthusiasm, he acquiesced to her wishes. Fool! A clear voice shattered the tranquility of the sword-burying cliff. Li Jianxin slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of amusement flashing across his previously tranquil gaze. He looked up to see a figure in azure swiftly approaching along the mountain path, her garments billowing as if she were walking on clouds. It was, of course, Lin Qingxi. Now, the girl exuded an ethereal grace, her features as picturesque as a painting, her skin fair as snow, with a green ribbon at her waist, the sword tassel dancing lightly in the breeze. Senior sister, Li Jianxin rose slowly, placing the sword box aside, gazing at the girl before him, whose depths he could no longer discern. Lin Qingxi stepped confidently before him, standing firm, her lively eyes appraising him, and with a slight smile, she teased, "Oh, it's been 5 years. Look at you, how you've become increasingly scholarly. I suppose all those days spent playing chess, reading, fishing have yielded significant results. Otherwise, how could you have stopped practicing martial arts by the 3rd year? You must be careful not to forget your exquisite swordsmanship." Li Jianxin could only chuckle helplessly, shaking his head. "How many more times will you jest with me, senior sister?" "Humph, unless you stop calling me senior sister," Lin Qingxi retorted with a light huff. Li Jianxin, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "How could that be? I joined the sect later than you. You will always be my senior sister." Although Lin Qingxi had long grown accustomed to his playful antics, a spark of irritation flickered within her as she snapped. "Master and Uncle Master have summoned you to the Zixiao Hall." "Oh, do you know the specific reason, senior sister?" Li Jianxin inquired, curiosity bubbling within him. After all, since ascending the mountain, apart from a couple of rare exceptions, he had never been called to discuss matters at the Zixiao Hall. The court has issued an edict to summon young martial artists from around the realm to the capital for a competition, Lin Qingxi replied matter-of-factly. It is said that the top 3 will have the opportunity to enter the Tiangong and select martial arts. The Tiangong is renowned for gathering intelligence for the emperor and formulating the 3 lists of heaven, earth, and man. Naturally, it also encompasses a vast collection of martial arts literature, with legends suggesting it contains long-lost supreme techniques. Li Jianxin frowned. Wudong does not lack martial arts manuals, and one must understand that too much of a good thing can lead to disaster. There are more benefits than that, Lin Qingxi said with keen interest. The forces of those who place in the top 3 will receive 10 slots to enter the 72 paths. Li Jianxin suddenly understood. So that's it. If the only advantage was selecting martial arts from the Tiangong, it would make this competition seem rather anticlimactic. The 72 paths is a sacred ground controlled by the royal family, said to be the resting place of the strongest legacies of the previous dynasty. Moreover, it is time for you to descend the mountain. Lin Qingxi fixed her gaze upon him, her voice heavy with reluctance. "After 5 years of nurturing your sword, if it does not leave its sheath soon, it shall rust away." Li Jianxin lowered his gaze towards the sword box beside him, his fingers gently brushing over it. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded, "All right." Within the Zixiao Hall, the venerable Qingwei Zhenren donned a gray-white robe, seated at one side of the hall, his deep-set eyes resembling a starry sky, as if capable of seeing into the hearts of men. Opposite him sat the purple-robed Qingyan Daoist. "Jianxin, you have arrived." Qingyan Daoist smiled warmly, speaking first. Qingwei Zhenren surveyed the room before stating, "Indeed." Li Jianxin bowed respectfully. Disciple pays respects to master. "Did Qingxi tell you everything?" "Indeed. She did," Li Jianxin affirmed. Qingwei Zhenren nodded. The court and Amp. Apos' summons of young martial artists under the guise of a competition is, in fact, a means to select talents and win hearts. After all, the northern wars have temporarily ceased, and both the Northern King and the Ning King's forces have suffered varying degrees of damage. Some individuals cannot help but stir. Qingyan Daoist continued. "Beyond what your uncle master has mentioned, the court also seeks to showcase its own might. This competition will include the younger generation from both the royal family and the great noble clans. It's worth noting that these individuals have previously not had their actions recorded on the lists at all." Qingwei Zhenren cautioned. "You must understand the implications of your descent from the mountain." "Master, do you mean to say?" Li Jianxin lifted his gaze. 5 years of nurturing your sword has brought you tranquility, But the path of the sword must ultimately be honed in the mortal world. Qingyan Daoist and Apos. S. gaze was profound. Your sword must taste blood. Li Jianxin pondered, for had it not been for the cessation of the northern wars, he would have preferred to venture to the northern pass. Qingyan Daoist observed the silent youth before him and spoke. The past years of keeping you from descending were due to two reasons. One was your swordsmanship was not yet complete and required further refinement. The other was that there exists an unwritten rule among the major factions that true disciples should not enter the world alone before the age of 18. After turning 18, one must traverse the world independently, with life and death left to fate. This is to prevent younger disciples from being overwhelmed by the older ones, thus weakening their respective factions. Now, it is time for you to let the world witness your brilliance. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin recalled the advice given to him by Mr. Wen a few months prior. The path of the sword must indeed possess brilliance. As he lifted his gaze to meet the eyes of the Daoist elder, a sharp aura began to emanate from him, faint yet palpable. Go, Qingyan Daoist waved his hand. The road ahead is long. I can only accompany you this far. Li Jianxin bowed deeply and turned to leave. As he was about to step out, the simultaneous voices of the two elders echoed in his ears. When you are out in the world, do not worry. If anyone dares to oppress you with their power, I shall intervene. Outside the hall, Lin Qingxi stood with her sword, and upon seeing him emerge, raised an eyebrow with a smile. Have you made your decision? Li Jianxin nodded. Then let us depart. Lin Qingxi turned. I will escort you down the mountain. The mountain wind howled, stirring the garments of the two. The girl turned her head slightly, softly saying to the young man, Li Jianxin, if the world proves too harsh, return to Wudong Mountain to find me. After speaking, she averted her gaze, tears glimmering in her eyes. At that moment, the young man dared not look at the exquisite beauty beside him, fearing that a single glance would make him reluctant to leave. Indeed, unbeknownst to them, the time spent together by the two has already surpassed that shared with Zhao Qi, even without counting the days spent in the sword realm. However, Zhao Qi remains a pursuit he must undertake, and he is destined to venture to the northern garrison. There are still matters in this world that he is compelled to address. Sister, I must take my leave, but I shall return swiftly. Await my return. With that, he walked down the mountain without a glance back, not daring to turn his head. The young woman gently waved her sleeve, and the youth, who was en route, paused momentarily. He now bore an additional bundle, filled to the brim with osmanthus cakes. Simultaneously, a delicately crafted wine gourd hung at his waist, filled with exquisite jade ice wine. Chapter 56. The lingering Qin. As Li Jianxin's silhouette gracefully approached the foot of Wudong Mountain, the tumultuous emotions within him were quietly subdued. He lifted his gaze, taking a deep breath of the fragrant air infused with the essence of the mountainous flora, then slowly turned around, his eyes tracing back to the solitary Jianjian cliff at the summit. Here, one had once sat in tranquil meditation for 5 long springs and autumns. Similarly, another figure had once kept him company through 5 seasons of cold and warmth. Now, the sword was set to be drawn, destined to sever the bonds until the day of return. When the youth clad in snow-white attire lightly stepped into Jinsha town, he was struck by the immense scale of the martial arts gathering. The town bustled with crowds, each person fervently discussing the exceptional prowess of the young martial artists of the realm. Have you heard? A voice erupted from the throng, brimming with excitement. This martial competition is extraordinary. It is said that numerous young masters, secretly nurtured by major sects, have been unleashed. Take the Wen family of Yinzhou, for instance. Their young lady, Wendy, is rumored to possess the potential of a grandmaster, as asserted by the head of the Wen family. Just as she stepped into the martial world, she swiftly eliminated the Apos, Hidden Blade, and Apos, ranked 30th, with a single stroke of her sword. The Tianji Pavilion has praised her, bestowing the title and Apos, Cloud Breaker Sword and Apos, upon her. I believe she stands a chance for the top 3. The companion beside him shook his head slightly, skepticism etched on his face. Indeed, the young lady of the Wen family possesses remarkable strength, but do not forget the individual who has held the top position on the list for 5 consecutive years. Known as the foremost sword of the younger generation, Xia Wuji, I dare say, if you can easily challenge his standing, I would bet that he is most likely to claim first place in this competition. The earlier speaker chuckled lightly, retorting, your perspective seems rather old-fashioned. The martial world is ever-changing. Who can truly predict the outcome? Look back a few years. Yan Fenghong, once hailed as a swordsmanship genius, fell from grace when defeated by an unknown youth during the Tianshan Sword Conference. And consider the young master of the Xiahou family, who at merely 16 defeated his elder brother to attain the 3rd rank. After 5 years of bloodshed in the perilous Shanhai Pass, his strength is undoubtedly vastly different now. Can you still assert that Xia Wuji will effortlessly prevail over him? Furthermore, whispers abound of the Buddhist disciple, the young master of Tiandao Mountain Villa, and the renowned Su Xianzi from Yaowang Valley, each a formidable figure not to be underestimated. How can you so confidently claim they will surely falter in this competition? Hearing his friend's sudden silence, the speaker continued with enthusiasm. Nearby, Li Jianxin listened to this exchange, a faint smile gracing his lips. He mused silently, I never imagined that Seventh Brother's reputation would resonate so profoundly in the martial world. And as for Wanyue, has she truly been elevated to the status of a celestial maiden by the masses? Lost in contemplation, Li Jianxin unwittingly found himself before the brothers and Appo's building. Gently pushing open the door, he entered. Reflecting on the news from Shanhai Pass that had swept through like a tempest just a month prior, he recalled how Mr. Wen had departed shortly thereafter. The once bustling tavern now appeared unusually desolate. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Li Jianxin traversed the empty hall with steady strides. Heading directly toward the small room in the courtyard, he remembered Mr. Wen's solemn words before his departure, instructing him to retrieve the belongings he had set aside should he decide to venture into the martial world. Arriving at the small room, Li Jianxin gently opened the wooden door, which creaked softly upon his touch. Inside, the furnishings were simple and unpretentious. Upon a slightly weathered table lay a letter and a sword. His gaze first settled upon the letter, sealed with a wax impression of bamboo leaves. The reverse side hastily inscribed with the Jianxin. He carefully lifted it, unfolding the paper to reveal Mr. Wen's familiar handwriting, each stroke imbued with strength and vigor. Jianxin. Reading this is akin to our meeting. By the time you see this letter, I might be roasting wild rabbits in the white birch forest 30 miles outside of Shanhai Pass, so fret not about my well-being. Though we have never performed the formalities of master and disciple, in my heart, you are already my sole heir. As you embark on your journey through the martial realm, I have little to offer after much contemplation. I have decided to bequeath to you my treasured sword, and Appo's, Wujiao, and Appo's. It measures 3 feet and 7 inches in length and weighs 9 pounds and 4 ounces. Its spine engraved with the pattern of the Big Dipper. This sword was gifted to me by my brother. Otherwise, this old fool could scarcely afford such a renowned blade. Remember this as you venture forth. Li Jianxin read the heartfelt musings of this usually carefree elder, each word saturated with boundless care and earnest hope, flowing into his heart like a gentle stream. As he continued reading, his eyes grew misty, filled with warmth and emotion. He took a deep breath, lifting a hand to rub his eyes, attempting to quell the tumult within. With utmost care, he slowly placed the sword named Wujiao into its scabbard. The moment the sword slipped into its resting place, it emitted a soft thud, as if greeting its new master. Though Li Jianxin had already mastered his innate sword energy, years of habit compelled him to nurture the energy within him. He thought perhaps it could flow into the ocean, leading him to even greater heights. Having gathered his emotions and packed his belongings, Li Jianxin stepped out of the small room, continuing his journey toward the capital. There remains yet half a year until the highly anticipated martial arts competition. Li Jianxin felt no urgency, choosing instead to meander leisurely along his travels. Since descending the mountain, over half a month had elapsed, and he had only just reached the junction of Chuzhou and Qinzhou. At this moment, Li Jianxin found himself amidst a merchant caravan, strolling along an ancient path steeped in the passage of time. Days prior, he had been walking alone on this desolate road, his solitary figure appearing especially forlorn against the empty landscape. Just then, as fate would have it, this merchant caravan passed by. The kind-hearted young lady within the caravan, noticing Li Jianxin's fragile scholar-like demeanor, warmly invited him to join them on their journey to the next city. Li Jianxin, indifferent to the invitation, readily accepted and thus became a part of the merchant caravan. Chapter 57. The Black Wind, 13 Riders, Part 1. The ancient path meandered, flanked by gradually rising mountains and lush greenery. Li Jianxin rode a magnificent steed, its coat gleaming like a ripe jujube, leisurely trailing in the midst of the caravan. Clad in a flowing robe of cloud white, he bore on his back an exquisite sword sheath, resembling a down-and-out scholar burdened by an oversized tome. Masterly, are you finding this long journey to your liking? A melodious voice floated gently from beside him, akin to a crystal-clear stream cascading through the mountains. Miss Yan approached gracefully on a snow-white horse, her presence light and ethereal. At around 18 or 19 years of age, she embodied youthful vitality, her figure elegantly accentuated by a soft lavender gown that highlighted her porcelain skin, with a simple white jade hairpin adorning her hair. She exuded an effortless elegance characteristic of a refined lady, radiating an inherent nobility. Li Jianxin turned his gaze from the distant horizon, a gentle smile gracing his features. Thank you for your concern, Miss Yan. I may be merely a scholar, yet I have traversed my fair share of mountainous paths. This journey poses no challenge for me. Miss Yan stifled a light laugh, her lips curving playfully, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You jest, masterly, judging by your grip on the reins. You hardly appear to be accustomed to such travels. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. You seem more like a bookish novice on horseback. At her words, Li Jianxin instinctively glanced down at his somewhat stiff fingers, finding humor in her observation, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, Miss Yan possesses a keen eye. I am not often mounted. He then gently patted the horse and Appo's neck, his movements tender as he added, fortunately, the horse you lent me is of a gentle disposition, sparing me from embarrassment before the crowd. Miss, there's a shed ahead. Shall we rest for a moment? A robust voice interjected, breaking the light-hearted atmosphere between them. Zhao Taizhan, the leader of the caravan's guards, rode closer. his imposing figure framed by a rugged beard and a broad blade at his waist, casting a wary glance at Li Jianxin. Miss Yin nodded slightly, her voice clear and bright. Indeed, after a long journey, everyone could use a respite. Turning to Li Jianxin, she added with a friendly smile, masterly. Would you care to join us for some tea? Respectfully, I shall comply. Li Jianxin inclined his body slightly, responding with courteous grace. Upon arriving at the tea shed, they found it rather modest, with several rough-hewn wooden tables haphazardly arranged beneath the shade of trees. Dappled sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting irregular patterns of light across the surfaces. The members of the caravan settled in clusters, filling the air with lively conversation and the sounds of neighing horses. Li Jianxin chose a quieter corner to sit, requesting a pot of fine tea from the proprietor. As he sat in quiet contemplation, inhaling the fragrant steam, his expression appeared tranquil, yet his eyes hinted at deep thought. His gaze inadvertently swept over the seemingly ordinary cargo of the caravan. Dozens of carts lined in neat rows, laden with vibrant silks and fragrant tea leaves. However, one cart, draped in heavy oilcloth, stood out conspicuously. What captures Master Li's attention? Miss Yin had approached him unnoticeably, settling gracefully opposite him, her gaze following his. Li Jianxin drew back his gaze slightly, maintaining a calm demeanor. I am merely curious about the goods being transported. The quality of these silks is remarkable. They must be of considerable value. A flicker of something inscrutable crossed Miss Yin and Appo's eyes, quickly replaced by a warm smile. You possess an astute eye, Master Li. This cargo is destined for the Appo's Jinzhou Pavilion and Appo's in Qinzhou. Indeed, it is no ordinary shipment. Pausing for a moment, curiosity flickered in her gaze. Yet, compared to these goods, I find myself more intrigued by you, Master Li. What brings a scholar such as yourself to wander these desolate paths alone? To read 10,000 books is not as enlightening as to travel 10,000 miles. Li Jianxin gently lifted the teacup, savoring a sip of the fragrant brew as he spoke. But tell me, Miss Yin, why would you risk aiding a stranger like me, burdened with such precious cargo? Are you not concerned about my intentions? At his question, Miss Yin smiled warmly, her expression reminiscent of a flower blooming in spring. The world may be chaotic, but I believe not all hearts are wicked. There is kindness to be found, and if I can assist others, I shall do so without hesitation. Besides, I trust my judgment. You, Master Li, are no villain. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Yet I wonder, what is your destination? Just as Li Jianxin was about to respond, he furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sharpening as it turned toward the distant mountain path. Moments later, Zhao Taizhan, seated nearby, abruptly rose, hand firmly gripping his sword hilt, his expression alert. Something is amiss. The guards of the caravan immediately tensed, rising with weapons drawn, their eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and vigilance. Dust swirled in the distance, as though an unseen force stirred the earth. From afar, a dozen swift steeds raced towards them like the wind, the thundering hooves resonating in the air. It is the Black Wind 13 riders, one guard exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling. What brings them here? Miss Yin and Appo's expression shifted, resolve and determination lighting her features as she stood swiftly. Everyone, be on guard. We must protect the cargo at all costs. Li Jianxin remained seated, fingers gently tapping the table, his rhythm steady and unhurried. His gaze remained calm as he observed the approaching riders. In an instant, 13 figures clad in black surrounded the tea shed like a looming mountain. At the forefront stood a one-eyed brute, a grotesque scar carving across his face like a twisted centipede, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Is this the Yin family caravan? The one-eyed bandit sneered, his laughter grating like the cry of a night owl. What a stroke of luck. Hand over your goods, and I shall spare your lives. Chapter 58, The Black Wind 13 Riders, Part 2. Beside him, Zhao Taizhan unsheathed his sword without hesitation, its blade glinting ominously. His gaze was fierce as he shouted, You shall not touch. The possessions of the Yin family are not for you lowly scoundrels to covet. The one-eyed brute let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with disdain. Just a mere chi master, how foolish to refuse a gracious offer. Brothers, attack. Leave none alive except for that girl. With his command, the 13 riders drew their weapons simultaneously, their blades flashing like cold lightning through the air. Although the merchant guards were undeniably valiant, they were clearly outnumbered and outmatched. Soon, they found themselves embroiled in a fierce battle. The sounds of clashing steel and battle cries resonating throughout the tea shed. Zhao Taizhan fought valiantly against 3 bandits, his movements agile and his swordplay fierce, each strike imbued with tremendous force. However, facing such formidable foes, he gradually began to feel overwhelmed and began to falter. Miss Yin was tightly shielded behind 2 guards. Though her complexion was slightly pale, her eyes betrayed no hint of panic. Instead, they radiated a resolute calmness. Unbeknownst to anyone, she had acquired a short sword, its blade shimmering with a ghostly blue light, resembling the twinkling stars in the night sky. Clearly, it was no ordinary weapon. Miss, run. One guard, grievously wounded by a spear, blood gushing forth like a fountain, clung desperately to a bandit's leg, striving with his last ounce of strength to buy Miss Yin time to escape. Seizing the opportunity, The one-eyed brute broke through the guard's defenses, grinning malevolently as he advanced toward Miss Yin, leering, "Little beauty, come with me, and I promise to," before he could finish. A flash of azure light darted through the air like lightning. The brute felt a sudden chill in his wrist, a searing pain enveloping him. Looking down, he saw his hand severed at the wrist. Blood erupted like a fountain, and he let out a harrowing scream, staggering backward. Li Jianxin had quietly positioned himself before Miss Yin, his fingers poised like a sword, his expression as tranquil as a still lake. It seemed as if he had merely performed a trivial act, moving with unruffled composure. You are not just a scholar." The one-eyed brute clutched his severed wrist, fear and disbelief filling his eyes as he gazed at Li Jianxin. Li Jianxin did not respond, but calmly raised his right hand. His gaze icy and resolute, his voice steady and powerful. "In 3 breaths, retreat or die. You're just putting on a show." The brute roared, his expression twisted with rage. "Everyone attack. Kill him." The remaining Black Wind Riders charged at Li Jianxin, their weapons raised like ravenous wolves. In an instant, the air was thick with flashing blades, enveloping Li Jianxin. Miss Yin gasped, "Young Masterly, be careful." Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed a white figure weaving through the bandits like a dragon, with faint sword energy swirling in its wake. The bandits and Oppos, weapons shattered, and blood bloomed like brilliant flowers. Within mere heartbeats, all 13 bandits lay defeated, either dead or wounded, unable to rise again. The battlefield fell silent, only the gentle breeze caressing the edges of their garments. Li Jianxin halted, shaking his slightly sore right hand with precise grace. He turned to Miss Yin, who stared in astonishment, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Have I startled you, Miss Yin?" Her lips trembled slightly. Her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Who are you?" "I am Li Jianxin, merely a scholar skilled in swordplay, unwilling to let kindness be squandered." He smiled faintly, his gaze drifting past Miss Yin toward the heavily guarded carriage, his words laden with meaning. "However, it appears that you and this merchant caravan are involved in matters far more intricate than merely transporting silk and tea." Zhao Taizhan approached, nursing his injured shoulder, his eyes wide with astonishment and caution. He regarded Li Jianxin with a hint of reverence. "That sword, it's the 2 instruments dividing light sword. Are you a disciple of Wudong Mountain?" Li Jianxin offered no confirmation, merely smiling gently. "You possess great knowledge, Leader Zhao." Turning to Miss Yin, he spoke calmly. "The bandits have been dealt with. Should we resume our journey? The day is waning, and a small town lies ahead where we can rest." Miss Yin inhaled deeply, striving to steady her emotions. "What you say is true, young Masterly." She glanced at the chaotic battlefield, frowning slightly. "But what about all this?" "Do not fret," Mississippi Zhao Taizhan replied in a deep tone. "I will send someone to handle it." He then whispered a few words to Miss Yin, who nodded in understanding. When she looked back at Li Jianxin, her eyes reflected a complex mixture of admiration, curiosity, and a subtle hint of wariness. The merchant caravan reorganized and set forth once more, yet the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. The guards occasionally cast furtive glances at Li Jianxin, whispering among themselves, their eyes brimming with curiosity and speculation. Miss Yin rode silently beside Li Jianxin, her thoughts weighing heavily. After a long pause, she finally inquired, "Why do you conceal your identity, young Masterly?" "I have never concealed it." Li Jianxin gazed ahead, his expression serene. "I have indeed read some texts and possess certain sword skills." "Just certain sword skills?" Miss Yin forced a wry smile, her eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. Few in the younger generation of the Jianghu could repel the Black Wind 13 riders with a single strike. Li Jianxin turned to her, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "You seem quite knowledgeable about the Jianghu, Miss Yin. Being born into a merchant family, one must possess some means of self-protection." She gently caressed the short sword at her waist, a hint of reflection in her gaze. "I simply did not expect to rely on you for salvation today. It was but a trifling matter." Li Jianxin replied nonchalantly. "However, those bandits appear to have come for something specific, not merely for the sake of robbery." Miss Yin's expression tightened, a flicker of panic crossing her features, but she quickly regained her composure. "You think too much, young Masterly. They were merely..." "Miss..." Zhao Taizhan suddenly rode closer, interrupting her words. "Ahead lies Qinglin town. We shall rest there tonight." Understanding his intent, Miss Yin offered Li Jianxin an apologetic smile. "Young Masterly, please rest in town tonight, and we shall continue our journey tomorrow." Li Jianxin nodded, refraining from further inquiry. His gaze swept over the mysterious carriage at the center of the caravan, a subtle smile playing on his lips, as if he had unraveled the entire mystery. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden rays bathed the earth, stretching the shadows of the caravan long upon the ancient road. Chapter 59. A night conversation around 9:15, Li Jianxin and his companions, weary from their journey, finally arrived at Qinglin town. Their passage had been relatively smooth, devoid of any further dangers. Yin Duexin, as the esteemed young lady of the Yin family, was naturally meticulous and observant. Having witnessed the valiant efforts of the guards during their previous encounter with the Black Wind 13 riders, she took it upon herself to gather information upon their arrival. She successfully located a highly reputable inn and ensured that her companions were comfortably accommodated, allowing the guards who traveled with them a chance to rest. Though Qinglin town was not extensive in size, its strategic location at the confluence of two provinces attracted considerable foot traffic, rendering the main street bustling with activity. The weathered sign of the Yulian, adorned with 4 gilded characters, glimmered softly in the twilight. On the second floor, in a room designated for guests of the highest caliber, Li Jianxin stood by the window, gazing at the undulating silhouettes of distant mountains, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the window frame. His room, positioned at the end of the corridor, was tranquil and offered a sweeping view, a clear indication of Yin Yueshuan's thoughtful arrangements. A gentle sound of footsteps approached, halting at the door, followed by 3 soft knocks. Hearing the noise, a faint smile graced Li Jianxin and Amp Apos' lips as he turned with composure to face the entrance. Has young Master Li had a chance to rest? Is it convenient for us to converse now? Yin Yueshuan's voice wafted through the door, warm and gentle like the misty rains of Jiangnan. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could detect a subtle tension underlying her soft tone. Miss Yin, please enter, Li Jianxin replied calmly, gracefully gesturing with his sleeve. The door swung open without a breeze, revealing Yin Yuexian clad in a light blue gown, a white magnolia hairpin accentuating her beauty, which seemed to radiate even more in the dim light. Behind her stood the sturdy figure of Zhao Taizhan, who held a finely crafted redwood food box with steady hands. Once they entered, Zhao Taizhan quietly closed the door and assumed a watchful stance at the side, his posture as erect as a pine tree. His left hand remained poised on the hilt of his sword, ever vigilant. Disturbing you at this late hour is indeed quite presumptuous, Yin Yuexian said, slightly bowing. Her demeanor elegant, yet her eyes meeting Li Jianxin's directly, filled with earnestness. There are many questions weighing on my mind regarding today's events, and I found it difficult to find rest, thus I came to seek your insights. Li Jianxin nodded slightly and gestured for them to take a seat. He then walked with measured steps to a wooden chair by the window and sat down slowly. The moonlight cast a gentle glow on half of his face, accentuating his features. Miss Yin, please feel free to speak your mind. This is a new harvest of Biluakan tea, a token of my gratitude for your timely assistance today, Yin Yuexian said as she delicately retrieved the precious tea leaves from the food box. With her slender, porcelain-like hands, she began to expertly prepare the tea. As the tender green buds danced in the hot water, they released a refreshing aroma. Noticing this, Li Jianxin brought his fingers together and lightly tapped the table 3 times. A gesture of courtesy. Miss Yin, you are too kind. I previously mentioned that my actions were merely to prevent the goodwill of others from being squandered. Yin Yuexian exchanged a glance with Zhao Taizhan, then lowered her voice, saying softly, Young Master Li, the sword technique you displayed today. Uncle Zhao recognized it as the Liangyi Fangguang sword technique. This technique is a secret transmission of Wudong. May I inquire if you have any connections to Wudong? The candlelight flickered gently in the room, casting shadows that danced across their faces. Li Jianxin maintained a serene expression as he lifted the teacup to his lips. Savoring the warmth of the tea before he replied, Mr. Zhao's keen eye does not deceive. Indeed, I am a disciple of Wudong. Upon hearing this, Zhao Taizhan furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of curiosity and scrutiny crossing his gaze. As far as I know, the Liangyi Fangguang sword technique is not to be taught casually to those outside the true disciples of Wudong. Among the current true disciples, there are indeed those capable of subduing the Black Wind 13 riders with just a single move, but I cannot recall anyone of your age fitting that description. The only candidate who might have been capable, to my recollection, is a woman who has not made an appearance in 5 years. Regardless, I do not recall a figure such as yourself, Zhao Taizhan continued thoughtfully. Uncle Zhao, Yin Yuexian interjected softly, her tone light yet firm. She then turned to Li Jianxin, her eyes full of apologies. Please do not take offense, young Master Li. Uncle Zhao merely, Li Jianxin raised a hand gently, his demeanor unruffled as if he had not thought much of the matter. It is of no concern. My abilities are indeed overshadowed by my senior sister. As for the title of having once been the 100th on the ranking list, it was indeed a fleeting moment. After all, I have not engaged in any confrontations for 5 years and have long since fallen off the list. He set his teacup down and continued, to speak candidly. I must admit that my performance today was rather unpracticed. The 100th on the list, Zhao Taizhan seemed to recall something, his previously narrowed eyes widening in surprise. Could it be that you are the one who reversed the situation against that formidable opponent using the inside of the realm? Li Jianxin's eyes glimmered with surprise as he teasingly replied. Has Mr. Zhao truly remembered my humble position as the last on the ranking list after all this time? This time, it was Li Jianxin who felt astonished. In the realm of martial arts, it is often said that there is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts. With countless masters emerging, the fluctuations in the rankings of the renowned figures are commonplace. For an ordinary individual, simply remembering the names of those who occupy the top 20 positions on the list is a considerable feat after all. These individuals are the pinnacle of talent within the martial world, their exploits and renown echoing through the ages. Yet here was Zhao Taizhan, who could distinctly recall Li Jianxin, a previously inconspicuous figure at the bottom of the ranking list. This revelation was indeed surprising. One must understand that the last position on the list is often the easiest to overlook. Zhao Taizhan, upon hearing this, straightened his expression, standing up with a solemn bow. Young hero Li, I apologize for my earlier disrespect. It was merely that the events surrounding your rise on the list were too remarkable, leaving me unable to connect the dots at that moment. I hope you will forgive my oversight. Li Jianxin, noticing the shift in Zhao Taizhan and Apos' demeanor, hastily rose to his feet, a sincere expression on his face as he spoke humbly. Mr. Zhao, please, take a seat. There is no need for such formality. I am but a junior, and you need not be so courteous. After a brief pause, Li Jianxin's gaze swept over Yan Yuexian and Zhao Taizhan, and he smiled as he said, let us return to the matter at hand. I assume that your visit tonight is not merely to inquire about my identity, but rather there is something of significance you wish to discuss. Chapter 60. The Hero and Apos' sword. Yan Yuexian bit her lower lip, seemingly deliberating her words. After a moment, as if she had finally made up her mind, she raised her head, her gaze locking onto Li Jianxin, and slowly spoke, young masterly, to speak candidly. Our journey is not merely a simple task of transporting silk and tea. Li Jianxin and Apos' expression remained as calm as ever, merely responding with a soft "oh." His tone subtly lifted, imbued with just the right amount of curiosity. We are escorting. Just as Yan Yuexian was about to divulge the crucial information, Zhao Taizhan beside her suddenly cleared his throat heavily. Frowning slightly, concern evident in his eyes, he quietly said, Miss, this matter is of great significance. Yan Yuexian raised her hand gently, signaling Zhao Taizhan to refrain from continuing. Uncle Zhao, young Master Li has risked his own safety to rescue us from peril and has treated us with utmost sincerity. In light of such kindness and goodwill, how can we conceal anything further? After a brief pause, she added, moreover, if young Master Li truly harbored ulterior motives with his prowess, we would have likely met our demise long ago. Having said this, she turned her gaze back to Li Jianxin, her voice unconsciously lowering a few notches. To be honest with you, we are escorting the hero's sword. Li Jianxin's brows, previously tranquil, slightly arched, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. The hero's sword of the legendary Heavenly Sword Elder? As far as I know, this sword vanished from the martial world alongside that elder over 1,000 years ago. How could it possibly be in your possession? It was no wonder Li Jianxin was so astonished. The hero's sword, capable of stirring the entire martial realm, was in stark contrast to the seemingly unremarkable Yin family. He had initially assumed that the items the Yin family was transporting, while precious, would not exceed his imagination, yet he had not anticipated such a shocking revelation. However, he soon began to ponder quietly. It was no wonder that his master and uncle had urged him to descend the mountain and head to the capital so early. It appeared they had known all along. Coupled with Mr. Zhao's heightened vigilance upon learning of his status as a Wudong disciple, it all made sense. After all, the allure of the hero and Apos' sword to wandering heroes was self-evident, especially with the mysterious sword technique inscribed upon it, which pointed directly to the realm of immortals. In the borders of Qin and Chu, Wudong Mountain indeed stood as one of the major forces that the Yin family needed to be wary of. Yan Yuexian nodded slightly and continued, indeed, it is the hero's sword of the Nameless Elder. According to my father, our ancestors of the Yin family became disciples of the Nameless Elder after his retreat from the martial world. It is due to this fortunate opportunity that this hero's sword remains with our family. At this point, she sighed softly, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Yet, the mysterious sword technique is not something that an ordinary person can easily master. Over the years, the descendants of the Yin family have shown mediocre talent, each generation inferior to the last, truly failing to live up to our ancestors' legacy. A few days ago, dark-clad intruders broke into our home at night. My father, sensing the impending danger, instructed me to take the sword and seek refuge with an old friend in Qinzhou. However, fate did not favor us, as somehow the news leaked, attracting the notorious Black Wind 13 riders. At this moment, Yan Yuexian paused slightly, instinctively lifting her gaze to glance at Li Jianxin. It seemed that with just the three of them, reaching safety would be an arduous task. She fixed her eyes on Li Jianxin, her gaze pleading, young Master Li, your swordsmanship is exceptional. I dare to ask for your assistance in escorting this item to Qinzhou. Should you agree? The Yin family will undoubtedly remember your great kindness and reward you handsomely in the future. The room fell silent. Only the rustling leaves outside could be heard as the wind blew. Li Jianxin and Apos' gaze swept over the two faces before finally settling on the moonlight outside the window. The hero and Apos' sword, he softly repeated. According to the ancient texts of Wudong Mountain, this sword not only bears the mysterious sword technique, but it is also inexplicably tied to the lineage of the sword sect. Moreover, it is indeed a divine weapon. As he spoke, he turned to Yan Yuexian. Miss Yan, I shall speak plainly. Given that the hero's sword has already been exposed, neither your family nor the Cold Moon Palace behind you can adequately protect it. While it is true that the immortals may not take a great interest in this sword, who would refuse an additional legacy for themselves? Li Jianxin's expression grew serious as he continued. Furthermore, even those of the Wandering Realm would not be something you could withstand. Upon hearing this, Yan Yuexian's body trembled slightly. How do you know about the Cold Moon Palace, young Master Li? The short sword at your waist, Miss Yan? is the treasured cold moon blade of the Cold Moon Palace. This blade strikes with the brilliance of moonlight, exuding a chilling aura, Li Jianxin remarked nonchalantly. I possess a discerning eye. It is indeed unexpected that the eldest daughter of the Yin family carries the treasure of the Cold Moon Palace. Zhao Tieshan's expression changed abruptly, his left hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his sword. Yet, Yin Yuexian raised her hand to signal him to remain calm. Offering a bitter smile, it seems I cannot hide it from you, young Master Li. Indeed, my mother was the former leader of the Cold Moon Palace, and this short sword is a token she left for me. Upon hearing this, Li Jianxin nodded. I see. No wonder Miss Yin remained composed in the face of bandits. He then stood up and walked to the window. Since you have been so forthright, I will also speak candidly. My journey is to Qinzhou, and escorting you along the way would present no inconvenience. However, what conditions does young Master Li have? Please feel free to speak, Yin Yuexian interjected hastily. There are no conditions to speak of, Li Jianxin replied, turning around, the moonlight casting a slender silhouette behind him. Yet, the forces behind this matter are rather easy to deduce. The ability to uncover the fact that your family possesses the hero's sword could only stem from the royal family, along with the sword sect, the 3 mountains, and the 5 houses. If the royal family wished to act, they would not resort to such petty means, while the sword-hidden manor would disdain to steal. The other 4 families, apart from the Nangong family in Qinzhou, would not dare extend their reach so far. And I can guarantee that neither the Medicine King Valley nor Wudong Mountain is involved. Therefore, Li Jianxin paused briefly, looking at Yin Yuexian as he continued, it could only be the demon sect, the Nangong family, or the mechanized city, regardless of who it is. They are not forces you can defend against. If Miss Yin is willing, I would exchange 2 sword techniques that lead directly to the pinnacle of the Wandering Realm for the hero's sword. What say you? Seemingly concerned about being misunderstood, he added. Of course, I do not wish to impose. Even if Miss Yin declines, I will still escort you to Qinzhou. Upon hearing this, Yin Yuexian displayed a conflicted expression. Zhao Taizhan stepped forward. Young Master Li, with all due respect, while your martial prowess is formidable, you are ultimately only at the insight stage. On what basis do you believe that you can protect what we cannot? Uncle Zhao. Yin Yuexian frowned slightly, a hint of anger in her voice. I apologize, young Master Li, but I still wish to try and protect it. Once successful, I can promise to allow you a glimpse of the mysterious sword technique. Li Jianxin paid no heed to Zhao Tieshan's words, gazing at the graceful young woman. Since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not press further. Now then, how long do you intend to continue eavesdropping outside? Chapter 61, The First Battle Down the Mountain, Part 1. As Li Jianxin and Apos, words fell, the green plants on the windowsill quivered slightly, and a sudden sound of sinister laughter echoed from outside. Upon hearing the noise, Yin Yuexian instinctively reached for the short sword at her waist. However, beside her, Zhao Taizhan reacted even more swiftly. Drawing his blade and firmly positioning himself in front of Yin Yuexian, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the sound. What a perceptive lad! Accompanied by a low, hoarse voice, 2 shadowy figures darted forward like phantoms, swiftly approaching the window, intent on entering. You 2 should depart, Li Jianxin remarked calmly. Otherwise, the damage to the items within could be quite costly. With his left hand splayed, as if caressing the strings of a guqin, he summoned a faint dragon's roar from within, while his right hand clenched into a fist, gradually lifting before unleashing a powerful strike. The force erupted instantaneously, sending forth a wave of profound Tai Chi energy that surged like a mighty tide, simultaneously gentle yet fierce. Bang! The window frame shattered explosively, splinters scattering everywhere. As the 2 shadows were forcefully repelled several paces back, stumbling onto the stone street outside the inn with a dull thud. Dust rose in the air, their expressions shifted, clearly astonished by the sheer internal strength of this seemingly frail young scholar. Li Jianxin then gently tapped the exquisite, spacious wooden box beside him. In an instant, the sword case shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind. Simultaneously, he leaped gracefully out of the window, landing steadily on the bustling street below. Miss, please remain here and observe safely, Zhao Taizhan urged Yin Yuexian hurriedly before darting forward, his blade in hand, swiftly joining him on the street. At that moment, Zhao Taizhan finally discerned the identities of the intruders, his expression changing dramatically. Young Master Li, be cautious. They are the Black and White Twin Killers, renowned assassins of the Qi manipulation realm. They have jointly slain more than one master of the Path of Inquiry. Zhao Taizhan was understandably alarmed. The Yin family he served had only one elder of the Path of Inquiry. Before Li Jianxin and Zhao Taizhan stood the 2 assassins, by Sha Xiaqiye wielding a judge and Amp, Apos, S-Pen that emanated a chilling aura, glistening coldly under the moonlight. And He Sha Mo Sang, whose 9-section whip coiled like a lurking beast, poised to strike. A frigid atmosphere surrounded them, as if the very air had been frozen. What a concealed talent. Xiaqiye licked his lips slowly, the motion betraying a hint of malice and mockery. The judge and Apos, S-Pen twirled deftly in his fingers, its tip gathering a pale, cold glimmer under the moonlight. With a cold smile, he intoned, alas. You are destined to fall here today and become a lingering soul in this small town. Clang. Without hesitation, Mo Sanging and Amp, Appos, eyes flashed with determination as he launched the first attack. The 9-section whip, awakened, erupted with a sharp whistle. The 18 barbs gleamed like the fangs of a venomous snake, concealed within the sweeping shadows of the whip, targeting Li Jianxin's throat. Li Jianxin remained unfazed. Displaying no sign of panic, he executed the drunken immortal's moonlit step, his movements ethereal and light, akin to willow catkins dancing in the breeze, effortlessly evading the onslaught of whips. In the next moment, his right hand transformed into a palm, deftly countering the fierce whip strike with a technique that sent a wave of Tai Chi energy reverberating through Mo Sangjing's grip, leaving him momentarily numb. At the same time, his left hand quickly transitioned from a fist to a finger, targeting Mo Sangjing and Appos' wrist acupoint with precision, the motion seamless and fluid. Seeing this, Xiechia and Appos' eyes glinted with ruthlessness as the judge and Appos' pin struck like a coiled dragon, aiming directly for Li Jianxin and Appos' back. Yet, just as the pin was about to make contact, Li Jianxin subtly shifted, expertly avoiding the lethal blow. He then lightly flicked his left sleeve, channeling the gentle Tai Chi energy, which quietly diverted the pin's fierce momentum by a fraction. Seizing the opportunity, he spun around, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Xiechia's Dantian acupoint. Bang! Mo Sang suddenly intervened, blocking the blow at the whip's handle. The three figures momentarily separated, with the hem of Li Jianxin and Amp, Appos' white robe being sliced away, while the twin killers each retreated 3 steps. Mo Sang shook his numbed right hand and sneered. Wudong Cotton Palm? So, you are a high disciple from Wudong Mountain. My apologies. The white-robed youth, however, remained undeterred, quickening his pace and launching a relentless series of attacks against the black and white twin killers. In an instant, the 3 figures intertwined in the narrow street, fists and palms flying, their formidable energies colliding with resounding force. The fierce clash caused the cobblestones to tremble slightly, and a few new leaves fell from the branches above. Faced with the onslaught of the twin killers, Li Jianxin, despite relying solely on his martial prowess, remained unfazed. He adeptly wielded the Wudong Cotton Palm and Tai Chi push hands, each move executed with grace and fluidity, rendering the twin killers unable to close the distance. Meanwhile, Zhao Taizhan, witnessing the intense confrontation, felt a sense of despair as the powerful energy radiating from their battle formed an invisible barrier, preventing him from joining the fray. He could only watch helplessly as the fierce struggle unfolded before him. This lad and Appos' martial skills are truly remarkable. Mo Sang gritted his teeth, altering his approach as the whip coiled like a serpent, attempting to ensnare Li Jianxin's wrist. Li Jianxin smiled faintly, transforming his right hand into a claw and firmly grasping the whip, using its momentum to pull Mo Sang off balance, causing him to stumble forward. Seeing this, Xiechia swiftly targeted Li Jianxin's ribs with the judge's pin, but Li Jianxin seemed to anticipate the move, executing a swift blocking motion with his left hand while simultaneously sweeping his right leg to force Xiechia back. Zhao Taizhan, seizing the fleeting opportunity, lunged forward with his blade aimed at the retreating Xiechia. However, just as the blade reached its midpoint, the and Appos', White Killer and Appos', sneered, seeking death. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a silver thread shot forth from Xiechia's sleeve like lightning, aiming directly for Zhao Tieshan's throat. Beware the soul-binding thread. Li Jianxin and Amp, Appos' eyes narrowed, pivoting swiftly, but he was ultimately a fraction too late. The silver thread coiled around Zhao Taizhan and Amp, Appos' neck like a viper, blood splattering in an instant. Uncle Zhao, Yan Yuexian, watching from the second-floor window, gasped in horror. Fortunately, Li Jianxin reacted with lightning speed, flicking his fingers to sever the binding thread with a surge of sword energy. Zhao Taizhan staggered back several steps, his complexion pale. Thankfully, although he had sustained an injury to his neck, he had managed to preserve his life. A cold glint flashed in Li Jianxin's eyes as he swiftly retreated to the inn's entrance. He raised his right arm, slowly pressing it against the sword case beside him. With a crisp click, the right side of the sword case opened like a fan, revealing a rusted bronze sword. The sword seemed to sense its master and Amp, Appos' intent, emitting a sharp cry as it soared out, landing steadily in Li Jianxin's grasp. If my fists and feet cannot subdue you, then let us see how my sword fares. The blade glinted with a chilling light, as the spring breeze on the street seemed to still in that moment. The twin killers exchanged a grave glance, their expressions finally revealing a hint of seriousness. My sword has not tasted the air in 5 years. Allow me to demonstrate to Mr. Zhao how I shall protect myself. Li Jianxin took a step forward, the azure stone slab beneath him shattered with a resounding crack, as sword energy surged forth in all directions, reminiscent of unending spring rain. Chapter 62, The First Battle Down the Mountain, Part 2, Li Jianxin's innate sword bone lay dormant for 5 years. And now the sword energy surged up his spine, erupting forth like a roaring tide. In an instant, the air along the long street seemed to freeze, and the lanterns hanging above shattered with sharp cracks. Countless sparks flew, yet in mid-air, they abruptly stilled, an invisible cage formed by the sword energy, within a 10-foot radius, dust, fallen petals, and flying birds were all ensnared. This was the domain of the sword. With a resounding clang, the unrivaled sword was drawn. Its cry akin to a dragon roaring across the skies, and before the blade even reached its target, the sword energy swept out like a furious ocean tide. With a flourish, Li Jianxin executed the windward slash, unleashing 15 silver-white sword energies that fanned out from the blade. They cascaded down like moonlight and fell like cold stars to the ground, illuminating the entire street in a blinding radiance. Where the sword energy passed, the cobblestones flew asunder. Wooden splinters, shattered stones, and broken branches rained down like a torrential storm, weaving together to form a vast web of blades in the air. The expressions of the black and white twins shifted suddenly, their faces betraying shock and fury. In the next moment, a torrent of murderous intent surged from their bodies, merging violently with the immense true qi circulating within them. In the blink of an eye, the combined black and white malevolent energy erupted forth, exuding a chilling aura that seemed poised to devour everything around. If, during the previous contest of fists and feet, Zhao Taizan had struggled to find an opportunity to intervene, the situation now was entirely transformed. At this moment, he felt as if bound by an invisible force, fear occupying every inch of his skin and every nerve, rendering him utterly paralyzed. Despite being a skilled master of the art of qi, facing the murderous aura of the black and white twins and Li Jianxin's sword intent, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to a child gazing up at a mountain. At that moment, Xia Qia, enveloped in white malevolence, fiercely pointed his judge's pin, conjuring 3 feet of glacial ice infused with malice, launching it towards the sword energy. Simultaneously, Imo Sang, shrouded in black malevolence, brandished his 9-section whip. The whip shadows cascading like a multitude of serpents, all aimed at the sword energy. The 3 forces collided swiftly, yet the outcome was far from evenly matched. The glacial ice shattered upon contact with the sword energy, while the swarm of black serpents was mercilessly severed by the blade's onslaught, iron fragments scattering like dark snow. Retreat. The 2 cried in unison, their forms retreating 7 paces, the cobblestones beneath them carved into deep grooves by the sword energy, debris flying and dust rising. Is this the realm of intent? Imo Sang roared, swinging his 9-section whip once more, only for the whip's shadow to freeze upon encountering the vast sword energy. Li Jianxin deftly flicked his sword, and the tranquil water-style sword energy curled around the steel whip, binding it into a solid iron ball. In the next moment, the tranquil water technique swept away the mundane. Blood erupted from Imo Sang's hands, leaving him to watch helplessly as his weapon was reduced to iron shavings, mingling with the falling leaves. Witnessing this, Xia Qia's eyes blazed with fury. He bit his tongue and spat forth a mouthful of blood. The blood mist abruptly coalesced in the air, transforming into 7 blood-red bone nails, their tips ignited with ghostly blue flames. Chilling to the bone, this was the dreaded Yama and Apos, seal that struck fear into the hearts of the Jianghu. However, this was merely the beginning. With his sleeves billowing, countless concealed weapons poured forth like a torrential downpour. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Triangular bone-piercing darts, mother and child linked throwing darts, corrosive plum blossom needles, poisoned iron thorns. A multitude of concealed weapons pierced through the night sky, intertwining into a web of death, their cold gleam flickering like blossoms in the wind, yet hiding deadly intent. Each concealed weapon was laced with potent poison, some shimmering with purple light, others glowing green, or carrying a foul scent, enveloped in white malevolence, targeting Li Jianxin's vital points. Yet, within the realm of sword energy, all were but ants. Swoosh! 2 serpent-like streams of sword energy erupted from Li Jianxin and Apos' sleeves, soaring through the void, and wherever they passed, the concealed weapons disintegrated. The bone nails twisted and warped under the sword energy, instantly turning to blood, which fell to the ground and scorched the blue stones, creating countless pits, from which wisps of green smoke rose. The mother and child link throwing darts exploded in midair, the mother dart shattering into iron shavings, while the child dart, yet to disperse, was ground into powder by the sword energy. The corrosive plum blossom needles fell like rain. Yet upon touching the sword energy, they transformed into sparks, vanishing without a trace. Boom. The poisoned iron thorns erupted, a black mist enveloping the area. Yet, Li Jianxin turned his blade, the sword energy swirling like a tempest, and in an instant, tore open a rift in the poisonous fog, which surged but could not breach the 3 feet surrounding him. Xia Qia's pupils contracted in horror. His lethal concealed weapon skill, the 1,000 deaths flying blossoms, had not even grazed the hem of Li Jianxin and Apos' garment. Having mastered numerous sword techniques and observed various sword paths, Li Jianxin had seldom used this technique, and Apos, 2 sleeves blue serpents, and Apos, taught by the old sword god. However, upon using it just now, he felt an exhilarating release. The technique's power enhanced by a third. Seizing the opportunity, Imo Sang bellowed, wielding his broken whip in a horizontal sweep, while the black malevolence behind him coalesced into a vengeful specter, brandishing a scythe aimed at Li Jianxin. A flash of silver light flickered in Li Jianxin's eyes, his sword eye piercing through the void, as he sliced the air with the unrivaled sword, Heaven's opening style. The sword light cascaded like a suspended galaxy, sweeping up the debris of the street, stones, broken wood, and dust, transforming them into a 10-foot-long sword dragon that roared towards the black and white twins. Regaining his senses, Xia Qi stepped forward, placing a hand on Imo Sanjing's shoulder, infusing him with true qi mingled with white malevolence. Soul claiming, the two shouted in unison. As the Judge's pin and broken whip crossed in a cruciform, under their combined might, the black and white malevolence intertwined, and the black specter was suddenly adorned in white armor. Boom. In the next moment, they collided. The combined secret technique of the black and white twins was forcibly cleaved apart by the sword energy dragon. An old locust tree 20 paces away suddenly snapped in half, its broken end as smooth as a mirror. Xiechia and Apos' left arm was severed at the shoulder, no blood visible at the severed end. Only fine sword energy flickering like starlight, eroding flesh. Imo Sang and Apos' garments were torn to shreds, a sword wound slashing diagonally from his collarbone to his abdomen, exposing bone beneath. 20 paces away, Zhao Taizhan leaned against the inn and Apos' doorpost, his broad-backed blade marred with cracks from the dissipating sword energy, yet he remained oblivious. At the window on the second floor, Yin Yuexin gazed at the unfolding scene, her mind a blank slate. She had once witnessed her great-grandfather, a master of the Tao, unleash his formidable techniques, which had left her in awe. Yet now, she did not believe her once revered ancestor could surpass the youth standing before her. Li Jianxin sheathed his sword, standing tall as the myriad sword energies converged like rivers returning to the sea, all absorbed into the unrivaled sword. The sword tip fell, and the long street returned to silence. Only the clouds, sculpted by the sword energy into a crescent shape, cast a cold, ethereal glow, illuminating the chaotic scene, shattered blue bricks, drifting leaves, the still burning remnants of lanterns, and the two figures, now lifeless shadows, standing motionless. As the night breeze swept by, Imo Sanging and Xiechia collapsed. Their weapons, the 9-section whip and the Judge's pen, clattering to the ground, reduced to a pile of iron fragments. Their organs had long been pulverized by the sword energy, leaving no chance of survival. The young man in white slowly turned and approached Zhao Taihan at the inn entrance. Mr. Zhao, are you unscathed? The burly man, finally regaining his senses, could only smile wryly and shake his head. Vital energy like a dragon, true qi like the sea, sword intent overwhelming. Even before reaching the mastery of qi, you exhibit true qi projecting outward. The stature of a terrestrial immortal does not suffice to describe young Master Li. Li Jianxin said nothing further, simply assisting the man into the inn. Yet within, he contemplated. Mr. Zhao possesses remarkable insight. Chapter 63. A gentle breeze on the following morning. As dawn barely broke, Yin Yuexin and Zhao Taizhan hurriedly organized the group to leave Qinglin town, not daring to linger for even a moment, continuing their journey towards Qinzhou. The harrowing assassination from the night before weighed heavily upon their hearts, compelling them to hasten their departure without delay. As they traveled westward, the path proved tumultuous. Beset by numerous ambushes, those with nefarious intentions concealed themselves within the forests or lay in wait along the roadside, poised to strike. Yet, these attacks required no intervention from Li Jianxin. The guards, relying on their martial skills and seamless teamwork, repelled the adversaries one by one. However, the relentless battles imposed tremendous strain on both body and spirit, visibly exhausting everyone, whose once lively steps grew weary and whose eyes reflected an increasing fatigue. Among the group, Yin Yuexin gently reined in the reins of her white horse, her azure gown fluttering softly in the morning breeze. She gazed vacantly at the figure ahead, a young man astride a chestnut steed, his slender frame standing upright, the ancient and exquisite sword sheath on his back strikingly prominent. Sunlight filtered through the mist, casting a delicate golden hue upon his white robes. Since the previous night's encounter, the two had not exchanged a word, as if an invisible wall had risen between them. Unconsciously, Yin Yuexin's slender fingers entwined with the reins, her knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Memories of their first meeting flooded her mind. The young scholar, engrossed in reading the Nanhua Jing at the tea house. Back then, as the young lady of the Yin family, she would tease him freely, calling him a bookworm and engaging in playful banter. On the day of the Black Wind 13 Riders Assault, she witnessed the young man in action for the first time. Even knowing he might be a true disciple of Wudong Mountain, a prodigy among the younger generation, she believed herself to be the heir of the Yin family in the Cold Moon Palace, and felt no less than him, still capable of conversing as equals. Yet, after last night's sword strike, Yin Yuexin instinctively pressed her hand to her chest, her pride and self-awareness shattered by the overwhelming sword energy, leaving her feeling distant from the young man. She finally understood that what lay within that sword sheath was not merely a blade, but perhaps a mountain she could never hope to surpass. As the gentle breeze stirred a strand of hair by her temple, it could not disperse the complexity of emotions in her eyes. She began to waver, to feel lost, to question was it truly right to leave the hero's sword behind? Did the Cold Moon Palace and the Yin family truly possess the worthiness to guard such a divine weapon? What is Miss Yin pondering? A clear voice suddenly resonated beside her. Yin Yuexin was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Li Jianxin had unexpectedly ridden alongside her. The youth on the chestnut horse bore a bright countenance, and as sunlight illuminated his gentle eyes, a radiant glow seemed to dance within them. She paused for a moment. Then a smile graced her lips, as the shadows in her eyes dissipated like mist blown away by the wind. For some unknown reason, when he spoke first, the inexplicable knot in her heart seemed to loosen significantly. She thought, blinking her eyes, smiling brightly, Li Gongzi is indeed formidable. Even the strongest killer duo of the Qi Master Realm is nothing under your sword. Her tone was light, yet carried a hint of subtle testing, as if seeking confirmation while masking something deeper. Li Jianxin's lips curled slightly, his gaze clear as he regarded the lovely maiden beside him. His voice warm yet tinged with seriousness. They are ultimately assassins. Their skills in direct confrontation are lacking, compounded by their unrefined upbringing. He paused, then smiled lightly, his eyes meeting hers directly. Moreover, does my newfound prowess mean we are no longer friends? As the mountain wind swept by, it tousled Yan Yueshuan's hair, dispelling her momentary astonishment. The young man's laughter was as bright as ever, as if the stunning strike from the previous night had never severed anything. And it seemed he had already perceived the maiden's uncertainties. When the wind quieted, Yan Yuexian felt a warmth rising to her ears, hastily turning her face away, unable to hide the blush blooming on her cheeks. Of course, we are friends. She unconsciously twisted the reins with her fingers, her voice deliberately bright. I am waiting for you to become a legendary sword immortal, so that I may cling to your coattails. As soon as the words left her lips, she bit her lower lip in regret. This was clearly the teasing tone she had used with the young scholar in the past. Yet the person before her, now the youth on the chestnut horse, chuckled softly, his white robes billowing gently in the sunlight, akin to clouds, accentuating his ethereal appearance. Miss Yin, he spoke gently, like a clear mountain spring. My teacher once told me that young people need not live too deeply. I impart this wisdom to you today. He lightly touched the sword sheath, his gaze earnest. Our palms are but a small measure. What we can protect are merely those truly important to us. Therefore, should you wish to pursue something, do so without hesitation. But I implore you, Miss Yin, to remain kind-hearted. The color on the maiden and Appo's cheeks deepened, yet she noticed the young man suddenly turn his head, a smile in his eyes. Would you like to learn swordsmanship? Yan Yueshuan's eyes brightened at his words, instantly grasping the meaning behind them. Are you willing to teach me? The young man lightly tapped the sword sheath with his finger, and a melodious sound of the sword resonated from within, carrying a hint of playful laughter as it reached her ears. We are both in the realm of understanding. There is no question of teaching. It is merely a sparring of sorts. The sparkle in the maiden's bright eyes momentarily faltered, her delicate fingers absent-mindedly caressing the reins. But do not worry about the assassination attempts. The young man looked towards the distant clouds, his voice calm. The ambushes after leaving the town are clearly intended to delay us. Since we are destined to confront this long-planned assassination, he turned his gaze to the weary guards. It would be better to rest here, so we can face the threat in our best form, thereby safeguarding our lives. Yan Yuexian followed his gaze. She could see the fatigue etched on the guards' faces, their hands trembling slightly around their weapons. Taking a deep breath, her azure sleeves fluttered in the wind. Then we shall proceed as you suggest, Li Gongzi. Before long, the group selected a flat area facing the stream and backed by a cliff to rest. The guards sat on the ground, while Li Jianxin broke off a 3-foot-long branch from a nearby tree and drew a semicircular sword mark on the stony beach by the stream. He turned to the young maiden in green. Miss Yin, why not try drawing your sword? Upon hearing this, Yan Yuexian also wished to break off a branch. But Li Jianxin stopped her. Just use the cold moon blade at your waist. The young maiden's fingers brushed over the frost patterns on the sheath, hesitating. But this is fear not. The young man reassured, twirling the branch in his hand to create a sword flower that scattered the shimmering reflections on the water and Appo's surface. Just draw your sword with confidence. Chapter 64. Guidance. A gentle spring breeze, infused with the fragrance of trees, swept through, swirling a few leaves into the air. The fallen leaves danced gracefully before settling softly upon the babbling brook, creating delicate ripples. The clear surface of the stream reflected the silhouettes of figures confronting each other on both banks. Yan Yuexian lightly tapped the sword sheath with her slender fingers, and the Hanyu blade emitted a clear, resonant sound under the moonlight. As the blade was drawn, it released a pool of ethereal blue light, resembling a shattered ice lake. She lightly tapped the bluestone slab 3 times with her toes, advancing with the grace of a cold plum blossom, as 6 petal-like phantoms of plum blossoms unfurled beside her. As the blade traced a half-arc from below, 3 drops of icy dew materialized at its tip. These 3 cold stars seemed to ignite simultaneously, targeting the vital points of the ZHNZHing, YNHU, and MIXN, leaving faint blue trails in the air. Li Jianxin and Appo's white garment fluttered slightly, his figure naturally turning sideways as if propelled by the sword and Appo's wind, narrowly avoiding the 3 drops of dew that grazed his clothing and splashed into tiny ice crystals on the stony shore. Yet it was not over. The young girl suddenly twisted her delicate wrist, the blade vibrating with a resonant hum. The full moon-like light circle formed a ring of frost mist before her, as 12 strands of sword energy cascaded like moonlight. Li Jianxin and Appo's as heel gently ground against the fallen leaves. His retreating steps allowing the mist's edge to dissipate just inches from his nose. He observed the young girl's taut neck from exertion, the tassels of her white magnolia hairpin swaying violently. The third move came swiftly. As Yan Yuexin spun, her jade hairpin clattered to the ground. The blade moving in a reverse arc, its light fading like a waning moon as it struck toward Li Jianxin. At last, Li Jianxin and Apos, S hand, which had been gripping a branch, stirred. With a flick of his wrist, the branch burst forth in a green glow, the jade will 3 folds of the Hanyu Palace. Before the words escaped his lips, the verdant branch struck the spine of the Hanyu blade, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. Li Jianxin's wrist traced a Tai Chi arc, gently deflecting Yan Yuexuan's sword intent. Sword intent, akin to moonlight, thrives in natural flow, yet miss Yan's sword intent. The branch coiled around the Hanyu blade, constricting it, revealing her fixation on the form of the technique. Yan Yuexin felt the blade ensnared in a gentle spring ambience. The green branch pressing against her tiger's mouth. Another attempt? Li Jianxin stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of an almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. The green branch twirled lightly between his fingers, appearing as an ordinary twig for play rather than the weapon that had just nullified her proud swordplay. Yan Yuexin bit her lower lip tightly, a stubborn flame igniting in her gaze. She was acutely aware of the vast disparity between them, but Li Jianxin, wielding merely a branch and without employing any techniques, had completely dismantled her sword intent. How could she accept this? Come, she commanded sharply, her wrist flipping as her sword intent underwent a sudden transformation. The Hanyu blade swiftly carved 7 enigmatic arcs. As the blade passed, the air crystallized into intricate frost patterns, and the stream's vicinity instantly chilled, as if the very air had frozen. Li Jianxin's gaze flickered, and he gently rotated the branch in his palm. With a clear, ringing sound, the seemingly fragile branch accurately struck 3 inches from her blade's edge. In an instant, the fierce sword intent melted away like snow greeting the morning sun, silently dissipating. How could this be? The girl gazed at her trembling sword tip, her pearly teeth biting down on her lip. Is this the mysterious sword technique? Li Jianxin casually twirled the branch, interrupting. The sword moves in an unconventional manner. Akin to viewing flowers through fog, the path of the sword is elusive, yet carries considerable power. Indeed, it is an excellent technique. Suddenly, he flicked his wrist, gently tapping the girl's sword edge with the branch. But, what was it? Yan Yuexuan's sword trembled, 3 inches of frost patterns appearing on the blade. Elusive yet palpable. Li Jianxin smiled without answering, instead gazing at the brook, directing his vital energy from his fingertips. A fallen leaf twirled down, and with a gentle flick of the branch, it floated serenely downstream. Observe this leaf. It appears to drift with the current, yet it subtly harmonizes with the water's nature. Your sword, Li Jianxin said, lightly tapping the girl's brow with the branch, is overly fixated on the technique itself. Her pupils constricted slightly, the cold gleam at the sword's tip flickering unpredictably, resembling a startled moon shadow. If Miss Yan does not mind, please demonstrate a few more moves of the mysterious sword technique. Perhaps I might discern some insights. Li Jianxin's tone remained calm, yet his gaze held the depth of autumn waters. Upon hearing this, Yan Yuexuan's face flushed with embarrassment, and she softly replied, Young Master Li, it is not that I am unwilling to demonstrate, but, aside from the previous second move, the other 9 would appear as a clumsy swordsman swinging wildly, lacking any form. Oh, Li Jianxin raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. No matter, do show me. The girl hesitated briefly but ultimately lifted her sword. However, as the light of the blade danced, the once sharp and intricate moves now came off as cumbersome and clumsy, resembling a child wielding a heavy weapon. Devoid of any semblance of a master-esque grace, Li Jianxin observed for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed, contemplating. The mysterious sword technique is renowned in the martial world. How could it be so flawed? Could it be? Young Master Li, do you perceive any clues? The girl asked, her face alight with hope. Li Jianxin pondered the previous sword moves, his fingertips gently tracing the patterns on the branch. Miss Yan's swordplay is precise, yet it feels lacking in some aspect. Upon hearing this, the girl's bright eyes dimmed somewhat. Even young Master Li cannot discern the crux of the issue? Li Jianxin smiled broadly, gently shaking his head. Not quite. I have some conjectures, but I need to see the sword manual to be certain. We shall wait until our journey concludes. However, I do have some thoughts regarding Miss Yan's swordsmanship. At this point, the youth paused slightly, gazing at the exquisite girl. Yan Yuexin, perceiving his expression, chuckled softly. Do speak plainly. Would I really be upset? The youth scratched his head and said, Your foundation in swordsmanship is inadequate. You merely mimic, fixating on techniques without personal reflection. Do you know the 13 basic sword forms? Of course. I mastered them at 6. The girl replied naturally. Really? A glimmer of mischief flashed in Li Jianxin's eyes as he suddenly hurled the branch toward an ancient tree 3 zhang away. The supple branch pierced the trunk like an arrow. If you trust me, practice the 13 forms 100 times each day. In 3 months, the youth suddenly pointed at her brow with his fingers. You will understand what it means for the sword to be in hand. Yet the intent is ahead of the sword. And Apos, oh dear. The girl was about to respond when a young man clad in animal hide fell from the tree, crashing onto the bluish stones by the brook, shattering the hard rock into a spiderweb of cracks. Chapter 65, The King of Tuobaming with a Swift Motion. Zhao Taizhan positioned his blade horizontally, instantaneously shielding Yin Yuexian with his presence, while the guards quickly encircled the young man clad in animal skin. Yin Yuexian unsheathed her sword 3 inches, its cold gleam flashing, when the youth performed an agile leap, rubbing the back of his head and muttering, "Ouch, ouch. Why does the tree shake even while I'm sleeping? I almost fell to my death. Huh, why are there so many people here?" Li Jianxin and Appo's eyes sparkled with realization. He had not noticed anyone in the tree moments before. The youth, despite appearing awkward upon landing, was clearly manipulating his internal energy to negate the impact of the fall. What drew further attention was his physique. "Mr. Zhao?" Zhao Taizhan was about to interrogate him when Li Jianxin raised a hand to halt him. Li Jianxin then turned to the young man, offering a slight smile and cupping his hands in greeting. "I did not realize you were resting here. My apologies for the disturbance." The youth grinned widely, revealing 2 sharp canine teeth. "No worries, no worries." His gaze burned with intensity as he scrutinized Li Jianxin. "Were you just sword fighting? Care for a spar with me?" "Young brother, if you wish to test your skills, I would gladly accompany you," Zhao Taizhan stated solemnly. However, before he could finish, the youth darted forward, appearing before Li Jianxin in an instant, his speed so remarkable that no afterimage was left behind. He pointed to the heavily tarpaulin-covered carriage, then back to Li Jianxin and himself, cheerfully declaring, "They can end Oppos. Keep up. They end Oppos. Re too weak. Even that one inside cannot compete." He rubbed his hands together, a fierce determination gleaming in his eyes. "How about we have a go at it? How swift?" Li Jianxin marveled inwardly. Yet he displayed no surprise at the youth's revelation of the hidden presence within the carriage. Yin Yuexian and Zhao Taizhan, however, exchanged alarmed glances, their energies immediately tensing. Li Jianxin, sensing no hostility from the youth, smiled calmly. "Unfortunately, that shall not be possible at present. I have promised Miss Yin to escort them to Qingzhou and cannot spare the time for a duel." He shifted the topic, inquiring, "Might I ask what brings you here?" "Me?" The youth scratched his head, a look of frustration crossing his face. "Someone told me I could find a top-tier expert among the younger generation here. So I came to wait, hoping for a chance to spar." His gaze fixed intently on Li Jianxin, his fighting spirit intensifying. "But with your sharp aura, oh, how I wish to test my mettle. Yet, you're headed to Qingzhou. What to do about that?" He fidgeted restlessly, resembling a monkey anxious to leap. Yet his eyes remained locked on Li Jianxin, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Li Jianxin discerned the youth's intentions and concluded that he was merely a pawn being utilized by unseen forces. After all, with such a fervent passion for martial arts and no murderous intent, he hardly resembled an assassin on a mission. As he pondered, the youth suddenly slapped his thigh, eyes sparkling with inspiration. "I have it. Why don't I accompany you to Qingzhou? Once your business is concluded, we can have a good fight." He began counting on his fingers. "Anyway, I need to pass through Qingzhou on my way to the capital. It's quite convenient." He gazed at Li Jianxin with childlike eagerness, even tiptoeing closer. Li Jianxin couldn't help but chuckle at the youth's audacity, perceiving a childlike innocence in his reckless demeanor. He caught a glimpse of Zhao Taizhan shaking his head discreetly, while Yin Yuexian subtly signaled him to remain cautious. "Since you are so earnest, then let it be so." However, Li Jianxin patted the youth's shoulder. "Please do not startle the one in the carriage." I know," the youth replied, unfazed by the probing, flipping joyfully in place. "I promise to stay 3 zhang away from that carriage. Wait, if someone tries to ambush us, I can still intervene, right?" Li Jianxin and Appo's lips curled into a slight smile. "If someone indeed dares to act foolishly, I would certainly welcome your assistance." That's great. "It won't be too dull," the youth exclaimed, but suddenly paused as if recollecting something. He pulled out a handful of berries from his animal skin pouch. "Want some? Just pick them from the tree." Li Jianxin regarded the overly familiar young man and sensed that this journey to Qingzhou would likely be far more entertaining than he had anticipated. He raised his hand to signal Zhao Taizhan and the others to sheathe their weapons. Accepting the berries offered by the youth, he examined them closely in the sunlight. The purplish-red skins glistened with morning dew, catching the light with a crystalline clarity. He took a light bite, the sweet and tangy juice bursting in his mouth, and remarked, "The flavor of the wild is indeed delightful." Discarding the pit into the stream, Li Jianxin brushed off his sleeves, introducing himself. "I am Li Jianxin, hailing from Wudong Mountain." "And you?" Seeing this, Zhao Taizhan led the guards back 3 zhang, dissipating the previously tense atmosphere like melting spring ice. The stream babbled softly, and a few startled kingfishers returned to their perches. The youth, witnessing Li Jianxin enjoying the berries, danced with delight. "I am Tuoba Mingwang, of the Tuoba clan from Hanzhou." Lowering his voice conspiratorially, he leaned closer. "But the old folks at home call me the Demon King of Chaos. Don't you dare take after them." As he leaned in, Li Jianxin noticed a faint flame pattern between Tuoba Mingwang's brows. Having perused the scriptures of the library, he recognized this as a mark of the Tuoba clan's mastery of the Hunyuan skill. Li Jianxin's gaze sharpened, reflecting on the earlier incident where the stone had cracked upon the youth's landing. With his Hunyuan skill perfected, if he had not deliberately tempered his force, the stone would have been reduced to dust. He discreetly glanced at the spiderweb-like fissures on the ground, and then back at Tuoba Mingwang, whose seemingly slender form concealed immense strength. According to records, when the Hunyuan skill is mastered, one can split mountains and shatter stones with mere gestures. Today's encounter indeed validated this age-old truth. Such formidable physique, combined with his unpredictable agility. He absently rubbed his fingertips, a flicker of combat spirit igniting within him. Should a confrontation arise, would my sword prove sharper, or his flesh more resilient? After a brief respite, the convoy set forth once more. True to his word, Tuoba Mingwang maintained a distance of 3 zhang from the carriage while behaving like an exuberant child. Darting around the group, occasionally plucking wildflowers to adorn the guard scabbards, or squatting by the stream to skip stones. Yan Yuexian rode closer to Li Jianxin, lowering her voice. Young Master Li, can we truly trust this person? After all, this journey is. Fear not, Li Jianxin replied, watching Tuoba Mingwang suddenly leap atop a tree. Everything will be well. Chapter 66. The heist. Have you ever heard the phrase, in the realm of chaos, even 100 weapons cannot breach? It is not to say that a figure like Tuoba Mingwang would covet a sword, even if he did harbor such intentions, with his prowess. The others present would likely be unable to touch even the hem of his garment. Li Jianxin gently caressed the sword box with his fingertips, his gaze drifting toward the swaying figure atop the distant treetops. If my conjecture is correct, this person is most likely the war child of the Tuoba family in this generation. Yan Yuexian tightened her grip on the reins. Yet she noticed Li Jianxin turning to her with a reassuring smile. As for the mastermind behind this, I have my own plans in mind. I believe this journey to Qinzhou will only hold one final storm. So Miss Yan, let the merchant caravan prepare accordingly. Very well, I trust you. The young woman lightly tucked a strand of hair that the mountain breeze had disheveled, a hint of relief gracing her elegant features. What are you two discussing? I thought I heard my name, came the sudden voice of Tuoba Mingwang, who had silently approached them, tilting his head with a curious expression. I mentioned that you are the war child of the Tuoba family, but Miss Yan doesn't seem to believe it. Li Jianxin's lips curled into a slight smirk, mischief glimmering in his eyes. I do not. The young woman felt her cheeks warm, feigning annoyance as she shot an indignant glare at Li Jianxin. Please do not speak nonsense. She huffed lightly and turned her face away, attempting to conceal the smile that threatened to escape her lips. I truly am. The beast-hide-clad youth replied, scratching his head with an earnest demeanor, resembling a farm boy caught off guard by a relative's inquiry. Li Jianxin couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, a glint of amusement dancing in his eyes. He shifted the conversation, inquiring, with your exceptional martial skills, Tuoba, I presume you have encountered numerous formidable opponents? Are there any worthy adversaries to speak of? Tuoba Mingwang rubbed his nose, a flicker of reminiscence crossing his gaze. In truth, I have only been away from home for a little over a month. That Nangong family member, a mere decorative figure, is utterly unremarkable. Those ranked outside the top 30 are equally uninspiring. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, excitement coursing through him as he gestured animatedly. But that young master from Tiandao Mountain Villa, his Jinghong three-wave sword technique is truly remarkable. When he executed his final strike, even I nearly failed to parry it. As he spoke, he abruptly pulled open his beast-hide cloak, revealing a still-healing scar on his left shoulder. See this? It's the parting gift he left me. Though the wound had scabbed over, the severity of the cut was evident. And who emerged victorious? Li Jianxin's voice deepened, his gaze lingering on the scar. He felt a faint tremor within his innate sword energy, as if sensing the residual intent of that blade. Tuoba Mingwang grinned widely, revealing 2 sharp canines. Naturally, I triumphed by half a move. He thumped his chest with pride. His Tianyan sword art is indeed overwhelmingly powerful, the last strike even drawing upon the forces of heaven and earth. Alas! The young man and Appo's eyes sparkled with determination as he clenched his fist, creating a resounding crack. In the end, it was still half a beat slower than my fist. Just half a move? That seems plausible, Li Jianxin mused inwardly, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing against one another. What he did not know was that during the duel at Tiandao Mountain Villa a month prior, apart from that final strike, young Master Song Kei's blade had not even grazed the hem of Tuoba Mingwang's clothing. The so-called exchange of injuries was merely Song Kei's desperate gamble in a moment of peril. As the mountain wind swept through the treetops, Tuoba Mingwang instinctively touched his scar, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. Perhaps in the heart of this war child, he truly believed he had only won by half a move. After all, had that final strike of the Tianyan sword art been just a tad more ferocious or a heartbeat swifter, the one standing here now might have been a lifeless corpse. Yan Yuexian unconsciously tightened her grip on the reins, her knuckles turning pale. Zhao Taizan swallowed hard, instinctively feeling his throat constrict. How could these illustrious heirs of extraordinary powers, ranked among the elite, be spoken of so casually, as if they were mere ordinary warriors engaging in friendly sparring? Even more terrifying was the fact that he had actually claimed victory. The guards exchanged glances, shock evident in their expressions. They suddenly realized that had it not been for Li Jianxin's intervention, the consequences of recklessly confronting this individual would have been a chilling thought. As Li Jianxin and Tuoba Mingwang were about to continue their conversation, both suddenly stiffened, turning their attention toward the road ahead. A figure clad in white sat leisurely upon a stone, a trio of middle-aged men in black robes standing behind him. The man on the left brandished dual halberds, their blades glinting coldly, while the one on the right wielded a chain spear coiling like a viper ready to strike. The central figure, though empty-handed, exuded an aura of palpable danger. "Stop! Be on guard," Li Jianxin commanded, his right hand already resting on his sword box. The young man in white, however, languidly stretched, rising to his feet. With each step, he glided as if a specter, covering several meters in an instant, the three figures in black trailing closely behind him. Though they were still a distance away, his voice, tinged with weariness, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "At last, I've been waiting for you." That nap left my back sore. Zhao Tieshan's pupils constricted, his grip on the sword trembling involuntarily, his voice quivering. The seventh holy son of the demonic sect, Yiming Lan Mujio. He bit down hard on his tongue, suppressing the surge of fear that threatened to overwhelm him, and spoke in a low voice, "Young Master Li. This man ranks second on the list. He is not to be trifled with." Upon hearing the name Lan Mujio, Li Jianxin's sword energy abruptly coiled inward, his demeanor resembling that of a blade drawn just 3 inches from its sheath, seemingly calm yet brimming with latent danger. He understood better than anyone that ever since Xie Wuji of Songjian Mountain Villa ascended to the top of the rankings, the landscape had shifted dramatically, transforming the rankings into a realm where only the truly extraordinary could thrive. No longer could anyone with minimal merit aspire to the heights of the list as they might have 5 years ago. Now, those who could breach the top 10 were unparalleled prodigies destined to establish their own sects in the future. And this individual before him had ascended to the second position by stepping over the corpses of countless other talents. The playful grin that had adorned Tuoba Mingwang and Apos, as face had vanished entirely, replaced by an overwhelming battle intent. His muscles tensed, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. As a fierce glint ignited in his eyes, resembling a tiger that had caught sight of its prey. "This one can fight, right?" Yin Huishan observed the tense demeanor of the two, a hint of bitterness curling at the corners of her lips. She quietly tightened her grip on the cold moon blade at her waist, silently praying that these two young heroes would prevail against their formidable foe. Lan Mujio strolled leisurely to within 5 paces of the group, casually scanning the poised figures of the two young men, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. "You wish to challenge me? You are not worthy." Li Jianxin furrowed his brow, inquiring gravely, "Is the demonic sect also interested in the hero sword?" "The hero sword?" Lan Mujio yawned lazily, waving his sleeve dismissively. "The hero sword holds no significance to my sect, but its wielder is of utmost importance." He idly gestured to the 3 men in black behind him, saying, "You 3, take them on together. Whoever secures the hero sword shall be promoted to an official position." Chapter 67 Bitter Battle, Part 1. The Position of Steward. Upon hearing these words, the 3 figures cloaked in black suddenly ignited with a terrifying brilliance in their eyes. The burly man in the center, barehanded, took a decisive step forward, causing the ground beneath him to crack with a resounding boom, spiderweb-like fissures radiating out for several yards. His brawny arms bulged with sinewy muscles, veins coursing like serpents, as an overwhelming aura surged forth like a tempest. The oppressive force of the questioning realm bore down upon the merchant guards, draining the color from their faces, forcing many to stagger backward, with some of the weaker ones collapsing to their knees, blood streaming from their noses and mouths. The king of Tuoba narrowed his pupils, a fervent grin spreading across his face as his battle spirit erupted, declaring, "This one is mine." Li Jianxin nodded, his right hand resting upon the sword sheath. "Be cautious. After all, he is of the questioning realm, and his physical prowess may rival yours. An opportunity not to be missed." The king of Tuoba laughed maniacally, his muscles swelling as he donned a fierce blue aura that radiated violently around him. With a sudden push from his toes, the ground shattered explosively, and amidst the flying debris, he shot forth like thunder, charging directly at the barehanded figure in black. The black-clad man smirked, unflinching, and retaliated with an unremarkable punch. Boom. Even before the punch reached its target, the air was compressed to the point of explosive rupture, gouging a deep trench into the ground. The king of Tuoba and Apos' eyes blazed with fervor as he met the attack with a punch of his own, his kinetic energy solidifying with an ominous apparition of a fearsome king looming behind him, exuding an aura of death. Clang. The collision of their fists erupted with a sound akin to metal striking metal. As their energies clashed, a second punch followed, stronger than the first. Boom. A violent shockwave erupted, snapping trees within a 10-yard radius as the ground cracked like a spider and Apos' web. The king of Tuoba was forced back 7 steps, each imprint in the earth 3 inches deep, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The black-clad man also staggered back 3 steps, a flash of astonishment in his eyes. Delightful. The king of Tuoba spat blood, his arms crimson as if branded by fire, his battle spirit only intensified. Again, the two clashed once more, their fists and feet colliding with sparks flying, as if two titanic steel giants were engaged in combat. The black-clad man suddenly shifted tactics, his hands clamping down on the king of Tuoba and Apos, as shoulders like iron pincers. Grinning wickedly, the king lifts the cauldron. His muscles bulged as he attempted to lift the king of Tuoba with sheer force. The king of Tuoba, unfazed, laughed in response. The phantom behind him solidified, bellowing. Heavenly strength, 9 waves. 9 waves of dark energy surged from his shoulders into the opponent's body. The black-clad man grunted, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he did not relent, his muscles swelling further as he lifted the king of Tuoba overhead. Bow before me, the black-clad man roared, preparing to slam him into the ground. Just at that critical moment, the king of Tuoba twisted sharply, his legs coiling around the black-clad man and Apos' neck like a constrictor, barking. King and Apos' strangle. Boom. The two crashed to the ground, rolling like ferocious beasts, shattering stones and stirring up dust. Meanwhile, Li Jianqin's eyes gleamed with cold light as the long-anticipated sword, Slayer of Evil, finally sang as it was drawn. The blade reflected a chilling brilliance under the sun, like autumn waters shimmering. Daring to act recklessly in the presence of the questioning realm, the black-clad man wielding dual trident scoffed, swiftly tracing a cross of cold light with his hands. The fierce wind from his attack severed several strands of Li Jianqin's hair. Simultaneously, the last black-clad figure flicked his wrist, unleashing a chain spear that lunged toward Li Jianqin's lower body. In an instant, Li Jianqin found himself encircled by the dual tridents and the chain spear, his situation perilous. Wind and wave style, Li Jianqin executed a circular motion with his sword, skillfully deflecting the tridents while his body floated like willow fluff, narrowly evading the onslaught of the chain spear. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing metal rang incessantly. Each block was a narrow escape, but the profound energy from the questioning realm masters left his hands numb, blood seeping from his right hand. Such swordplay from a mere observer realm is indeed rare. The black-clad man wielding the dual trident sneered, alas, in the face of absolute power. Skill is but a desperate struggle. Before the words had left his mouth, the dual tridents erupted with a 3-yard arc of energy. Li Jianqin's left shoulder was instantly sliced open, yet he seized the momentum to advance, shattered star style. 7 cold stars shot forth like meteors, aimed directly at the opponent's throat. The black-clad man recoiled in panic, his protective aura still breached by the sword energy, leaving a shallow wound upon his neck. Seeking death, the chain spear ensnared Li Jianqin and Apos' right leg, yanking fiercely. In the nick of time, Li Jianqin and Apos' left hand tapped the ground lightly, his sword bones surging with energy. Burial of the sword tide. Boom. The ground erupted with dozens of fierce sword energies, surging like a tidal wave, flooding backward. The chain spear was forced back amidst the sparks of collision, and the black-clad man was compelled to retreat hastily. Li Jianqin and Apos' assault did not wane. He suddenly forsook his sword and struck with his palm. 2 sleeves of green serpents. 2 torrents of green sword energy erupted from his sleeves, like dragons emerging from the sea, instantly shredding the steel chain spear into segments. The spear-wielding black-clad man cried out in pain, staggering backward. Just as Li Jianqin was about to pursue, a muffled groan sounded from behind him. His heart tightened, and his momentum faltered. Li Jianqin turned sharply, only to witness the black-clad man's elbow crashing into the king of Tuoba and Apos' chest with a sickening crack. Instantly, the king of Tuoba was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing into 3 large trees before finally slamming into the trunk of the 4th, splintering wood flying everywhere. Brother Tuoba. Before the exclamation could finish, Li Jianqin felt a chilling presence behind him. The dual trident black-clad man seized the fleeting opportunity, closing in like a wraith, his 2 tridents slicing down with a piercing sound. Clang. In a rush, Li Jianqin raised his sword to block, only to feel an overwhelming force travel down the blade, displacing his insides. The impact lifted him off the ground, sending him soaring through the air, crashing heavily into a pile of rubble 10 yards away. Daring to divide your focus while battling us? The black-clad man sneered, flicking the blood from his tridents, the droplets glistening ominously in the sunlight. It seems you are longing for death. Nearby, Zhao Taizhan and the others, intending to rush to aid, suddenly froze. A bone-chilling murderous intent constricting around their throats like a venomous serpent. A shiver ran down their spines, feeling like prey under the gaze of a primordial beast. Unable to move even a finger. Why the rush, gentlemen? Lan Muji leaned against a green stone, clad in white as snow, playing with a fallen leaf between his fingers. A smile graced his lips, yet his eyes glimmered with a chilling light that sent shivers down one's spine. The grand performance has only just begun. Why not accompany this young master to enjoy the show? Chapter 68, The Bitter Struggle, Part 2. Li Jianqin suddenly coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood. Yet he steadfastly propped himself up with his sword. His peripheral vision swept over the members of the caravan, and his pupils constricted sharply as he bellowed, "Do not move." His voice resonated with an undeniable authority, although he could not fathom the motives of Lan Mujio, who seemed poised to strike, yet hesitated. He resolved to protect as many lives as possible, valuing the safety of those he knew. With a swift motion, Li Jianxin employed the drunken immortal moon-gazing step to reach the side of the king of the Tuoba. The heir of the underworld king was half embedded in the trunk of a tree, yet he defiantly held his head high. Brother Tuoba, can you still endure? Li Jianxin and Apos' tone carried an unusual urgency. Ha! The Tuoba king spat out a mouthful of blood, his fighting spirit undiminished. This old fellow packs quite a punch. His bones creaked ominously as he forced himself upright. Behind him, the phantom of the underworld king flickered uncertainly but remained ever present. It was then that Li Jianxin noticed the black-clad man was equally battered, his right arm twisted at a grotesque angle, clearly broken. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Jianxin and Apos' gaze sharpened as he said earnestly, Brother Tuoba, we can no longer hold back. Otherwise, before we even confront Lan Yuki, we may both perish here. From their previous conversations, he understood that Tuoba King had not yet exerted his full strength. Ha! Just as I desire. Tuoba King's eyes blazed with ferocity, his bones cracking like thunder. Hold on for a moment. Once I deal with this old scoundrel, I shall assist you. He recognized the gravity of the situation. With that, he violently tore away the beast skin wrappings from his wrists and ankles. Dark blocks of mysterious heavy iron tumbled to the ground, each crashing down with a force that stirred up clouds of dust and sent tremors through the earth. Each seemingly inconspicuous block weighed 100 pounds. How interesting, Lan Mujio remarked casually, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as if he were savoring a meticulously orchestrated performance. The Tuoba King's body erupted with a cacophony of cracking bones, his exposed muscles coiling like a dragon. He stomped the ground fiercely, unleashing a tempestuous energy that lifted sand and stones into the air, forming a massive circular dust storm. Old scoundrel, receive my mountain shaking fist. Before the echoes of his voice faded, he was already in motion. The Tuoba King and Apos' figure transformed into a blur. His speed so rapid that it was barely perceptible, even the air shrieked in protest. The black-clad man's pupils dilated as he hastily raised his fists. 13 shadowy punches descended like a torrential downpour upon his protective aura. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch caused the ground to sink several feet, sending shockwaves that turned surrounding stones to dust. The onlookers from the caravan had to cover their ears. The thunderous impact reverberated painfully, shaking their very insides. Crack! As the seventh punch struck the aura, the force penetrated through. The black-clad man and Apos' already fractured arm could no longer withstand the strain. The stark white of his bone protruded gruesomely through the flesh, his arm twisting like a broken branch. The Tuoba King's eyes blazed with ferocity, seizing the fleeting opportunity as he spun like a top, his right leg sweeping out with the force of 1,000 pounds. The wind from his kick tore through the air with a wailing shriek, sending the black-clad man flying as if he were a rag doll, embedding him into the mountainside behind. The rock face cracked like a spider's web under the immense force, and then, as if struck by divine thunder, it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amidst the dust and debris, a beast-like roar erupted as the black-clad man, enveloped in crimson energy, burst through the rubble, stones raining down like a torrential downpour. That vivid crimson energy writhed around him like a living entity, forcibly stabilizing his broken arm and exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. Witnessing this, the Tuoba King felt a surge of battle fervor as azure flames erupted around him, gradually coiling around his body. He grinned wickedly, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Now that's more like it. Before his words could fully dissipate, his form blurred once again. The black-clad man felt a jolt of pain in his jaw, his body propelled into the air by a rising dragon kick. Before he could regain his balance, the Tuoba King, cloaked in azure flames, appeared behind him and unleashed a whip-like kick that sent him soaring like a cannonball. Bang! Boom! Crack! The Tuoba King teleported midair, each appearance accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. He used the void as a stage, moving like a flash of lightning around the black-clad man, each strike landing with precision. The black-clad man was tossed about like a leaf in a storm, each kick sending him careening through the air, making a safe landing seem a distant dream. After more than 10 relentless strikes, the Tuoba King abruptly halted before the black-clad man. The azure flames enveloping him converged upon his right fist, crystallizing into a radiant aura. Mountain shaking fist, 18 waves. As he unleashed this punch, the air itself seemed to be drawn into a vacuum, though the black-clad man had been rendered semi-conscious by the blows. His instinct for survival compelled him to activate his ultimate defensive technique, the Gate of Resurrection. A blood-red aura coalesced into a ghostly shield before him. Boom. At the moment of impact, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spread across the ghostly shield. Accompanied by a bone-chilling shatter, the azure flames surged through the shield, relentlessly driving into the man and Apos' chest. The force continued, piercing through his entire body, and blood erupted from his mouth like a fountain as he plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. The imprint of the punch on his chest continued to erode, the blue flames sizzling and scorching the surrounding flesh. The Tuoba King, witnessing the outcome of the battle, descended from the sky like a wounded eagle, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. He lay on his back, gasping for breath, beads of sweat rolling down his bronze skin and soaking the earth beneath him. Cough. Brotherly. He struggled to prop himself up, his voice gravelly like sandpaper. I fear. I need to catch my breath. Dawn and Appos, worry. I will be fine. Just wait for me. As he spoke, he managed to offer Li Jianxin a bloodstained smile. Though it could not disguise the deep fatigue etched on his brow. He forced a thumbs up, then collapsed, yet the smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Li Jianxin heard the Tuoba King's voice, but had no time to respond. In his hand, the sword of annihilation shimmered like a rainbow. Yet he found himself unable to break through the encirclement of the two black-clad figures. Their dual weapons wove an intricate net. Each clash sending jolts of pain through his hands, blood dripping from the sword and Appos' hilt. The battle had descended into a stalemate. Chapter 69, Bitter Battle, Part 3, Li Jianxin and Appos' breathing grew increasingly labored, fine beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Despite his exquisite swordsmanship allowing him to hold his ground thus far, the depletion of his internal energy was far greater than anticipated. After all, he was merely at the observation realm. Although his foundation in the first 3 realms was solid, and he could perfectly merge his innate sword intent with sword energy due to his unique constitution, achieving feats that typically required a practitioner to reach the chi manipulation realm. This was fundamentally the reason for his ability to challenge opponents beyond his level. However, the chasm between the observation realm and the chi manipulation realm was an insurmountable divide. Throughout the world, how many exceptionally gifted individuals spend their lives trapped at the threshold of the observation realm? In contrast, any practitioner willing to put in the effort could, over time, attain the chi manipulation realm. In the martial world, experts of the chi manipulation realm are as numerous as fish crossing a river, whereas those of the observation realm are the pillars of the major sections. This stark contrast illustrates the profound difference between the two realms. With a sweeping motion, Li Jianxin unleashed the cleansing dust technique, sending a torrent of dense sword energy that swept up debris from the ground, momentarily darkening the sky like a swarm of locusts as it surged toward the eyes of the black-clad man wielding twin halberds. Trivial skills. The black-clad man spun his halberds like windmills, but as he blocked the attack, his pupils constricted in shock. Hidden within the debris lay a fierce sword intent. Bang. 7 stones exploded mid-air, the released sword energy a concealed strike reminiscent of the fragmented star technique. The black-clad man staggered back 3 steps, his black iron halberd now marred with several alarming white scratches. On the other side, another black-clad man wielding a chained spear seized the fleeting moment, thrusting the spearhead like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, aimed directly at Li Jianxin and Appos' back. Just as the spear tip closed in, a mere 3 inches from his heart, the shadow sword technique. Li Jianxin seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, abruptly sidestepping. The severing evil sword emerged from beneath his left armpit, its blade grazing the chain and piercing into the opponent's shoulder, blood spraying forth. What a worthy exchange of injuries. The wounded black-clad man revealed a sinister grin, and the chain suddenly quivered violently. The broken spearhead twisted in midair, its cold gleam now directed at Li Jianxin's throat. The iron wall technique. At the moment his sword was raised to block, the spearhead erupted, sending dozens of poison needles like torrential rain toward Li Jianxin. The still water technique. In the nick of time, Li Jianxin abandoned his sword and formed a hand seal, his left hand tracing a semicircle. The whirlpool of sword energy consumed most of the poison needles. Yet 3 cold stars managed to breach his defenses. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. 3 poison needles found their mark, embedding into his right arm and left leg. The true energy of the observation realm surged with the poison, causing his right arm's meridians to feel as if they were being gnawed by 1,000 ants, a wave of paralysis sweeping over his body. The twin halberd black-clad man laughed maniacally, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Does a firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? The observation realm is merely a pitiful ant. Before his words faded, he crossed his halberds, crimson true energy surging like lava from the blades. In an instant, a scarlet cross of energy 3 yards wide rend the earth, turning all that it touched to ash. I cannot delay any longer, Li Jianxin murmured softly, his gaze sharpening as his innate sword energy awakened like a dragon from slumber, resonating through his meridians with a sound akin to thunder splitting the clouds. Clang, clang, clang. The swords of the merchant convoy's guards trembled violently, several long swords leaping from their sheaths, piercing the ground as if to pay homage to the sovereign of swords. Even the heavy oilcloth wagon emitted a continuous ringing of swords. Even the dark long sword at Lan Muzhou and Appos' waist let out a melodious chime. Had he not abruptly grasped the hilt, this treasure of the demonic sect might have soared into the sky. This is... The always composed son of the demonic sect changed expression for the first time, his eyes flashing with disbelief and gravity. Li Jianxin and Appos' severing evil sword quivered in his grasp, ancient patterns illuminating along its blade. Soon after, the sword radiated a brilliant light, its song transforming into the roar of a dragon from the heavens. The opening heaven technique. As the sword was drawn, the entire realm fell into silence. A beam of resplendent sword light swept across the heavens, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The black-clad man's sinister grin froze on his face as his halberds shattered upon contact with the sword light. He was hurled backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing into the mountainside and stirring up a cloud of dust. The residual energy of the innate sword chi continued to tremble in the air. Yet Li Jianxin suddenly sheathed his sword. This unexpected action caused the black-clad man wielding the chained spear, poised to strike, to falter momentarily. The extreme shadow, sword drawing technique. No sword technique. Li Jianxin pressed lightly on the sword hilt, and in an instant, a blade of darkness, as murky as the waters of the underworld, sliced through the void, as if the world had lost all color in that fleeting moment. The nine hell soul-snatching. The black-clad man wielding the chained spear and amp, Appos, S eyes widened in terror as the emerald spear light danced wildly, weaving a dense net of poison in the air. Wherever the spear's force passed, the ground cracked inch by inch, and stones erupted like rain. Yet, in the face of this innate sword energy, nurtured for 5 years and now revealing its sharpness, all resistance proved utterly futile. The dark sword light passed silently, the emerald spear net dissipating like morning mist under the sun. No. Impossible. Reflected in the black-clad man and Appos' eyes was the ever-approaching light of death, a fine crack appearing in his chest armor. In a panic, he raised his arms in defense, but upon contact with the sword energy, sizzle, his knees buckled, crashing heavily to the ground and carving 2 deep furrows into the sandy earth. The black-clad man remained frozen in a blocking stance, a crimson line slowly appearing between his arms and neck. A gentle breeze passed, and the head bearing a look of horror silently rolled away. Li Jianxin steadied himself with his sword, the severing evil sword embedded 3 inches deep into the blue stone, regaining his wavering balance. He exerted every ounce of effort to circulate the Tuyin sword classic within him, desperately siphoning the thin spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, striving to restore his nearly exhausted body with every breath. Clap, 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 3 crisp claps shattered the battlefield's silence. Lan Mujio strode forward amidst the scattered debris, the hem of his inky robe brushing against the blood-stained stones, the dark sword sheath glistening with a cold sheen under the moonlight. Remarkably splendid. His lips parted slightly, his voice flowing like a cold spring. To achieve this level within the observation realm, you have indeed earned the title of the world's foremost in this realm. In the next instant, he appeared at the center of the battlefield, glancing at the 2 remaining black-clad men still alive. The dark long sword suddenly unsheathed half an inch, stirring up a cloud of dust. 3 in the observation realm cannot subdue 2 mere juniors? What use does the holy sect have for you? Before his words faded, the 2 black-clad men trapped between a deep pit and the mountainside began to convulse violently. Lan Mujio's seemingly careless glance struck them like a bolt of lightning, blood gushing from their mouths as they fell unconscious. It was uncertain whether it was the resurgence of their injuries or the chilling intent of murder that shattered their courage. Now, Lan Mujio's gaze swept over the panting Li Jianxin, his fingertips brushing against the half-drawn sword's edge, the cold gleam reflecting the playful smirk at the corner of his lips. It is time for this holy son to witness your esteemed skills. But I wonder, as the dark sword fully emerged from its sheath, the temperature around them plummeted. Do you still possess the strength to wield your sword? Chapter 70, The Saint Son of War. Li Jianxin's fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Yet they could not stop the subtle tremors. The vital energy within him, which had been nearly depleted, had only recovered to a fraction of its capacity. Nevertheless, his gaze remained sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath, its edge undiminished. Just then, a heavy panting sound echoed from behind him. Cough. It's not over yet? It seems I must take action. Fortunately, King Duoba Ming has awakened. His entire body was drenched in blood, muscles coiling like serpents, covered in countless fine wounds, yet he gritted his teeth and managed to stand unsteadily beside Li Jianxin. A ghostly blue aura surged and coiled around him, flickering ominously as if it might dissipate at any moment. Clearly, even though he had barely awakened through his extraordinary physical resilience, he had reached his limit. Lan Mujio chuckled softly, raising his pitch-black sword slowly, the blade tracing a cold arc aimed directly at the 2. Since you can still stand, his voice, though gentle, carried an icy chill. Then let us continue. As his words faded, his figure suddenly blurred, vanishing like a wraith. In the next moment, swish, 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 3 chilling sword lights tore through the sunlight, simultaneously striking towards Li Jianxin and King Duoba Ming. Roar. A beast-like growl erupted from Duoba Ming and Amp, Appos' throat, his arms bulging with muscle as the ghostly blue aura intertwined with boiling battle intent above his fists. He then stepped forward, launching a ferocious punch. His fists, accompanied by the sound of air being torn, met the sword light head-on, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Boom. Amidst the deafening roar, the blue aura clashed violently with the sword energy, causing the ground beneath Duoba Ming to collapse. His bones creaked under the immense pressure, retreating 7 steps, each step fracturing the sandy ground beneath him, and blood dripping from the corner of his mouth dissipated into mist within the turbulent air. Simultaneously, the sound of metal clashing echoed across the battlefield as Li Jianxin faced off against Lan Mujio. Clang, clang, clang. Li Jianxin's arms bulged with veins as the Zhanya sword clashed against the dark longsword, igniting sparks like shooting stars. The terrifying force surged through the blade, causing the sleeve of his right arm to explode into shreds. The tiger and Amp, Apos' mouth, which had just begun to heal, was ripped open once more, blood dripping from the hilt. Such overwhelming power. Li Jianxin and Amp, Apos' pupils constricted, feeling as if his very organs were trembling. His right hand, gripping the sword, spasmed uncontrollably, nearly causing the Zhanye sword to slip from his grasp. The force transmitted from the black longsword was relentless, akin to a collapsing mountain or a raging sea. Can you still resist? Lan Muzhou and Amp, Apos' voice echoed through the void, layered as if a multitude of him spoke simultaneously. Then let us see how long you can endure. Before the mocking tone faded, the entire battlefield warped strangely, the space rippling like water. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of Lan Muzhou's phantoms solidified simultaneously. Each one appeared vividly real, indistinguishable from the others. Each of them maintained a different sword stance, some thrusting, some slicing, some slashing, and some flicking. The piercing sword energy wove a deadly net in the air, even causing falling leaves to be ground to powder upon contact. This is the Thousand Illusions Demon Shadow. Tuobaming and Apos' pupils constricted, instinctively shielding himself with the Blue King aura. But in that moment of distraction, a dark sword light erupted from his very shadow. Blood splattered like ink in the air, as a gaping wound was torn into his sturdy back, revealing the white of his scapula. Ugh! Tuobaming groaned, kneeling on one knee, his fingers digging deep into the ground. Scalding blood flowed down his spine, staining the earth beneath him a dark red. On the other side, Li Jianxin faced perilous circumstances. Each swing of the Zhanye sword could only tear through the illusory phantoms, while the true threat struck from the most cunning angles. His green attire was soaked in blood, with his left shoulder, right flank, and thigh bursting forth with vivid crimson blossoms. Most terrifyingly, those wounds were entwined with strands of dark energy, slowly eroding his veins. The Thousand Illusions Demon Shadow? Lan Muzhou's voice emanated from all directions, his figure slowly merging into one, his tone laced with mockery. Damn, if this continues. Li Jianxin gritted his teeth, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, mingling with blood that dripped from his chin, splattering onto the sword and Apos' edge like grotesque flowers. At that moment, boom. The covered wagon in the center of the caravan suddenly exploded into countless fragments. A beam of sword light, infused with the essence of metal and stone, shot through the air, aiming directly at Lan Muzhou's heart. The sword's momentum was so fierce that it produced a piercing sound in the air. Oh! Lan Muzhou didn't even bother to turn around, nonchalantly waving his hand. His long fingers gently tapped the air. Crack! That sword energy, capable of splitting mountains, shattered into countless shards like glass. The elder who attempted the ambush didn't even have time to express his shock before a gaping hole the size of a bowl erupted in his chest. Thud! His frail body stiffened and fell backward, his murky eyes frozen in disbelief. He could not comprehend why he failed to withstand even a single blow. Clang! The ancient longsword, bearing a slight bronze texture, flew out, embedding itself at Lan Muzhou and Apos' feet, the sword tassel still swaying slightly. Great uncle! Yin Yuexian cried out in shock. Her lips bitten to the point of bleeding. She could hardly fathom that the elder they regarded as their lifeline was crushed like an ant. This was the strongest person in the Yin family aside from her great-grandfather. A mere clown. Lan Muzhou commented indifferently, not even sparing a glance at the corpse. He casually placed his long fingers on the ancient sword beside him, lifting it effortlessly. Upon grasping the long sword, the saint son of the demon sect raised an eyebrow in surprise. It was astonishing how light the sword felt in his hand. The blade trembled, emitting a humming sound as if desperately resisting its new wielder. Yet in an instant, his astonishment turned to indifference. With a casual toss, the ancient sword sank 3 inches into the ground, the hilt still quivering slightly. His other hand raised the black long sword again, pointing it at Li Jianxin and Tuobaming. The glimmer of interest rekindled in Lan Muzhou and Apos' eyes, akin to a cat playing with a mouse, surely. The earlier interruption won't affect your enjoyment? Li Jianxin and Tuobaming exchanged glances, 1,000 unspoken words passing between them in an instant. Reflected in each other and Apos' eyes was a resolute determination to fight to the death. I still have one sword left to unleash. Li Jianxin and Apos' voice was low, the Zhanye sword vibrating slightly in his palm as if responding to its master and Apos' intent. Tuobaming suddenly broke into a grin, his expression carrying an air of wild abandon. Let me go first. The price of this move is steep, so I shall leave the rest to you. He paused, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Now, reveal his true form for me. As his words fell, the blue aura surrounding Tuobaming surged violently. The ghostly blue flames transformed into a blood-red blaze in an instant, blazing like the fires of hell. His entire presence shifted dramatically. The previously fierce and domineering energy now infused with a heart-wrenching madness and destructive intent. Chapter 71. Defeat. Boom. The crimson aura surged into the sky like a volcanic eruption, as the bones of Tuobaming Wang emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds that sent chills down one and Apos' spine. His muscles swelled visibly, and eerie blood-red patterns surfaced upon his skin, each line seemingly ablaze with vitality. The aura he radiated was even more ferocious than during his peak. The shadow of the King of Hell behind him transformed into a vivid crimson, solidifying to the point of nearly transcending the boundary between reality and illusion. His true energy and fighting spirit surged like a raging inferno through his meridians. Oh, Lan Mujio finally retracted his nonchalant demeanor, his sword-like brows arching slightly. A forbidden technique? I underestimated you. Li Jianxin. Tuoba Mingwang and Amp, Apos. S voice boomed like thunder, reverberating through the surroundings, causing the stones to tremble. Leave it to me. Li Jianxin took a deep breath, closed his eyes in concentration, and brought his fingers together, brushing them against his forehead. At the moment his fingertips departed, sword eye, open. In an instant, his pupils transformed into a shimmering silver. Countless streams of sword energy flowed through his gaze, dispelling the illusions before him, revealing a myriad of intertwined causal threads. The body of Lan Mujio, ensnared by the multitude of causal lines, was utterly exposed beneath the gaze of these sword eyes. Even the swirling demonic energy around him was clearly discernible. Left 2. The silver light in Li Jianxin's sword pupil surged, his voice sharp as a sword unsheathed. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Mingwang and Apos' form suddenly blurred, leaving behind a crimson afterimage as his true body tore through space to the designated location. Boom. His fist, ablaze with blood-red energy, struck with devastating force, compressing the air into blinding crimson flames. The might of this punch distorted even the light itself. In a rush, Lan Mujio raised his black longsword, and at the moment of collision with the blood-red fist, crack, the sword was forcefully penetrated. The remaining momentum of the punch directly pierced through Lan Mujio and Apos' chest, creating a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Yet, that body shattered like a mirage, dispersing into fragments. Right 4. Li Jianxin's sword pupil spun urgently, his voice tinged with unprecedented urgency. This was his domain. He could teleport among the illusions. He had to be faster. No matter. Then let S obliterate them all. Ha 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 ha. Tuoba Mingwang's maniacal laughter shook the heavens, reverberating with such force that it reduced the stones within a Tinjiang radius to powder. He transformed entirely into a blood-red hurricane, distorting the very fabric of space around him. Southwest, the third one. The silver light in Li Jianxin and Apos' sword pupil surged once more. Boom. A blood-red punch pierced through 3 ancient trees, shattering the illusion concealed behind them into a myriad of crystalline fragments. Due north, the sixth one. Before his voice faded, Tuoba Mingwang had already shattered the ground and advanced 30 zhang. Bang! The Lan Mujio, who was swinging his sword, was torn to shreds by the violent gust. Countless glass-like fragments refracted blood-red light in the air, only to vanish in an instant. Left 8. Li Jianxin suddenly roared, his voice raspy. The blood-red hurricane turned back in an instant, plowing a 3 zhang trench into the ground. The illusion that was about to launch a sneak attack had no time for shock to register before Tuoba Mingwang and Apos' whip-like leg obliterated it into a shower of sparkling points. For a moment, the battlefield was transformed into a rain of glass-like shards, remnants of the shattered Lan Mujio. Each disintegrated form left behind a gradually dissipating crystalline crack in the air. This cannot continue. Li Jianxin and Apos' sword pupil trembled slightly as he watched the newly emerged illusions surge like a tide. Even though Tuoba Mingwang could destroy multiple avatars with each blow, his speed far surpassed that of Lan Mujio's creations. Yet, both were on the brink of their limits and could not withstand such a war of attrition. Realizing this, he hesitated no longer. If there was any progress in his swordsmanship over the past 5 years, it was this sword. Clang! The slaughtering sword suddenly broke free from his bloodied right hand, hovering in front of him, quivering with intensity. Li Jianxin and Apos' bloodied left hand swept across the sword body, tracing a scarlet line along its spine. Clang! 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 4 ordinary warriors, discarding their swords signifies defeat, but at this moment, this blade that had accompanied him for 5 years, upon the touch of its master's finger, split into 12 phantoms, each swirling with different sword intents. 13th style, return to essence. The wind-soaring style stirred 1,000 leaves into formation, the iron wall style solidified energy into steel, and the abyssal style tore open a vortex beneath his feet to devour all. Yet, the true body of the slaughtering sword quietly vanished amidst this resplendent curtain of swords. Behold, my sword, Li Jianxin. This strike did not emulate any predecessors, but was Li Jianxin and Apos' own culmination of the foundational 12 styles, evolved to their utmost limit, culminating in the simplest thrust that pierced through all transformations. At this moment, his innate sword energy resonated and trembled with the slaughtering sword. The sound of a dragon and Apos' roar echoing through the heavens, as if even the world itself responded to this sword. The heavenly transformation technique, 30 layers of waves. Tuoba Mingwang understood instantly, the blood-red aura coalescing into fearsome battle boots upon his legs. He soared into the air, the shadows of his legs advancing like a tide of blood. Together with Li Jianxin and Apos' sword light, They formed a celestial net that enveloped all of Lan Mujio and Amp, Apos, as avatars. Bang, 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 whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The blood-red leg shadows and silver sword light tore each illusion into fragments. The air was filled with the crisp sounds of shattering glass, as countless crystalline shards refracted a kaleidoscope of colors under the sun. In an instant, the battlefield was left with only the final white silhouette. Interesting. The corners of Lan Mujio and Apos' lips curled up slightly. Facing the overwhelming assault, he did not flinch or evade but elegantly executed a flourish with his sword. The black long sword traced a perfect arc in the void. Mirror flower, water moon, 1,000 rivers reflecting snow. In that moment, the myriad of glass shards soaring through the air erupted into blinding cold light. Each fragment transformed into a sharp sword energy, colliding thunderously with the incoming force. Boom. A terrifying shockwave swept across the battlefield, scraping the ground down by 3 feet. Amidst the flying sand and stones, countless sword energies and punches clashed violently, unleashing a brilliance that plunged the world into darkness. The closest ancient trees were directly reduced to ash by the residual force. As the dust gradually settled, Li Jianxin and Amp, Apos' slaughtering sword was deeply embedded in the rock wall. Tuoba Mingwang knelt on one knee, the blood-red aura flickering like a candle in the wind. And the shadow of the King of Hell had completely shattered. On the mountainside where the two leaned against, 2 shocking bloodstains were starkly imprinted. Yet, 10 steps away, across from them, Lan Mujio appeared with only half of his body remaining, observing the two with keen interest, a physique at the pinnacle of limits, a swordsmanship that returned to essence, and those eyes capable of perceiving causality. The bloodied corners of his lips curved into a playful arc, truly delightful. However, let the game end here. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, that broken body suddenly dissipated like a mirage. Be careful. Li Jianxin and Amp, Apos' sword pupil constricted suddenly. But it was too late to warn. A pale hand silently settled upon Tuoba Mingwang and Amp, Apos' shoulder. Sword void. In that instant, countless strands of pitch-black sword energy erupted from the palm. Tuoba Mingwang and Apos' robust form was instantly pierced by thousands of sword threads, each wound deep enough to see bone. As blood mist surged forth, this heir of the King of Hell collapsed to the ground, crashing into a dull echo amidst the pool of blood. Only at this moment did Lan Mujio and Amp, Apos' figure fully solidify. He casually flicked the blood droplets from his fingertips, gazing at the swaying Li Jianxin. Cough. Li Jianxin spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with internal fragments, the light in his silver-white eyes rapidly fading. Blood tears streamed from the corners of his eyes, carving 2 piercing red lines upon his cheeks. The truth reflected in his sword eyes sent chills through him. Those seemingly brutal exchanges had merely left a few inconsequential wrinkles on the opponent and Apos' robes. What a pity. Amidst the crimson pool, Lan Mujio gazed down imperiously at Li Jianxin. Perhaps, had you been in your prime. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a sudden disinterest washed over him, and he shook his head. As the long sword was raised, even the air seemed to still in anticipation. Li Jianxin struggled to lift his arm, only to find that even his fingertips lacked the strength to tremble. He could only watch helplessly as the arc of death expanded within the confines of his pupils. Is this the end? Chapter 72. The Younger Generation, Part 1. In the instant the deadly sword light was about to descend, a figure plummeted like a falling star, crashing down in front of Li Jianxin. Golden true energy surged forth, coalescing into the roaring head of a tiger and the formidable body of a bear, steadfastly withstanding the lethal strike. The clash of sword energy and golden light erupted violently, sending shockwaves that scattered fragments of the ground. The figure staggered back a step, but remained firmly planted, shielding Li Jianxin behind. Li Jianxin looked up in astonishment, only to find that the rescuer was a petite young woman. Her stature was modest, her slightly plump cheeks radiating a healthy blush. Yet her slender figure stood immovable like a mountain. Before he could speak, a fragrant breeze swept by. A purple robe danced gracefully, and a delicate hand, as white as jade, gently rested on his shoulder. Li Jianxin felt a warm true energy flowing through his meridians like a spring breeze nourishing the earth. The searing wounds began to gradually mend under its influence. Really, a soft sigh reached his ears, the voice cool yet tinged with reproach. How did you end up in such a state? Even amidst the lingering sword winds, that familiar voice relaxed Li Jianxin's taut nerves. Turning his head, he was met with the frosty yet familiar visage of Su Wanwei from Yawang Valley. At this moment, the cool girl furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying a subtle hint of concern. What brings you here? Li Jianxin managed a bitter smile, his bloodied finger pointing not far away. Please, check on Brother Tuoba first. Before he could finish, Su Wanwei interrupted coldly. If I didn't come, would you have me collect your corpse? Her slender finger pressed against Li Jianxin's bloodied chest, trembling slightly. Knowing you cannot win yet still pushing on, have the life-preserving teachings of Wudong been fed to the dogs? Li Jianxin gazed at the reddening corners of her eyes, aware that her reproach was laced with concern. He could only sigh. I am merely fulfilling a duty entrusted to me abruptly. He broke into a violent cough yet stubbornly gestured toward the figure in the pool of blood. Wanwei. I beg you. You. Su Wanwei bit her lip in anger, casting a fierce glance at Li Jianxin before turning away with a flourish of her sleeve. As her light purple garments fluttered, she knelt beside Tuoba Mingwang, her jade-like fingers resting on his mangled wrist. In front of them, Lan Muzhou sheathed his longsword. Observing the two newcomers with keen interest, a smirk of amusement gracing his lips. Oh, more reinforcements? Enough with your prattle. The petite girl huffed. Clearly displeased with Lan Muzhou's demeanor, her eyes ablaze with combat fervor. With a powerful push against the ground, she launched herself like an arrow. Her right fist enveloped in dazzling golden light, aimed directly at Lan Muzhou and Apos' face. Foolish Zhang Fei. The wind from her punch screamed through the air, creating a deafening sonic boom. Lan Muzhou raised an eyebrow, meeting her punch with one of his own. Boom. The two fists collided, releasing a shockwave. The girl was sent hurtling backward, yet she executed a graceful somersault in midair, landing steadily on her feet. Conversely, Lan Muzhou stood rooted, incredulously staring at his slightly numbed right arm. He couldn't help but reevaluate the seemingly delicate girl before him. The force behind this punch was a tenth of that unleashed by Tuoba Mingwang and Apos' azure flames. He narrowed his eyes, astonished at the realization. Li Jianxin observed the fierce battle ahead, quietly asking Su Wanwei, who had returned to his side, how is Brother Tuoba? And who is this young lady? Su Wanwei, her fingers still channeling healing true energy, sighed softly. He is gravely injured, his body is shattered, with many penetrating wounds. If not for his beast-like physique, he would have perished long ago. I have temporarily staved off his death with my true energy. He should be fine for now. I cannot afford to exhaust too much energy at this moment. I will tend to him once the fighting subsides. As for this young lady, at this point, Su Wanwei couldn't and Apos' help but smile. She is none other than the renowned and Apos' breaking cloud sword and Apos' Wendy. Upon hearing that Tuoba Mingwang was temporarily out of danger, Li Jianxin initially felt a wave of relief. However, he soon followed Su Wanwei and Apos' gaze to the petite figure. Breaking cloud sword? His eyes fell upon the girl's waist, where a short sword, less than 2 feet in length, swayed menacingly with her fierce punches. The exquisite cloud patterns on the scabbard appeared particularly incongruous. Is this what you call the breaking cloud sword? It's merely a second to Tuoba Mingwang. His eyelid twitched as he watched Wendy deliver another powerful blow that created a deep crater in the ground, while the so-called breaking cloud sword remained sheathed. Enough. Su Wanwei infused the last 2 strands of verdant true energy into Li Jianxin and Apos' meridians, suddenly raising her gaze. I must go avenge you now. A low, resonant hum reverberated through the air. The once vibrant green true energy morphed into swirling clouds of deathly gray mist in the blink of an eye. Standing amidst the fog, Su Wanwei and Apos' hair billowed without wind, resembling a guide returning from the underworld. Lan Muzhou, who had just struck Wendy back, abruptly turned. His pupils constricted, for the figure within the gray fog evoked a long-forgotten sense of danger. Now this is intriguing. He licked his lips as his obsidian longsword emitted an excited hum. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streaks of gray light tore through the air. Silver needles infused with a lethal aura shot forth. Simultaneously, Su Wanwei and Apos' figure blurred, leaving behind a dissipating wisp of gray mist. With a swift motion, Lan Muzhou and Apos' scabbard twirled, the dark sheath slicing through the air, deflecting the silver needles with precision. The sparks from the metallic collisions had yet to fade when, swish, in a flash of purple, Su Wanwei had closed the distance, now merely 3 feet from him. Her delicate hand, like a blade, slashed horizontally. Gray true energy coalescing into a crescent arc over a foot long, withering all flora in its path. Clang. In a hasty response, Lan Muzhou drew his sword to block. The blade clashed with the gray arc, producing a resonant clang, and the ground beneath him erupted, his legs sinking several inches into the earth. Foolish Zhang Fei. A delicate shout echoed from the heavens. Wendy's right fist radiated blinding golden light, crashing down upon Lan Muzhou's crown like a falling star. Boom. The ground collapsed into a deep pit. Lan Muzhou and Apos' head was driven into the rock layer, yet in the next moment, his body was suddenly riddled with cracks, shattering like glass and scattering in all directions. The crystalline shards refracted an eerie light in the air, ultimately dissolving into wisps of black mist. Lan Muzhou and Apos' figure reformed 10 yards away, dark energy swirling at his fingertips, yet it abruptly halted. His brow furrowed, his gaze darting sharply to the north. At almost the same moment, Li Jianxin, with blood-stained brows, raised his head. Su Wanwei and Apos' gray mist swirling at her fingertips. And Wendy's golden glow still radiating from her fist, all 3 turned in unison. On the distant mountain path, a figure in a green robe treaded lightly upon the fallen leaves. He was a young scholar, perhaps in his early 20s, clad in a faded green long robe, with a bamboo-sheathed long sword at his waist, holding a yellowed copy of the Zhou Li. He walked slowly, yet somehow, in just a few steps, he was almost upon them. The mountain breeze tousled his hair, revealing eyes that were both warm as jade and unfathomably deep. Chapter 73, The Younger Generation, Part 2. The scholar in the azure robe approached Li Jianxin, clasped his hands in a respectful bow, and an ethereal scent of ink wafted from his sleeves. "Are you the renowned Li Jianxin of Wudong Mountain?" he inquired, producing from his bosom a cold jade box, within which lay a jade lotus flower with 9 delicate openings. The petals shimmered with a translucent brilliance, revealing 9 golden threads gently swirling within the heart of the flower. "This was gifted to me by a senior, with the condition that I assist you, Brother Li, in overcoming your tribulations." He closed the jade box, his gaze clear and unwavering. "As for the manner of assistance, that is entirely at your discretion." 9 Heart Jade Lotus. Su Wanyue, not far off, felt her pupils constrict. As a direct disciple of the Medicine King Valley, she was well aware of this legendary divine object, long believed to be extinct for centuries. This celestial treasure was said to have the power to restore life to withered bones and reunite fragmented souls. Who would have thought it still existed in this world? Just as Li Jianxin was about to inquire further, he was interrupted by the sound of steady footsteps approaching from behind. Turning, he beheld a young man clad in dark attire, having crouched beside the king of Tuoba without anyone noticing. The man and Apos' features were sharp and chiseled, and at his waist hung a short black blade, less than 2 feet in length. Though the blade remained sheathed, an unsettling aura emanated from it. "Is he truly that strong, capable of inflicting such injury upon you?" The resolute youth mused aloud. "You mustn't amp, Apos, die yet. I am still eager to defeat you myself." The unconscious king of Tuoba could not respond, yet the young man nodded as if he had received an answer, the black blade at his side humming softly. Lan Mujio and Amp, Apos, gaze swept over the assembled individuals, Wudong sword cultivators and Amp, Apos, unique sword energy, the life and death arts of Medicine King Valley, the combative spirit of the Tuoba clan, the piercing aura of the One family, and the celestial blade intent of Tiandao Villa. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the azure robe. How intriguing. He mused with a light chuckle. Wudong Mountain, Medicine King Valley, Tuoba clan, One family, Tiandao Villa, and you? Which celestial being do you represent? Beside him, Yin Yuexian and Apos' knuckles turned pale as she gripped the Hanwei blade. The illustrious names Lan Mujio had mentioned echoing in her ears. Each one was a colossal force capable of shaking the martial world with a mere stamp of their feet, and here they were. Nearly half of the martial realm gathered in this desolate wilderness. She instinctively glanced at Zhao Taizhan, only to find the usually composed captain of the guards equally astonished. Zhao Taizhan pondered, his throat constricting as his rough hand unconsciously rested on the hilt of his sword. These young men must be the prodigies recently spoken of throughout the martial world, the exceptional talents who, at merely 20 years of age, had already garnered fame far and wide. And now, astonishingly, half of them were congregated in this remote area. Suddenly, Yin Yuexian felt the weight of the sword from the Hanyue Palace lineage in her hand, as heavy as 1,000 pounds. In the past, she had been deemed a genius in her city, but compared to these extraordinary individuals, she felt as insignificant as a firefly in the presence of the bright moon. She pressed her lips together, a bitter pang rising in her chest. It dawned on her that everything she had once taken pride in was merely the self-satisfaction of a frog at the bottom of a well. The scholar in the azure robe smiled gently, performing a standard scholar and Amp, Apos, bow. "I am from Chaotian K, merely a humble scholar who has traversed countless books and miles." When he raised his gaze, a sense of noble spirit swirled within his eyes. "I am not worthy of your attention." Lan Mujio flicked his sleeve, brushing away non-existent dust, a glint of mockery sparking in his eyes. "What? Are you all attempting to emulate the common folk and engage in a righteous act of overwhelming the few with the many?" He lightly stroked the sword sheath. 4 against 1 is quite the grand spectacle, indeed. Bah. When Dee raised her chin defiantly, golden energy swirling around her fist. "I alone am more than enough to deal with the likes of you." The azure-robed scholar took a half-step forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of politeness. "If you are willing to depart now, you may avoid this conflict." His tone was gentle, yet carried an underlying sharpness. "Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to engage in a few exchanges." Clang! A clear sound of a blade echoed suddenly. Song K and Amp, Apos' right hand rested upon his black blade, which remained sheathed, yet the chilling intent radiated from it, carving 3 inches into the ground. The young master of Tiandao Villa did not need to speak. The tension in his clenched knuckles revealed his stance. He would not adhere to the notion of a fair duel when faced with a formidable enemy capable of severely wounding the king of Tuoba. If that is the case, Lan Mujio and Amp, Apos' lips curled into a wicked smile. Before he could finish his thought, his figure vanished like a wraith. Whoosh! 4 streaks of dark sword energy tore through the air, akin to grim reapers and Apos' scythes, each targeting the vital points of the 4 individuals. As the sword energy passed, the ground cracked, the vegetation withered, and even the air emitted a piercing lament. Be careful. The azure-robed scholar and Amp, Apos, S aura surged, forming an invisible barrier before him. Su Wanyue and Amp, Apos, S delicate hands danced, conjuring gray mist that coiled like a mystical serpent. When D and Amp, Apos, S fists glowed with golden light as she braced for impact. Song K and Amp, Apos, S black blade finally emerged from its sheath, a glimmering cold light reminiscent of the moon and Amp, Apos, S radiance. For figures unleashed their unique skills. Yet at the moment the sword energy approached, their expressions shifted drastically. Boom! All four figures were forced to retreat simultaneously. Song K and Amp, Apos, S black blade trembled, an eerie frost forming upon its surface. When D and Amp, Apos, S golden glow dimmed, blood seeping between her fingers. Su Wanwei and Amp, Apos, S gray mist barrier shattered, a strand of hair severed. Only the azure-robed scholar and Apos, S barrier remained intact, though he too was pushed back 3 steps, leaving deep impressions on the sandy ground. Yuan E, breaking the river. Song K suddenly stepped forward, the ground beneath him collapsing with a thunderous roar. The black blade swept horizontally, tracing an arc of profound mystery through the air. This strike, a mere horizontal slash at first glance, split into 12 indistinguishable blade shadows, each concealing 3 layers of transformations. The blade light enveloped Lan Mujio, sealing off 36 vital points around him. As the blade passed, the ground split open, revealing a gaping chasm 3 yards long. The rocks on either side polished to a mirror-like sheen. This was the unparalleled ultimate technique of Tiandao Villa, the Tianyan blade technique. It was said that when the founder of Tiandao created this technique, he left only a fundamental outline. Subsequent disciples could, based on their own mastery of the blade, derive their unique interpretations of the Tianyan blade technique. Yet, the extent to which one could innovate and the strength of each form varied from person to person. For centuries, Tiandao Villa had indeed produced countless exceptional individuals who crafted their own versions of the Tianyan blade technique. However, Song Ke, the current young master, firmly believed that a true swordsman must forge his own path. And he, Song Ke, was determined that his blade, given time, would surpass anyone in the annals of history. Thus, he rejected the mature techniques left by his predecessors, opting to base his creation on the fundamental outline, inventing his own Tianyan blade technique. This technique, breaking the river, was the first form he comprehended during his 3 years of seclusion in his youth. Breaking the clouds, pointing to Song. When Di finally drew her sword, upon unsheathing the exquisite short sword, a roar akin to a tiger and Amp, Apos, as howl erupted, resonating through the air. As the blade quivered, a point of golden light coalesced at its tip, dazzling like the sun rising, blinding to the eyes. This strike was devoid of embellishment. Yet it epitomized the essence of the word breaking. The sword and Amp, Apos, S trajectory tore through the air, creating a spiral vacuum, warping the very light around it. Before the blade arrived, the fierce sword energy ignited sparks just a mere 3 inches from Lan Mujio and Amp, Apos, S throat. Huh. Lan Mujio chuckled softly, his form suddenly rippling like water. Song Ke and Amp, Apos, S black blade struck only a fading shadow, while when D and Amp, Apos, S lethal strike pierced directly through the illusion, finding nothing but air. As the sword and Apos, S edge swept through the air, a transparent cavity the size of a basin silently manifested on a massive boulder over 10 paces away. Its cross-section as smooth as a mirror. Chapter 74, The 4-on-1 Justice, Part 1, The Cycle of Life and Death, The Withering and Flourishing Hand. Just as the figure of Lan Mujio coalesced once more, Su Wanwei suddenly appeared to his left. As their palms crossed, a peculiar Taiji yin-yang diagram, woven from gray-green true energy, began to slowly rotate. With each fraction of a turn, the flora within a radius of 3 zhang underwent a cycle of withering and flourishing. New sprouts would bloom only to wither in an instant, while withered branches would revive only to fade away again, repeating this process 3 times. With a sharp inhale, Su Wanyue and Apos, S left palm, imbued with the desolate power of all things perishing, aimed directly for Lan Mujio and Apos, S heart. Should this strike connect, it would not only erode bone and soul but also disrupt the enemy and Amp, Apos, S internal energy, severing their meridians. A worthy challenge indeed. Lan Mujio did not flinch or evade. Instead, his left palm glowed with a warm, jade-like radiance, boldly meeting her attack. Boom. The moment their palms collided, a visible ripple of true energy surged outward. Su Wanwei stumbled back 7 steps, a trace of crimson oozing from her lips. Meanwhile, the white sleeves of Lan Mujio and Apos' robe were corroded as if devoured by insects, leaving behind a web of torn fabric drifting to the ground. This was the first instance of damage to the seemingly invincible son of the demon sect since the battle began. What a worthy successor of the Medicine King Valley. A glint of cold light flickered in Lan Mujio and Amp, Apos' eyes, the air of nonchalance finally dissipating. He gently touched the torn sleeve, his fingertips brushing against the ash left by the corrosion, a hint of surprise flashing in his gaze. Now is the moment. Wendy and Amp. Amp. Appo's golden short sword and Song K and Amp. Amp. Appo's inky long knife had already sliced through the air, converging upon him from both sides with lethal intent. Before the blades could reach him, a fierce wind carved deep ravines into the ground beside Lan Mujio. Whoosh! Just as the knives approached, Lan Mujio and Amp. Appo's figure distorted bizarrely as if blown away by the wind, fading and ultimately dissolving into the void before the eyes of onlookers. I and Amp. Appo's found you. Chao Tianke finally made his move. His voice resonated like the booming sound of a grand bell, unleashing an overwhelming righteous aura. As his green robe billowed, a wave of pure, golden energy surged forth from him, sweeping outward and dissipating the encroaching dark energy in its wake. Gentleman and Amp. Appo's sword, the flow of righteousness. The bamboo sheath remained untouched, yet the sword was drawn forth. He pointed his fingers like a sword, carving a radiant cross of light in the air. Within that brilliance echoed the chants of sages, and the solidified righteous energy coalesced, forming a celestial domain within 3 zhang of Lan Mujio. Lan Mujio and Amp. Appo's movement abruptly halted. As though burdened by 1,000 weights, the ground beneath him cracked, the black robe swayed without wind, and for the first time, a grave expression surfaced on his face. However, just as the righteous sword energy was about to pierce his body, the scholar and Amp. Appo's sword finger imperceptibly trembled, reducing its force by 1/3. A flaw. Lan Mujio and Appo's eyes transformed into blood-red abysses, an overwhelming dark energy erupting from within him. The pitch-black, demonic sword in his hand emitted a piercing shriek as its blade was enveloped in a viscous, blood-red malevolence, striking fiercely towards the righteous cage. Boom. The moment the demonic energy clashed with the righteous force, the world was shrouded in darkness. Amidst the blinding energy turbulence, the dark red and pale gold energies entwined like 2 ferocious dragons, unleashing a spine-chilling metallic screech. Lan Mujio and Amp. Appo's white robe fluttered as he was propelled backward by the recoil, tracing a crimson arc in the air before landing steadily atop a broken wall 10 zhang away. The surging demonic energy around Lan Mujio gradually receded, and in an instant, he returned to his nonchalant demeanor. With a lazy flourish of his sword, he surveyed the scholar in the green robe with intrigued amusement. Interesting. With your prowess, you should not be so obscure in the martial world. Some defensive skills are hardly worth mentioning. The scholar replied with a serene smile, lightly brushing his sleeves. And what of you? Do you truly wish to continue this battle? Surely, everyone has sensed it. This is clearly a trap, waiting for us to exhaust each other. Xiaoya, what trap? Wendy tugged at Su Wanyue's sleeve, her face etched with confusion. The scholar, with his back turned to the two, subtly twitched the corner of his mouth. A trap? Lan Mujio suddenly erupted in laughter, a hint of arrogance lacing his mirth. What of it? In this world of games, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. His eyes sparkled with sharpness as he confidently declared, who is the pawn, and who is the player, remains to be seen. Then, let the warm-up conclude. A wicked smile curved at the corner of Lan Mujio's lips as his snow-white robe began to darken, as if dipped into an inky pool. The eerie blackness was not a mere shadow but a chasm that seemed to devour light. Mirrored blossoms, water, and moon. 1,000 calamities. Before the words could fully leave his lips, the entire battlefield suddenly warped. Dozens of figures in black robes solidified simultaneously, each exuding a distinctly different murderous intent. To the left, a shadowy figure lunged at Wendy and Amp. Appo's throat, the sword tip gleaming with a 3-inch poison. To the right, another figure's palm wind thundered as it aimed for Su Wanyue's Baihui acupoint. Most alarming was Chao Tiang's location, where 3 indistinguishable shadows simultaneously executed different martial arts, targeting his vital points. Yet the true lethal strike came from the most unexpected place. Whoosh! The ground beneath Song K erupted as a shard of azure glowing sword tip pierced through the earth, aiming directly for his vital point. Second transformation, shattering stars. Song K and Appo's furious shout echoed across the wilderness, as the ink-black knife in his hand suddenly erupted with dazzling dark light. The blade split into 4, transforming into 4 streaks of black knife light, crashing into the ground with the force to topple mountains. Boom, 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 boom. The ground reverberated with 4 thunderous explosions as it shook violently, sending the earth within a 10 radius into a furious upheaval. Withered grass and shattered leaves mixed with sand and stones, soaring into the sky. As the deadly sword light emerging from the earth was mercilessly shredded into a cloud of iron shavings by the rampant knife energy. Simultaneously, Wendy and Amp. Appo's short sword had transformed into a golden halo, the wind from her blade sweeping away the 7 incoming sword energies. Su Wanyue traced the gray-green taiji, firmly intercepting 3 heart-piercing palm strikes aimed at her. Chao Tiang's bamboo-sheathed longsword finally drew forth. The clear sound of the blade colliding with the claws of 3 demonic shadows, erupting into blinding sparks. Puff, though the 4 managed to dispel their lethal moves, they were still jolted back by the residual energy, each of them staggering several steps, blood trickling from their lips. Wendy's palms bled, Su Wanyue's sleeves were shredded. Song Ke and Appo's arm bulged with veins as he gripped his knife, and Chao Tianke and Appo's hairpin was severed by the residual force, his long hair dancing wildly in the air. After taking the battle seriously, Lan Mujio actually managed to suppress 4 opponents simultaneously, truly terrifying. With his every sword strike wielded like a force capable of toppling cities and shattering mountains, the black robe billowed as waves of sword energy rained down. In the distance, Yan Yuexian clutched the cold moon blade tightly, her once bright eyes now dimmed, shrouded in an eternal night. Clang, clang. The sword at her waist emitted mournful cries, the frost accumulating on its blade gradually flaking away. The cold moon's sword intent, painstakingly cultivated over 10 years, began to dissipate at this moment. Miss Yin. Chapter 75, The 4 Against 1, Part 2, Miss Yin. Zhao Tieshan's thunderous roar echoed like a clap of thunder. The rugged man, always vigilant to every detail of the battlefield, immediately sensed something was amiss with Yan Yuexian. The chilling sword intent of the young girl in green flickered around her like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Almost simultaneously, a figure clad in cloud white darted across the battlefield. Although Li Jianxin had only regained 30% of his true energy, he still exerted himself to soar towards her. Fresh blood still stained his sleeves, but his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness. Focus your mind. As the sound reached her ears, Yan Yuexian and Appo's dazed pupils slightly sharpened. However, when her gaze fell upon the 2 figures, it still carried a hint of emptiness and a significant degree of confusion. More alarmingly, the dissipating chill of her sword intent showed no sign of abating. Crack. A new fissure appeared in the frost patterns on the blade at her waist. At this rate, not only would her sword intent be lost, but even the hard-earned mastery she had cultivated over the years might also vanish. What has happened to the young miss? Zhao Taizhan and Appo's copper-like eyes widened in alarm, his massive hand hesitating in the air, torn between offering support and fearing to touch the precariously swaying girl. Turning to Li Jianxin, his voice trembled. How can one simply fall from grace? Even this well-informed Mr. Zhao was at a loss for what had transpired. Li Jianxin did not respond immediately. Instead, he bent slightly to meet the girl's gaze. He focused intently on Yan Yuexian's vacant eyes and suddenly pressed his hand firmly on her shoulder. The simple gesture exacerbated his injuries, causing fresh crimson to seep from his green attire, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Yan Yuexian, he called her name directly, each syllable striking her heart like a blade. The frost of the cold moon blade should not dissipate in such a manner. What has happened to you? As he spoke, the sword emitted a clear hum, and the frost flowers that had crystallized on the blade began to fall like delicate petals, refracting shards of light in the sun. Yan Yuexian and Appo's eyelashes fluttered, and the scattered look in her eyes finally found focus. She looked at the 2 before her, her throat constricting as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. Countless words lodged in her throat, leaving her uncertain of how to begin. Should she confess that she could not bear the crushing blow of her great-uncle and Appo's death, akin to an aunt and Appo's demise? Should she admit that every peer along this journey seemed more deserving of the title and Appo's genius and Appo's than herself? Or perhaps, she ought to acknowledge that the pride instilled in her, the identity of the heir to the Cold Moon Palace and the Yin family, felt like a cruel joke, utterly worthless? These thoughts lingered at the tip of her tongue, only to dissolve into a bitter sigh that she swallowed back down, rendering her words almost inaudible. To express such feelings to a youth would be overly sentimental. Li Jianxin's gaze, like a gentle breeze brushing over a still lake, stirred subtle ripples in Yan Yuexian and Appo's heart. He seemed to comprehend her turmoil and suddenly smiled. A smile imbued with youthful clarity. The burdens you carry upon your shoulders need not be borne alone. He lightly tapped the cold moon blade in her hand, causing the blade to shimmer with a soft moonlight. Without the Yin family, without the Cold Moon Palace, would you cease to be Yan Yuexian? The girl who, despite knowing the dangers of this journey, would stop to aid a destitute scholar along the way. Was that not an act of kindness motivated by something other than Appo's family honor and Appo's? The rate at which the girl's sword intent dissipated noticeably slowed. Observing this, Li Jianxin's smile widened further as he continued. You must understand the reason you wield your sword. It is far more than mere familial glory. Young people like us must learn to live for ourselves. But, is it permissible to do so? Her voice was as soft as a whisper, as if afraid to disturb something fragile. Of course, Li Jianxin flicked the cold moon blade with his fingers, producing a clear, resonant sound. In his eyes, it seemed as if stars were swirling. If you wish to laugh, laugh freely. If you wish to cry, do so with abandon. Youth is meant for passion. Why not act upon our desires? He suddenly turned, pointing towards the distant combatants, then back at the concerned Zhao Taizhan. Look, these people stand here. Do you think it is for some grand family righteousness? Yan Yuexian was momentarily stunned, and the frost patterns on her blade ceased their dissolution. Yet, the ingrained teachings from her childhood, the ideals of upholding her family's name, restoring the Yin family, these were not walls that could be erased overnight. In the brief moment of their conversation, The tide of battle had turned drastically. Insan, heaven and earth. With a thunderous roar, Song Ke unleashed his black blade, its energy soaring like a black dragon. Yet, that strike, infused with the might of heaven and earth, cleaved through only the flickering illusions. At the moment of impact, a violent backlash of true energy surged back, causing his right arm's meridians to shatter, blood trickling down the patterned blade. Sea-breaking style. Wendy and Apos' golden short sword pierced through 3 phantoms, but halted abruptly before the 4th. Lan Mujio and Apos' dark sword descended, sending a reverberating cry of near fracture from the short sword. With rapid breaths, the golden light on the blade flickered like a candle in the wind. Su Wanyue's hands were encased in a Tai Chi barrier now marred by a web of cracks. The gray-green true energy clashed with the inky black demonic energy, each collision drawing crimson from her lips. The profound essence of life and death could not withstand the overwhelming force. Most alarming was Chao Tianke, the ever-composed scholar, whose robe was now stained with 3 patches of dark red, to shield the others from a lethal blow. He had allowed 3 sword energies imbued with bone-eating malice to pierce through his protective aura. Everyone, Chao Tianke, blood-stained yet unbowed, turned to the 3 beside him, asking if they had any backup plans. This time, the usually taciturn Song Ke suddenly stepped forward, his black blade vibrating with a dragon's roar. I have one more strike. The usually reticent youth's gaze was as sharp as a blade. After his defeat by the Tuoba Ming Wang over a month ago, he had secluded himself for 7 days without food or drink, ultimately comprehending this technique on a cold night, the 4th form of his relentless blade. Wendy and Su Wanwei exchanged glances, understanding each other and Apos' resolve without words. They nodded in unison, their true energy surging once more. Good. Chao Tianke wiped the blood from his lips with a smile that held an unusual lightness. Then let us fight to the death. Oh, have you resolved to make your final counterattack? Then the game shall come to an end. Lan Mujio suddenly soared into the air, his black robe unfurling like a night shroud. He formed ancient sword seals with his hands, summoning 36 crystalline sword shadows that materialized in midair, each reflecting the astonished faces of the onlookers. Mirror flower, water moon calamity. In an instant, the world lost its color. Just as the 36 sword shadows were about to descend, whoosh, a pale yellow figure erupted from the distant thicket like a long-hidden viper. Seizing this perfect opportunity, he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the hero's sword, which had long been forgotten in the corner. Not good. Li Jianxin and Chao Tianke sensed the sudden anomaly, but it was already too late. Chapter 76, The Return of All Things, Part 1. In an instant, amidst this unforeseen upheaval, the battlefield fell into an eerie stillness. The long sword of Chao Tianke hung suspended in the air. Wendy's sword technique froze at her fingertips. Su Wanyue's gray mist became a picturesque tableau, and Song Ke's hand lingered upon the hilt of his blade. For a moment, all 4 combatants were rendered immobile, gazing in a daze at the swiftly darting yellow figure. Fortunately, the originally suspended Lan Mujio also sheathed his sword, his black garments billowing lightly in the wind. A playful smirk curled at the corner of his lips, his eyes glimmering with a cat-and-mouse disdain, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of this spectacle. He, the holy son of the demon church? The direct descendant of Wudong? A paragon of the martial world? The pale yellow figure had already soared over 100 feet. The heroic sword in his grasp gleaming with a cold light, his mocking laughter carried by the breeze. Is that all there is to it? Yan Yueshuan's nails dug deeply into his palm, a wave of despair washing over him. In the end, they truly could not hold their ground? Had he indeed been mistaken? Just then, Lan Mujio suddenly chuckled lightly. Do you think you were simply laughing foolishly? With a flick of his wide black sleeves, the world around them twisted dramatically. All present felt as if the scenery before their eyes swayed like a reflection on water. When their vision finally refocused, they beheld the handsome young man in pale yellow robes, foolishly clutching a piece of withered wood beside the heroic sword, a proud smile still frozen on his lips. This is not the Thousand Illusions demon art. The young man in yellow, akin to awakening from a great dream, staggered back in shock. The withered wood crashing to the ground, his pupils constricted violently, his voice trembling. Could this possibly be a domain? Nearby, Li Jianxin's complexion turned ashen at the mention, his knuckles widening, the patterns on the hilt of his sword deeply etched into his palm. The appearance of the Nangong family was not surprising, but the term domain rang like thunder in his ears. This was indeed the legendary domain. All martial artists knew that only by comprehending their own martial way to a certain extent could one carve out a domain in the nebulous path of heaven. Domains typically manifested in late or peak stages of the path-seeking realm, and the difference between having a domain and not was akin to the gulf between a firefly and the bright moon. A path-seeking expert possessing a domain could effortlessly slay 10 others of the same realm who lacked one. Throughout history, those capable of condensing a domain in the chi manipulation realm were indisputably unparalleled talents. One could only say, truly worthy of being the holy son of the demon church. This individual would likely face no obstacles before reaching the boundless realm. Li Jianxin and Apos His throat moved as he finally grasped why their combined efforts had still led to continuous retreat, failing to harm this holy son in the slightest. In this domain, Lan Mujio was the embodiment of the heavenly path, able to summon the power of the universe with every gesture. Truly, the young master of the Nangong family possesses quite discerning vision. Lan Mujio lightly caressed the hilt of his sword, a mocking smile gracing his lips. From the moment the young man entered his domain, Lan Mujio had already discerned his identity. This was due to the Holy Church and Apos' record, Chronicles of the World, which periodically updated significant events in the martial realm for core members to reference. As one of the heirs of the Nangong family, the young man was naturally documented, albeit briefly. Nangong Fu, updated in the third year of the Great Yuan's Tianqi, the most beloved youngest son of the Nangong family head, aged 18. Qualification, upper grade A, note, suspected of having consumed heavenly materials. Commentary, possesses talent but lacks wisdom, arrogant and overconfident, unlikely to achieve greatness. How intriguing. Lan Mujio's sword tip lightly flicked, summoning the heroic sword from the ground, pondering that the Nangong family head was likely unaware of his son's visit today. Humph. What concern is it of yours? Nangong Fu's brows furrowed, fingers fidgeting with the folding fan at his waist, his tone quite defiant. You, a mere chi manipulation realm practitioner. How much true energy can you have left after maintaining this domain for so long? Originally intending to take it and leave. Now it seems I must resort to some tactics. As he spoke, he cast a glance at Chao Tian-Kai and the others. A proud smile curling at his lips. Esteemed members of the righteous factions, surely you cannot stand idly by as the demon church runs rampant? Why not join me in vanquishing evil and upholding righteousness? Fool. Upon hearing Nangong Fu's words, Li Jianxin's gaze sharpened. Indeed, this foolish young man in yellow is merely a pawn pushed to the forefront. The true mastermind is likely sipping tea in a high chamber of the Nangong family. Observing this farce unfold. Regardless of success or failure, the puppeteer can achieve two objectives with a single move, securing the heroic sword while eliminating a thorn in their side. Achieving one would be a gain, and even a failure bears no loss. Truly impressive. Ha! Lan Mujio suddenly burst into laughter, his long fingers lightly tapping his temple. If the Nangong family head knew his youngest son was this and Apos, astute, and Apos, he might rush to revise the family tree overnight. He then turned to Chao Tian-Kai, dangerous glimmers flashing in his eyes, a playful smile dancing on his lips. So, do you wish to play along with him? Chao Tian-Kai, however, paid no heed to Lan Mujio, instead feigning to clutch his bleeding wound, bowing weakly to Nangong Fu. Young Master Nangong, with your profound family teachings, might you allow us a moment to catch our breath? After speaking, he actually took a step back, yielding the battlefield. Come on. Lan Mujio observed Chao Tian-Kai's demeanor with indifference, instead provoking Nangong Fu. His black sleeves billowed in the wind. The sword and Apos' edge slicing through the air like a shadowy arc pointing toward the earth. His eyes blazed with demonic fire. Yet a roguish smile lingered on his lips. Allow me to experience the Nangong family's so-called return of all things. Before he could finish, the heroic sword suddenly flew from his hand, carving a brilliant golden arc through the air, plunging firmly 3 inches before Nangong Fu's feet. Do not let me down. Nangong Fu and Apos' pupils constricted sharply. Then he roared, his true energy erupting like a volcano. He shattered the earth and soared into the sky. A myriad of phenomena faintly appearing behind him. Chao Tian-Kai, Li Jianxin, and the others held their breath, channeling their true energy like streams, slowly regaining their strength. Their gazes, however, were locked on the battlefield and Apos' center. The Nangong family, this information giant that had entrenched itself in the martial world for centuries, had secretly amassed an unknown wealth of martial arts from various sections. Even more terrifying was their unique mental technique, Return of All Things, which could emulate 70% of the essence of martial arts across the world. Thus, a battle that could witness countless martial arts was indeed a rare occurrence, and none wished to miss it. Clang! At this moment, the resounding dragon cry of the unsheathed heroic sword echoed through the heavens. Nangong Fu and Apos' figure shot forth like a rainbow, executing the Qingyan sword sect and Apos' ultimate technique, ascending the clouds. The sword and Apos' tip directed 9 streams of azure sword energy, akin to a staircase to the heavens, directly targeting Lan Mujio and Apos' brow. However, just as the sword energy drew within 3 inches of his throat, Lan Mujio lightly tapped his toes, his black robe blooming like an ink lotus, deftly evading this deadly strike. The Great Diamond Palm. Nangong Fu changed his attack with lightning speed, his right palm emanating a golden Buddhist light, striking towards Lan Mujio and Apos' heart with the force of subduing demons and tigers. Yet, Lan Mujio moved like a phantom, sidestepping with such finesse that the palm wind barely grazed his garments. Rodent! Nangong Fu roared in fury, daring to confront him head-on. Before his words could fully escape, the myriad phenomena behind him violently collapsed, transforming in an instant into a chilling, demonic energy, akin to that of Lan Mujio. In the pitch-black true energy, 12 fearsome demonic phantoms faintly manifested. Return of all things could even simulate demonic arts? This time, Lan Mujio made no effort to evade. Allowing the demonic energy to seep into his sleeves, this was indeed intriguing. Chapter 77, The Return of All Things, Part 2. Boom. Two palm prints entwined with blood-red malevolence collided in midair, unleashing a tempestuous force that erupted like a furious tide. The sandy terrain within 10 paces of Nangongfu was instantly upheaved several meters, shattering into fine dust. In contrast, the ground beneath Lan Mujio remained untouched, as he had deftly channeled the palm's energy several feet into the earth. With that single strike, the disparity in skill was unmistakable. Nangongfu leveraged the recoil to flip gracefully in the air, and a pure white sword chi erupted from his fingertips. This sword chi harbored the profound and unyielding righteousness of Confucianism, piercing through the air like a radiant rainbow aimed directly at Lan Mujio and Appo's throat. Clink. Lan Mujio remained unperturbed, flicking his finger lightly. That seemingly casual move precisely struck the weakest point of the sword chi, shattering it into a myriad of luminous points. But the encounter was far from over. Nangongfu and Appo's figure suddenly blurred, and 7 indistinct afterimages emerged behind him. His right arm glowed with a golden radiance, transforming his sword into a blade, slicing through the air with a chilling blade aura, the first form of the heavenly blade, inquiring the heart. His right arm shimmered with a golden light as he wielded the sword like a knife, the fierce blade aura tearing through the heavens. Watching from the sidelines, Song Kei's pupils contracted, and his grip on the knife trembled involuntarily. This was the first form of the Heavenly Blade sect's most powerful technique, the Heavenly Transformation Blade technique. Mere trifles. Lan Mujio finally drew his sword. The pitch-black blade traced an elegant arc, shattering the formidable blade aura like fragile glass, transforming it into countless golden flecks that gently floated down. What do you think of him? Li Jianxin and Appo's eyes shimmered like moonlight, lightly pointing at the yellow-robed figure soaring about the arena, inquiring of Yin Wuxian beside him. The elegant young woman paused, instinctively responding, "The techniques are exquisite, and the true qi is robust. But I believe that if you successfully break through to the qi control realm in the Cold Moon Palace, you would surpass him." Li Jianxin abruptly interrupted, his voice as clear as a spring striking stone. The young woman looked up in surprise, her eyes filled with confusion. All his techniques are merely imitations of the form. Li Jianxin raised his sword sheath, pointing precisely at the cold plum sword flash that Nangongfu was employing, which ultimately fell short. Li Jianxin continued, gesturing towards the turbulent true qi. His true qi resembles a spirit ginseng hastily ripened in a medicinal garden. It bears age, but lacks the essence nurtured by heaven and earth. He then turned to gaze at Yan Yuexian, stating softly, "You are different. Everything you possess is earned step by step. Sometimes, moving slowly does not imply inferiority." Beside them, Yan Yuexian and Appo's pupils quivered, her fingertips instinctively brushing against the humming cold moon blade at her waist, lost in contemplation. Amidst the battlefield, the energy surged like a dragon as Nangongfu and Appo's garments billowed, seemingly reenacting a century's worth of martial world turbulence. First move, Wrath of the Diamond. The punch, accompanied by the sacred chants of the great Thunder Sound Temple, sent shards of rock floating 3 inches off the ground. Without losing momentum, the move transformed into the cloud embracing the moon of the Jade Maiden Temple, his silken sleeves flowing like a cascade of stars. The third transformation, the ghostly face of the poisonous hand from the Tang clan of Shu, unveiled a ghastly visage formed in the palm of his hand. Yet Lan Mujio remained as composed as an immortal observing a chess game, strolling leisurely. With each light tap of his long sword, it was as if he were a player strategically placing pieces, the blade always pinpointing the singular flaw amidst myriad changes. Clink. The sword tip shattered the sacred punch imprint. Sizzle. The blade intercepted the flowing clouds of silk. Ring. A cold gleam cleaved through the poisonous visage. In a mere 30 exchanges, the two had already enacted half a chronicle of martial arts history, leaving 72 varying imprints on the sandy ground. Truly, utterly tedious. Lan Mujio and Appo's eyes, ablaze with demonic fire, suddenly sharpened. The onlookers felt a chilling drop in temperature, as the ever-playful smile of the holy son of the demonic cult morphed into a genuine expression of fury. If Appo's, the return of all things and Appo's, is nothing but a poor imitation, he slowly raised his left hand, dark demonic flames dancing between his fingers like living entities. Then let this end here. Swish. 3 afterimages appeared simultaneously. On the left, the gray-green true qi intertwined, unmistakably the cycle of life and death palm of Su Wanyue. On the right, golden light split the air, clearly when D and Appo's breaking the C technique, and in the center, the figure pointed towards the heavens, invoking the heavenly canon domain of the Chaodian Pavilion. Impossible. In a hurried response, Nangongfu and Appo's right arm surged with true qi, conjuring 3 distinct energies. Boom. At the moment of collision, the satisfaction on Nangongfu's face abruptly froze. The veins in his right arm twisted like a venomous serpent, bones cracking with a nauseating sound. Ah! Before the horrified gazes of the crowd, this prodigy of the Nangong family was flung backward like a kite severed from its string. His entire right arm inexplicably twisted into a spiral. Cough, cough. Nangong Fu knelt on the ground, his veins ablaze as if scorched by fierce flames. The heroic sword clattering to the earth. Struggling to lift his head, he saw Lan Muzhou approaching slowly. With each step he took, crimson ripples spread through the air. The bones throughout Nangong Fu and Apos' body emitted a spine-chilling crackling sound, as if the very universe was intent on crushing him. Blood seeped from between his teeth, and terror filled Nangong Fu and Apos' trembling eyes. How could you possibly be merely at the Qi control realm? Lan Muzhou chuckled lightly. The demonic fire at his fingertips still flickering, growing darker. He leaned down, the black fabric of his garments cascading like clouds, enveloping Nangong Fu entirely in shadow. As if he were admiring a struggling prey, he spoke deliberately. The Nangong family and Apos' return of all things and Apos' is said to encompass all martial arts, yet regrettably. He suddenly raised his hand, fingers spread wide, revealing an identical blade intent to that which Nangong Fu had just employed. But within that golden radiance swirled tendrils of pitch-black demonic energy, its might magnified several-fold. You have only grasped the surface. As his words fell, Lan Muzhou and Apos' palm exploded with blade intent, not aimed at Nangong Fu, but soaring skyward, transforming into a massive shadow of a demonic blade that obscured the sun. Before the blade even descended, Song Ke, watching from afar, felt his pupils constrict. This strike made his very soul tremble. Observe closely. Lan Muzhou's voice was indifferent. This is the true, heavenly blade, and Apos', burial of souls, and Apos', the colossal demonic blade thundered down, yet it halted mere inches above Nangong Fu and Apos' head. The terrifying blade aura surged like a tide, rending the earth within 100 paces into numerous ravines, leaving only the ground beneath Nangong Fu untouched. A single line of blood trickled from his brow. Now, Lan Muzhou turned, the demonic blade scattering into a myriad of black feathers. Do you comprehend the chasm that lies between us? Nangong Fu stared blankly at his unscathed robes, then suddenly began to retch violently. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed the visage of death. Please, do not kill me, he managed to rasp, his voice hoarse. Lan Muzhou sighed softly. The infernal flames in his eyes gradually extinguishing, leaving behind a sense of indifference. The heir of the Nangong family is truly disappointing. He then glanced at Li Jianxin and the others, growing slightly impatient. Let us finish this. After all, we are destined to clash due to our opposing paths. The Chaotian Pavilion, along with Su Wanwei and the others, assumed attacking stances. Meanwhile, not far away, whether by design or coincidence, the heroic sword had been sent flying by the earlier blade aura, landing beside Li Jianxin. The sword hummed incessantly, seemingly yearning for its true master. Young Master Li. Yan Yuexian, witnessing this, appeared to have made a resolute decision, suddenly grasping Li Jianxin and Apos' hand. Please wield the heroic sword. I wish to see. Very well. Li Jianxin nodded slightly, fully aware that there was no room for hesitation at this moment. At the very moment he grasped the hilt of the sword, boom. A magnificent surge of sword energy ascended to the heavens, casting an ethereal reflection of vast mountains and rivers across the clouds. Li Jianxin examined the hero and Apos' sword in his hand, exclaiming, how heavy. In the distance, Lan Muzhou chuckled, how intriguing. With a flick of his finger, his enchanted sword emitted a tremulous dragon's roar. At last, it becomes somewhat interesting.